Yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you guys having a great day today. Nice to y'all, nice to y'all. And welcome back, welcome back. We are gonna hop into Valorant in a second. I'm just gonna post on Discord and yeah, well, not Twitter yet, but Discord that we're live. All right. What's up, everyone? Tuning in. What's up? What's up? There we go. Posted on Discord. All right. How you guys doing today? What servers do I play on? I play on EU servers. What's up, Levi? Harvey? Nurfayar? Coffee please. Tutorial bot. Nice to see you. Adarsh. Amvuk Wang. Nice to see you as well. Psycho Kid. What's up? Do you guys like this screen, or should I improve anything? Because I tried to make it good for the watch parties. Wait, is it here? There. Yes, there. What matchup am I excited for today? Well, definitely C9 versus Paper X. Definitely. That is guaranteed. And I mean, I want to see them all, but I think the most C9 and Paper X. Let's do a tiny bit of warm-up. I haven't played in days, it feels like. No, actually, it feels like weeks, but I haven't played in days. Do I play on Frankfurt? I play on all servers. Do I play football? I don't know. I used to, when I was a kid. I used to play football. And then I switched it to table tennis. If I miss on purpose here, well, you know it's on purpose. I'm showing some mercy on these bots. So yeah, we'll do some warm up, then we game, and we game until matches begin. Why some logos only in white? That's because they have a dark color, and they turn into white when I use a dark mode. I'm using browser sources from VLR, and they switch the logo color. That way I can track the time of the match, I can track the score and everything. You know, whenever I go back to the screen, it updates automatically, the time and everything. And in order to do that and make it, you know, transparent and all, I just use some filtering and yeah, the theme from the site. And also if I use light mode, so I have the normal logos, then it's a bit more tricky to key out the color, because a lot of logos have a white in them, and then that white becomes transparent, so I need to mask that. I could create something on my own. I could actually do that in JavaScript pretty quickly. Might do that with ChatGPT. ChatGPT is amazing for coding, by the way. If any one of you want to start coding but you have no idea how, ChatGPT is perfect. It does a lot of work for you and also helps you learn along the way. For example, if you have some code that you wanted to write, it writes it, and then you can make it comment the code, and for every like action in the code, it writes exactly what happens or what's intended to happen. And that way you can recognize it. So when you Google a piece of code and you wanted to like do something else, or you want to see what are the capabilities, well, now you know how it works. I'm gonna keep working on an AI version for or AI tool for analyzing VODs in a bit. Not now during the watch parties, but maybe I'll do something during the watch parties. Who knows? Like before, we can do it on stream. But I'm basically making a tool, an analysis tool to scan VODs, just see everything in the VODs, all the actions, everything, and basically calculate what are the win chances, what's the probability of doing a different strategy and so on. And it's gonna be a long-term project, but yeah, I'm gonna make that and sell that to whoever wants to buy it out of pro teams, because none of them have tools like that. Guaranteed. You guys should see how many pro coaches are actually in this belief of using AI, like ChatGPT, to make their own tools. A lot of them are. Not all of them, but a lot. What? Oh yeah, I read that already. Yeah, same here in Nurfayar. Thanks for the Lotus guide. You won every game on Lotus with Cypher. I'm noob. Congrats, my man. Good job. Well, I do ratty plays with Cypher. I don't really do corner cages like Acor, if that's what you mean. I usually people call that the ratty playstyle. But you mean lurking and stuff? I do lurking. I think lurking is essential on Cypher. Not all the time, but it is essential to know how to lurk on Cypher. Which is basically, you know, just hiding in the shadows like a ninja. Popping out at the right moment. Sometimes you pop out at the wrong moment, but that happens. From Europe? I am. The Vandal skin that you asked about, Alex, it's called Sentinel of Light. Let's do a bit of Sheriff. And a bit of Ghost. Alright. Normally I do a lot more warm-up. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the AimLab challenges today. So AimLab, they have some challenges for PCT, like a themed type of thing where you can get a skin. And I want to try that. But I think we'll skip that today. I'm not from Finland. I'm from Sweden. Doing good, Yash. How about you, my man? You're Morris, thank you, man. I have a video that has some helpful settings that might help. Can I send it to you somehow? It depends on what settings. I'm pretty good with what I have right now. I've been good, Levi. I've been good. Yesterday was a late night. I was working on some Blender stuff in the night. So I went to bed a bit late, you know, but I'm good. Today it's gonna be 3 matches, so we're having a long stream today. I'm gonna try and catch up on videos as well on Thursday, by the way, guys, because I don't think they have any what's called matches on Thursday. And a bit of Phantom again, and then we go for ranked. All right. Which teams today? These ones. These teams. Happy Valentine's for those who are lucky. Lord McBucket, everyone in the chat are lucky here. Because you're here in the chat. How high is my mouse speed? My mouse speed is 0.3 in game and 800 DPI. You use cam to bait so that you can peek. Is that good or bad? It's good. It's good. It's you make how to say? You make the opponent move their crosshair so that they look towards the camera and shoot it. But not all. It's not always they do that, of course. But it's a good way to distract them. And then you peek, and they basically have to reset their crosshair. Nice to see you, Sunflower. How do I get Riot Gun Buddy? You have to get it from Riot Dev. Nice to see you as well, PQ. Alright, we have Split and 3 duelists.
What's up?
Yo.
What's up?
I wonder which duelist will end up lurking here. I should have picked Neon just to make it 4 duelists. But I think player 1 is gonna dodge here. Yeah, I don't dodge, but player 1 will. Wolfus, I'm doing good. How about you?
Match found.
Split attack as Cypher feels hard. I feel you, man. I feel you.
Nothing stays hidden from me.
You have to learn some cages to send them above walls and stuff on A site. And I mean, you can do the same on mid. B is a bit difficult, but with some use of the camera, you can scout pretty deep on the B and do pretty fine. Yo. But normally, it's pretty difficult to attack in general on a split, regardless of the agent. They made it a lot easier though, I feel like, with the changes to a split. you know, basically reducing a few angles that defenders can be on, and it's more predictable.
You annoys me very much, huh? I don't like smooth.
Player 5 annoyed right off the bat. Imagine player 5 having a kid, and the kid just looks at player 5 and he's gonna be tilting. Actually, hopefully he doesn't get a kid. If that happens. Did you turn on bloom settings? Are you comfortable with that, mate? I've had it for 3 years now, so I'm definitely comfortable with it. Almost 3 years. It's 2.5 years that Valorant has been out, right? Or maybe more? Is it? Wait, actually, is it 3 years? Let me see. How you doing, Aaron and Vicky? It released 2nd June 2020, the game. So a bit more than 2 years then.
Ah, okay. This is good. I've got new gadgets to
All right,
try out.
attack time. Do you have Arcane Sheriff? I don't know. I don't. Let's place
This
this one
goes
here.
here.
See where enemies go.
Right
Have the
here.
games not started yet? Not yet. They start in less than 2 hours. I could camera here, but I feel like they want to rush out. Oh. Got minus 60 on her.
Caution here.
Nice.
Bunch of guys there.
Go chill, guys. You go back, I smoke for you, wait.
Launching smoke.
Go back. They are crazy. 5
Hmm.
I will take some space.
Here they come. All of them.
Last player standing.
Damn, they got
Placing
deleted.
alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Ah, that was not a good swing. He opens up himself to harbor and then... well, he aims for jet but opens up to harbor.
Brimstone, if you must leave, then leave.
I don't buy anything. Can chill with... Actually, yeah, we can chill with the money. They will most likely try to do stuff like that again. I'll try and find something on A. Just because they have specters. I'll camera early. Killjoy.
I will smoke.
Camera taken out.
3, 2, 1.
Nice. Plant the spike.
Is anyone gonna flank?
Yeah. The guy is early. Wait for center.
Last player standing.
Engineers down.
That's right. Thought I killed him there with the second shot.
Someone knocked that breach on his ass.
Now they are gonna hold the flanks at least. Venomous.
That goes there.
Thank you.
Yes, this
One
should
there.
go.
Hmm.
Go wait. Go wait for
Oh, this is a
Let's
nice
put that
spot.
one there.
I will stop that.
Let me
breach.
camera Oli. Reina
Why
to
is it
the
down?
left there.
I can flash.
No, don't play aggressive.
Placing sentry.
We can't all be camping here because they come
Here.
from there then.
I can flash. Right? Who wants?
Sure.
Beacon here. Launching smoke.
Nice, very nice, very
My
nice.
ultimate is ready.
Smoke down.
Cage triggered.
Careful now.
I can play
Cage
my
triggered.
Careful coming from the door.
Yeah, I'll hold door. I am holding this.
There. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Oh, I screwed up. Well done. I'll take sheriff. My sheriff now.
Here. Now they're dead.
Place the tripwire here. Make it so
This
that
goes
it
here.
can't come from C, and also they can't come to C. And then, let's see here. Do you have money, so you know? We'll place this one here. Because we're not pushing A.
That goes there.
Here.
Chemicals, what's up, dude? How you doing, how you doing?
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wanna go fast or slow?
Up to you.
Stim beacon down. Fully smoked.
Turret out.
I'm waiting for you here.
Clear.
I'm blind, I'm blind.
I suggest you move.
Down. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Reloaded.
Found them. Killed my bomb.
Team spike, team
Cage
spike.
triggered.
Swarm grenade out.
My ultimate is ready.
Swarm grenade out.
Cage triggered.
Go chill, chill. Two more, go chill.
Last player standing.
Camera taken out.
Ah, man. Unlucky. So many. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. It's a bit awkward there to be positioned everyone. So maybe I should
more
have been
We're ready.
flanking. I'm gonna try flanking more.
Oh, this is a nice
Make them have to hold behind themselves.
Yes, this should do.
What's up, Syrup? And Nike, how you doing? How you doing?
Let's go.
The full stun.
I'll camera. Got Reina. Can you
Launching
move,
smoke.
Brim?
The hunt begins.
He's on the left side.
Launching smoke.
I am.
Hey, hit.
Cage triggered. Our spike carrier is killed.
Reload him.
Spike down A.
Cage triggered.
Embarrassing.
Last player standing.
Ah, she got me. Man. She got me. You can't. I'm doing good. Doing good.
This time, remember what worked in the past.
I said I would flank more.
That goes there.
They don't seem to be on C, so... Actually, they might be.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Let's go for that one. Go Bulldog. Yeah, oh yeah, you can go Bulldog heavy shields.
Here.
I'll be on B.
Caution here. Enemy spotted.
One on C, very far up.
They will come. Smoke's down.
Oh, I was not ready for that. I was changing my grip, but she was checking the corner. Reina behind us somewhere.
I have a light stun. Drop me, drop me.
I I got the spike.
What are you doing?
Placing swamp grenade.
Oh, he's going for lineup.
Turret out.
Reloaded.
You should run.
Smoke's down.
I will destroy it. No worries.
Open up the sky.
What do you think about Bloom settings? It's bad? Yeah, it's bad. That's why I use it for 2 years, man. Nice try.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it's my first time.
Nice try, nice try.
I'm watching some TikTok.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out
But
how,
Right
we were
here.
before here. And
Let's go light shields and Guardian, I think.
This goes
One
here.
there. I'm doing good, Jugend. How about you?
Yes, this should do.
I need to get some kills on the board.
I will find you.
Stim beacon here.
Oh, dude. So close to the headshot. So close.
Launching smoke.
There.
Launching
What's I'm
smoke.
playing on? Frankfurt? I play on Moon servers, actually.
Smoke's down.
Martian servers.
Caution here.
One enemy remaining.
spikes down.
Rohan, I'm doing great. How about you?
Ah, my
Placing swamp grenade.
Fuck.
She picked up my Guardian there.
You could have predicted
Nice,
this.
good job, good job.
All right, I did.
That should humble them.
I need a drop.
We're permanently on Guardian right now.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Cheers.
I'll play long range though.
That goes there.
Let's go for C. See what there. I just want to pick C because I have Guardian, guys. So maybe not go C.
What going to be with Brazil?
Goodbye.
Nice.
Goodbye.
I smoked too early, my bad.
Cage trigger.
I'll take-
Where is everyone hiding?
You're all on B.
Guys, I'm flanking. Easy kill.
That's me on the door.
Here.
Can I take the orb? Ah, not enough time.
Placing swamp grenade. Placing swamp grenade.
Enemy spotted A.
They're in connector.
There.
All on site, all on site. I'm stunned like crazy here.
Wait a moment.
Ping spike, ping spike.
Last player standing.
Ah, man. Again, we positioned over there. It is really difficult.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
Yuri, type exclamation point commands and you see all the
Saving.
commands there. Let's go Guardian. They don't flank. Actually, we can go one Marshall.
No more charges left.
We gotta spread out more, I think, on B there because we all sit in one angle and
Where
then they
are
just
you?
rushed it.
Reloading.
Everyone picking the same angle. All right.
Got the spike.
Nobody taking orb. I'll take that then.
Let's take the door.
Spike planted.
I wonder, is anyone flanking?
One link, one sponsor.
I have a Marshall Brim.
Really killed.
One enemy remaining.
My camera
Don't
is
say.
destroyed.
Thrifty.
Nice, well done. Good job.
You think I don't know how to get by without money?
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
When a match is starting? In about 1.5 hours.
This goes here.
Alright, let's trap here.
Yes, this should do.
Actually, we trap here now because we're not pushing A.
That goes there. Yalla, Mshina.
Get out of my way!
Anyone pushing?
Spike down. C.
Got the spike.
Careful now.
One behind us.
Smoke's down. Molly.
Cage trigger.
Last player
There she is.
standing.
They're all just swarming us.
Down you go.
Nice try. Nice try.
Give me a moment. I need to set back up. This goes here.
Trap here again.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Let's try and get a kill actually.
Okay, let's get set up. Camera taken out. Cage triggered.
They're pushing on A.
Wanna go see?
I mean, we're all on C, so...
Don't go.
My ult's ready.
Let's go away.
Got him.
No, don't go A. Everyone is pushed up on
Here.
A. Why do you want to go A? We have no
I need the
info,
bomb
haven't
guys
cleared.
again.
Because we don't have C. Give me bomb, give me bomb.
I mean, you have flashes. Use flashes.
Heads up.
Sorry.
If we press Alt, we can see each other's abilities.
Careful now.
Cage triggered. Tripwire reloading. I
I'm
was
pushing
waiting
behind
on-
her from
Watch your eyes.
spawn.
suggest you move.
Ah, man. Two from spawn. On C.
Last player standing.
Yeah, we have no map control here. Yeah, we need way more map control. They push from B, they push from A. If I don't hold it, they flank. If I don't come, they die.
Last round.
I
before
gotta
the
be,
switch.
I guess, more aggressive then.
Yes.
Because
this should do.
otherwise I don't make use of my utility as much. And my weapons.
There.
Is Jet here? 3, 2, 1.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, Jet. Oh.
The door.
Someone's A.
He went back.
I smoke the doors.
I'm flashing.
Let's see if we can find anyone here.
Oh, you ain't coming back.
1 HP.
Triple, baby. Enemy
One more, go away, go away.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Wait,
Spike
wait.
down A.
Someone's A.
Jet low.
One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Shows.
There we go. There we go.
Switching sides.
All right. I'll play on. I'll play on A. Here, I
This
think.
goes here.
Just do normal
That
smoke.
goes there. Oh, this is a nice spot.
We can't both be holding Hebrim. You have to spread out a bit. Maybe hold here or something.
What did you say, Nafra?
Just play defensive and don't position on the same
Okay,
position
okay.
because then they will kill us both if they look at us.
Can you say to the Riot dev to give me one Riot gun budget as well?
I can.
Instead,
I
that
can.
we have your taste. Really?
I can, but I can't promise they will give you. They're coming A, coming A,
You can
coming
try
A.
it, that's crazy. My dream.
Coming
I
doors.
can't scream.
Launching smoke. Down and out.
Nice, well, nice.
Yeah, I gotta play for my setup,
Smoke's
right?
down.
Yeah. Oh no.
Multiple enemies, A.
Spike planted.
Oof, on site there, man.
Watch your eyes.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
Phoenix!
One enemy remaining.
Label boy is the best.
He's behind the box. Nice, well done.
Don't interrupt my work.
Clutch.
Try and spread out a bit, Grim, because otherwise I will
my
play somewhere else
genius doesn't
because,
stop in the lab.
you know, it's no point in having two people hold one trap wire, you know?
But sorry, because my friend talked to me so hard on Discord, so...
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just play somewhere else. You play. I'll play here.
Here.
Okay, my friend.
Yes, this goes
What's on my
here.
side?
Alright, and then we do camera for C, I think. I'll camera on C as well, but I'll come back to you after. Any steps A?
No.
Towards B?
Enemy spotted A.
Have a cage on B. Let me know if you want. Could be towards C, maybe? Yeah, C. Come and see. Steps outside C.
That's one for you.
And there's water on my camera. Okay, maybe B, then watch out.
Cage triggered.
Nobody there.
Nobody
Let's hold B and C then.
30 seconds left.
I saw B. Hey, I'm
B, you
back,
say?
guys.
Yeah, it's B.
Chill. Play safe. Okay.
One down.
10 seconds left. One enemy
Nice,
remaining.
well done.
Is this the best? My ultimate is
They
ready.
were trying to be safe there.
Your hearts are pounding.
I'll do the same setup on camera on C and then traps everywhere else.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
There. We do a trap here.
Yes, this should do.
For you.
This is what we gotta do when there's bad team play in ranked. Coming A maybe? Think A.
I smoke in front of you, bro. Oh, this one HP jet linked. Minus HP.
Coming A. I'm on site, I'm gonna die on site maybe.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, I'm stuck there on site.
Last player standing. Flawless.
I think they saw where my cage came from, so I was late on placing it.
That goes there.
Place that one there.
Ah, this is no more charges left. Yes, this should do.
Watch and learn.
All right. Aftershock on... no, not aftershock. Fault line on A. Coming A. 3 people on A at least. Maybe more. I have no cages, so you know, Brim.
Someone's A.
Doors. You have tripwire there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm split off.
Like butter.
Pushing in, pushing in.
Molly.
No
You
check.
should run.
Ah, maybe.
Smoke's down.
Nice.
Someone's A.
I have camera here. They have not pushed in yet. Coming a tree.
You want to smoke tree?
You can.
My last.
In on sight.
Cutting their vision.
Planting. No way.
Spike planted.
Man, he shot at Reyna and got me.
Maybe drop them.
That is unlucky.
Last player standing.
Cost one.
Nice try. That is very unlucky there. I'm doing good, Surav. Doing good, my man.
No, guys.
How about you?
Enable.
Let's see. Can't really buy much. Can try a sheriff. Or marshal.
So can you save, maybe?
Two on A. Oh, that is dangerous. There's people on A.
Smoke's down. Launching smoke. Off your feet! Open up the sky!
One enemy remaining.
Nice, good job.
Thrifty.
I'll
Dude,
try to
Phoenix
be even
got
more
the jet there.
forward next
Luckily.
time. It'll be hard. Oh, but I'll try. Will they try the same old
What
tricks?
controller do you think is best in this map? Hard to say. I feel like your Harbor is very good.
This goes here.
This there.
Cypher, do we need help on A?
I'll
That
defend.
goes there.
I'll just play defensive.
Ah, this is a nice spot.
Oh, passed that up.
This goes here.
Unlucky.
That goes there. Yes, this should do.
I think it's fair.
If you want to smoke, tell me.
You can smoke.
On B. In on B.
Someone's B. Engineer is down.
Calling that.
Reloading.
Reyna is sleeping on the job, letting them come in. Nice.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Spike down. Nice, good job. Well done.
They will
All right.
and then
Let's
they
keep
will
doing it.
die.
The same.
Can I get the drop, please?
This goes here.
Sure. Request. Oh, you have, okay.
Oh, this is a nice. That goes there. Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
There. I'm playing for one way
Here.
here, so you know. Stuff on A, stuff on A. Stuff on A.
Yeah, a lot, guys.
Coming A, coming A. You smoke my one way right now, so you know.
Bunch of
I
guys
say,
A.
hold the
Spike
play for
down
this,
A.
and he's like, nah, man, you don't play for that. Actually, you don't.
Triple, baby.
Still on grass.
Launching smoke.
Just hold there, Brim, because we have trap wire. You don't have to care about the trap wire. You see the camera, right? Killjoy is in their spawn. That is good.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. B, 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 B. B. I'll come from the seaside. Nice, good job.
Good job.
Yeah.
We know more than we did before.
Yeah, good job, Mohammed. Winning 1 to 11 with a comeback, that is pretty,
Yes, this should
pretty
do.
difficult, I gotta say.
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do. This goes here. That goes there. Oh, this goes here.
Is there? Hmm.
A. Guys A.
Nothing on A so far. Oh, there's one far back, but
Someone's
I'll see when they come in. They have a breach, harbor ulti. I mean, harbor, jet, and Reyna. Close to breach. B1.
He's going. Where's the? Behind the smoke.
Wanna see?
Seems to be.
It's
B.
visible. It's three. Pushing up.
She's up here.
Oh, he's so close.
Last player standing.
Oh, from behind. Oh, she came from the shrink thingy there. The walk-in place. Ah, nice try. Ante. You wanna be a Valorant team coach? I don't. Otherwise, I would be coaching right now.
Don't stress if I die.
I need
It was
a drop.
great knowing you all.
Cheers. Equipment.
Camera here.
Yes, this should do.
Let's do a trip so that they can't flank like that.
That
There.
goes there.
And this one there.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do. This goes
Let's do
here.
that one. When the matches start? In a bit, in less than 2 hours. In less than 1.5 hours, actually. B. Nice.
Smoke's down.
I'll move to the other side of Brim. Could be one here. A is tripped.
Tripwire destroyed.
One on A.
Enemy
Cage
spotted
trigger.
A.
Wait.
Caution here.
One could be on B still.
Going B, I think.
Maybe C.
Yeah, go back to C, Killjoy.
C.
Spawn.
30 seconds left.
There's the plant.
Spike planted.
They're playing off the plant bridge. I still do. You have all the other lanes.
Launching smoke.
Probably
Watching
playing
the-
Crossfire. Outside.
Break inside.
One enemy remaining.
Everyone hiding.
For you the big.
Thank you, man. That's how we do it. That's exactly how we do it.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Are drops enabled? They're not enabled
That
now.
goes there.
Right now, take my Vandal. I play with it. I can.
Let's do a trap here.
Ah, this is a nice spot.
What's my take on Boombot nerf? I think
This
it's
goes
good.
here.
Treasure, could you drop me?
Yes, this should do.
Sure.
Thanks.
I think it's very good.
That goes there.
Interesting bounce.
There are 5 ulti.
Yeah, careful, careful. Stuff on A, stuff on A.
No one see.
Coming A, coming A, coming A. They just happen to know the tripwire.
Cage triggered.
On site.
Cage
You
triggered.
should run.
Rain on site.
Careful now.
Initiated.
Spike planted.
Baby tree.
I'm flashing through.
Watch your eyes.
Bro, I'm permanently stunned.
Launching smoke. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Dude, that is difficult to deal with there. I did 149 on
Match
her.
point.
1
They're usually
HP away from the
distracted
kill.
once I reveal them. Make sure you take advantage.
Let me buy you cypher.
Let's go with...
Ah, this is a nice spot. I need this. My thanks.
Thank you.
This goes here.
I think we'll do this one there.
This should do.
Can you drop me this in return?
That goes there. Ah, this is a nice spot.
Thanks. Come on, let's go.
Stuff on A, stuff on A, stuff on A, stuff on A. Come A.
Yeah. It's,
Many A, many A, many A.
Bunch of guys,
They were spawned, so.
Cage tripwire destroyed. Cage
Outside,
tripwire
outside.
destroyed.
That's done.
Ah, she threaded the needle. Killjoy up, Killjoy up, Killjoy up.
Get out of my
Under,
way.
under rope.
Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
What is he doing?
Going up.
Come on, man. Come on.
Attackers win.
Phoenix. 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 Yeah, permanently stunned for several rounds there. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be back in a minute. What's up? 12 p.m. GMT, that means Americans can't really watch the early games, you know, Mohammed. Because that's, like if you're, for example, East Coast, that's 6 hours behind. So that's 6 a.m. And if you're on West Coast, that's 3 a.m. in that case. Do you use OBS? I do. We'll go for one more match before we switch to watch parties. We got time for one more. I'm excited for Paper X and C9. It's gonna be a nice match. I want to see what C9 cooked up because they said that they switch roles, but I think it's a troll, and I don't think they fool anyone. What teams they're rooting for? All down the dog teams. All down the dog teams. Also, let me see. The GE, when do they play? They play... GE, they play... is it next week? Yeah, they play next week. That's gonna be a good one to watch. Versus Team Vitality too. Bryler, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? How you doing, my man? In India, it's 9:30 p.m. Right now, you mean? Yeah, Scream is in KC, so they play first match. And that's versus FPX, the Chinese roster. Do you play any games in off-stream? Right now I don't really, because my time is on the watch parties. But if I would play, then probably TFT, Teamfight Tactics, or possibly some of the latest Yakuza games, I think. Yeah, I'm currently playing through Yakuza 6 with my girlfriend, but I will play Yakuza, well, not Yakuza, but Like a Dragon Ishin comes out on Friday. Yo. So that's one I will play off stream, but also on stream, so to say. I will have a separate save. And also not play before the stream. I will do progress on the stream. But my girlfriend is a huge fan of that game, so we're gonna play some off stream. Have you played Portal? Of course. Siddharth, love you too, man. Love you too. What teams are you rooting for, by the way, Ko? Also, didn't Portal recently get RTX support or something? I saw Dr. Lupa play with RTX on or something. Looked really cool. Alright, time for some icebox. I'm gonna start punching ice.
These
Fragan, what's up,
imposters
dude?
threaten everything. Nora, ما نقدرش نخليهم يخسروا الغزالة ديالي.
We're gonna have someone flanking mid, I think, all the time.
That goes there.
I'm supporting all the underdog teams,
Yes,
Pragan.
this should do.
I wanna see upsets.
This goes here.
Maybe we shouldn't play 3 on A, because we have no Sage, and
Here.
that's fully open.
Wait, guys, can we 3 stack A, please? Or 4 stack A? 4 stack A, yours got you're not done.
No more charges left. Ah, this is a nice spot.
Anyone on there? Nothing, eh? Keep on mid. Oh, never mind. Did you come here?
Oh, cage trigger.
Unlucky there.
My camera is... I must wait a moment.
One enemy remaining.
3 out of 5.
Last player standing.
What are you doing, Kyo? I thought he would swing with me.
Viper really needs to die.
I'll play mid.
Just push all of us.
I realized we have an annoying stack here. Or duo at least. He was reloading? Yeah, but you know, I can't see his bullet count.
Eat your own heart out, Reyna.
Even if he reloads, he should walk out there. Or reload before. Recompute. People A, many A, many A, many A, coming A.
Wow, my eyes are down.
There's a Reyna here. Reyna under tower.
Spike planted.
Unlucky.
Last player standing.
Raina, I'll take one side.
I'm just not gonna come where I go because every time I've come so far, they just be where I play. Never mind, they don't care, I think.
That goes there.
Alright. A or B, 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 come and B.
Enemy spotted B.
Cage triggered.
Decoy. Bad luck.
Cage triggered.
Spike planted.
Go behind wall.
Reloading. You have a flash too?
Target sighted B. Flashbang.
Someone tap.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My city needs me. I can't
Yeah.
be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
If I was, let's say I would be jacked out of my mind on steroids right now.
This goes
Just
here.
hypothetically speaking, like in Minecraft, you know, in Minecraft. And definitely not, able to
We
control
must sort
my
up our
my
differences.
emotions. I would be wondering, how much money do I spend on breaking keyboards in Minecraft? Because that Viper is not doing anything there. And then I die.
Target sighted A.
They're about to push in.
Kill the queen.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Got 100 on him. That's alright.
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
Let's see. They played there. I'll be on A. I'll just play A instead.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
This one like
goes there.
that.
This goes
Actually,
here.
remove the camera. Place it here.
Yes.
Do you think Sentinels are gonna win more than one game?
Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
Hard to say.
Suppressing.
They are like a mystery box from TikTok.
Two suppressed.
People A coming A. They're droning. Could you shoot drone?
Cage trigger.
Oh. I'm just gonna go a different place because everyone is stacking there. They're running back. Oh.
Enemy attacker spawn.
Stay on A. Stay on A. One on B. From B. One kitchen maybe. One maybe kitchen.
Spike planted.
Enemy attacker spawn.
One. Where is everyone hiding?
You see where they are?
I'm ulting, wait. Kids here. Kids here.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Ah, close. We are not having any good luck right now. We have to change that. Trap in kitchen, then we play from camera mid, I think. Nope. I want it myself.
Yes, this should do.
Oh wait,
I
you,
need this.
if you can buy, sure.
My thanks.
Here. I didn't want to tilt her, so I'll drop for her money. Man, your name? I'll take camera. Nice job. Nice job.
You will not kill my allies. Enemy spotted.
Here.
Maybe upstairs.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Ah. They peek with each other. Let's go, Marshall. What made me change to Vandal? I've never really used the Phantom on Icebox because if you look at the range, you shoot at 30 to 50 meters, you do 124 on headshot, and
Wait, Cypher,
yeah,
IEP.
it's very difficult to take fights here. Perhaps.
Oh.
Recon bolt on A. Think pushing A. They're droning A.
The hunt begins.
Let's not all go stairs, by the way. Jet in, jet in. Nice. She's planting.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Reloaded.
Good job.
Diffuse the spike. Fake teleport.
There we go.
Flawless.
Cutting through.
How do you know when it's a good idea to leave the camera on site? It depends on what happens in the map, so to say. If a lot of enemies are pushing on the other side, versus if there are some people that can flank, if my traps are shot out, or you know, it really depends.
This goes here. That goes there. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Nobody there. Nothing, eh?
Yeah, there's 2 people on B at least.
Don't get in my way.
Watch out for flank from mid. One yellow.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Ah, there she is. But she was to the right there.
They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
If Sentinels don't win, then people are definitely gonna take a dig at them for scrimming more than scrims. I don't think that's the issue.
Yes, this should do.
It's a culture issue in their team, or it used to be at least.
This goes here.
For example, they
Oh, this
didn't
is a
really
nice
care
spot.
about coaching stuff and what you know, good coaching staff should be, and also thinking about applying it to themselves. You know, a lot of people, eh? They're taking drops.
Cage triggered. Caught one. Cage triggered.
She's in on site. Nice. Nice.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Nice. Nice. Good job. Do we
Need a drop.
place cages ahead or behind trapwires to make them hard to shoot? You can do... I think placing them in front of trapwires is better, because then
Yes,
enemies
this should do. That goes there.
have less time to run through the cage to see it. But you can also place it in front to keep what's called to make it more difficult to guess.
Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Mid.
All right. Yeah, she's probably on the. Who's holding kitchen?
My world.
Nobody's holding kitchen. Nobody's coming kitchen. There we
Last
go.
player standing. Spike planted.
To jump.
Luckily, I've stopped caring about rank points that much, so I'm not really as much affected by these type of games as I was before. Anti. We gotta use our tongues a bit here and speak up a bit, because they push mid, 0 audio, nobody holding, and we all want to win, right?
That goes there. Yes, this should do. This
Let's
goes
go with
here.
that one.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there. This goes here.
We're stacking 3 people on A.
Shutting them down. 2 suppressed.
People coming A. Shoot the drone if you can.
Cage triggered.
Enemy spotted.
Man. I get shot from mid. And what happens? 2 people looking into a wall on A.
Nice.
Can you show B setup? Yeah, I have videos on B setups. Like 3 or 4 videos.
Cutting through.
Spike planted.
Nice.
I'll handle this. Here. Here.
It's on here. Come
I'm back.
I see what he tried to do.
Last player
I see what he
standing.
tried to do, but overcomplicated it with the 360.
Last round in the half.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
No, I don't play for Radiant. I've never done it, Hershey. I would hate playing Valorant if I did.
Oh, this is a
Which
nice
in turn
spot.
makes me not want to stream Valorant.
Yes, this should do. That goes there. This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Let's make sure we leave the mid open, by the way.
way.
Two suppressed.
Jet up on the belt.
Cage trigger.
Cutting through.
Requesting manual reset.
Spike down A.
Ah, try to get the
One
shot
enemy
again, but
remaining.
too long time. Gel. Nice, good job.
You were pitiful.
Switching sides.
I'll trap behind us. Let's go shields. Highest rank.
Yes, this should
Iron
do.
free. And then we trap wire behind. Here and there. And go for A. I think we should go A. Watch out for shotguns and weird stuff. All right. 3, 2, 1. Bam.
Here. Enemy spotted.
Suppressing. Decoy.
Reload.
Viper's our turret.
They found my rifle.
Fake teleport.
Reloading.
It is impossible to push
Our
here.
spike carrier is killed.
Spike down A. Last
Ah,
player
nice try.
standing.
Bam. I think Viper is intentionally throwing. She's just walking there holding the trap.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Watch party 1 after this match. After this match.
That goes there.
Or maybe we can fit in a few swift play. I'm just gonna go for kills, I think, instead. Crypto throwers? No, I don't think even... nobody would pay her to throw. I think she's just throwing.
Spotted B.
Two suppressed.
Enemy spotted.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
to the side. Unlucky.
Got him.
Nice try.
I'll shut them down. Until then, survive.
Let's go for Vandal. We don't need cages. 2 trap wires is more important.
This goes here.
Hmm.
Die.
Nothing there. What is crypto throwing? It's
Trick shots.
people getting paid to throw in NA, usually. At higher ranks.
One enemy remaining.
Body flanking. Nice, good job.
If any of you die, I lose a bet.
What happened with G2? I saw some stuff on Twitter, but American teams, they always create drama, so
Oh, this is a
I
nice
didn't
spot.
care too much about it.
I need a drop.
Need a drop.
I feel like a lot of artificial drama is on Twitter from NA teams.
No prisoners.
Then over here,
Reloading.
Yellow.
Reloading.
come on, push up. If you have a pistol, push up.
Our spike carrier is
I have
killed.
the spike.
Spike down B.
Time to jump.
Spike drop.
Target sighted. B.
Nice.
Spike retrieved.
Inside.
Sova snowman.
Time to jump.
Cage triggered.
You can plant.
Cage triggered.
You can plant.
Poison is gone.
Reloading.
Deploy. Two suppressed.
Oh, she's above. Minus 40.
One enemy remaining.
Flash.
On yellow. Nice. Good job. Good job.
I'll be fine.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
That goes there.
Mahmoud, did yeah, I heard about that, but did that change the results much, or was it like a nothing burger?
Have funds to spare?
Now, where to set up
Let's
shop?
drop here.
Top again.
Nobody there. Nobody there.
No one walks away. My ult's ready.
Here.
What's on the right?
Enemy spotted.
Jen.
Back on down.
All three there. That'll be fine.
Eagle-eyed. My ultimate is ready.
My ultimate is ready.
Where is everyone hiding?
One enemy remaining. Last
Under you,
player
under you.
standing.
Nice job.
Bragging rights if you get first pick.
No, I mean after the decision, Mahmoud.
Drop.
Because if I read that it was because some player thought it was DC or some some issue or something, and that's legitimate, you know.
Whatever it takes.
I'll trap on A. Maybe we could B something. We have no trap on B now.
Shutting them down.
I think they're at the front of someone else.
Hadn't they been?
No, wait, no, you're right.
Close.
Get out of my way.
There's one.
Welcome to my world.
Found you.
Reloading.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
I just have to push in, I guess.
Allah. 30 seconds left.
Planted.
From Snowman. On Snowman, on Snowman.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
No, bro, what are you doing, Viper? This guy even sees the jet. Man. Man. We won the round, but still.
Give me a moment. I need to set back up.
I have to push out through smokes there. No
This is a
abilities
nice
at all
spot.
there. You go Neon if you get Lotus. No, I'm not playing another game. This is the last game for today. Last match. We don't have enough time for another ranked. Because matches start in 30 minutes and I can't stream my own gameplay when I have watch parties. And you're live.
Enemy spotted A.
Nobody pushing. Swift plane? No. Can't stream any gameplay.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down A.
One generator, one stop site.
Spike dropped. Cage triggered. I have retrieved the spike. Cage triggered.
I'll go back to B.
Enemy spotted A.
We can fake it, maybe. Alright, let's push in then.
One enemy remaining.
There she was.
Planted the spike.
Screens.
Hey,
Nice, good job. Well done, Reyna. Well done. Yeah, so Killjoy turret,
I killed them.
lower HP,
Simple as
and
that.
raise a boombot shorter duration. Someone who can drop for them.
This goes here.
It didn't matter, they were already losing a lot of rounds. It does matter. Just because they lose a lot of rounds already, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, if that makes sense. Drop, please. Drop. It's sort of like saying, well, because you're losing a lot of money already, you don't have to get a retrial or something. On like, let's say a court case. Can we use flashes, smokes, knife?
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Planted.
Where is everyone hiding?
one enemy remaining.
Be afraid.
Here she comes. There we go. There we go. Well done.
Their lives are So
Do you have any tips on how to get better with
Might
Phantom?
as well give them to me.
Practice in deathmatch. Or
Yes, this should do.
just play it a lot. Buy it more often so that you get more practice with it. I'll trap your B.
Enemy spotted. B.
Man, took too much time. I thought it was safe there because the Kia was over there.
Anyone else?
Operator right.
Here.
Someone checking that.
Reloading.
Alright, we have Kia ulti. Let's go, let's go. Ulti, ulti. Kia ulti.
No one knocks away.
Cutting through. Reloading.
Planted.
That's the jet.
Shutting them down. Two suppressed.
Nice. Oh
One
no.
enemy remaining.
Nice. Well done, well done. Good job. That's pretty good.
Everyone's motor functions okay?
Alright, we have to be faster
Get tired.
before she starts flanking. We don't have to hold B in the mid and so on because we have traps. Just be careful, like if you hold here, because they will push. I'll be faster so I don't die. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Happens.
I got ult.
Suppressor.
I'll handle this.
Spike drops.
Let's see if anyone is.
One's here, one's here.
They found my wire.
Two pushing mid.
It is.
Nice. No more, no more.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Flawless.
Good job, good job, good job. They maybe have operator next round they saved. Or were eco.
Catch your breath. Not that I need to, of course.
If they have an up, they don't have full shield. But
Yeah.
they can have it.
This goes
So-
here.
There you go, Reyna. The reason I muted you is because you were calling to stack and, you know, just making annoying calls. Let's go for A. This one there. Nice, nice.
Nothing.
Cage trigger.
Took a stray bullet there.
You will not kill my ally.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Last player standing.
Not
Spike down B.
Empty, empty, empty.
Match point.
No one will remember them.
Alright, let's buy everything we can.
Yes, this should do.
Big spike. Trap here, and then we run over to mid, trap, and hold on A. Watch out for rush. Anyone pushing?
They found my wire. One day, my
I can ult in her. I can ult in her. Watch out mid.
Teleport.
Cutting their vision.
Here, cage triggered.
Reloading.
Cage triggered.
Reload.
My eyes are better than
Take off a
yours.
side. Take off a side. One kitchen. Above us one. Above and on site. On site. Oh, in the. Oh.
Embarrassing.
Last player standing.
Above you. Under you.
One
Under you.
enemy remaining.
Ah, nice try. GG's.
Yeah, guys. Thanks for the game, please.
GG's. I didn't see the person there in mid. They shot through the smoke based on minimap. And Jet, she was just above the ulti. Had no idea she was updrafting.
Defenders win.
Happens. It was a good try though. Almost a comeback. Let me see the best round here. Best round was round 1 actually. Oh, not bad. What rank is this? Low Ascendant high damage, but it's EU. EU doesn't really have much comms because it's a lot of language barriers. So yeah, I think it's just a culture type of thing. People don't speak as much and then you get used to not speaking as much. So yeah, that was last game for the day. But we are gonna switch over to watch parties. And it's a bit time left, so let's do some rate map play until the matches begin. We only have a few clips, but in case you want to submit your own clips, you do that through Discord. Let me open up here. Zoforo is number 1 in the queue. Let's see.
Where are you?
Smoke's down. Dim beacon down.
And all of these clips are from viewers.
Cage triggered.
I think that counts as a corner cage. How's the stream been? Been good, been good. The matches, not so much, but the stream itself has been good.
Go, go, go.
Cage triggered.
Oh, there we go. Maybe one on the wood as well. Be cool. What's up, Sup? How you doing? Oh, they are looking for you. Also, the reason for the camera there, I think they wanna distract with the darting into market.
Gotta go.
Nice, got the camera too. One on site.
My bad, I wish.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Oh, there is. There is.
30 seconds
On
left.
site.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
That's a good camera bait there.
Hiding. My ultimate is ready.
Nice. Good job. Good job, good job. Lower the graphics. Oh yeah, okay. I thought you meant me. Here's also from Sephora.
Feeling sight.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
I've got your
Nice.
Player
Shut down the ulti too.
Spike down B.
Where is everyone hiding?
You got this. You got this.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
5. Wow, my eyes are down. I have retrieved the spike.
Here we go. She's gonna pick that. She was like, oh, here I am. Good job, Sephora. Good job. Another one from Sephora.
Backside.
Reloading.
That was unexpected. Ooh. You can't see anything, but you can hear it. That was
One enemy
double
remaining.
kill there. By the way, have you guys ever headbutted a KO molly? Is that possible? Also, good job. 4K. I know you can headbutt Brim Molly. I've done that, for example, when I see Molly lineups coming. But KO Molly, I think you can headbutt that, right? This is from Beerus. Oh, here we go. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. There we go. Big bullets.
One enemy remaining.
One more. Get the last one. Get the ace. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That's some good stuff. Here's from Cali with a W peak setup. All right, one way.
Omen, don't smoke A main right away, because I have a one way.
All right, let's see.
Astra stars here.
Ooh, there they are. Wow.
One enemy remaining.
Last one too.
Spike down A.
Nice. Good job. And the person here in the chat says rat, as if she's defending on site and gets called a rat by a salty loser. Technically, because they lost the round, right? They lost the round. Fair deep, you're next.
I was about to say, you could.
You could get that. You could feasibly get that shot.
Nice, nice, and another one.
Oh my god! Only TT.
Human aimbot, inhuman aimbot. Or aim, I mean. All right, that's all the clips that you guys sent in. Now, let's go for the... let me bring up the main stream. We have to be careful with the music because... actually, also, let me see if I can get the no music live stream. So I don't get copyright struck. Should be this one.
And you are in that position where you're playing against your idols.
Okay,
You
I have to
realize
hide
in that moment
the
that
link.
I'm on.
1 second. When does VCT start?
What you can and can't get away with.
Really soon.
You know, because they're relatively untested, I would say, in their own region itself. You get away with a lot less when it comes to the global competition.
Yeah, I'm very much excited for those FPX boys to be able to play against a legend like Scream. And actually, speaking of him, let's talk about FPX's opponents, because we got an all-French-speaking roster with a few familiar faces that I'm sure you guys know very, very well. It's, of course, Carmine Corp. And Sideshow, the names that stand out immediately, obviously, are going to be
that's
Scream
a W
and Nuvera,
picture right
but
there.
I'm actually really excited to see what XMS, Shin, as well as
And
Nuzera
that
can
one
bring
too.
to the table here.
Yeah, it's a roster that has been designed so that you have that veteran presence from Scream and Nivera, and then you're also able to rely on that experience to build up some of the newer players. You know, XMS has been around for quite a while, but for Shin, for Nuzera, they're getting their first taste of what Tier 1 competition really looks like, but they're in pretty good hands.
Yeah, and they're playing, you know, more supportive roles as well across the board, and it kind of leaves that big question again about the IGLing element.
So starting in like 15 minutes, you guys got a lot of time to make popcorn or get a drink or whatever you want.
And it sounds like as well the IGL reigns are not going to be handed over to some of
And
those younger players. It's
here,
time again who is holding.
We
the
have
reins towards
also
which
a
direction
Scream.
he needs to go.
And that is
He
really
mentioned,
wild,
I
because when
think
you've got a
2
player
days
that's
ago
as
in an
talented as
interview
Scream, normally you wanna
that
take the
they
pressure off him, have
play
the
a
IGL pick up,
pretty
you know, somewhere
structured
else on the
playstyle
roster
in
and
Karmine
let
Corp
him go crazy, because
compared
Scream
to
is a beast.
Liquid.
You look at any of his stats and what he's done at previous
And
tournaments,
it's going to be
he
interesting
tears
to
the
see that
place up.
because
But in terms of his
they
IGL, we just don't know enough
they
yet
weren't
about
really
whether he's
that
gonna be
good
able to
on
get there.
structured
And
stuff
it
in
brings me
Liquid.
back to what
So
Rhyme actually was talking about
I
yesterday
want to
from
see like the
Giants,
change.
about this being the time to define yourself as a player. Are we now believing that
How you doing,
Scream is
Nihal?
trying to
How you doing, my man?
identify himself,
And
define
Schlock.
himself
How you doing?
as the French IGL in the scene? That is a really big pivot.
Who you got,
compared
Pick?
to how you would normally put Scream into
I'm
his
gonna
box,
root for
as
FPX.
the
And the
superstar
reason for
player
that
from
is
that.
because they are the underdogs by far.
Was in that role on Liquid as well. They were playing
I
some
want to see them do
unorthodox
well.
compositions. They were playing some wacky stuff. You can make an argument, honestly, now that we're exiting out of this chamber meta, that now is the time that he can really actually flex and be rewarded, I think, for playing a bit of gimmicky stuff.
Are
a bit
we
of
gonna
non-meta
get
stuff.
Phoenix?
I mean, the possibilities there.
Are we even going to get Scream Duelist? Because
Also, let me
the
switch
roles
title and all
aren't
so that it's
necessarily perfect on this team in terms of
for
like
the
a
watch party.
theoretical, yeah, just throw them all in on what they're most comfortable on. So I think, you know, from what Scream said on his own stream, that he might not be playing Duelist, I don't know. The guy loves to troll whenever you ask him.
Yeah, it's subterfuge, honestly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on before this event.
But, I mean, that's why we need you to do your investigative
I'm
journalism.
sorry, I'm just an esports journalist. There's only so much I can do.
There we go.
There's only so much I can do.
And like we're out here expecting the big stories, and instead you're out here leaving us in the dark. But
I did say hello to him when he was
Also,
getting his
let
makeup
me
done.
see
Oh, that's nice.
But that was it.
the names of the teams.
Investigative Esports Awards Journalist of the Year, everyone. All right, well, Karmine Corp is a mix, obviously, of Valorant veterans and new faces. So, just like we did with FPX, let's go ahead and meet Karmine Corp.
All right.
Hey guys, this is Cream, team captain for Team Karmine Corp.
Hi everyone, I'm XMS, player for Karmine Corp, and I'm Flex.
It's gonna be my first event under this color. And,
He's
I
flexing
already
right there
enjoy it
in the
and
camera. You can't see it,
I
but
can't
he's
wait for the
flexing
support
his
from the fans.
legs.
We had a pretty good preparation with the team, starting from scratch, and this event is gonna be a good opportunity for us to show what we're capable of.
No one knows how we're playing. I'm pretty sure we will surprise everyone.
XMS is one of the players I played with before a couple of years ago. He's very calm and he
I
has,
think
like,
Scream is the
experience
IGL.
I needed in the team.
Does anyone have info
I'm
on
a
that?
passive player, and I try to join as much as I can my teammates. I try to analyze what's going on and give as much as information as I can.
We have my brother, Nabil Nivera, and he's still young, you know, but he's one of the best potential guys. I
Not
know.
sure, Mohammed.
Two brothers, it's special for me because
watch parties
I
have
play
a
with them
priority
on
right now.
CS in two different teams.
So
and now I'm
either
playing
when
with
there's
both of them.
time over
Personally,
or
it's like, we have
after.
a good chemistry.
The two youngest players in the team, Uzer and Shin, they come from KC before. They were in the first roster, and we decided to pick them up because of their role and their personality in the game. They're more like into an aggressive game style, and the team fits pretty well together.
It's the first time I play in a French roster on Valorant. It's way better because
predictions
everything you
for
have to
today's
say
game.
comes instantly. You don't have to think about it.
I think
The main goal for the team
I'm
is
gonna be bold and say 2-0
BCT
to
champions.
FPX. That's what I'm gonna say.
Obviously, qualifying to the Masters, winning the Masters, and be the best.
It's been a couple months, so we don't have much data for the teams and for FPX as well.
Let me move
We're gonna
myself
play
here,
our own
actually.
game. I think they prepared pretty well, and I heard they were good. We're gonna be taking them very seriously and just give everything we have.
Even though a lot of people don't expect us going too far in the tournament, we will destroy you for sure.
Well, you know, some interesting takeaways for me there was, and something that a lot of people wouldn't necessarily factor
The
in, but
bold
a lot
meta
of our
is
teams
strong
struggle
on
with
the
because of
on
so
the
many,
dusk,
players
and I
from
approve.
different regions. It's the ability to just speak the way you want to speak naturally, say what you
I
want
was
to say,
there
and
when
let it flow naturally.
Sideshow
And
first
for an
went bold,
all-French
and it
roster, I mean,
was,
this is actually
it
gonna
was
be quite
a
helpful for
fitting
the match, I
style.
imagine, even for the players who had traditionally not been in all French rosters, Brent.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal, honestly.
Am I watching all matches today? I am. I am.
A lot of the obstacles that some teams might face in terms of that communication throughout as well. But also it could just be nice, culturally as well, when you're surrounded by people from surrounding countries. You've got Belgian and French players, right, in this team. So it can be just good from that aspect as well. Team chemistry, a hugely important
post a tweet that we're live
of just overall
as well.
teams that people often just overthink.
Yeah. I think though there's still so many questions about how this team is going to function.
Yeah.
The roles,
because we haven't seen them at all, right?
No,
like,
we
they
have
haven't
not
done
seen
any
this.
show matches, no invitationals.
I was watching VODs from 6 months ago to try and watch these players
sick, dude.
individually. Yeah, we literally were just in the dark regarding how they're going to be playing as a team.
And I feel like Scream's got a very individual way of how he views this game. It's really quite unique.
Yeah.
And so if he's completely in charge of how the team is structured and how it runs, then I think he's going to bring something quite unique to the table in terms of how he runs.
Yeah, but I'm very glad that you actually did mention uniqueness, because while we do expect Carmine Corp to throw us some very unique strategies and compositions potentially, roles as well, I mean, no one can argue, taking it back over to FPX, that when you want to talk about uniqueness, the Chinese teams definitely bring the thunder in that regard. And actually, we had an opportunity to sit down with one of the FPX players, because Yinsu and Achilleos earlier today had a conversation with Ayan and Yuchen earlier on to get their thoughts on the event.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by Achilleos here, and we're very, very, very excited because we're going to bring you guys an interview with two of the players from FPX. It is Ayoung and Yuchen. Welcome. Now, we've had
if you guys haven't liked the stream,
before. They
really
were
helps
a very different
helps
FPX. You guys are kind of
what's
the
called
new FPX.
algo.
So I wanted to ask you, what are some of the similarities or
The
maybe
sleep
major
schedule must be
differences
wrecked at the moment,
between
Pick.
what we can expect from you
No, it's
compared
fine.
to the last time we saw the European players take the stage.
What's up,
Now,
Brandon?
欢迎来到巴西。
we are starting in like
我们以
7
前
minutes.
在这个舞台上看过一个叫 FPX 的队，但是你们现在是一个新版的 FPX， 你们跟他们在打游戏上有没有很大的区别啊？
我们的打法控图会给大家带来一种就是我们任何地方都想去掌控，但是呢，我们控制区域的时候会很细心、很小心，而且也有可能是假的、骗的。
说得好，说得好。He said that when you
What
watch
time is
them,
it for me?
it looks like
Almost
all
6
they're
p.m.
trying to do is find space. They're just going in to look for space, but there's a method behind that madness. Everything they're doing, there's a system, and if they're not looking for a space, they've done that on purpose. There's a reason as to why they're not at a specific part of the map. So I think there's a lot of depth to them that people are not
Subtitles?
I
wish I
really
had.
looking forward to seeing it and
I don't have
how
any.
it's going to play out on the global stage. But speaking of which, this is going to be the first time that a lot of the English fans in particular are seeing you guys. This is a new exposure for them. How does it feel for you to now be, in this moment, in this opportunity where you're going to be playing on this huge stage in front of a live crowd?
这个是你们第一次来到这么大的一个舞台，是出国。
I like how Yinsu is just whipping out the Chinese. Just,
去过比赛这么大的
oh, you need a translator? I got you.
想的是什么？紧张吗？兴奋吗？还有在巴西也会有观众的，所以你们觉得那样怎么样？
我首先我们整个队伍肯定是第一次来参加这场比赛，然后在此之前我们没有过这种来大赛经验嘛，然后还是线下赛，观众粉丝都挺多的，我们肯定很紧张嘛，然后。 但是我觉得我们通过来到国外这几天的集训，然后还有
You can actually have live subtitles on live streams, but it has to be low delayed.
讨论嘛，我觉得我们这次比赛准备的挺充足的。至于太紧张，其实也倒不会，就是很期待这次能跟 Scream 一起同台竞技，我觉得挺好的。
This is the first time, obviously, they've come to a tournament this big. They've never sort of done anything like this before. At first, he said that they're a little bit nervous. They're going to be a little bit nervous, but it's more kind of an excitement. And
guys, just letting you know, Ahmed and Arnab, if you guys are going to be toxic about the way they talk,
they think they're going to be able to
I'll give you a
pretty
perms.
good show, and it's going to be a bit of an honor to share a stage like this with Scream as well as their first match. Yeah. 那你呢？
我紧张会有。 更多的是兴奋吧，因为我以前打过其他游戏的比赛， 但是那时候是没有观众的。这次观众这么多，我觉得
Also, I'm pretty sure Achilles is getting a translation in the
he's very
earpiece.
excited. He's competed in other games before, kind of in a big tournament, but never with
And
the
also, I
crowd,
mean, she's
so having
giving
that
the
crowd is
translation
gonna
right
be,
after.
really exciting for him as an opportunity.
Oh yeah, I cracked down on that type of thing.
在国内打的时候，有一些国外的粉丝看
What's
你
up,
们觉得
Salazun?
很
How you
大
doing? How you
胆
doing?，
做决定的时候，每一个决定是非常大胆，有一些惊讶的决定。你们觉得这个评论，你们也自己想
I'm very excited to see if they play Cypher. I really want to see Cypher from them.
想有什么你们自己有没有什么跟他们的那种评论
Also, if you guys haven't,
首先我们肯定就是我们
spread
是一
this
个
tweet
团
if
队
you
嘛
can.
我们都是非常
The watch
相
party
信
tweet.
指挥 IGL 嘛，就是
So that
我们通
people
过前期
see
的
it.
运营，然后拉扯，到最后我们的 IGL 它一旦抠出
I
他
think
想
she
打
might
的
be
一些东西
from
的时候，我们都会
China. I have no
相信
idea.
他，就是只要他的决策很大胆，就
Let me look,
导致我
actually.
们团队整体打法就很大胆，所以主要就是相信队友，相信 IGL 就好。
now, what I asked them was that obviously, from the fans that haven't
She's
really
from
seen
England.
them, it feels like their style is very like fearless. They like to go in. They like to take those fights. Is that a fair kind of assessment of how they play? And his answer was, well, we're a team and we have 100% the utmost trust in our IGL. You know, throughout the rounds, we may be kind of doing our own thing, but as soon as the IGL says, okay,
I think
this
she
is
knows
what we're
Turkish
doing,
as well.
we have
She's
full faith. And
very
some
good
of
at
those decisions
languages.
that he makes can be a bit risky, can be a bit surprising, but we just go with it because we just trust him.
Yeah, trust in the fearless
Maybe she
leader.
worked as a
I hope it all
translator.
works out. So I'm excited to see you guys play. I think it's going to be awesome. But just as a kind of
Some people did
here,
just
I want to leave the floor
learn
open to
like
you. Is
5
there
languages
anything that you want to say
like that?
to your opponents ahead of your match? Any trash talk you want
Easily.
to get off your chest? Lay it on us.
你们有没有想跟你们的对手说一些垃圾话？现在？
Have they picked all maps yet? No, they pick them when the match starts. So in like 2 minutes they start what's called
会让爆头
ban
哥一
ban a
辈
big
子都
face.
记住我这个 ID， 就会
Yeah,
我会
FPX was an EU team, but they went with a Chinese roster after after the game came out in China and also for the franchising.
Well, he said that
The
he's gonna make
organization has
Brazil
been in
fans,
China all the time.
Cheer for them. They're going to end up cheering for them in the arena, and I think I like this one. It's Scream is going to remember my ID. He's going to know who I am by the end of this. Thank you very much, you two, for joining us. 谢谢你们给我们来这个采访. Thank you very much, Achilles, and thank you very much.
Hey, with that kind of confidence, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do when they take the
I
stage.
really
Now,
hope they
earlier
just
in the show, we asked
go
you
out
guys,
blasting the enemy team,
what's got
or
you
well,
on
KC.
high alert, right? And the results are in. And,
I'm gonna
let's go
you know
ahead and see
cheer
what
for
y'all
KC
pick,
when they do
and
good
it's the
things as
matchup
well.
of the century.
Yeah.
I'm not
Twisted Mind
against
lost.
KC or anything.
Well, I can't believe it came second, honestly.
But
I don't think
I
was
really
that
hope
clouted to be able to be pulling this much,
FPX
this much
do
weight
great
in
here.
the ball.
I really do think, though, the people have picked the right option.
Kushal, I'm doing
because-
great.
Oh, well, maybe they did.
I'm doing great, man.
That is me
How about you?
in my hotel room in the mornings. You know, I get up early, I put on the tin foil,
Oh,
I
my
start running.
co-host's a bull. This was actually Bren while he was prepping for VODs for this event.
Yep, I run my simulations, I put on the tinfoil hat.
Yeah, yeah.
And I come up with things that no one's even
Wait,
foreseen.
hold on a second. Did it say all my co-hosts are bald?
Yeah, conspiracy.
Yeah.
Am I next?
You should have seen what they've done to Pansy and Hypok. They've shaved them both ready for the cast.
Yeah, they really did. We all decided to just shave the heads off. You saw Mimi.
If I
and
was a
Achilles
caster,
as well.
I would go with that. I would go bald just for the meme.
All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead and wrap up this pre-show. We hope you had a good time. We have 3 matches, and unfortunately, we will have 3 eliminations today. But let's not forget, Ye's in the building, so anything is possible. I'm looking forward to this event because I think that overall what we're going to see is high-quality Valorant and, most importantly, some real unique ideas take the stage.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more.
Count how many shorty kills happen in this match. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
The Chinese teams are crazy with them.
Okay, all right. Count how many shorty
Ooh,
kills
I bet,
we're going to have.
I bet they've been watching scrims.
It's time to jump into this. Day 2 of the lock-in starts right now.
I like it whenever casters watch scrims of teams. It's not always they're allowed to, of course, but it is great because they see tendencies. They you know, can prepare a lot and then just deliver really solid analysis. Oh, well, casters and analysts on the desk. Did you know that Ye mentioned he didn't want to fight Paper X? I feel like whatever Ye says and whatever Cloud9 says, go for the opposite. Ye says, I'm playing controller now. He's not playing controller. He doesn't want to face Paper X. He definitely wants to face Paper X. Will Valorant make a tournament with random teammates for public? I'm not sure, but there will be a tournament system that's gonna come out soon. And I can't remember what it's called, but it's been in testing, I think in Latin America. And it's coming out for everyone when it's, ready. And I'm not sure if it's like random teammates, but I'm pretty sure you can make your own teams. And maybe there's something like where you can make tournaments yourself. Like I can host a tournament and you can just match up with people matching up at the same time. All right, let's go. Yo, Rika, welcome back to the mountain. 6 months. When does Go Speak play in VCT? I don't know, but who knows? Who knows? Also, what's up? Oh yeah, we don't have music on this stream because I got copyright struck. So that's why we don't have music here, just to avoid it. Making sure it's safe. Which team do you prefer? FPX. Definitely. Can you add a poll thing? I don't think I can. Not on YouTube. Yeah, I don't have.
And here
I don't have it.
Go a matchup that I think everyone is excited to see. Two teams, unknown commodities across the board. Who knows what we're going to get in this epic matchup? And honestly, it being an elimination game makes it even that much more tense, Josh.
Yeah, it really is. And I think for the Carmine Core fans, they have such an active, engaged fan base. And this is the first time that they get to see their team. They're going to be so excited to see them on stage. And I think they are the favorites here. They're like 2-1 favorites in my mind over FPX, just because of how little experience this FPX squad has on the big stage. But upsets are bound to happen.
I'm not sure where I do it. I've never done it before.
Especially the format, it really does trend itself, I think, as well to teams potentially having something cooked up, something a bit more gimmicky. And I don't use that in a negative term. I think it's a very valid strategy that teams could go into this tournament with. You don't have the luxury of counter-stratting your opponents as much. There's not really any footage. And these two teams, there's a lot of unknowns going in for either side. So you can go in with your own game plan. You can cook up something a bit strange, that somebody's not expecting, forcing your opponents to adapt to you.
I mean, YouTube Studio, that's a whole dashboard. You can see analytics and everything there. You have to be more specific. I can do polls on the community post, but that's not what I want to do. I'll check it off. I'll check it up later.
So that to me says Carmine Core should have an advantage here because you know a bad map for FPX. And so you have some idea. And when you think about that from FPX's point of view, who knows what a bad map is going to be for Carmine Core? Because you've just not got
They have good energy.
possible way
For
of
sure.
knowing. They're a brand new team. And they've only kept, you know, a duo from one team, a duo from the other, and XMS. XMS, the guy that you're seeing at the moment there, he is a player to watch as well. He's got talent. He was doing really well in the French VRLs.
Makes me, you know, so excited because, again, I keep saying this, I sound like a broken record, but
What's
I've
up,
just
Deepak?
never
How
seen
you doing,
this
man?
before. In a tournament of this size, the stakes, you know, eliminated every time. And
oh, thank the Lord.
There's the icebox. So no
Icebox
icebox
is
today.
gone.
That's fun.
Yeah, I was sick
but
of it.
that also leaves their permaban Haven completely open, so they've got to have a
I'm
plan.
glad we don't see
Isn't that
Icebox. That's the
And
map I
Scream gets
want
rid
to
of a
see
Zen,
least.
which is interesting too, because that used to be one of his favorite maps. I mean, again, who knows what it is now?
There's been so much time between these
Shut the front door.
Nice.
Shut the front
Very
door.
nice.
We get to see the Lotus
Dude,
being built.
Lotus
And
first
I
map.
cannot think of a more perfect
I
time
approve.
to unveil this
I
as
approve
well.
so
We've been
much.
talking about the unknowns, been talking about the uniqueness of both of these teams and the way that they play, and now we get to see it firsthand. First map in this series, elimination game on Lotus.
Every team has floated Lotus so far, I think. No team has first round banned it, I don't believe. And so I don't know whether that means Carmine Core were ready to play it, or they're quite a new team, so they can't have had too much time in there. But this is a bonkers first couple of maps.
Yeah.
I mean, the third map could be whatever. You're already going to get insanity in the first couple. Yeah, Pearl, sure, that's fine. But, I mean, Lotus and Haven. Again, Haven, permaban of FPX. They beat EDG on it in the finals, playing some
It was wild, man. The Viper
Dude,
comps they were pulling out.
I'm liking these maps. We saw Haven yesterday
It's just absurd, honestly.
with
But that's what
Pearl
we
at the
need
end.
these teams.
That's
And
good.
until you get tested
We
on the
could go
global
both
stage,
sides.
it's
First
really
two
difficult, I
maps
think,
and
to
then
really
third
just
map,
kind of, like,
Pearl.
weed out what works,
Nice.
what doesn't in terms of those
How the
competitions.
game's going?
But if you're
You're
expecting
right
me to talk
in
about
time
Lotus
for the
and
first
what
match,
might see
and
later,
um,
I mean, just good luck.
it's a
because
juicier
I think it
first
might
map,
be these comps.
Lotus.
You think it might be these comps?
Also, we have a Chinese team,
Let's see, and also let's
which
see
is
what
for the
Scream's
first
gonna
time I'm
lock in
watching
as
at least.
well.
Yeah, this is crazy interesting. So
Actually,
it looks like
it's
both
probably
teams are
just
going to be running the double controller comps.
Yeah.
No duelists anywhere around.
I mean, I
Both
was not
going
expecting
Killjoy,
this
that's
at all.
fine.
When I was making my predictions in terms of what we might see on Lotus, Breach was the #1 pick in my mind because there's just so many narrow choke
I
points.
think
It doesn't have a util.
FPX, they
It's
might
amazing,
be
honestly, I think, on Lotus itself. And
copying
neither
a
of these
bit
teams
of
have
the
opted
meta.
into it. They're going for Sky and they're going for, you know, Sova and FaZe.
So we'll see Killjoy maybe on Haven as well, but I hope for a Cypher.
That's literally the answer there. But I'm surprised we see a mirror matchup because I feel like there's so many comps that can work on Lotus. The fact that they've both landed on the same idea is crazy.
All right, real quick, predictions. Who wins?
Oh
Brent.
my God, you're going to do this
Just
to
say
me.
it. Just say it.
I'm
just say it.
saying 2-0
very closely.
Okay, well, you
for
heard from the
FPX.
casters, or from the analysts, and thankfully I don't have to pick. Let's send it over to your casters for this one. And who better to bring the action than Pansy and Hypoc?
Thank you. Yeah, look alive, Sunshine. We have Lotus coming out of the gates here. This is purely uncharted territory now. We are.
I'm gonna grab some
I know
water.
it's the
I'll be back in a
unknown at the
second.
start, but now it's just spiral.
I
This
definitely
is the
don't want to miss
crazy
this.
thing, right? Blank canvas here in Brazil. We've got two unknown entities, right? If you take this at face value and then throw in the uncharted territory, it's an absolute insane opener to this series.
Yeah, this is going to be wild. Let's start. Where do you want to start with this, Mike? Normally I give you carte blanche on this.
hey,
Where do your eyes go here?
I'll come back to the brief discussion we had there. The
Sure.
key to Lotus until we see it, right? Until we see it, obviously at this level played.
Yep.
The lack of a breach here is interesting, right? You could trade off Fade with some of that early space denial with some of the utility, but Breach almost feels like a mainstay from what we know so far. This could completely flip the script on that. And I'm open to it. I'm open to it. Obviously,
Happy to learn.
There's a discussion to be made about the double controllers and how aggressively that's going to be applied, but that's definitely something I've got my eye on in the first half.
I'm really interested to see how half of this is implemented because we have no idea really about FPX. Playing within your region, you can only really extrapolate so much from it. We need to see how it translates up against someone like Carmine.
for
who
some
again,
water,
yes, we have
that's
a
all.
little bit more of information on, of course.
Ooh, a heart.
That wipe. That's stunning. That's stunning. And this
All
could
right,
be
let's
this
see
year's
what to
most
whip out
open
here.
heartbreak. If you look at this game, there is a chance for an upset now. Now, whether or not FPX are the team to
They
pull
choose
that off
Killjoy
is
because
what
of
we're here to
post
see.
plant, retaking, but also holding sites. And then they have map control with other agents. Here you see Viper and Omen, for example.
Shin going to have their hands full if they do commit to this push. Actually, I think Atsi getting a ping on the reveal as well there.
Yeah, Berlin. We'll wander around. Let's wait and see where that first real commitment comes from. Because again, keep your eye on the I guess, the amount of attention to pushing towards these sites, they're already peeling away. So they're drawing a
Well,
fair
they're baiting
amount
out
of
utility pretty well.
Absolutely, yeah. I think
they're doing a good job baiting out utility.
Send the paranoia through. Shin still here. He's playing off the contact of that alarm bot. FPX have stacked up here.
Ooh, the flash didn't actually connect.
Yeah, no
I don't think.
confirmation.
So
yeah.
actually might help them out, keeping more players present towards that B site. You know, still able to pull the retake. We're at 45 seconds here. They need to make a commitment, and they are. Shin going to draw first blood, and the follow-up as well. Stunning work already. The B site somewhat under wraps until then, but it's Carmine Corp with the shutdown right now. One player standing, and 4 to find in this B site here. It really did not have much to it. There was not much leg to it. There was not pulling rotations.
Nice try.
There's a 4-man firing squad.
That fade orb got a ton of value, but not enough there.
The drawing out of a lot of that utility over towards C.
Not enough to kill because,
with the door
not good angles.
Well. Again, after that, a little late on the rotation, I've got to say it. Carmine Core, after not really feeling the pinch towards side, happened to just funnel back in.
B can be difficult to hit.
Said actually at that point, there was no pressure towards B. That alarm bot was still untouched even from that early pressure shown. Shin had a couple of freebies to work with there. FPX looking to work the map though in the pistol. See if that does continue.
Oh, also Recon Bolt got massive value. Forgot to mention that.
And switch up here on the Viper wall actually invested over towards A, but no presence gained on the back of it.
Oh yeah, another reason we might not see Cypher is because a lot of Sky might be back in meta, and when there's a lot of Sky and Sova, for example, drones and dogs, they clear your traps. Same with Fade.
Maybe just be off the back of contact, but at this point, the utility's perfect. They're not really sweating right now.
Yeah, this is a brutal setup to push into as well. It's like Carmine Core are going to rely heavily on that
and look
alarm
at
bot.
this. It's lovely. Nice. It's really well considered here by Carmine Corp. Now, again, we don't know how deep this goes for them, if this is a really comfortable map, but so far, looking quite nice, not really threatened by anything we've been seeing.
I guess the early objectives for FPX is to figure out what the default Killjoy setup is of XMS. Try and deal with some of that utility. And formulate some kind of plan on the back of it. Luzera just poised ready here with the recon. Again, this wall. Gonna go up, gonna make it so difficult. Shin just getting another freebie. That spike isolated as well. Scream now coming through to punish from behind.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go too hard. They're just being completely mullered here. This is pretty brutal. Yes, if they wanted to try and swing towards the other side, you saw the KJ set up to an extent with XMS. He wasn't particularly pressured. And the shot coming in. Nice shot. Needed more, not going to get more. There we go.
Oh, wallbangs through that. I gotta do that more in ranked. I haven't thought about wallbang in there.
Working well. Seen a little bit from the KJ coming in here too.
Yeah, I'm curious here if on the buy round FPX going to lean a little heavier towards A. Obviously that switch up with the Viper in the previous. Whether there's going to be any progress towards Rubble. Actually, whether or not this A site is going to get tested. Nivera actually switching up, it looks like. We did see him over towards C.
Well, let me fix the green screen too.
Round, at least.
See, there's a key problem.
In arms may be tasked with holding down the A site. It's a heavy stack, actually. Only really one member of FPX disconnected from this.
Yeah, it's a good read so far from Carmine Corp as well. Right place for it. For the utility scene as well, they're going to be feeling quite correct in this, and a little bit of a ping towards Berlin. They're going to note that too. So may kind of start strengthening or maybe exploring the other side of the map, but we'll see. We'll see what this default looks like as well from FPX, see if they take their time here too.
The key thing being, XMS has actually completely switched up here. Has all of his utilities stacked across both entrances to A site. One actually just behind the choke here in tree. The turret lined up here and should spot the molly as well.
Actually, I put myself here.
See what the response is here from FPX. That should be a big indicator that Carmine Core have completely flipped up their defensive setup for this round.
Yeah, they were on Team Liquid.
Screen ready to break the wall. Actually, Berlin go ahead and do it.
Then got traded.
It's perfect on the back of that.
Nice.
Kill though.
I have no idea how Scream didn't get that. I don't know if he maybe caught.
I feel like Berlin was just chilling.
Like. Well, that's a start. That's a freebie. But you can see the utility now into play. XMS is just loving this, getting all that information. Yes, one has to look towards side T.
Ooh, a good team play there. Very good team play between XMS and
currently 3 players. Make it just 2. Make it just 1. Nivera last alive. Spike now down. Patience paying dividends for FPX here.
Nivera only with Marshall in hand.
Imagine Newzera is the cousin to Scream and Nivera.
Inside the poison orb.
That would be a perfect name for me.
He will be given a consolation FPX should be
Yeah,
holding
this
on
is
to
first
4 of
map.
these rifles here.
First map and first match.
Actually, a very well-crafted round.
And considering the correct positioning, let's say, from Carmine Port, they had the players in the right place. They were pretty well prepared.
Don't go chasing too deep, guys.
Yeah, Nivera looking to fight fire with fire early on with the shorty.
Does he get a little X?
Oh, oh.
Close, not going to get it now, though. Actually, took one
he
down.
got a
That's
vandal
rifle
there
lost.
from him.
Actually, Berlin with no armor either, so a couple of repurchases required. Let's see if they can spread.
Which team picked Lotus? That was FPX.
Thanks for the
The
replay.
headshot machine, just not hitting.
Yeah, that was the Spectre nerf.
But so far, I mean, this is the main discussion to have around Breach is obviously the ability to deny this early space towards Rubble. Actually, we see TZH actually mixing things up a little bit with a smoke to kind of deny information, maybe even to play anti-flash versus Scream.
I like dueling there on C. That early duel is very nice.
Nivera's way ahead of the smoke.
Yeah, they are getting hyper-aggressive on this. I want to see what they can achieve with it. And yeah, Nivera gets away with murder. Daylight robbery towards Berlin, but it is traded out, so not going to have so much of an impact beyond that, but very telling. I'm looking towards Spike still. I want to see if there is layers to this, because it's already Carmine Corp exploring the rest of the map now as a reaction.
So yeah, we'll find something here. The turret will fall as well, so Shin and Scream getting proactive just outside B here. FPX are drifting back towards the side of the map that Carmine Corp still have bodies on.
I wonder if they might switch back to A.
Well.
They still have a lot of time here.
Definitely going to hear that.
And XMS is tucked in deep here. It's almost an anti-rush setup. You can see
welcome
the
to the mountain, and thanks so much for the membership. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Contact here, but dealing with the first, XMS might be in trouble here if you look at the minimap.
There's no one
a
quick
little
to support.
isolated, yeah.
Yeah, Scream can maybe make it there somewhat soon, but already
I think single LM is
holding
fine.
the other side of the map, so that's a huge benefit. Now they're a little stuck and a little bit
it's good
worried
for
about
viewers
that door.
and also
Just being tested, but lovely work from
these teams
XMS,
are franchise, right? So they are not really
trades, leaving it in a 1v2.
You know,
this is
what's it
not
called?
a comfortable scenario. Tap on the spike
Unable to compete again
some
later.
Attention, but 20 seconds is so little to play with. The double face coming out and
wide angle there.
Keeping it safe, but losing a couple of weapons down to 2 rifles here. But again, it's
so I think it's single elimination is good. You get upsets, and it's gonna be a lot of fun for viewers. It's not very fun for the teams competing because there's a lot more at stake. Like you don't have that many chances. You have 3 maps in total. And if you lose 2, you're out.
To really tuck into side, but it's interesting to see here. Nivera actually punishing the placement of that wall. It makes it so difficult for anyone to really help TZH. Like I said, I kind of like that smoke on the backside of Rubble so that he can potentially play on the back of the reveal
I wouldn't
from
say
Berlin.
no to double brackets or a Swiss system or anything.
It does create that little pocket,
but
as you can see here.
You have to factor in like how many games there's gonna be then. There's going to be a lot of matches.
Yeah, Nivera not respecting that early round setup
a lot of
whatsoever.
weird matches where a team faces each other like 3 times or something in a tournament. Nice kill, nice kill.
This time, going to do a little better than the brother.
Like Fnatic versus FPX last VCT season, they faced each other like 4 times or 8 times or something.
So, rifle down for now. That's the second loss. This is where it starts getting a little bit worrying because now you've got Jin, for example, in no man's land for a second there, and it could have been a follow-up punish.
Yeah.
Luckily, gets away with his life. Rifles aren't super recoverable, but they may have to give up that space and allow those rifles to fall into the hands of FPX.
Zero going to try and clear through with the drone, but not really going to get much valuable information here.
Yeah.
Already aware of the presence and no possibility of a spam coming through. Got to be careful here. I mean, why use down to just a lick of
Oh, he saw the gun barrel.
Yeah, that's 2 rifles across actually the Bulldog now for TZH as well.
Yeah, this is massive. And the ult maybe filtering towards the side absolutely does. Will allow maybe a crosshair. Spam could be dangerous, but the turret going to clear close.
I mean, they have a lockdown as well.
Yeah, not finding much in this regard. I want to see what they go for here. XMS now trying to creep a little bit closer. Spam's on him, but the spike's now down. This is huge work. TZH just on the other side of this wall, but there's that lockdown coming in, and the counter roll coming through as well.
So close,
XMS
so close.
lucky to get that kill, though. TZH will fall. Now putting in a 2v3 for FPX, but they have to respect this lockdown. The little pocket to play inside here, a drop. And it's not spammed out initially. Oh my god!
Nice.
So good!
Nice.
The angle is so good, just
Dude,
on the edge of the
he was
ult.
lucky
It was
that Sova
perfect
jumped past
from
him.
Yuchan. That was stunning.
Sova having the back.
Almost panicking there with the
Yes.
time that's left. barreling back inside that Viper's pit that did overlap as well, but the investment of the lockdown really burning the clock in FPX's
nice
favor.
shots here, by the way.
Beautiful openers here after.
Lovely shots.
Like I said, Nivera not respecting the setup in the previous year, but
Yeah, he jumped in with Shorty, if I'm not wrong.
on the line to try and challenge.
Talking bigger picture as well, though, I don't mind if Carmine Corp do want to get a little almost over-aggressive, stamp authority on the game, play a little bit almost not disrespectful, but get in their faces, be willing to take a fight. It's risky, though, with the economy being where it's at.
I mean, this is what I was kind of hinting at. With the lack of a breach, that space denial relies on aggression, right? If you are going to go for that early on, think about the same discussion for Haven defense towards A lobby. It requires presence, and quite deep presence, to kind of counterbalance the issues with his composition.
There could be a Sky here.
Get a little aggro with this flash, but not going to find any connection just yet.
And now big trouble.
Nice.
Just about
some chip damage, but nice. That's
scoreline could be closed
pretty good
decision
making there.
It's just a default.
Trap them.
Very patient so far, taking a little bit more territory.
Or make it painful to go out.
Like this, so they've got Yuchun over towards A site as well, just in case Carmine Corp try and probe both extremities. Flash won't reveal anything, and I think FPX are thinking they found a little bit of space towards C, and if you look at the minimap, it's a lot of space towards C, Lauren.
This is lovely. It's a gamble stack from Carmine Corp, perfectly reasonable in a round like this, maybe just off the back of limited information. And yeah, for now, you now know. Uh-oh, wrong place. But for the other side, for FPX, see if they can keep 5 standing. That's what we always look for, is seeing that diligence.
Oh, that was loud, that one.
Cut as possible.
Wait, did it win last? No, they didn't.
Spike now down, and the first noted towards CT. That's Shin now seen.
Let me double check. No, Loud did win last Champions.
With how deep this control is towards spawn, Shin and XMS going to fall off the rip. Scream
nice.
desperate to try
Good
and find
pre-fire.
something. There's nothing left here. FPX going to clean this one up. Nivera will connect with the paranoia, but
there we go. There we go.
Well handled. 4 will survive.
What are my thoughts on the new Killjoy and Raze nerf in patch 6.3? I think it's only good. I don't think anyone is complaining unless they are just a Raze main or a Killjoy main. But even then, like, reducing the HP on Killjoy's turret, I think that's great. Makes it so that more abilities can break the turret, and you don't have to be spending a lot of expensive, and also be very precise with the abilities. So there's more counterplay to Killjoy. Probably gonna reduce her rating properly as well. So I think that's good. Raze Boombot.
Yeah, it is.
Reduced by 5 seconds, the duration.
Right now. It's only the alarm bot to hold that
makes
down.
it that Raze has to be closer to where she's pushing, and not just, you know, hold an angle or something, play very defensive.
Already the stalls in place.
I think that's a good choice.
Trying to approach this, but certainly drawing eyes across. So let's see if there is any of that aggression going to be punished. Still have almost that mirror default over towards the A site as it stands, and the rotation towards C, noting no one close by, sending the ult and catching no one. Already, Carmine Corp sitting super deep.
I'm going to draw out the lockdown potentially. XMS thinking about it.
Does he pull the trigger on it though?
I mean, it's a massive investment, and there's no real progress.
Are there any German players in this tournament? I believe there are. Let me double check.
Towards A. FPX looking to pop off the B side.
Okay, I said this could be fatal. It's a little bit better timing now, but again, let's see what they can do. The shorty in hand, Berlin, the only one to really connect so far, and they break through towards A, but there's a pinch. Nivera right amongst them, one to the right, one to the left, and he found 2! Nivera can't quite make the 3rd count, but there's only one still standing. A 1v3 to boot with 30 seconds. He wants a pick so badly, and XMS, that realization hits, and he hits the brakes. They hold. They know this is a fake now.
Yeah, love this discipline here from Shin and Nuzera.
Nice try.
Here, but stands his ground.
Actually, I don't think there are any German players.
Crazy to consider. Actually, I think I just saw why you.
I looked over Wikipedia now, but I couldn't see any.
FPX are going to be happy to have that in their arsenal. But yeah,
I'm sure there will be in the future, though.
About the investment here towards that fake, and
there's a lot of good players in Germany.
You know, they didn't get enough pings on C side. They didn't feel confident with, you know, cutting the sound.
That judge, not Judge Shorty is nasty.
Fantastic to get this deep control and maintain it. Bear in mind, there were members of FPX lingering outside A site. Yuchun constantly looking to pressure, but Nivera stands his ground.
That's a huge great point.
Oh, one way. There we go.
Ability to not over-rotate, overreact, hold.
We don't really see one ways that much lately because I don't know why.
4-3 though.
But it's very nice when we do see them.
Close game so far. See where this continues to tilt. Both sides able to fashion a purchase here. See a couple of ults available as well. And that early pressure towards C. Let's see if they pull a rotation. I want to see what their plan is and what they keep in mind here, FPX, seeing what they're trying to draw reaction-wise, but a massive stack from Carmine.
Yeah, look at B site.
Yeah. And they're actually working off the back of it too. There was consideration to commit to that.
Yeah, it looked as if Shin really wanted to get aggressive behind that drone.
Pacey.
Immediately here on the back of that though, smoke invested. Scream gonna back away towards tree. Does have a little bit of support coming through from A-Link. Actually now a third in the form of Nuzera.
They need something.
Yeah, KC needs to save utility here.
In some of these rounds, Lauren.
I'm waiting to see if there's
So that they don't use too much before pushing in. Oh! The crouching peek around the corner.
Finds it now, the panic stations, but look at the lurk as well. That potential is huge. That could be a dagger in the back that we've yet to see come into practice yet. So Spike going to go down, and there's 4 players from Carmine Corp towards CT. So for now, all good though. You're going to see the Killjoy carrying all the way back around. This is all towards the side. Already great trades coming in, and FPX actually holding on to this. They are not down just yet.
Yeah, the lockdown's invested just as 2 players fall as well. So XMS and Navera have to get something done. Berlin happy to challenge this actually, but Navera there to punish.
Yeah, maybe a little overstep. They're trying to go towards it, and a tap towards the Spike, and now starting to panic. TZH going to try and get himself in, shorty to hand, and gets just drawn into the blender. Doesn't mind, he's going to sit it out, take the damage. It's not a problem.
That's nice.
He will be the defender on this, and that's perfect play.
There we go.
Watching this, and
Dude,
what a way to lock it down in the
no
end.
other team does that.
On the desk and we're seeing Shorty
No other
plays
team
being
sit
pulled
there
out
with
here.
a Shorty in their own Killjoy molly.
The egg knew what was up.
I love that as well, the
Dungeon's
GP in and
working
just sitting on top of the friendly nano swarm as well. It's completely unconsidered
And the
by
reduction in
Carmine
damage,
Corp.
it just worked out so well, Mike.
This is why I love cheering for the underdogs. This is exactly why I love it. They just pull out things that you don't even think of.
You're looking at where FPX are and you're thinking, I mean, they've drawn out a fair bit of utility, but Carmine Corp seem to have a good read on where to rotate and when.
They do a timeout, they're going to be like, guys,
where it then kind of descends into chaos,
every molly, check it
Unfortunate
now.
timing there. XMS
But this is in French.
invest in the lockdown, then 2 players of Carmine Corp fall immediately, making that a little more difficult. Curious here, actually coming out of this
Imagine how
timeout.
many TikTok strats we're gonna see now where people just intentionally sit in Killjoy mollies in smokes.
Feels like a close affair, but FPX
Actually, I don't think we're gonna see any, but
plant some seeds.
I wouldn't be surprised if at least one
It feels a little all over the place,
starts
I'll be honest.
popping
They've
up
got away with a
TikToks.
few rounds where it's kind of raw firepower on the other side of that. I mean, Shin's stood his ground a number of times on B site. It doesn't necessarily feel like there's, you know, a weak point.
Yeah, Scream is the idea
so far, but they're still they're scraping rounds through, so you can't fault that at all.
No, and it's scrappy, right? I don't think we were ever going to get a clean game out of Lotus yet, in my mind, unless someone's like just super drilled on it. But as I said,
it's scrappy, but it's not puggy. It's
not puggy.
It all kind of looks intentional in that regard.
It's bizarre to me, but it may be something to be looking at regionally if that pays off for them. Maybe a couple of teams expecting this sort of kind of a little out there play style, but it's working well enough for now. Again,
they have Killjoy
keep
too.
in mind, Carmine Corp picked up the pistol, so this scoreline, if you put it in context, if it keeps going this way.
Big info from Berlin's reveal there. XMS
Oh, watch out, guys. You have to scout this.
But what can you do, XMS? That's not bad! The Vera by his side! Gonna get the reload in time! Yes, he can! XMS! With his
They have
way
to
in
scout
gold!
that. You have to be careful.
And now leaving them in tatters, just TZH. The Aldron got a spot too, could not get worse here. Oh, just layering in the utility, just buying a couple more precious seconds, and now the support system's in place. But maybe overzealous in the peak there, 6
nice try.
HP, it's not going to be enough. Shin shuts it down.
Would you say Lotus, I mean, TJ in general
beautiful,
performs better in Cypher on
I
Lotus?
think it pings 3 and they're almost probably thinking that's like,
I don't
yeah,
think
it's a stack.
so.
They're gonna run this draw on the 50
It depends really on what the enemy's team run and what you run, and what your strategy is. A lot of Killjoy players, they just chill on site.
Perfect timing on this
And there's a lot of
the fact that XMS gets the reload
utility to
finds
break
another kill
or
on top of
scout
that.
for traps.
Beautiful round from Carmine Corp.
So if you ignore protecting
The saving
traps,
grace
for
really, 'cause
example,
you've got to feel like the timeouts for this round now.
yeah, Cypher is obviously gonna be counted.
Purchase. Got us on the Vera buy at the last second now. So, another opener here, very early on. XMS has dug out the lurk here. YU
You heard the spike.
for FPX. So should actually relinquish some map control here.
I've got to say, for me, just quietly so far, XMS has been, the rock of this team. couple of issues towards C early on. We've seen a lot of the attention being drawn there early. He's been solid.
Yeah.
Really solid.
Another thing to consider as well, Shin's early dominance towards B site has kind of acted as a deterrent for FPX for sure.
They're like, watch out for the molly there.
At least 2, potentially 3 players, yeah, and they're actually going to be willing to fight on this scrappy work again. Carmine Corp not afraid to take a fight or two. And no similarity to that prior
nice
round.
try.
Shot
Got one
Berlin,
kill.
but that's all it's going to be. 4 alive, 4 rifles remain. No problems there. Carmine Corp retake a little bit of that lead.
Yep.
Carve away a little bit of a
Big
comfort.
positive to come out of that timeout and pick up.
All right, 2 more rounds, FPX.
FPX
2
back
more
now
rounds.
in a position
That
where
will be huge.
pretty much everything in the bank invested into this purchase in round 11. So this isn't a win. It almost feels like it's leaning towards Carmine Core closing this half out 8-4.
They're gonna use the Killjoy ulti here, but then
FPX.
most likely Sova on the other team, countering with his own ulti.
Yuchan and Berlin 1 away from their ultimates respectively. The MO is here. Actually looking to counter off this early control.
You see Sova in spawn, he's ready for pretty much all directions there.
And bodies up behind this for FPX as well. Yuchan being pressured elsewhere. Again, still tucked into A lobby. Seen Nivera there on the X-ray. I imagine they're going to leave him posted up once again in this position.
That's going to get ulted by Sova.
For FPX, Lauren.
There it is. There's the ulti. I knew it.
There's going to be drawing out Hunter's Fury.
What I would try, if I was FPX, would be to place it far up on a box or something.
Gets revealed, has to fall over. How is he alive?
Well, hang on a second, because White U's just lost the spike on C. He walked out onto site with it.
Oh no. Well, this...
Ah, he's taking spike.
They tried to fake with the TP. The TZH has got it now, but...
That's actually filth. They've got a free site. Of course, the 2 players were going to play around it, but the TP was still there for TZH. Spike now down. What do they have for the post plant? I mean, they've still got the Viper if they really want to mess around with it.
That should already be down in my eyes, but you see here, Yuchan disconnected a little bit, loses out to XMS.
Did not love that. TZH now 1v2. XMS already. Nuzera, a little bit of utility play, but not a great deal. They're slowly clearing through here. See what they can find. Needs a clean fight, doesn't get it. Nuzera.
So close.
Nice work.
Nice try.
Keep this together, but that got, again, some of these rounds are just mad.
I mean, instead it wasn't Puggy. We're pulling out the rank strats now.
Yeah.
Why are you just barreling onto site behind the lockdown that gets destroyed? I mean, it pulled the rotation. So what do I know?
I guess it kind of worked.
Great fake.
Great fake.
It's a shame they can't close that one out. TZA still had a fair bit of utility actually left, but the one thing to consider, at least getting the spike plant here, means that we're going to see a couple more rifles than maybe we were expecting. They were bankrupt in the previous, but there's gaps here.
Good retake by Casey. Very good.
Missing out on one.
Just unlucky timing there for the Viper by B.
2 big ultimates to work with at least, and actually 1 away from the Seekers as well.
Okay, similar scenes, similar starts. We've seen this before, but a little bit more intent from FPX to at least get towards that wall prior
Shuban, what's the man? What does Casey stand for? Carmine Corp.
In hand.
It's a French organization.
The close angle either. It's a chance that maybe why you will catch Nivera off guard.
Precarious fight. They're slowly creeping towards that A site as well. You can see it.
This Killjoy can't stand still.
Building towards A, 4 players leading this way. So again, Alt's going to probably find 1, I believe. Yeah, and okay, Prowler around the back, and actually going to just lean in towards
Nivera operator.
Instantly.
Is he gonna get a kill or no? Yeah, Killjoy. She went too slow there. A very small step and showed herself.
She's locked them out here with this Viper's Pit. Completely covering sight. They have to fight back towards A side. Scream's actually peeled away, but there's still 2 members here, XMS and Nuzera, to lock down A site.
So aware. So aware of the possibility that someone's going to try and maybe slip through that. Another ult invested here, plenty to play with for Carmine Corp as well.
Nice.
Next play is Scream does go down, and now maybe some problems here. Counter
their own
comes
ulti,
in.
that's good.
This is so messy, Mike. What on earth is going on in this?
Another round where Viper's Pits are going to overlap here, and actually Shin standing his ground once more. We'll deal with another member of FPX. Only 2 left to find. No snake bites for Yuchun. A paranoia to work
this game.
But it's a mess in there on the free cap.
Yeah, this is
They're jumping in with shorties.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous now. And actually, TZH is obscene with this, but now has to go above and beyond. It's not going to happen.
So close, dude.
Carmine
The
Corp
double kill
somehow
was huge.
weather that storm that was going on in B.
I
This
don't
game
blame him
is
though.
bizarre,
It's
Mike.
super difficult to navigate
I've not
that.
seen a game like this in a while, be it Lotus, be it the way FPX are playing, be it Carmine Corp, I do not know. But Mike, this is
2
something
Viper
else.
ults
I mean, I'm ready
and
for
an
the
Omen
second
smoke in there.
Let's see where FPX cook up in the second half here on the defense, because I'm definitely here for it.
Yeah, you and me both, and I think just checking back in on this, yeah, this was lovely to watch.
I mean, there's a world there. I think there's like 3 or 4 shorties running around in both Viper's pits there. XMS the one to find value from it. See the laughs on their faces after that final round.
Yeah, I mean, 8-4, a respectable scoreline coming in, but I've got to say, Carmine Corp really started to carve away a little bit of that safety net towards the end of this first half.
After that timeout, it just felt very comfortable for them.
Yeah, it absolutely did, and well, I'm sure the desk will be smug after what they've just seen happening on the first half here. Let's hand it back to them.
You want to see Chamber?
Tell you what, that last round looked
I
like
feel
a few
like
high
Chamber
school
would be
parties I used to
ran
have, you know
over.
what I'm saying? Things are a little crazy over there.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
honestly,
it was.
I am over the moon with what we just saw, Josh.
Both of those teams were really closely matched up until the final 4 rounds, but I feel like FPX could have done a lot more with their game plan overall. They didn't really put an emphasis towards controlling that A space. They just allowed Carmine Corp to have it most of the time. However, in round 5, that was one of the instances where they actually did go there. So I want to showcase, because it's our first time seeing Lotus, how important this area is to fight for. So with the Viper Wall, you know, you have seen them in previous rounds sneaking up behind it, but here they were able to get a couple of picks, and they actually opened the rotating door, pitted onto the site, and allowed for a really difficult retake that Carmine Corp couldn't handle. And I wanted to see them do that more, because the couple of times that they went towards A, they won.
Yeah, it's very true. And I think, Bren, you know, now looking forward into this, there are clear things that FPX can take away as they're going to switch sides here. It's very clear, and I want to get your thoughts. Like, how do you feel Lotus is playing out?
Well, the comps are very interesting as well, and individually, you know, we're seeing Sky being played, which I didn't expect, but the reason I think it makes sense now after watching that half is, you know, you see Scream, you see Ayang as well, if we just take a look at these guys in terms of a head-to-head. The numbers themselves, you know, not entirely impressive. We're used to seeing Scream at the top of the scoreboard, but it's how they're using the Sky. You know, you get the extra information from the flashes and the dogs as well, the Trailblazer, to be able to, like you said, Josh, take that control of either A main, C main when you're on that defense side.
They play defensive with
the latter end of that half were very, very good.
Well, they probed for some info, but then they just
for free. And you kind of need to see the same, honestly,
hold
from
their
FPS,
ground,
I think, when
you
they
know?
swap sides now.
Yeah, I
Don't
actually
push
was
too
quite
much
impressed
forward.
with the way that Scream was playing, because he was getting tons of information for his team, and he wasn't just playing it like a duelist.
Donking
They
Goose,
actually had some
me
pretty good
too.
plans, double
I want to
facing
see
on
more
different
Cypher.
high ground, low ground setups. Carmine Corp are kind of ready here.
Oh, well, let's go ahead and switch sides, because I'm just glad that was a quick half, because I want to jump right into this bad boy. So let's go ahead and send it back over to Pansy and Hypot.
Yeah, 8-4 on the half. Mike, let's kind of talk top level then and work our way down, if you don't mind here. Let's kind of touch base on our expectations now. We've seen the first half. It's a very small sample size to go off. Do we believe this is scrappy because of map, because of team, because of playstyle? What are we actually looking at here overall when it comes to this?
I think the answer to their question is very clear. It is scrappy because there's a Viper ulti on another Viper ulti inside of a Omen smoke with Omen blind.
It didn't really feel sustainable, right? Initially, FPX were very, very focused towards
There's
the
never going to
side.
be clean
Obviously,
fights there.
Finding a little bit of comfort. I don't know if that forced them to kind of innovate on the fly, but some of the rounds didn't feel like there was initially a set plan. It felt heavily reliant on audibles, which, again, when we come back to that composition discussion, that's where actually the Sky, the Omen makes sense, right? You have that ability to find information later on. Obviously switch up the smokes as well.
Oh no, that's not
The turret
very good.
already
Turret is given for free.
Really here, Carmine Corp just looking to go through some early round protocols. You see the ping coming through back towards A site, but already Ayang is headed this direction.
Yeah, it feels like, considering how slippery
Nice,
FPX
shutting
are
down the
playing
Dogo
on their
early
side
too.
of things, they're very aware of the possibilities of fakes on this. A little bit of swing from Berlin, but doesn't quite find much.
I think that first flash was a little shallow here. It's not going to matter because they see us sending shots this way. Or are they at 30 seconds? We're pulling the plug on that A site here.
And B is so unknown to them. I don't love this. They've just got to hope, what, they just get free entrance to
Yeah, I
see?
think they were just trying to bait out some utility, see where they rotate and all.
The poison orb's going to be up, but it's layered here with a nano swarm.
This is 10 seconds. I hate this. This is so up in the air. He's going to hit all of these steps. Now, can he do anything with it? No,
unlucky.
XMS might just save him, but again, time.
Oh, not the right angles.
So close, yet so far.
What is that Crosshair, by the way?
Decided by a couple of seconds. And now it feels like it's going to fall to pieces. Can anything else come from this round? A valiant attempt so far. TZH still
Scream's Crosshair is
looking to
glasses.
find value on this. Paranoia, smoke, and the TP. Gets towards sight, and the flash doesn't quite go through the wall, and Navera happy to
That's why he's not on the top of the leaderboard.
Just a Yang left to find here. And Clock already going to decide this one, but it's another round that
nice.
definitely doesn't feel comfortable here. And I was just talking about some of the rounds where it doesn't feel like there's a plan initially. Carmine Court probing all over the map at the 30-second mark. I mean, they're out rubble. They're outside a lobby. It's lucky. I think the timing is just ever so slightly off there for the Nano Swarm. Because it's the perfect setup, right? It's layered with that poison orb. You can see, I think Shin's down to sub 5 HP.
You could force.
Unfortunately, can't find that crucial kill on the spike.
Shotguns everywhere.
Under 5 seconds.
I just hated what I saw.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest.
I don't want to know how many pages of the scrapbook look like that one.
Yeah,
Oh, careful, careful.
Rather we don't depend on that. We play percentages if that's the game
Try to go for a kill there. I think it's the right choice to go for a kill there because we want to shut down the force.
From FPX. Gonna see
And not force the buy.
Marshall coming out on the other side. Spectre's a little bit more value for it, or more bang for the buck. And despite being left by spawn, there's no
Find
massive
a bit of
intent
chip damage.
shown. Yes, there's that early presence over towards C and the punish on towards 1, but beyond that, they're starting to look towards that B site, keeping that attention drawn throughout the map.
Popping that nade there, by the way, allows the doggo to scout very deep. Otherwise, the doggo gets shot.
Berlin forced very
That's pretty smart.
outside B. That's going to re-swing this, but XMS will punish. That should be B site. Pretty much firmly in control here of Carmine Court.
I don't think anything else could be going better for them right now. I'm going to go down.
Unlucky.
Gonna catch the rotation.
He's like, I'm gonna rotate.
And yeah,
Bam.
no one's going to find a window into this. The shorty v sheriff. It's the sheriff to win out this time.
Ah, nice try.
But it's a quick cleanup. I'm seeing no real threats at this point. Again, the spike now being planted. And there we go. Just TZH.
Good job.
Double digits now for Carmine Core.
Actually, a big opportunity here if you look at Scream and XMS. And Scream one off the C because XMS already on this lockdown. Could be
very far away from ultis on
round.
FPX.
3 Spectres, a rifle in the hands of Navera.
Isn't all orbs basically attack sided?
3 light shields and
C is very close to defense, right? But it's in very open angle towards attackers. Did Team Liquid fully revamp their roster? They kept Yumpy and I think they revamped a lot, but they kept Yumpy for sure.
Will won't win it. And Navera's still fighting it out. Does find 2 this
Oh,
round.
whoa. Oh wait, that's Berlin's Crosshair.
The aggression not really stopping here. Berlin in the
Screams.
middle of no man's land. But he does have support
Dude,
beside him, so
I love that
actually
Crosshair.
coming out the better in this one.
It is literally a penguin.
Vipers face off. XMS will find another kill, but
Man, that is a cute Crosshair. I need to get that.
Happy to fight fire with fire over
How you doing,
towards
John?
Rubble here. Navera with a ridiculous opener though. I think literally just first bullet on the back of that tracer after the paranoia connects. Same discussion to be
And also,
had
what's
though,
up,
coming
Solar
into this
System?
round. Still a Spectre in the hands of Berlin. Lockdown and Seekers available for Carmine Court.
Yeah, also first map, John.
And FPX unfortunately
FPX picked it.
as good as broke if they lose
I'm all
this
for
one.
it. I want to see more Lotus. Like, Lotus is a really fun map to play and also watch, in my opinion. I do, Jin, I do.
So I'm going to be offset with the one-ways here.
I have Mohan.
At least invest a touch more utility early on to clear close, but as we've noted,
The last anime I watched was yesterday after the matches when I was eating some food. It was Record of Ragnarok or something on Netflix. I'm pretty mixed about it. Feels like a weird one.
Players on the other side, that is XMS, but he does
Writing
have support
wise.
as well. Scream on the back line, going to clean up
The
too.
long
FPX
range
finding
spray,
no
dude.
value here.
Again, got to respect the intention here to dig out, follow up on those prowlers, feeling as if it might be a solo lurk. XMS support from the backlines. Got their eyes set on B. Yeah, the lockdown invested Seekers to layer behind this.
That's a bug ulti, isn't it?
Side for them. They have to get themselves set up.
Yeah, that's a buggy ulti.
The Snakebite are going to slow things down, but
is that allowed?
have to see where this re-challenge comes through from FPX. There's actually a 3v5 for them here.
I guess it is.
First fight will be clean as well. There's no trade, there's no one else behind it. That's not bad, though. That's a shot and a half. Yang doing very well here. 3 stunning kills. And it's Scream to try and save the day, but it's somehow down into the 1v1. How has it got here? Shin makes a bit of a meal of it. Another attempt at this one now. Jump peek gives away the game. 8 bullets to play with, and Shin so prepared. But that was close to a tragedy, Mike.
Yang nearly pulled that off.
That ulti feels illegal because
finally shuts him down
you can't use mollies under it.
A beautiful attempt at the retake onto B site here. Carmine Core with a massive investment, I think actually reading the scoreboard very well, knowing full well.
I mean, they didn't really try to stop it, but still.
The bank for FPX.
I think that the one on Ascent, there was one on Ascent, right, where you place it above a door.
Still with 2 setup.
I think that one was allowed, so I guess this one is allowed
too. The swing on the third was dirty as well.
Yeah. I know if we talk, you know,
please watch One Piece. My man, I've been trying to, but there's so many episodes.
Absolutely on the money. Always have been.
I don't have enough time for that.
If you look at prior games where, you know, in tactical shooters especially.
And it feels very boring to go through all the old ones.
These players are always up there. It's just, do they have the depth to keep going? And maybe again we're starting to see that here early days, but this is still very early days for FPX.
Yeah, Mojo. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I need a few more years to just catch up.
I'm seeing light
and at that point, I still have a lot of time, but I gotta catch up.
Don't have the ultimates really to back it up either. You have to ride this out, almost concede the 12th round.
Isn't it the longest ongoing anime?
Not looking as if they're going to get aggressive here either.
I think it is.
A couple of bodies poised towards B, but I think actually it's going to be Yu-Chun just to invest the wall, get some control outside A. See how Carmine Core play this one out.
Me, Jota? No, I watch all of them.
Again,
anything good?
Could be petering out here for FPX.
Gintama Pokemon? Oh, okay.
More than likely against 12. It's like a bit of a stack, exploring over towards the C site.
I don't know where I heard it was One Piece.
Be tailor-made for this. This should be the perfect example of it. Let's see how well it works. Very complementary angles here as well. Yeah, it's going to be a shutdown. Lovely.
Ooh, dude.
Nice work. Nice aiming, but again, light armor. So, or not even light armor. Excuse me.
Or maybe it was the longest ongoing without separate arcs or something. I guess something like that. It was.
Once this side switch has happened, the game certainly running away from them.
Yeah,
I can't remember, but it was something with the story and like it all being just stretched out like crazy.
Certainly, I was expecting in the second half.
Meanwhile, Pokemon, for example, they you know reset the story
Close affair on that pistol
a bit.
round. All but felt, I'll be honest, fairly definitive in how this half started and how it's going to end.
Ooh.
SMS deals with A Yang. Just one
Good
left
peek
now
around
in
the corner.
form of TZH. And not going to have any say in this.
No, Naruto was
might even be a Prime Gaming
on par with One Piece in that length, but then they wrapped it up, you know.
Being scrappy in the first, yeah.
And mechanically solid, but at this point, Carmine Corp just stretching their legs throughout this game. I would say with this roster, still unsure of the level in which they could reach, even in a more traditional tournament format.
Nice try.
Carmine Corp are looking solid here. Unfazed so
12
far,
to
and you're
5.
absolutely
I mean,
right.
you
Prime
can
Gaming
still
flawless
reset
coming
it.
through and putting them on 12 rounds as well. So this is looking like it could be wrapped up quite soon here, Mike.
You can.
FPX, I mean, even now we're coming to round 18.
But it's looking like next map. Shin got so much value there. They have really good team play on KC when they hold these angles. One guy peeks, shoots, the other guy, you know, goes out. It becomes very difficult to select your target.
Seekers once again for Scream. So opportunity really to lock down, get themselves into a comfortable post plant.
Nice, checking for early pushers.
Right towards Yu-Chun here. Seeker's available now. Might look to pop on the back of this.
Could do. Rotations are having to respect this. You've got 3 players, make it 4 now. Coming around. Shin actually takes a little step closer, but I want to see if there's intent. It looks like it's a fake.
Yeah.
And they've drawn so much attention. I guess you have to respect it, but that's 4 players coming through. And Shin may put life on the line to try and really sell this tail.
I mean, the other thing as well, it's going to draw out further utility. Berlin might even invest this next Prowler to clear this out. But there's 4 members of FPX.
Ooh, that one-way could... Yeah,
tunnel visioned onto this Viper's pit right now.
And I wonder how much Shin can actually punish. Perfect.
Bad timing. Okay, good.
Does get trade out in the end. Viper's pit will fall, but again, they got stalled out on the A side with that one-way smoke that came in. They could not progress. They were halted.
Yeah, the Omen over here that saw the smoke and luckily called it off as well. I think that's why Sky turned back.
To find the kill as well on top of that. Is this looking like a re-hit towards C? Seeker's invested from Scream, yeah. I think he's going to try and follow up on this. Well, note 1 in spawn at least. Yuchang going to try and stall out with the snake bite.
It's just that side cross that is going to be the danger one still. Okay, Smoke did come around, and they do have a little bit to work. The time again is a problem. 10 seconds now. They are running along the clock. XMS and Navera.
No time. I told you guys this is how they can come back.
And this could be another one for FPX.
Yes, yes, yes.
Shot from Berlin as well. Just Navera left standing.
Do not peek.
Didn't commit to that
Chill.
TP earlier on.
Take it easy.
The clock will decide this one.
What is doing? What is he doing?
Initially, it looked very concerning to see
just
4 members staring off into that Viper's
It's Mario. Just boing, boing, boing.
Very hesitant to clear through. Didn't invest any further utility. I think it was just the flash from A Yang. But like you said, Carmine Core unable to find success or progress actually elsewhere on the map. I think Conscious actually they're still going to have that Killjoy utility invested towards B site. That acted as enough of a threat actually to force them towards rubble once again.
We have a lot of ultis on FPX side. It's very important to not use all of them at once. For Santan, I think it's only good stuff. It's gonna make it so that Killjoy has a bit less power in the pro play, for sure. Definitely in rank 2. And more viable counterplay. As well as for Raze, she's gonna be less passive, I think. Has to be more aggressive with the Boombot.
Attending, but there's plenty more behind that. Smoke just about committed in the horn, going to go up and show a fair amount potentially. Actually doesn't.
I mean, these one-ways are just so oppressive towards the lobby here, and that's why it's so crucial for actually them to reinforce TZH here, and Berlin just investing the ultimate to try and slow things down here.
Oh, he
Michael
was
looking to swing through. Shin's found it.
It's brute force. Carmine Corp just want to get this one over and done with. A little bit of a trade out comes in, sure. But still, Spike's still in hand.
Do you think we will see some Phoenix? I don't think so.
Again, is so brutal to play against. They just barreled through the smokes eventually. A flash or two just sent them into motion. And now we're down to 2.
The cost for Boombot feels a lot for what it does now. I think that's fine. Killjoy is not meant to be some slow flank check or anything with the Boombot.
The lockdown going to come through.
She's supposed to be pushing in fast.
Wait this one out,
otherwise you don't get value, and I think that's fair.
Definitely doesn't give them free access back onto site. Tree still holdable here for Carmine Core, and XMS still split away from this.
Oh, the wide angle.
Finding one, but one's not really going to be enough at this point. Need a little bit more damage. That's not bad. Yuchang trying to draw out one. Here's the steps, and actually...
Oh, nice try.
Anti. Navera denies it, and it's a 13-6
Anti.
1 here. Carmine Corp looking pretty solid, I've got to say, Mike. A little bit scrappy overall. The first look at Lotus, but long story short, in my mind,
has there been a Cypher pick so far? Not yet.
Yeah, definitely.
Hopefully soon, though.
Flat at times there for FPX, but I think as well, taking this with a pinch of salt. Obviously, this is going to be a map that there isn't a lot of preparation coming into, and on that front,
we have Haven coming up next, and these guys, yeah, hopefully FPX can reset their head and they're like, all right, it's time, and then the coach whips out like the Cypher card. No, actually not whipping out the card, he takes out like a briefcase of metal, puts it down like this, holding it, makes the IGL, flip open the switches, like they open up,
maybe the least experienced map for
just
Carmine
padded
to an
stuff,
extent,
you know,
right, on
foam and
international
stuff inside,
stages
and then in the
that
middle
regard.
a metal
This was
card
probably one of
with
their
just
best steps
Cypher.
to really get under the skin, maybe be
A
a little
Cypher,
bit
almost, yeah.
again,
It's
maybe
called
have
player card or whatever.
more an even playing ground in that matter. When you're coming to something like Haven and even Pearl then on the horizon, if it does go that far, I do start to worry. Maybe I'm a naysayer, maybe I'll be proven wrong and I'll be happy to see it. But I've got to say, for some of the standout things, if you look at the positives for FPX, some of the individual plays I'm seeing are highly exciting. A little buggy at times, but certainly very thrilling.
Absolutely. I think that is the expectation, right? It's just we talk about depth and there's a number of times we were talking about them being hesitant, right? Not really having a set game plan initially. It's almost trying to play very reactive, and Carmine Core demonstrated a lot of restraint in that regard. There was no real overextensions in that. Scream actually keeping everybody in check and actually being kind of the puppet master in that regard of what Carmine Core definitely tried to achieve on their defensive half.
Yes, certainly not answering all of our questions yet for Carmine Core.
Leaves
I think
us with more, to be honest.
It's telling as to how it looks with Scream in that IGL role, everything else that we had for them.
Yeah.
And FPX, it's still just learning as we go. Plenty more to be seen. Mike, any quick expectations? Do you think this could go the distance, or are you unsure now after seeing map 1?
I mean, I'm going to stay open-minded. Obviously, Haven coming back to a more regulation map, so to say, that maybe there's a little more depth there in what they try and achieve. But I've got to be honest, that feels like Scream in Nevera's backyard. It's their stomping ground historically.
It certainly is, and that's something to look forward to, and it'll be coming up in just a moment's time.
Nice. Very nice. I wanted to go to Pearl. Haven probably gonna be Killjoy on the Sentinel. We might see Omen. Omen has been popular on Haven. Well, only one Haven map out of 2 so far played. I think the chance for Cypher might be low, given that we have seen a lot of Sky. I think both teams are preparing for Cypher though, with, well, not especially Cypher, but they have the backup card for Cypher with the Fade and also the Sky.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Are you gonna watch UEFA Champions League? I don't think so, no. I normally don't watch sports. Imagine I do something wacky like streaming the championship. I heard that there were some people that streamed the Super Bowl on Kick, the new like platform with Trainbricks, and that's a lawsuit waiting for sure. Let's put on some music, by the way. Maybe something more upbeat. We can try this one. I have no idea about the music here. Yeah, I have no idea about it. We'll go with normal one. 3 matches today? Yeah. 3 matches today. Strongest team according to you. Out of these matches, I think it is either PaperX or DRX. I don't think it is C9 versus PaperX. I think PaperX are gonna delete C9. What kind of music do you listen to? Search up Hexagon Records. Anything from them, pretty much. But I can't play it on stream because then I get copyright claimed. Guaranteed. I could do it for like individual videos, but you gotta apply beforehand and stuff. But yeah, usually on stream I play just some chill lo-fi or something from Epidemic Sound. Sure, I can move. There you go. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be back in a minute.
Carmine Corp manages to get the dub, and FPX are left questioning why did they go to Lotus when it all just seemed to crumble down for them. Unfortunately, they go down 1-0 in this series, and we move over to Haven. Golden Boy here alongside with Brennan Sideshow, and I think out of the gate, I mean, I like that they went for Lotus. I like that they tried something unique, but there was something that Pansy and Hypox said on the cast, which was, did you go to Lotus because you figured it would be the least prepared map for Carmine, or did you actually have a plan? And I kind of feel like it was the former rather than the latter.
Yeah, Carmine Corp ended up being the more prepared team, even though they didn't pick the map, I think. But what blew me away is just the difference in terms of like the first kill differential, and I mean, look at that, 17-2.
Goodness gracious.
17 of the 19 rounds, Carmine Corp was getting the first kill, and I think part of that was because FPX's early round ideas were half-baked.
Yeah,
and so Carmine Corp were set up for really nice kills, and they have some very talented players, XMS, Nivera, Shin, Scream, etc. And then you get the funny business happening too. So even though it was a roll of a map, I was still entertained. We saw the classic silly stuff coming out from FPX.
I wish we would have shown the clip before that, though, because that actually shattered my brain. He stayed in the nanoswarm just because he's like, don't never suspend me in the
unexpected
nanoswarm.
play, and honestly, when you're watching, you know, the Chinese teams play, they tend to make a lot of those like high-risk, very unexpected plays that do catch teams off guard. But when you're up against a team with that kind of experience like Carmine Corp, you know, even though they've only just really come together as a roster, they're still disciplined enough to not really get caught off guard by moments like that.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, guys, I feel the need for Verizon high-speed moment of the match. That would have worked out way better in my mind. But this one's going to go to Carmine Corp, who were on that premium Wi-Fi as they were just trying to run across the map to get that plant down, because it looked like things could have gone real poorly there, Brent.
Yeah, real poorly indeed, just with the time management, but just seconds to spare in terms of them being able to get this plant off as well. And you know, just a slight whiffage, I suppose, by FPX not being able to stop this plan as well. But I think this, you know, kind of bleeds into just a wider analytical point as well. It's something that we were expecting, which is FPX being inexperienced in that LAN environment as well. And there were numerous moments over the course of that map where that kind of reared its head. And it's unfortunate for the team because this is a real trial by fire. You don't get the backup, you know, of the lower groups where you get, you know, you get to lose your first match and get a bit more experience. Single elimination in this tournament, you have to fix those mistakes rapidly. But there was another instance as well that it just showcased again, I think, just in terms of the mid-round calling in round 16 that I wanted to pull up. And again, it was an example of, like, you see them play, I think, in their own region as well, if you watch, you know, some of the VODs of the Chinese region, but you know, making a play like this works.
Surab now. Also, I don't care about this content because it's being toxic to people who play safer, so
some of the weaker teams, I suppose, from China and APAC
couldn't care.
But teams like Carmine Corp,
I never support anyone who's toxic or make
letting something like that slip, even if Scream is IGLing.
like Iron to Radiant and so on. Unranked to Radiant, that's different.
To punish, and FPX are not going to be able to get away with stuff like that. And now I'm worried for them too, because they're heading to
But these people who use Iron to a Radiant, for example, make that content, they buy accounts. Or lose on purpose.
A little warm up before map 2, which it's very warm in here. And let's actually check out the Aim Lab shoot around. We're actually going to be following FPX's
What do you do
Berlin
usually
here,
if you want to use
who's
copyright
looking to
music
get
for
warm
video?
on the warm stage.
There's a site called Licked, which you can you pay like $8 or something per song per video, and it has a lot of mainstream music there. Otherwise, you gotta do royalty free, or you use a website like Epidemic Sound, which you just pay a monthly fee for.
His stats were pretty abhorrent as well in the previous map. But
could have been the Crosshair.
He's got talent, but I think when you get to this kind of level, the stress of IGLing on the stage against a really competent, experienced team, that is overwhelming. And you frequently see in these kind of environments at Masters and now at Lock-In that the IGL's individual ability just falls off a cliff, because they're having to think about so much else and you only have so much bandwidth to deal with.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And
it's
moments like this where you get really tested,
like
I said, as an IGL. And I think, unfortunately, you know, from what we've seen in that first map as well, I think the fact that Carmine
I feel like all players that are doing this like aim challenge, they all just play that mode of a spider shot, whatever.
Carmine Corp ready to take advantage of that pretty quickly. Pretty impressed on
None of them are showing the real cool stuff, like the headshot location on maps.
I think they really did step up to the plate in this series at times.
I want to see more from New Zera, because I felt like he wasn't really getting involved in very much. He only had something like 14 duels by the end of the game, whereas, you know, some of the people on FPX had 14 deaths by the end of the game. But for Shin, for XMS, they were really stepping up in a big way, to the point where they were getting as much value as Nivera, and more value, arguably, in terms of their rifling than Scream was, where Scream was more to do with getting info and working the map. Yeah. So I was really impressed with the development and the integration specifically of XMS and Shin.
Yeah, well, guys, if you're just joining us, welcome, obviously, to the VCT lock-in here in Sao Paulo, as Carmine Corp managed to pick up a big win there on FPX's pick of Lotus. It was a bit of a gamble.
And now it's
didn't quite work
Casey's
out
pick.
for them. But we learned a little bit, Brent, about Lotus, how Lotus plays out, you know, at a professional level. I'm excited to see how this map, you know, evolves, because I really enjoyed watching it.
I think if we ever see, you know, Lotus getting picked even more in this tournament, which I think you will, you know, there's a lot of
I want to
games
see more
being
split
played.
as well.
Chances are it probably rears its head. You're probably going to see even more, you know,
I wonder why all
variety
teams are just banning
Yeah,
split
I don't
now.
think that, like, settles the comp
No,
decision.
no,
It was
I
just
don't think so.
But also, I can see the strengths of the composition, though.
Yeah, the wild thing is, though, that is a comp that FPX love playing on pretty much every map. FPX love playing this Viper Omen setup, even on maps where it doesn't make sense. You know where it doesn't make sense, Golden Boy? Haven.
Oh, Cypher!
And that's
Yes!
what they played.
Dude,
Last
we
time
have
they
a
played
Cypher on
Haven, they
KC.
played Viper Omen.
I was looking at
I hope it's not
VR,
Nivera, though.
I was going to, I was like, that's
I
weird.
really hope
Yeah,
it's not.
I wonder if they'll do that
You
again.
wanna know
surely
why?
they did that because they were
The
just-
guy has
that
bad
was
wires,
just-
or used to have
That
at
was
least.
the first time they'd played Haven in a long time, too, because it normally is a permaban for this team. So at this
And
point,
we're
it really
talking
looks
really bad
wrapped up
wires.
in a pretty bow for Carmine Corp. They should be
It's
able
like
to
the
run
stuff
away
you
with this.
do before you
I
watch
feel like,
TikTok,
again,
before
the
you watch
French
YouTube.
Players, the French teams normally thrive on this map.
All right, well, here we go. Prime Gaming Agent Select. You can
Nice,
see the options
XMS.
there.
Oh, okay,
for
that's good.
FPX. Yu-Chen with that Viper.
That
He
is
locks
good.
it in. That would be amazing.
I don't know how
There we
XMS
go.
plays.
Likely, so,
There we
yeah.
go.
And the way that they play this composition
Watch
as
the
well
world burn.
is really quite odd as well. It kind of goes against the core of how a lot of teams play Haven, which is like, you know, heavy retake. And look at this, it's actually
hey,
a triple initiator composition by Carmine Corp to play. That is also a little bit capped.
Oh,
All
man,
right,
they are
I'm
cooking.
excited.
This
I'm
is what you
excited.
expect, though,
First
from the
Cypher of the
Scream,
tournament.
Like Brainwaves is something that doesn't really
Who do you
seem
want to win?
play to his strengths.
I really
but
want
it-
FPX to
it's
win,
more of like how he
but I
thinks
want to
the
see
game
XMS
should
do
be
well.
played.
All right, well, that's going to wrap things up here, but let's find out if this one can go the distance. I surely want it to go to Pearl. Let's send it back to our casters. It's Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Agent selects weird, Michael. It's weird.
It's a little odd,
It's
yeah.
You should
weird.
coach
No
them on
real
how to play
surprises,
Cypher.
obviously
I
maybe people
welcome,
that aren't
dude, I
familiar with
welcome any
FPX,
pro player
you gotta
who
keep
wants
it in
to
check.
know any form of lineup
But,
or setup
obviously there's
or
questions
way of
here, and
playing
coming out of map
anywhere.
one,
Yes.
I think we
Any
should
play
have
style.
a better idea of whether or not FPX were feeling as if
Nobody
Lotus
reaches
was gonna
out,
be a little,
but
a wild card, right? Something
I
quirky
would
to
give
pull
them
out, cast
literally
Carmine
anything I
Corp
want,
guard, but
anything I know.
concern being,
They say, I
felt
want
like
something
Josh Singles
aggressive
back, and it
on this
feels a
specific
bit more
area.
like
If I don't have
comfort
anything
zone
for
for
that,
Carmine Corp here.
I would
Know
go
the
and find
history
it
of some
for
of
them.
these players, and obviously
Wouldn't even
the
charge anything.
comp, we'll see how they're going to play this separately, but this one for me is really concerning with what we saw on map one, whether or not this is FPX slipping back into a bit more of a comfortable composition that they've cooked up. And yeah, like I said, I'm staying open-minded.
Yeah, I think I'll give it this half and see where we're at.
Oh, you'll get it,
It
Andis.
is
You'll get
international
it.
debut. Obviously, it does. It warrants attention though. First round here, and certainly not an easy opponent in Carmine Corp either.
Let me
This
move
composition
myself a
even
bit
coming
more
out
here
from
so we can see the...
EMEA side. Certainly a little
bullets and stuff.
unorthodox, and for now,
Do you think they should allow Cypher to pick up cages mid-round? I think it's fine to have it as it is now, because you have to commit to a cage and make a decision. Okay, do I want to use it for my setup, or do I want to use it for something else, maybe later?
Carmine Core don't follow through.
They've got a 3-play stack on long still. Essentially, I mean, you've got one towards 0, I guess.
So I think it's important to have that type of design for characters in general. Also, I don't think they saw Yushan here.
Yushan not noted as well.
Or Yushan, however you pronounce it. Nice, nice.
Here. Screen drifts a little further
there we go.
forwards. PZH going to find a couple of freebies outside a lobby.
They thought it was from behind.
Newsera to try and recover this in a 1v5 here.
That's really nicely played out by FPX, actually. Love that. And TZH
By the way, a small detail, in case you guys didn't know.
Yeah, I actually quite enjoyed
if you get shot from the left, then you fall to the right. I'm pretty sure that happens.
Big positive for me to see FPX pick up that slack elsewhere.
Right? And
the absence of
a good way to just quickly know where someone is behind you or in front of you as well.
Make sure that they can safely get that control of a lobby, just with a couple of the differences in utility that they do have available.
Happy to see that. Good start after
what do you think most players don't like to main Cypher? I mean, there's a lot of players that do main Cypher. He's very difficult to play, so I think that could be a reason.
Willingness to commit behind it too, and this is
like, let's say that you just installed Valorant, you want to play Cypher. It's not the easiest agent to pick up. And you have to do some research on your own, like on YouTube or TikTok or whatever.
B site as well.
And some players, you know, they might not want that, and that's totally fine.
Faultline not going to catch anything, and so I don't think that.
I know, for example, I don't want to, you know, study all the Viper setups if I would want to play Viper, because I'm not that invested into her.
Yeah, punish though in the follow-up from Nivera.
That is not good. They lost weapons here.
And that does open up the map, and the rotations might take a second or two. You see the sprint coming out from Berlin, yeah. Has to give away somewhat of the game as well. And we'll have the follow-up to be noted here, suppressed. But this isn't where the attacking side are heading now. Backfilling over towards C after pulling that attention and the rotation.
What do you think is the weakest and strongest part of Cypher's kit?
All the way back in CT now.
I think the weakest part is the trap wire.
Actually going to be a fairly late retake, considering
especially when you trigger it, because nowadays people don't really let the tripwire run out and you get stunned. Instead, they either die before that, you know, because the Cypher shoots them or someone else shoots them, or they destroy the trapwire. So that stun at the end doesn't really get that much usage as, like, let's say 2 years ago.
The inkling he does now. Good tag, falls back, gets the frag, looks for the follow. Stunning shot.
Nice. This is how you give up the round, Casey.
Just one left alive. Great work from FPX.
This is how you give it up. This is exactly how you throw it.
A little further aggression in towards CT. I think they're just very conscious of the fact
the strongest part is the camera, for sure. Camera is super strong.
And with why you tucked in that deep, I mean, he was.
It's like another body that you can use for information.
All the way across from A lobby. FPX, luckily.
Oh, Emily, I've heard that one.
Retake off. We'll
I think it's just a compliment.
Up another round though that Nivera able to punish.
Yes, Carlos, I agree. Imagine this: they reworked the trap wires. So instead of maybe getting the Wallach, I would be fine removing the Wallach if you get a chain lightning or something on the targets. Or maybe you get some damage of some sort. But like a chain lightning, so that anyone who's really close to you while triggering the trapwire takes damage as well. That would be good. Oh, they can... Come on. Come on, XMS.
Navigating around the side, Berlin really working it out. The timing could not have been worse for Shin. Gets to slip away into the night and does great deals of damage here.
Come on, my guy.
Chung got himself a pocket to play.
He gets paid to leave gaps.
Actually sharp to it. We'll find the kill. Now YU left to hold on to C side. Yang might just get caught on the timing here in this rotation.
He gets paid to leave gaps.
Looking to tuck inside. Window for the time being. Respecting this headhunter for the time being.
I don't think they would care. I did that to Nivera, Carlos, and he ignored it.
Way ahead of this execution coming through.
Why are you absolutely having a tear of a round? Potential for another here too. 3 more bullets to play with.
Oh, difficult position there. Very difficult. It could have TP'd out, I think.
Synergy building towards the site. Ayang still here and still doing so much.
They died from the molly. All right.
Oh, dearie me. It's all gone Pete Tong. We're down to a 1v2. Berlin and TZH. And Scream just wants to get something on his side, at least the time now. Rifle still to hand. No utility for 10 more seconds to play with. Prowler, Horn goes up, does now reveal position. Free fight on the first, and there's no trade. The paranoia, offset on the timing.
Oh, Scream.
To deal with Scream.
Nice, dude.
Closing out in style, a clean kill onto Berlin, and tons of space to reposition as well. TZH still a little behind the curve there.
Yeah, King Davis, I think it was very minor changes, but it was definitely a good thing for attacker side. But I would want to see a difference on a Breeze for sure. Like, I want to see something change up, and I'm pretty sure they will, because of the feedback from Split, right?
Rifles across the board.
And same with Bind.
just a little overzealous, and it screams Fragment to shut that one down. Carmichael on the board here.
He placed another tripwire. Is it a safe one though?
Indicator that they're still going to have that A-long presence, but they peeled away from it now, leaving just.
But they play on super high settings. It's because it looks better.
And again, you have condition.
Especially when I make videos, you know, people like when it looks good.
Utility to clear back through close towards A-long. Want to see where they adjust to? Maybe feeling that pressure through Garage and B. Maybe next on the docket.
For example, lately I've also been adding some motion blur to my videos, just to give it a bit more of a cinematic feeling. But not too much, of course. And the render time goes up like 1 or 2 hours extra.
Drift back into A lobby.
But it's worth it in my opinion.
That FPX haven't really solidified this control. I think that's.
I would definitely play a Valorant with ray tracing.
For Berlin and Ayang.
I love this proactivity on the map. They give up one space and take it back on the other side.
I think Valorant in Unreal Engine 5 would look very cool.
Slipping back in towards heaven.
Oh, Diogo, that's actually one of the methods I learned about.
Carmichael should get themselves a clean plant. Seeker's invested on the flank here, so Scream and Navera have to hold down.
I learned about 2 of them. One which you can do like 360 FPS.
I thought he'd be caught a little more by that flash, but no,
and another one which is RSMB.
Actually, we're seeing Carmichael folding here, being folded over by FPX, who wins out every single fight there. How the hell did they just
so far, so good.
Back off? They had very early information on this flank as well. The Seekers obviously coming through makes it a little trickier to deal with, but
also XMS's utility got dealt with too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the health bars on the left side here, FPX barely took any damage, let alone 5 standing.
I think Casey can let Cypher be alone a lot more on defense. I mean, on attack there.
And what that means kind of playing up extremities. I have to give a lot of credit here to
get map space and also secure when they push into sites and so on.
In that regard. Yes, they gave up a long control, but it wasn't like they then went, okay, well, we'll sit back in more of a default.
Yeah, they're cooking right now.
They took that mid control, pushing straight down towards B, proactive with it, hyper aware that maybe they're going to have to play a retake on A, and look how well it was devised. Map 1, throw it out the window. I'm loving this FPX.
I think the stark contrast being
got some damage on Scream there.
During Lotus that there was a real lack of, game plan in the early round for FPX.
He's right there.
Here it's totally different. I was going to say, actually, Berlin looking to capitalize on the flash. Scream actually with the punish through the smoke.
Good attempt though.
Potentially create an opening here, but
well, watch out, watch out.
XMS punished, but Nuzera
could be on site.
has slipped
could be on
into
site.
hell.
Okay, that could be something. How far does he get in? It looks like they're the shot so well considered. Took his time with it on the second. TZH.
Nice.
Again, the consideration here from both sides is perfect. We're in a 3v3, but look at the buy that's being made to work with here for Carmine Corp. Now the
very good by Shin to get that kill there.
Where they were able to find these
not showing himself, not making any sounds.
Those back through, but plenty of util here, Mike.
Yep, the Rolling Thunder to come through on the back of contact here. Actually, YU with that operator going to make it problematic on the retake. Got to be conscious here of heaven. Nobody's watching it. That's the Rolling Thunder out the window.
That's an arena play and a half. You
Dude,
do that,
I love doing that myself. I approve so much of their playstyle. Boom, boom.
And that's going to be the diffusion.
Killed the guy in hell. He was not ready at all for that. Zero clue. He was like, all right, I'm holding this stuff here.
familiar to me, but what
I'm
I'm
gonna
seeing
ulti.
from FPX is
Oh wait, I'm dead.
beautiful, and they are making Common Cup sweat.
I mean, from a fundamental standpoint, this is a different team in map 2.
So
What's
nice.
happened?
So nice.
Beautiful.
Zero much stuff back to you.
Beautiful Valorant right now.
Carmichael obviously coming back in with the purchase here, but you see Nuzera just needs somebody there.
Perfect entry from main as well there. I mean, not main, spawn.
What's going on in spawn? The screen's focused on that, but with one player towards short, a little window of opportunity for Heaven to be exposed there, and Nuzera's
They
punished for it.
overcooked.
Bonus being they have the Rolling Thunders to bring into the buy
Instead of
round.
overheating, overcooked.
Trying out to try and convert that previous Thrifty. Viper's bit off the rip down C long here, so removing an entire extremity. So maybe a little bit of misinformation here with TZH being pinged on that knife.
They can go for a burst towards B. I want to see what they actually commit for here.
Cypher is chilling his spawn.
Again, trying to finish towards C, I guess
Yeah,
you can try and
it's
navigate
fine.
through garage and try and circumvent the ult,
But he's looking at window as if someone is there.
So respectful of these flanks coming in. And
Nice.
Navera, freebie, TZH completely blind. It is that burst towards B. Beautiful utility combination work. Do manage to get away from the site.
But I think he
He's right next to you.
slipping into rabbit there.
Oof.
Doesn't matter though why you with the swing.
What would you do
Find it with
before
the
streaming?
operator.
I was coaching in Overwatch.
Not much to clear the back line though, Mike, and you still got that potential look that gets considered. Are you kidding me?
Nice.
I thought Scream got away with it there, but absolutely not. And XMS going right on back in, barreling through.
That's a lot of utility, but it's good that they won it.
It's actually so unfortunate for TZH as well. He turns the flash.
Actually, it wasn't much utility at all.
Considering it wasn't
It was only one
back
ulti.
towards front sight here.
Thought it was
Fully
more.
catches that, and Navera capitalizing. Finds the opener and actually with the double TP back out. Able to get away scot-free. I mean, FPX made it a little interesting here, but Poppen being so late to sit on that with the
Oh, it was the
Rolling
game,
Thunder, FPX
Brandon.
would have had to dig all the
I
way
left
towards the
Overwatch
window
before Valorant came out.
to really remove the possibility.
I don't approve how it was
FPX going to pump the brakes a little bit here.
balanced and so on. It wasn't my thing, so I left.
Away from Carmine Corp, they wanted to build off that confidence off that prior round, and also just maybe note what the adjustment was, because I'd say have been going beyond Carmine Corp in most of the rounds that they'd run prior. So yeah, maybe nice little time to check in on this, see what's going to be going on. Still have plenty of ults to play with too. Obviously missing out too. We saw.
I wonder what they're gonna strat talk about here.
But touching base, night and day difference from map 1 for me. I'm so happy to see this from FPX. I was terribly worried we were going to have a bit of a blowout series, and even if they get held on 4 now, the caliber is already very different.
A very different standard of FPX.
I guess they want to talk about how they want to counter the ultis. I would want to do that at least.
Maybe that being a quirk they want to pull out with Lotus, and it's not paying off for them. But come on, Core, got their work cut out for them here. Again, this is the side where we do expect this composition to really thrive, being the chamber, the double controller on the side of FPX. Certainly want to see Carmine Core pick up a couple more just to make this comfortable. Do have the Tour de Force available. Felt like I haven't had to say that in a while.
Yeah, so you're away from it all.
Super defensive camera.
Still exploring.
He hasn't done the camera on the corner there, which is even more vision
Not been on the other side of this once.
and also safer.
Berlin tasked with.
I don't think XMS is a safer main.
It's actually TZH coming all the way through. The second smoke deep towards A lobby.
Or it could just be that after so much Cypher, you know, it's a different perspective.
Run for it, dash away, and get back to safety. Beautiful work coming in. That's honestly on Navera, just individually finding that one shot, because everyone else was just smothered with that paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, it's awful timing for the smoke to drop. Navera obviously playing a little deeper.
Massive ulti.
Not affected by that paranoia.
Massive counter ulti. Nobody can hear anything.
Really slow things down, though.
Actually, nobody could hear anything because everyone is
Wow, that paranoia was perfectly placed towards him, but the overwhelm.
what's called feared,
brilliant.
whatever it's called when Faye does it.
Clears the site, and then the last player's a mile away. That was
Defend
site hold.
is what I mean.
So this one should be wraps here unless something goes terribly astray.
Dude, that chamber is gonna go nuts with the shorty.
Headhunter shots, but it's a tall order to pull off.
Oh, he has ulti on as well. Okay. I mean, you can use ulti. Might as well. It's just activated.
Here at least. Yeah,
that was held. Nivera has been doing much better on Omen and stuff compared to Viper and so on as before.
He's going to be struggling a little bit here financially.
The flexibility fits him a lot more.
There's going to be any investment at all. Looks like it might just be Sheriff's. Yeah, you see a couple of members of Carmine Core affected by the paranoia there, but Nivera playing deeper and up on the ledge there to avoid it. I said awful timing for the smoke to drop there, but credit to Carmine Core in that regard if that was timed to perfection. And clear to know, nobody from Carmine Core entertaining this A lobby presence. So once again, TZH in Berlin will get a little curious.
I like that they farm orbs for Sky as well. Her ulti is going to bring them a lot of good info.
YU does get an opportunity with the Headhunter, but does not connect this time around. And seeing Nivera actually put out the operator on attack kind of implies Carmine Core are going to continue with this slow pace.
That Viper wall is stopping the camera, by the way, here.
Like I said, considering
you can't
those
see anything.
numbers from map 1.
Well, maybe you can see above it, actually.
Continue to dominate this first Bud game. Might just pay off for
Smoke there. Summer man. How you doing?
A lot more restraint demonstrated here from FPX, though. As I say that,
Unlucky.
you punished it.
Really considered play by Nivera as well. They seem quite aware there's a possibility of a large presence toward A. And yeah, that should be enough of an indicator to maybe look towards that C site, and that's exactly what Carmine Corp are doing. And correctly so as it stands, they might have to dismantle this stack here and try and filter it back through. But by now the site should be won. Still going to do the due diligence though, go through the motions, ensure that this isn't just a bit of a bait, a bit of a ruse, and it's certainly not. And this is when I start questioning the depth of FPX. If we look at other games, again, it's always been the depth of their ability to adjust, their ability to go beyond that initial phase of what they're bringing to the plate, which was fantastic. It garnered those 4 brilliant rounds. I do want to see where they go from now, because Carmine Corp seem absolutely back in the driving seat here.
Yeah, nice find on the arm there. Yeah.
The net, but he's just farming. Doing his Sheriff's a little bit of light armor, but Nivera just enjoying himself. Lovely confidence booster there for him. The Prime Gaming flawless.
Starting to hit their stride now. We have a tie game for a piece here on Haven. See elimination on the cards here. Don't forget that.
Yep.
FPX have to win this one to
Who won first map? That was KC. They won first map. That's a sneaky kill there, getting that arm. Makes it's gonna make them have to think about their positioning more.
For the first time, looks like FPX are gonna give
Haven
up
is an attacker side of the map, so
I mean, the switch up will be YU over
I
here.
expected the KC to gain a few rounds.
Not noted as of yet.
Scary time to test this too. That operator ready to go. Shot to the heart.
Oh, nice.
Snaps to Nivera. Deletes him after a stellar round from Nivera just a moment ago. Now back on guard, back on duty. Once again, a reminder, do not go to this A site. Do not challenge us. Do they dare to continue to go forward?
They should host in EU because it's in the middle of APAC and NA. I feel you on the schedule. Schedule-wise, it would be better, right, for you, but consider the amount of fans in Brazil, for example. And what if they host it in India, for example? Wouldn't you want that? Because hosting it in India would mean it's, you know, bad time somewhere else, right? But it would be sick to have a whole event in India, right? And you gotta make some trade-offs like that if you want to have a global
big info on that reveal, and you can see Carmine Core already peeling away.
Trap gone though, this should call attention. XMS gonna pull them away from this, but actually pulling all the players away, but rightly so. Carmine Core are bringing everyone towards the B site now.
Here. How's Cypher doing? It's alright. It's alright.
Have the freest of times now. Yeah, TZH
there was a hiccup where he had a wire that didn't cover much, but
comes back in.
He's doing fine.
The B side though, but it's fine timing. 10 seconds, but the spike's now down. Scream posted up, gets forced away. A-Young is not out of it yet.
Second ping. There it is.
Reveal off the neural theft here. So again, all the information in favor of Carmine Core.
Nice.
Something on the way back through. XMS will fall. Scream answers back though.
Well done, FPX. Well done.
These players out. Carmine Core not sitting so deep this time. Couldn't sit so deep.
XMS had an unlucky duel there. That's a difficult one to win when you get headshot like that.
That's unfortunate. Shin
but otherwise, that was solid because they covered each other.
Onto TZH, paranoia in hand.
I appreciate that, Zero. Appreciate that.
Just inside CTRs, but this shot was beautiful.
We do talk about some other stuff, like non-game sometimes as well.
You could see it just
but,
as he looked away as well.
You know, I just keep it natural. I don't really force anything.
All the information.
Who am I rooting for? I want FPX to win. I want to see an upset from FPX.
I feel like they have to rescind from that, Carmine.
Nobody is expecting them to win, really. I think that like there was a Twitter poll yesterday that was like 1% to 1.9% of a Chinese team
firing off operator
winning.
shots inside that smoke. XMS trying to
Something like that. Can't remember, but they're clearly underestimated, and I want to see them win.
But I don't know if you can make much of that, really. Alright, it looks like full commitment behind this. Do they stay or do they dip? And they're losing that opportunity to find the timing.
Oh, that's a good flash.
Shin with the punish, and now already the site's going to be smothered. Berlin, though, what
nice.
a shot!
Oh, there's the
just about
trade.
holding onto this site, making a scrap out of it and bring it to a 2v2 standing. Scream on the knees for now.
Are they gonna try and res?
Yeah, you can see the res not coming through, so
yeah, they also don't want to show themselves because Keo is gonna have info there.
Chen just has to play his time here. Snake bites available for him.
Oh, he's drawn the attention. Surely that should have been a free shot. You'd have imagined.
Oh, they found second.
Not the case at all.
Snake bite should be good. You actually gonna find
there
the
we go. Nice.
With
yes.
the headhunter as well.
Dude, they're doing it.
Felt like a freebie on the first, but cleans
they're gonna
it up
take
on
it
the
to
back of that
Pearl
second snake bite.
and then win on Pearl.
FPX once again pulling off a successful retake here. It's just unfortunate the timing.
Tournament winner predictions.
Falling, unable to get that revive on
I think
site.
one of the Brazilian teams is gonna be in the finals.
This might just be the last purchase Carmine caught.
But I don't know who is gonna win or what other team will be in there.
So sharp.
Even here with the no command, FPX is just happy to just dig their heels in. Play some trades on site, it makes it 10 times easier for them to pull this retake off. All looking to buy some time for YU.
Yep. It worked. I got really nervous because
this is the first round where actually you got to be a little bit critical of the attacking operator on the side of Navera, right? You see he's caught out in no man's land.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything there, you want to see him posted up deep on long, holding the heaven angle. He's all the way up on site.
Imagine this, Cypher is allowed to link trips and to place cages so that they activate on caught and when they catch an enemy. Wouldn't this be cool?
Remnants of Carmine Core. I think
it would be cool.
Swinging back through from short.
I agree. Would be pretty cool.
This is much more exciting. I hope we see this.
You could do like an automatic playstyle. You just set up your traps, link, and then you just chill.
This looks so much better from FPX. Not particularly cheesy, a little bit unique, I'd say. This isn't like a cheese comp we're seeing
when
really
does
either.
Sentinels play? That's next week, right?
Decent so far too. So by all accounts, pretty decent. Forcing Carmine to
next
hit
week.
that timeout button, so that's going to be used up here. A couple of ults to play with those, some pretty pivotal ones.
That one is going to be interesting. Versus Fnatic. It would be OP, yeah. It would beat her, but it would still be cool.
On the first map, it's this purchase coming through in the 11th. They don't get the spike plant. He's scraping together SMGs in round 12.
Different look, totally different. Putting
yeah, just
so much
heavily relying on YU to completely anchor this area now, and I think finally the penny has dropped that Carmine Core don't really want to contest early on. That spot, yes, it does connect. Unfortunate for YU there, so
they
have
found
to give
them.
up this
Unlucky.
deep angle. The operator not revealed just yet.
No, still unknown. Smoke towards long.
Oh, careful, my guy. He's right there. He's right there, my guy.
He's not playing with that in mind, and he actually gets to catch a player out. 6 HP, turns to fight and falls.
Oh, well, imagine if he gets the kill.
Hold on to the site for now.
And Scream is running with the knife out.
To get there as quick as possible. Denies Scream trying to capitalize on the gap that could have been created. And Berlin still holding the site, still expecting Shin. Still noting more players. The paranoia good, but so's the prowler off the back of it.
Oh, the blind unlucky.
Shin as well to boot. They're holding on for now. 2 players still
that
alive
blind
on
was
the other
great
side.
from Nevera.
Scraping this one through. Feels so hard fought here for Carmine Court. Shin's done wonders here to make this work. Unorthodox wall here. FPX looking to just creep up behind this. Yeah, they are.
Okay, they've got to play. Yes, they do. TZH finds XMS.
All right.
And the shorty comes on out.
There's the shorty, dude.
Back. Navera posts it right back. TP taken. Operated a hand. And now the 1v1. Yuchan has to try.
There it is. Nice, dude.
Navera's having none of it.
And it's only down to the wide swing from Yuchan that Navera still finds that. It's crazy to see them make some of these retakes.
It would be
work,
hilarious
the adjustment here on the Viper
if
works
XMS
out
would enter the
beautifully.
camera as he's taking damage and then exits the camera. But
It's
because
so
he's taking
interesting to watch
damage, he
some of
already
these
exits, right? So he presses again, enters the camera, and he's
Navera
just stuck in that loop. That would be so funny, man.
making it work with the shorty initially. Like I said, Yuchan expecting
I think going for the camera there is fine because he probably has the camera placed somewhere, and you just need a quick, just a quick tap
purchase in round 12.
because of all the
Gaps
smokes.
in utility, yes, but ultimates to offset that.
Oh, that is not good.
TZH gonna post himself right up into
That tripwire's on the inside.
Prowler goes towards sewer, similar to scenes prior.
You know why it's not good?
And now Phil
Because you can use the box to jump over it.
by Young, but now this time TZH did really well at the pistol here, but a little bit of a different scenario, but still the stinger good for it. TP's away, get a chance to get the gun out, but backfield here. Lovely work. Keeps favorable numbers to FPX.
Do you think Ion Operator is pay to win? I mean, technically it is, because you have to pay to
Looking to TP all the way
to
back
buy
in.
the
I think
operator. When you buy it, you have a high chance of winning.
They're able to TP away from the seas.
Counter roll as well. Should have good info on this. Not gonna find Navera though.
Nice.
And actually, tell a lie, they do. And I thought they may have another shot. This Berlin just flies out, finds one down to the 1v1. You chance.
Nice try.
Dead and buried. Gap is closed. It could not be closer now.
It definitely didn't feel like a 6-6 half. Carmine Core. I almost feel like clinging to life in some of these rounds. FPX
Let's see the Cypher
really
setups.
testing them on some of these post plants. Like I said, play really unorthodox. What is that kill from Berlin?
Yeah, oh yeah, Berlin. He just did some like Matrix type of shot. He's like, almost, like if you lean him, he's like a extra for Matrix.
To secure the 6th round.
I did not expect to see this. I think map 1, if we're being realist, this looked maybe like it was going to be a quick 2-0. This is a whole different look. I wonder what the desk has made of that.
Well, that was quite a fascinating half of video games that were being played on stage today. Lots
I'm gonna grab
happened
some
there,
water. I'll be back soon.
But regardless, Bren, I have to say, it's entertaining.
It is certainly entertaining. I mean, listen, we knew it was going to be that. This is some absolute jail Valorant that we're witnessing right now. And I mean, I am in love with this as well, because it's just, there's little gaps in both teams' play that it just creates these magical moments, like the ending there with Berlin's jump around the corner, getting a kill in the air with classic. But just fantastic stuff. In particular, though, I was taking a look at Yuchen as well, his performance, because, listen, we were critiquing this Viper play, and as an individual, the guy is putting up some amazing numbers. Now, if you're looking at this and thinking, wow, I should really be playing Viper on Haven, I think the answer is still no. I think it's a little bit half-baked at times. Sometimes he's getting caught out, but what's really impressive with Yuchen is just, I think again, it's the raw mechanics coming together the way he's playing off his teammates. And most of the time, with a lot of these retakes, and Carmen Corp's inability to really put a stop to any of it.
And that is what's getting me, is that both teams are playing really unorthodox compositions, and it's creating a ton of unforced mistakes. So I want to take us all the way back to round 3, because this was happening all the time, but round 3 was a particularly decent example, I think, where off the rip, you've got Berlin walking over the top of XMS's really bad trip that he placed, and gets a kill onto Shin there, and that's horrendous. And then Scream is eventually left in a 1v2 where, hello, double facing? No idea. No plan to do that whatsoever. So there are just so many moments like this. But what this means looking forward into the next half is it's anybody's game. And I think it comes down to Scream, it comes down to Berlin, and it's about getting your players that might have a bit of stage jitters right now and are making tons of mistakes, getting them to calm down and just focus on what's working. And what's working is Navera's op.
I think that's super important as well. You got to remember as well, single limb, FPX's first time on the international stage. You know, the nerves are probably playing its mark, but this is a very, very even map.
Well, going into the second half, we're wiping the slate clean. Let's see how this one all plays out. We could be going to a map 3. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Yeah, thank you. It could be happening. This is, was it Prison Valorant?
Jail Valorant.
Yeah, Jail Valorant. You've got a real way with words down there. It's been quite something, and I think that is actually a pretty good analogy for what this has been.
Couldn't have put it better myself.
You know, I was really looking for ways to describe it, but I think we found it.
What's terrifying is I was talking about obviously this comp kind of excelling, or where we expect to see value for FPX being on the defense. They have a 67% attacking win rate on Haven with this composition. Now that's terrifying. There's going to be a slow burn here for FPX with this double controller set up. Now Carmine Core are looking to counter that. Initially on the back of this utility, going to double walk mid. Spike not committed just yet. Going to keep eyes on YU, deep on that lurk towards C long. Also Yuchian set upside window. Good information actually from Livera. You can see over the top of that poison orb.
Oh, timing.
Unfortunate for YU there.
Yeah.
But that should be the green light to proceed towards A.
Yep. I think they have the site for now. Surely you don't test this. Do they burst this? They
Yo, Harshu,
they're pouring towards
congrats,
site.
my man.
And
Happy
I
birthday.
don't know if I love that yet, Berlin.
Hope you have an amazing. Sorry. Hope you have an amazing day, by the way.
Didn't really find anything.
Carmichael looking to catch them off guard with some utility ahead of that spike being planted, but
It's
Berlin
gonna check
punishes
Shin.
with 2 kills. Now
Damn.
just Shin.
Good job.
Try and recover it.
I
TZH
arrived
deals with
just
it
in time
comfortably.
for a good round.
Like I said, Carmichael
Well,
should
round one on
absolutely
pistol.
read that. They deal with YU solo over towards second mid. They know there's no second swing coming through. They have to feel it's a stack outside
No
A.
worries, Harshu. Happy to have you, my man. And
Yeah, maybe just a little mishap in terms
whenever
of the
it's,
execution.
whenever you guys have your birthday or
pressure as
anything,
that spike comes
let me
through.
know, and I'll wish you a happy birthday.
Berlin's hitting shots like that.
And
Not an
yeah,
awful lot you can do, to be honest with you.
that's why I say it at the end of
Yeah, I
every
liked
stream,
initially, I think
just
Shin
in
throws
case,
the
you know,
reveal
just
screen
in
play
case.
attack with a flash as well to try and ping something.
Because,
but I'm not sure if the reveal was off or
Yeah.
Zone didn't connect.
FPX has had the god timing.
It's a good day for couples, not for me. Aaron, you're here in the stream.
For now though, 7-6.
We'll keep you company. Don't worry, my man.
Could tee them up for more. We do see Sheriffs out. Light armor for XMS. And a stack 3 towards Sewer.
What do you think is better, winning pistol and losing third round, or winning
Shots.
third round?
I need Navera to find any damage on the other side. Otherwise, pretty much navigating around most of the threats here.
I mean, if you for sure lose third round,
Really an opportunity for
you want to
XMS
win.
find consolation
I mean,
too.
in all cases, you want to win pistol round, win second round, win or lose third round. Well, third round you can lose because you go bonus.
YU has full control of the flank as well.
Am I
so
alone today? Well, in a person, I'm alone at home, right?
Tall order.
But I have a girlfriend, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, it's not feeling like it's on the cards, Mike.
No, they won't be. That's
Uh,
why you actually probably the worst person
Yeah.
in this composition you want to see the freebie go across to. Still 4 left to find for that tour de force, but the fact that he's saving 1400
But you have winning
in that
lock-in.
previous round, just feel like
I
he's
think
gonna
one of the Brazilian
opt for
teams
that
is going to be in the
operator
finals.
pretty early on.
The other team, I don't know,
Oda actually sets
but I
up
feel like it might be Paper X.
pretty well with this purchase here for FPX.
I think it might be that.
Vandal's a bulldog, a Spectre.
I wouldn't be ruling out any of
Yeah.
the Chinese teams either.
Well, I was questioning it because XMS I think only had 800 left in the previous.
I mean, there's a ton of
that
teams
light
playing,
armor
so
and
it's
Sheriff,
very hard
and
to
now
say, but
it's 2 Guardians,
I expect one of the Brazilian teams to be
2 rifles.
in the finals.
Gosh, so much early control being fought for. Along looking like a high priority.
Difference between Champions and
clearing
VCT?
out.
Well, VCT is the circuit, and Champions, that was the final event of the
The Guardian to hold down
season
the fort
for a
on A
circuit.
site.
I'm not even seeing anyone close to
You know, like the
rotation timing yet.
biggest event of the year.
It's a pack of 3 players going towards A. There are still the 2 by mid. Yeah, perfect timing to take a look toward this. Yuchan is just sat here, posted up on this one.
MSCT, I think they got replaced, that's why.
Rivera's got himself into a dirty
They wanted
spot
different
here. YU
core players.
hyper-focused on it, still punished on it. The trade is good from Berlin.
And you could see Shin considering if there was something to be done with this one. He's been noted. He's trying to get aggressive with it. At the
Nice
time,
try.
it could have worked out, but no. Berlin with another huge denial. Upgrade found, and
Nice.
XMS, the
Nice.
madman, flies out of garage and takes the fight. But back towards A, and now it's Scream again. The challenge. He's got to go huge with this. He's seen at least a gun barrel there. Lovely shots. So one and a second Scream.
Let's not get a repeat of Lotus.
Stunning aim. But he needs final one here if he wants to secure it for himself. And he's got
There it is.
Lovely stuff from Scream.
A crazy round to watch play out. Again, I'm not entirely sure what FPX's intention is here towards lobby. They're here obviously as a Guardian to deal with the Prowler. That's not exactly what they wanted to hear. But
that Sheriff shot
again,
here,
no
that was a
information
6
elsewhere on the
shot
map.
there.
I think initially this default of Yuchun and YU over towards C-Long and double doors. It's lucky really that Carmine Court don't show us that wallbang comes from so
Oh no,
deep.
you're at the second map, Prot, so no worries, my dude. First map was Lotus though, it was a very fun map to watch.
Now FPX forced back onto
And this one is a lot
here,
more
operator
even.
in hand, as expected for YU. This time a little tighter group towards A lobby here, at least towards window as well. But no information. Looks like Carmine Core happy to just ride out a very passive early round. Looks like the fault line might set up Scream for this swing. There's lots on the other side of
there?
it, but
Something's making them pull the plug on the rotation at least. Leaving C, leaving Garage. They do have utility to hold it.
look how deep the trap is on C-Long here. So they're going to lean heavily away from that. I'm curious actually what that knife just revealed.
Oh yeah, it happens, especially when making sounds and so on with steps.
Should have been a fair amount, but
Alejandro.
these things work. And I think Scream,
And other times, you know, they are lucky.
he was soloing out the site for some time. I mean, look at the post plant. Anything curious for it? Still a lot of utility in the hands of FPX. And Scream finds it. That's Berlin gone. And now 4 to work through. Flank on the
Nice.
way. What? Scream deleted. And these steps should be heard as well. Moving on the flank here. Instantly turns for it. Good trade. Needs another though. XMS now considered 2. And this could be fights on several fronts.
There we go. There we go.
Beautiful shot.
There we go.
Operator done, and now
And
TZH in
Cypher
combination,
last
watching that CT
over
push
here.
through. And XMS, he wants out.
I'm a little curious, once again, it's a solo setup for Scream. Obviously has the support for Nuzera to set up this fault line. I wonder what XMS is actually going to get away from here. He's desperately trying to hold on to this Phantom. YU's now posted up with the operator. Difficult,
Did he play Cypher and Lotus? No, they both played the Killjoy.
FPX have to be conscious of their finances too. But the next question really I'm left with, if Scream is solo holding onto a site with only Nuzera to clear through the fault line, there's no confirmation of presence behind it. Until
That haunt was very good from
so what Carmine Core
Casey.
looking to it. Oh, that was a dirty shot from Yang.
It seemed like if I wasn't 100%.
But where did Carmine Core really pick up the slack elsewhere? There has to be some positives to really counterbalance the setup.
What trip is gonna do?
Sorry, the Viper wall.
Oh, he doesn't do a trip.
B. It might be a little bit of a switch up here.
I was getting interested to see if they're willing to test the back.
You know, he could just do a camera on top of the corner on the house here at C, and he gets this exact same vision. Here.
I mean, it's rinse and repeat.
Gets the vision here that he wants.
Yuchun and YU to create a little bit of pressure towards double doors and C-Long. But already, minute 15 on the clock, they're stacked up as 5, ready to challenge a
Let me
solo
make it so
A-site hold once again. Nivera,
new viewers can chat
want to
earlier
trade
as
out
well.
for his brother this time around. Scream slowly creeping back through spawn here. As they commit to this, Berlin punished immediately onto Nivera.
Scream has to back away. He can't even withhold this. The timing of that ultimate was perfect. Even just as Scream got there, they found Nivera comfortably. Spike plant, similar situation. This time around, though, no flank coming in. It's all through CT, maybe even a little towards Heaven. Plenty of utility to still, well, actually I say that, maybe not Shin. Not as much this time. Nuzera investing as best he can, but the counter utility is perfect.
That's it, yeah, they're going to get locked out with that flash and that snake bite. It's going to force Carmine Core all the way back into spawn. Looking at it here, XMS, anyone really to bring some funds away from this round. I don't think
they did that to Sean. I think it's good though. Reduce a bit of popularity for Killjoy over. Let's say, I think they want Cypher to come back into the meta, but without buffing him, because then they have Killjoy that's strong and Cypher that's strong and so on.
And this slow burn for FPX really paying off for them in the second half. Again, no flash to it. It's not really, like I said, a lack of proactivity from Carmine Core to really balanced. Scream being the only person on Nivera on the previous to hold on to A site.
And my worry is, it puts all of that ability to then hit that switch up button in FPX's hands. They still got a round in the pocket here if you're looking at the mental game. If Carmine Corp don't come up with a response, it needed to happen. I was about to say, timeout needs to hit soon.
I mean, a lot of rides on this one. They obviously saved coming through on the previous. Next round.
They do have 2 ultis.
Necessarily comfortable. I think actually there's an armor repurchase coming through
on KC
for Scream as well. That makes it even more problematic. But they lose this. They're not in a position to fall behind the next either. And FPX sitting pretty right now.
They're chuffed with this.
I think the Cypher can be a lot more inventive with the cages. To be fair,
They haven't been pushed to that
like
next layer yet. This first
obviously,
look, very robust,
I come from the
really
perspective
nice.
of playing
Hasn't been
Cypher
broken
only
by
for like
Carmine Corp in my
almost
mind
3
at
years, so I'm aware that
What response are you looking for? Is it
not all pro players do that.
Like I said, FPX
But
are literally probing for
when you're
10 to
rotating
15
from,
seconds,
let's say
and then
C
they
to
hit
A, and want to
But time
retake
and time
A,
again, Carmine
do a
Corp aren't-
retake
they're
camera.
not really
Use
They're not getting
cages,
any information on the rest
chuck
of the
them
map to know
above
that that
walls,
A-site
and
is coming.
shut
So
off
to
like
leave somebody
just normal
committed to
positions.
holding A-site
And you don't
solo,
even need lineups for that.
especially
You just
challenging in
ping
that
on the map
situation we
where you
saw
want
Nivera
to
did.
chuck it,
I mean, Scream
aim
kind of,
where it is, and
I
then
guess,
roughly, you know,
teetering on the edge
the
and
height.
them playing it right because of the outcome, sure.
And then jump and
for
chuck
me,
it over
it
the
just
wall.
seems a little
You know, the wall
massive,
between A and B.
Considering how FPX's early round is.
And that way they can smoke off the box, for example, when they want to come in from spawn. Have less angles to deal with.
So Scream denied the ability
And same thing when they come from the attacker spawn and want to flank over.
Early walk here from Shin.
But we have been seeing this wall used a couple of times, but this, you can see what it's facilitating now.
Oof,
with this
nice.
saw where someone might be
Very
walking.
nice.
I don't think they heard a step.
Well, they dropped the wall as well, that's the thing.
So
Shin is
diligent.
under the blanket of safety
watch
that
out.
FPX provide with that
Oh, they
Viper.
saw him above there. They saw him.
So diligent. I love seeing that. And they've got the first pick. If they get any indicator the players have been drawn off of the extremities, then they
I
can
think
start
that tripwire
exploring
is
it.
pretty nice for
Already,
that early
the wall
position,
goes
by the
up,
way.
they're actually
It's
aggressing
positioned
down
there so
middle
that
screen. This
you
might
can
be
see
a
people
little
when
bit
they're
out of whack.
slowly
Work.
pushing
Danny finds
for
one,
the
moves down
trapwire.
with another, and maybe the brawl is going to finally pay off for Carmine Corp. But this is not something you want to depend upon. Is this repeatable? Who knows? But for now, they finally have a player advantage.
They got a lot of weapons here now.
Look at the X-ray. YU wasn't too far off with that. Scream 52 HP, Nivera 43. One off the Rolling Thunder, so won't have that available. No fault line available just yet. And the Paranoia sent very
Nice.
early. Two caught with the C's as well, Lauren.
And one should be up now. The timing is going to be terrifying. This is going to put all in the other player's hands. Oh my word!
Oh, so close.
Oh,
So close.
Again, and Uzera survives.
You can see the frustration from YU as well.
Desperately tried.
Absolute sitter considering some of the shots he's been hitting.
Wow.
But by the skin of their teeth, Carmine Corp
Good job by
scraped together
KC.
another round.
Like almost brute force and ignorance, just continuing to hammer it down middle. That first player falls, and then Scream just goes, guess I'm walking mid.
Yeah, I mean, even this, they've made a meal of this one on window as well. Finally getting that second kill. But why use repositioning?
But didn't he hide and take off the operator? I think he expected the guy to come out earlier.
One bullet away in the headhunter.
They have to ride the wave of that round victory, though.
But how do you repeat
The operator saved. And XMS is bringing the sheriff.
I mean,
into this one.
FPX have a lot of ultis coming up here. They have Viper, not
give him
Killjoy,
a
but
judge or something.
Viper, Sky, and
2K
Omen.
on the back of Scream. Even with the previous round, I wouldn't even say this is a forced adjustment on the side of FPX. Nivera now.
You'll get there eventually, Alejandro. Don't worry, my man.
Tucked up behind this.
Still, there's 3 players. The Paranoia was going its way as well. They've cleared back of sight and they are working perfectly in unison with the utility, but straight through the smoke. Shit is
good
there.
attempt.
They're not giving up the site at all. They put bodies back towards it.
Literally
FPX have
everything
somewhat
is
hit the
used on
brakes, though.
B-side now.
Only one of them being sent to the blender.
It's another example, though, of playing behind FPX's utility, and as a Viper, they can drop this orb, they can drop the wall at any time. Nivera the one to feel the burn of that in this round. Again,
I don't think so, Jose.
FPX gonna
I don't
drift
think
back
so.
towards A. This time around, nobody on the side of Carmine Corp defending it.
Well, if anything to go by, Scream, it was so quick to being on that B site last time. He was the one to walk middle. If they've maybe worked out. He just over-rotates a little bit here.
Nobody on A.
should
They
be on the
suspect
platter.
something on A though.
Finally, Scream now considering the possibility. I actually know if that knife's about to come back online.
Here it is.
They've got Viper's Pit too.
Yeah, this is a big problem for Carmine Court. Yuchen's still got 2 snake bites as well, so he can
Roblox,
really,
Sheriff,
really
let's
slow
go.
them down.
And there's no flank. There's no like depth to it beyond what's coming through this way.
3 people up here.
Scream's
It's
gone
very
off.
crowded
XMS
up there.
has got a Sheriff. I'm pretty sure there's a gun down on B site as well.
These trades would have to be unreal for it to work out. And Scream.
No! He died from falling.
They're falling out of the sky. Scream, what have you got for me? Nothing. Nothing at all. Oh,
Man,
it's 11.
man, that looks so funny.
I thought there was.
It looked like he slipped on the floor, on the ground, and just hit his face and stayed down out of shame.
We're back in prison, Valorant.
We can, dude, I love YouTube because we can rewind and watch that.
This guy Scream. Look out and Scream.
Look here.
As well.
These trades
He's
would
gonna
have to be
slip
unreal
and just
for it
lay
to
down
work
there.
out. Scream some.
Busted his ankles on the way down here.
Now, this is the first match, Hussein.
FPX on 11 here and knocking on the door at 12 considering this purchase.
Careful here.
Carmine Court keep just throwing Sheriffs into some of these
It's like
rounds.
he's working
Feel
at
like
the
that
Starbucks or
Scream and Navera
something.
liquid effect
He's carrying
still.
like 4
Playing for
coffees
them.
in one,
Force
well, in
something
both
into
hands.
some of them.
He slips on
rifle
the
Scream.
floor and just
And he's down at 750.
fumbles everything and falls down on it. And out of shame just
This could certainly
stays there
turn the game on
for like
its
10
head.
minutes.
So worried it would have petered out in the second half. I think we made that clear after map 1. I think anyone given the eye test wasn't too enamored with what they saw, but this is a whole different beast. Shin though gets a free chance at it, and he gets
All right, one
Trades
kill.
let it go out of control. XMS finally tested, but the paranoia there, the seeker there, it's just a pour on of utility.
Unlucky.
And there's no escape for Navera. Yes, Nuzera's there, but again, they are just overwhelmed at this point. But do
Nice,
they
they
hit the
might,
brakes? They do. Screams
they
on the
might
flank, but
fall
by
back here.
now, how much can he get done?
I'm not sure if that's a miscommunication there. Nuzera catches a massive fault line, but doesn't actually swing off that. Navera punished for it. Ayang creeping closer
There we
and
go.
closer. XMS shut
There
down
we
here.
go.
Nuzera
Clean.
next up.
And there's a
He will
trap
fall.
there.
Scream is
Unlucky
stuck behind
Scream.
the trap.
There's a trap.
What you gonna do now, Scream?
They know.
Got the sight, and it looks like they're about to get 12. This game went from looking comfortable, looking pretty good, a little quirky at times, but this, gotta say, Carmine Court falling short of an answer in my book.
Yeah, I think
great mission from
Fade got
FPX,
distracted
can't
by the
deny
shot
that, but
from
this is- where
the
is the
seaside there,
answer? A
and
lot of
that's
the
why she didn't
questions
check the
that we
corner.
came in with initially in this game were, okay, the in-game leadership, how does that look? How does that maybe affect Scream's individual performance? Well, he's still sitting on 18, he's still looking pretty solid individually.
Hasn't played bad at all. It's,
No.
it's been some of the inability to really adjust to what FPX employed in the early rounds. Like I said, there wasn't an awful lot of flash to what FPX were doing. It was just a lack of response from Carmine Court.
Do you prefer coffee or tea?
Maybe that is, you
I
know,
like
what
both,
Josh was
but,
alluding to earlier. Relieve some of the
depends.
pressure from a player like Scream, but
Right
here
now I
on
drink
KO,
less coffee because I have gamer subs.
We'll find 2 consolations, but
So I get my caffeine from there.
sure
But
FPX how this run of rounds
otherwise,
has
coffee.
looked in the
I
second
like
half.
a lot of. I have a favorite coffee. It's vanilla with orange.
force
No,
available, Berlin.
coffee. I mean tea. Vanilla tea with orange and
I said here, I mean,
what's
it's
the third one?
The fault
It's like
line
a
was
strong
perfect.
root.
There was no second swing from default there from Nuzera. With XMS backing off.
A ginger, I think.
Like I said, I don't know
Yes.
if that was just a miscommunication, but Navera's there
Well, not
ready to
Twitch.
swing off the
He
fault
was
I
line.
like YouTube more.
Something going wrong, but now something going oh so right for FPX.
Yeah, ginger. Yeah.
Intentions towards the B site, lots of utility poured on through. A little bit of a
Dude,
trade
that
out
combo
here, but
is
the
so
site's theirs.
tasty.
It's been
tasty.
won. And it's a quick
Vanilla,
farm
orange,
as well.
ginger.
Maybe a counter. Oh yes, Shin gonna commit his right back through, but again that may only catch 2 of the players here. Looking at the back lines, it's only Scream to try and be the disruptive factor.
I'm not
uh,
towards
sure
that.
if the tea is from India that I get, but it's. I'm pretty sure it comes from there. It's named
We're not
Yogi
gonna catch
tea.
anything. Nobody in backside. Berlin playing inside his poison orb could cause problems for Carmine Court.
Oh, quick trade though. XMS not going to drop the ball just yet, but now called to attention. They have to be careful of that spike. A tap towards it will draw eyes. Scream now in the back lines being a problem. 3-man face. Carmine Court desperately trying to fight and falling
Oof.
Oh,
to
Good job.
FPX.
Good
Can
job.
you believe it? We're going all
Zero,
three.
actually,
Beautiful
the
face change here to
number
close
one
things out.
audience I have on YouTube is from
Win map
the
2
US.
on Haven, forcing the third. We
Then
will
it's
go to Pearl.
India
I think
and
answering a lot of questions
Philippines
that we
and
had after an
a lot more
underwhelming
countries.
performance
So it's
on
very
Lotus
mixed.
on that map one.
Yeah.
Absolutely squashing those questions.
A lot more people are switching to YouTube instead of Twitch
much
because
closer
there's
affair here
just
in
so
terms of the
many
first
ads.
bloods as well. That
Just
was the thing that
in
really
your
stuck
face,
out
ads,
from map
ads,
one.
ads. And they're not gonna go away either.
Rarely felt like they were in a disadvantage in some of these rounds.
Twitch are just gonna keep
and
on
I genuinely thought we'd be kind of
spamming
looking
ads.
uh,
at the more experienced players coming into play here for Carmine Corp, considering they've had a lot of international stage experience. They've had that ability to kind of work through that before, play other international teams. But in
Yeah,
reality,
Becky
this was
from
very
Australia.
much no response coming out. A couple of timeouts, they had a couple of answers. We saw that mid-exploration coming in.
Man, I can't wait for Pearl. I want to see Cypher there as well.
No, it really wasn't. I think actually it come down, you have to once again give credit
Dude,
to
Carlos, yeah.
to obviously
By the way,
FPX's ability
YouTube
to pull off
Premium,
some of these
it is
retakes. I feel
really
like it
good
was
for
the
creators.
desk
And
of
also
offense,
the
it was
people
like
who
5 and
use
6.
it, right? You get no
5
ads.
out of 6, sorry,
But the share
attempted
with
retakes
creators
that came off
is very
successful.
healthy.
Carmine Corp unable to really hold on to some of the key win conditions in that first half. I think it continues as well. FPX happy to play a little unorthodox, and maybe that's what's completely throwing Scream off as the IGL, just an inability to grasp the macro in some of these rounds. I love that we saw that Berlin replay again.
And again, yes, a little unorthodox, but not completely out of the realms of what we're used to.
No, like I said, in my eyes, and again, it's very easy to stand here and say this from the outside looking in, but there were some simple fixes that I don't feel as if we saw Carmine Core even really attempt until it was too late. It felt like at that point, you're on the back foot, you haven't got the benefit of the finances, you're just in a chokehold at that point.
I wonder if FPX will pick Cypher.
Game, apparently, this replay is
Like
going
A-site is
through it all
massive
step by step,
for
but
Cypher.
There's not much left to be said about this map, in all honesty. I think the desk will be able to break down far more of the intricacies there. As we
Also, I
have to
would
prepare
want to see
ourselves for
more
map
teams
3,
that
which
play
I don't
Cypher
think
to
many of us
switch
expected after
sites
map
more
1. I think a
often.
fair assessment, but
Because
what
it
a
becomes
turn of
so
events here for
predictable where the
FPX,
Cypher
right.
is.
Well, that's done it for us. Let's head back to the
And
desk.
also what the
Hopefully
Cypher is
give us a
gonna
little bit of a
do when they
reprise here after
retake, all these
very
things.
surprising
You have
map
so
2.
many rounds of retaking. If you all only push A and they come from C, you know exactly how they're gonna play then. It's a lot more moving parts. So teams that are new, for example, not new as in new players, but I mean definitely new rosters, but they have limited practice. I mean, that's what I mean. Those teams might struggle with a lot of moving parts. So I guess that's why we see like Killjoy holding on one place instead of switching up a lot. Yeah, I feel like if we actually let me move so you can read the tweets as well. Like if we get to Pearl here, I want to see someone do a crazy wallbang through the glass. You know the orange strips on B side on like the platform, I think, whatever it's called. It's glass, and you can basically do wall bangs through there. It's very unlikely to get kills. It's very difficult, and you risk looking like a thrower. But it would be the highlight of the event. Under winning, of course. Yeah, Nats is very good for Cypher. I think Nats might pick up Cypher more. I hope at least. The playstyle they had in Mech before he went to Liquid was extremely defensive sometimes, and kind of put him on Viper. Because they wanted to use the chamber as well. Ye will play Jett? I'm pretty sure he's gonna play Jett. There was a tweet where he had... it was kind of like a sponsored tweet with HyperX, right? But it was like... break in case of emergency, and then it said how to play Jett, something more, and Cypher. I really don't think he's gonna play Cypher, but if he pulls out Cypher, yay. I'd say go for it. He's the kind of player that will just open up a cage, stand in it, cage drops, and he just one-taps 4 people. Demon, I think it's serviceable. But there's a lot, like you can tighten up the cipher so much for him. Like, so much. It's sort of like when you're building a furniture, let's say an IKEA bed, and it says just tighten it a tiny bit at the beginning and then tighten it hard. They are doing the minimum tightening possible so that like you can sit on that chair or you can lay on a bed, but if you like move too much, it might fall. And you can tighten the trap wires so that they are perfectly placed, without even having to spend time on it.
It's been a bit of
the cages can have a lot more variety, and same with the cameras.
Map 3 here, of course, from Golden Boy alongside with Brennan Sideshow.
It's
and
very
Brennan, off the top already. This
safe, so to say. It's like extremely safe. It's like they don't want to try to risk missing a cam placement or risk anything. And there's no risks like with what I'm thinking, like using cages above walls, for example. There's no risk really. But I guess it's confidence that's not there for those type of things.
Who actually knocked out Edward Gaming from that tournament, the old #1 seed coming through from China, and now you've got.
And the cons of that, aside from what I mentioned, you also become super predictable and easy to deal with. You don't really make it super difficult to deal with.
Give a huge shout out here. The 2 IGLs being the MVPs.
For example, if you want to retake A site on Haven and you come from spawn, let's say that you know that you have to take a duel early on. You can send a cage, make sure that the cage lands as you're peeking out, and just use the sound cue from the cage landing to just, add a tiny bit of extra distraction. None of that stuff is used really. Dude, I love that when he falls down and just slips.
But genuinely watching it from that point of view and seeing a body flail to the ground, just flop. Just, oh man, it looked like me playing football in my 40s. That was just so good.
I think really the story of this map though has got to be that it was a big miss from Karmine Corps. They come in with an overcooked composition on FPX's previous permaban.
They're more useful in concealing you as the cipher instead of using it to cage in enemies. Well, when you cage a choke point, for example, you are concealing yourself as well. Unless you use a Vandal when you shoot. Because enemies can't see past the cage, so you're automatically concealing yourself as well. But if you mean like corner cages, they look cool, but it's not good. It is not good. It's sort of like when you want to cook food, you can make a dish by putting all the ingredients in the pan, frying it, stirring, serve it on a plate and all these things. But like corner cages is like taking all the ingredients, put them in your mouth, add some ketchup, like spray ketchup in, some mustard. You want some water or Coca-Cola or milk or whatever to drink as well, just add it in there and then you swallow. It's sort of like that. Like you get all the ingredients that you would otherwise as well, but in a different way. Maybe not the most effective way.
That's absurd. Nobody does that.
But you mean like concealing yourself as in defensive cages? That works too. Like you could do that if you have your trap wires in well, at the end of choke point. Like let's say C long. If the trap wire is at the edge of C long and the enemies are pushing out very fast, maybe one gets triggered or maybe they destroy it and then push through. The cage doesn't serve much purpose, and then you can place a cage much closer to yourself, like by the box on site. That works a lot better then. But if you don't face like Jet, Neon and that type of stuff, that doesn't have an explosive entry, adding the cage and triggering it while activating it before they trigger, it allows you to shoot back a bit. They might fall back, who knows, but yeah, I agree. In that case, if you mean just further back to stop the explosive entries.
I do agree with it, but I think that's what they're going to do.
If you are just joining us here, I implore you to go have fun and watch Lotus and Haven, because those were two really entertaining games to watch. But now we go to Pearl, and I genuinely don't know what to expect here. Because at this
Do you like clean gameplay? Yay?
Like,
or flashy
like
gameplay
this
tons?
is expect the unexpected.
Well,
That's it.
Let's give you the lowdown on FPX.
I don't think he has clean gameplay. I mean, he has clean shots and all, but he doesn't play
where they play the double
super
smokes,
strict.
and then they play
I think he's flashy like Tens.
And the chamber. My question is, do they commit to the chamber on
Not
Pearl?
as flashy,
Because it's not a standard
but I
meta
feel
pick
like
right now.
Tens,
Chamber's been massively nerfed.
Tens can
I think
be
that
a
might the
lot
only time we
more.
see it in the whole tournament, frankly,
Well,
on
I think he leans towards more tactical stuff. But because he was in Sentinels, and Sentinels as a team were not tactical at all, they were just.
taking it all the way. I mean, watching them on
All right, guys, I woke up 10 minutes ago. Let's game. That type of mentality.
They are very, very good.
You end up with a lot of having to be a flashy type of place.
They play the map quite well on their attack side.
They're not bad.
And I think a team
That's just my vibe, but to answer your question, I like clean stuff. I like clean gameplay with flashy stuff mixed in.
Please just keep it simple.
If you keep it simple, if you're Carmine Corp, I think you can win this in the matchup that should be expected for you to win. But honestly, it comes down to that. Are they going to overcook? Are they going to leave the lasagna in the oven too long? Are they going to burn the house down?
They're using the overcooked, man. Nice.
That's what we need
Oh,
here.
XMS on Cypher.
Let's see what we end up getting.
I don't like the look of this.
Mate,
what is that?
I don't like the look of this preview.
I've never seen that guy on the right before. No way! Come on, man! I mean, this is win or lose.
Harbor, yes.
They're doing it Carmine Core style.
Yes.
Win or lose, they're doing it Carmine Core style.
And we don't see the
Cypher, yes. Yes.
But
this is a good match.
Makes a lot of sense. It's a good swap instead of the chamber that they would normally run. But the Carmine Core comp, I mean, listen, if they win, props to them. You brought out something awesome and it was crazy. But if they lose, oh my word.
At the beginning, I asked you guys who's going to win. Sideshow. Who's winning?
Oh, maybe Carmine Core, please.
I'm putting it all on FPX, honestly.
All right,
the house, the card, everything.
The chips are in. Let's jump into the action.
My wife's gonna leave me.
This is it. We're all set for map 3.
Was there an audience? They have a cap on the matches. As far as I know, they have a cap on how many attendees there can be. I guess for safety reasons. And also, I don't think all.
Yeah, it should be.
You know, in Brazil,
I mean,
I would assume most Brazilian, fans and stuff, they will be there for Brazilian teams, but I just don't think they have many fans in Brazil, Carmine Corp and FPX, and that's probably the reason.
I'm heavily in favor of FPX here, especially
or maybe they have, but not in Sao Paulo able to go to the arena.
They're going to be fairly comfortable with after what we saw in Haven. And on the other side of that, Carmine Core really struggled to counter. Like even some of the
Do you think Harbor is viable in pro play? I definitely think so. I definitely do.
What they were doing, Carmine Core just didn't formulate a response.
I think he has been difficult to understand because of how complicated it is. And it takes time to understand him, but yeah, for sure. For sure, usable.
Maybe he'll be sick.
I'm here for it. Again, if you pull out Harbor and you're just going to absolutely dominate on Pearl here on the decider,
right?
Backs against the wall, then yeah, I'm here for it.
The game devs are there going, please, guys, make it look good.
Somebody's on the payroll from the dev team.
They've absolutely been funneling cash over.
It's one of the most diverse composition face-offs I think we'll see this event.
That is a way to put it, Michael. I like that. Oh, I think I say following that statement will be good. So, let's see what they're up to. A little bit of a double hit through art, basically. Leaving one over towards A-Long. Crunching in. I think it'll be Berlin on the receiving end. Prowler's going to know.
What does it mean to have no duelist in the team? The time it takes to close a space is basically much longer.
Gone up.
So when you push in, you need to use your utility before pushing in, rather than this explosive entry, like we see here with the wall.
A shot or two on the end there. Very passive hold initially, but it's a free plant for Carmine Core. Say that, screamed out to 5 HP. Luzera isolated on side right now.
They know exactly where he is.
He's 100% spotted in this as well. The good flash, though, tries to play him out of it, but how much more can he do here? Tries to take a fight, the dash comes in.
Oh, nice kill on the Jet.
Better trade. This is all effective for FPX still. And keep in mind, Scream still 5 HP. Overwhelmed. And over.
Both of them here.
Run at this point. Scream still down so He needs the 1v1.
There we go. There we go.
DZH.
Perfect.
Composure kept. Final found. Round on the board.
I mean, with this wall
Winning
here,
that pistol round
they
is
want to set up for this comfortable
really good
post-plant
because now you can
towards
buy,
Arbor.
and you can buy. Well, not really buy second or third round, but you just go bonus, right? But you have
Maybe
so
a
much
slight
money now.
adjustment required here, but maybe it was the tag that comes on to Newzera that he's conscious of planting there towards default. It just cuts off so
Nice kill there. Very nice find.
Second shot. Yeah. It's 5 HP. TZH still clipping him on the edge of the box there.
Which team am I rooting for? I want FPX to
another
win.
adjustment there is Scream to be the first
They are the
to swing
underdogs.
with the 5 HP.
Nobody expects them to win this, and I'm hoping that win.
FPX on the board here.
Oh, that's a nice, that's a cute haunt.
XMS. Yeah. Oh, Berlin. Okay.
Buy one, get one free for Berlin.
It's the Crosshair. I swear to you, whatever's happened, he's just
Nice.
turn it on. Now, look, I don't want to get ahead of myself because it's still quite early. It's only the first round here, but again, I didn't think we'd go 3 maps. I didn't think we'd see Harbor. I'm a bit worried.
I mean, after the second map, I got to say I was a little worried considering.
That's a lot of value. That's a lot of value there.
Down with the Sheriff, but
2 Spectres down.
Nothing more. YU once again.
It's not the worst, but it's definitely good eco damage.
Try and get the operator in his hands. This one not looking as good as a previous FPX round 3.
No.
2 Spectres, a Sheriff, and the scope for YU. So we've got to see Carmine Core really stop the momentum. The last time Scream didn't play a duelist in a series was actually
Now they have the
against
buy.
FPX. Obviously, the
You
previous
see a lot of light shields here with the rifles.
2020.
It's fine because of the long range fights.
Newzera and Vera
Usually it ends up with headshots anyways.
charged with this. I don't know how much more they're going to get away with.
And you have the chance to stop enemies on the second round if you lost the first.
Is it recoverable? You can see TZH is thinking about it. They get the ult. Fancies it.
Oof.
And Shin's found it.
That was greedy. That was very greedy.
Absolutely, why not? Now the last 2, it is
But to be fair,
Marshall and a Spectre, so
yeah.
Maybe
didn't have
I need to
much.
be a little more worried. Yeah, just a Marshall. Oh my god, just a Marshall.
Not bad.
That's a 1v2. Like, this isn't impossible. No flashes yet. Now comes back into pocket. Has to give away the game. Gets
Yeah, he fought to kill
revealed.
that.
The timing,
I
maybe
like
a
him.
second either way could have been different. But only 2 alive is not perfect, and one of them still got a Guardian.
Yeah, damage done, and you're right.
Did you know
XMS
Doma and EC41 going to Indian team? I did not know.
Or tried to, at least. Nobody wanted it.
I don't think I will, actually.
Which one?
Just Marshall.
I almost thought as well that was a tag onto a second player, which would have made it doable for a Yang.
Yeah, that could have been certainly a different account then, yeah. You're
Unfortunately, does get pinged by the reveal. Look to try and flash on the back of that, but the wallbang comes through.
That's fine.
More activity once again.
Oh, look at this commitment.
Heavy investment outside A. Actually, over the top, YU looks to try and dig a little deeper, find something with that blade storm.
Didn't find anything.
I wonder if they only saw one of those players then. I didn't know if the second quite crested the corner. Still pretty telling. But again,
I'm interested to see as well the comparison with how slow, we talked about it being a slow burn on Haven with that composition. Now with the Jet, whether or not there's a pace change that, again, completely flips the script for Carmine Court in terms of expectations.
it certainly could be the case. Scream testing the waters by middle. Noting nothing off the back of this as well, as you can note for ourselves. FPX sitting quite deep on this, not particularly willing to challenge.
He's moving
early on,
around like he's
giving
Batman.
too much over to Carmine Corp here.
The other thing as well, it does kind of throw things off kilter with no Sentinel on the side of FPX.
Such a
These early round
typical
protocols
Cypher.
to deal with some utility.
Bro, take back your tripwire from here.
Carmine Core, sorry.
It's not gonna do anything.
To try and find a first blood. Actually, finally do. Shin will finally open onto a Yang. YU still creeping around with this blade storm.
Oh, needed.
Oh my God!
XMS.
Yep.
Dude.
Closing that one out.
Dude.
Clean
That
work.
was
It's
painful
fine if they
for
win the
both.
round. TZH and
KC fans
No wonder he wanted to get rid
cringing.
of that Guardian so bad.
please,
FPX fans cringing.
Yuchun, PZH, not really gifted many ways back into this
hold
round.
on to the rifles,
Keep
honestly,
safe.
yeah.
But it's stabilizing for Carmine Corp because, again, I just can't believe we're in the scenario for them. This has to be confidence building now. They have to kind of feel like, at one point walking into this, they were a heavy favorite.
But that's the other thing as well, to come out in that previous map win.
I mean, we've all been there, guys. We've all been there.
In the composition.
It happens to us all.
It's FPX in the driving seat, right? They can dictate the tempo, even on the defensive side here on Pearl, which we've seen a couple of times already.
You know what he's doing? He's just tricking them. He's using mind games to trick and make them push the Cypher, so that they walk into the tripwires, they go for the cages, and when they do that, they break the first tripwire, right? And they're like, there's no way there's another tripwire here. And then they push that and get triggered and just delete it.
Yep, needed that.
Warning shots? Yeah. Mighty warning shots. He's like, I'm warning you. I'm warning you 10 times. Alright, you overstepped.
Want to see how it starts looking with that harbor coming into place. It's not really turned my head just yet. It's been somewhat functional.
Let's look towards the possibilities here in terms of shutting down this earlier aggression, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not we do see that employed. This time around, actually, I'm not sure how TZH has found that kill. It's all the way over towards boxes here by the orb.
They just spammed before the utility came in? Yeah, genuinely uncertain, but it looks like a second attempt could have been had there, but no, decides against it.
Carmine Core peel away from me. I'm not sure if that rifle...
But would he pick Harbor? Harbor has a lot of good area control. It's temporary, but you can control a lot of weird bends and stuff with your wall.
No, it's a dry swing, and it's actually worked out well enough for a trade. 1 for 1. You're right, Spike down, and they're going to smother this. They're going to get involved.
Oh, Spike is down. Oh yeah, they took Spike there.
TP,
dude, why don't they stand on the Spike?
That. You already got the Seekers coming out as well.
If you stand on the Spike, you can't pick it up.
Very indicative of where this is going now. Zaddy for Berlin.
But you're standing in the open too, though.
Last time I said only this happened. Apparently, any weapon in hand is fine. Now slows the roll, buys time for rotation. They can't crest that corner comfortably now.
Oh, he's found. Deleted.
Smoke's going to expire pretty soon.
Nice.
FPX actually closing this one out. And just
real well done by FPX.
The first blood, again, we didn't see exactly how it happened.
Yeah.
But Carmine Core forced into a rotation. Nivera luckily having that TP on.
No, I've had it done in some of my games, Brandon.
Felt a little flustered
not too long ago.
Rotation.
It wasn't a fracture game.
Again, an unorthodox swing. Oh. Okay. Now we saw how it happened.
I have to once again credit how much
it was right on a corner as well, so maybe that's the issue. But the Spike was in a corner, the player was camping the corner, sitting on the Spike, and they couldn't TP on it.
This utility intention behind it too, taking over map territory, taking over space.
And what's interesting now is, again, YU's not actually got the operator online just yet, but if they continue with this A main pressure, it's going to actually...
Could Euro ever become meta in the pro scene? I think so, yeah. Euro is pretty good, a pretty good agent. He's very tricky to play against. And we're gonna see that with Paper X, most likely.
That cosmic divide as well, which is why I think we see...
Sleep well, Aaron. Sleep well, my man.
Passively here, happy to give up sight. Have 2 big retake ultimates actually with Berlin.
Can you tell me a way to get skins for free? How can you get skins for free?
Maybe 2 players, but it's the pacing which has happened. Shin is on the hunt. Wants the player down, shot in hand, just trying to close the gap. This is so scary. Who sees who first? It's Shin.
I guess.
And now we're down to just 3 remaining for FPX. It's try and find any avenue back in, but these ultimates are being poured in, committed. Great trades again. Shin is so pivotal to this round.
Nice.
Beautiful hold there.
Good comeback.
On the investment of the cosmic divide,
getting some money back.
Real presence towards site just yet, but Carmine Court making the right decision to stand their ground on site. We'll tie things up 3 apiece. Now I'm interested to see, with that operator in play now, how diligent Carmine Court are on the approach towards B.
Yeah,
time was from FPX.
FPX. Deciding it's time to maybe adjust a little. Again, I like their opening work. I don't think that's necessary.
They're gonna be like,
I'm actually still pretty happy with how they've been playing.
We need to get to the Cypher again.
Control they've been going for. Maybe they just feel need to touch base. Maybe the coach is feeling they've noted something. I don't think they're particularly being outdone just yet.
No, I mean, like I said, the other side of it is forcing Carmine Core towards B or towards, obviously, double doors and Art, which with that 3-player stack towards A site, could be very problematic for them. It's timeout almost. I mean, you feel like give Carmine
I'm not
Core
sure what they are talking about.
an opportunity to
Can't
think a couple
guess.
of things over. Shin already having a standout performance here on the decider. 10-3 leading the charge for Carmine Core. Not blown away by the Harbor just yet.
0.
It's not.
I'll be the one to say it.
Just a fair warning, my man.
No one else would.
Keep it out of the stream.
Yeah, it's certainly not. It's not doing anything that any other agent couldn't do. It's not showing me anything.
Not the
new.
right
If it's
moment
just
or place
simply
for it.
Comfort? I mean, fine, but even then.
Monitors close to their face. They just like the heat from the monitor. You know, it's a bit cold in the arena.
Not hitting anything for me, but
they have hand warmers and stuff,
changed to an extent here, and
but not face warmers.
Going straight out of this mic, straight up middle.
I want to see FPX win Aditya.
I know exactly where theft will go in. Yeah, and see Carmine Core look to respond on the back of this information immediately. Now they're going to read that YU is obviously anchoring towards B here. Invest some smokes, a little bit of utility from Nuzera as well. But YU's going to hear these steps, yeah.
Yeah, you can
already see the ping coming through on the minimap.
What is your take on Forsaken's gameplay?
Screams lurk.
Very intuitive. He's a very intuitive player.
Does he check this?
And they could pause for this, you know? Yeah, that's so much hurt. They are actually pulling the plug on this hit.
Here it is, the flank. Do they keep an eye? Yeah, they have it under control. They know.
Scream does get seen here.
And now they see the knife as well.
He's so paranoid. He can see the pings on the minimap. They're conscious. Somebody still in dugout or secret. Somebody tucked up in A main. So we got plenty of time to get through here and find the plant.
They work this back out pretty quick. Yeah, Scream though sitting towards Pit. Still willing to take a fight towards TZH and
yeah, intuition is basically gut feeling.
The follow-up just yet. And the others, I wonder if
same
there's
thing.
commitment behind this. There is an operator in hand, so it might be a save here.
Yeah. A smart choice to save. Otherwise, way too difficult to retake with 3v5 and operator.
They're just not seeing it.
Vitor, I'm rooting for FPX in this match.
Concern being as well, they're going
They're the
back
underdogs, so
outside the operators.
Want to see them win.
Scream stuck in that lurk. No flashes available. Almost requires that dry swing from Nivera to try and
also the first Chinese team to play in an official Valorant tournament, I think. I might am I wrong on that, or I think it's correct.
Carmine Core will take the lead though, find their fourth.
Like the Chinese players, obviously the organization is Chinese.
There's going to be a purchase to
but they had
here for Berlin
European players before.
2.8 and 2.4, yeah. But as it stands, string a couple of rounds together now. We're talking bigger context, which we try and do throughout these games. FPX leading with those pistol rounds.
Scream getting a massive kill there.
This is good from Carmine Corp to at least keep this one building back in their favor after a couple of rounds that certainly were worrying. Certainly did catch our eye, but they found some solution.
No, not that
They found something
tripwire.
that's working for them here. First time we are going to see a challenge.
Oh, that tripwire. Okay, so it blocks one angle, well, one way, but they can jump over it. If they come from mid, they can jump over it.
Utility. The knife as well to go through.
Just do with the one at the
Denial
top.
of information
It
early
blocks
on,
both.
Carmine Core looking to creep through double doors here. Yuchun dealt with immediately. These challenges
What's up,
coming
Kevin?
through much quicker from Carmine Core now.
Are we doing good? Well, my man.
Actively looking for these openers. Previous with Nivera, here with Shin.
The pressure coming through middle as well.
They're like, guys, let's push, let's push, let's push, and then the spike is in spawn.
Yeah, you had to have hoped for it. Berlin not finding the shot he wanted either. Carmine Core winning out all of these fights here.
Well, Spike's all the way back in spawn, by the way.
Oh, that's good.
So we're in a deathmatch lobby right now.
Spike and spawn.
Just gonna wait until
It's something typical. It's typical for pro play. They clear the area and then they go and get spike and they come back.
They've
won the round. And why are
With
they
that
not winning
tripwire,
the
I
round
don't
right now?
approve that. It's basically okay. Now we this is a new one. Okay.
Things are a little different, you know. It's Scream still fine though. Gonna control the site and be it delayed.
I guess the reasoning behind the other one is because they sent like one person or maybe nothing to be long. Everyone else mid, but
try and hunt this down. Looking at the money now.
Doing the one further up blocks both scenarios still. There we go.
Going to be able to keep hold of the operator.
Nice. New Zero. Sleeping on the job.
No rifle until then. Okay, so they do at least get a rifle on TZH. I wonder if they can keep both of those. That'd be a little bit more of a prized possession.
Rivera eager to try and find this kill.
Here we go.
Dropping the X-ray off.
Oof.
YU still finds it.
Dude.
Operator removed. I don't think it's really going to cause.
It's like the air from the bullet got him.
Would have heard TZH in mid.
Yeah, and the trade.
YU
Nice.
not considering it. So actually, FPX to lose the operator.
No charges.
A Vandal in the hands of TZH. No Blade Storm available, and now actually the cracks starting to show. And that bank balance for FPX. Carmine Core stretch their legs a little bit. 2 rounds separate them.
Yeah, once these buys have started to become far more robust for Carmine Corp, this has started to feel a little bit more procedural. It's not as exciting as map 2.
No worries, Zero. No worries,
I kind of thought it would be the other way around if I'm completely
for
honest.
political questions and stuff, you know, I wouldn't recommend that in watch parties. Just Google instead.
What's crazy is
or go on
this
Reddit.
smoke from TZH actually denies the information from that flash sent out by A Yang. Not sure if just a little mistimed there, but he's going to know, obviously, with the presence shown, the utility invested. Nivera creeping closer and closer with that operator, but...
Yeah, they know someone is in the back. Why didn't he take operator for Navera?
Quite holding the angle close enough that would have been able to punish it, so yeah.
I guess they just had enough money.
For now, halted.
Yeah, makes no sense.
So cautious of FPX.
Maybe he likes the skin.
Something funky out of the bag.
He's like, I really like this skin.
Demonstrating real restraint.
And it's not his own skin.
Okay, gonna once again potentially only find one at the back of the site, but they still have not noted the one player sat in the corner. YU. Anything more? No, just gets to keep the life down. Actually, it's A Yang to connect. So first blood drawn, and now we're at the 32nd marker. That hesitancy is making me a little worried.
Oh, camera gone. Unlucky.
You get a second shot of this with the Sheriff.
I mean, he did camera inside the smoke.
Again, the timing on this utility is just so
I haven't King Davis, no. Just too many games to buy for me, so I had to skip on it. With all other games.
Absolute heroics from that man who's been pretty much a saving grace through some of these early rounds for them.
I've been watching it though, and it looks good.
But the weapon sitting so favorably to Carmine Core, especially in this post plant. How are they going to disrupt that? Navera not going to allow it. Already going to find the first, so TZH trying to attempt getting towards that spike.
Yeah, Yu-Chan just waiting for a little bit of this toxin cooldown to rebuild to try and get a tap on the spike at least, but the reveal going to
I think he messed up
really
his...
make that
Oh, no, he didn't.
Doesn't even need it. Shit.
Yu-Chan, the desperate
Yeah,
attempts.
nice try, nice try.
And an exit. I've got to say, for me, Shin is
up.
absolutely carrying this game to no end.
Very nice try.
Really influential rounds from him, still leading the charge for Carmine Core.
Take him away from the equation. I don't know if the scoreline's the same at this point. Genuinely.
Do you think Harbor's Cove smoke should still be there even without the shield?
Operator in hand for YU, just about getting back
It stays, without the shield, right?
Well.
But it disappears faster if the shield is broken, right? I think that's fine.
I might see a little bit of a switch up.
Shin is crazy. I mean, he is pretty cracked.
Now that
Yes.
FPX have given up on this A main aggression, countered a little bit, reposition of the operator for YU.
He's been doing well on all maps.
It's a fairly all-in hit towards A main. TZH is just going to look to play off the util, but look at YU drifting into mid.
They're coming back towards him. I wonder, maybe
I think they will come back anyhow. I think they will come back before that even.
Reading this, like nobody's holding this with the operator. He's got to be somewhere else. Be conscious that they're not aggressive outside A main. Could be the operator playing deep from A site.
Yeah, I guess some of the indicators that have been quite telling prior are missing. And I think that's
well, Thunderbird,
really
at that point,
there.
you might as well play Astra or Brimstone, right?
Absolutely read this correctly if they wanted to go for the safest route. And yeah, it's Berlin on the
Or,
other side.
well, it's basically a better version of Astra and Brimstone, so you don't have to play Brimstone.
Make sure a couple of players tried to slip through over by the screen there. Not going to get it this time. By all accounts, it's looking safe. The rotations will be in, and Berlin, what? How is no one double checking on this? Berlin was noted earlier
He's
on,
there
and
with the
mistakes
shorty.
being made, maybe a little bit of confusion.
Holy
but
dude.
FPX with a punish.
The random shots
Yusha out of nowhere
getting
finding
kills.
2. And even Navera almost irrelevant to outcome, considering he's posted alone. The flank's already being watched and potentially wrapped on.
And this is crazy to consider as well, because
Do
it's
not
Berlin
push
this
that.
time left.
Jet. Do not
to
push.
hold on to this site completely solo.
He's
Just at the
hacking.
right time, getting information.
I think it's just feeling it.
Stands his ground for FPX. We'll find them there
The
for
screen, you know, the heat from the screen.
Carmichael fairly healthy.
The heat
in
from the
terms of
enemies in game.
The finances here.
Feels it like on the tip of his nose. Then he
I
clicks.
still can't believe that's the outcome. Rolling your mind back to the great read that they had at the start.
Yeah, great read, yes, but the operator wasn't actually confirmed, right? No. So they have to run through these protocols once again in the next round. I'll see, it's actually, that could be one of those situations where Carmichael could potentially walk into a trap.
Yeah, I'm from Europe.
Forced an error very early on in the round.
Thunderbird.
Rivera's not necessarily playing very aggro.
I
His
give a warning to a guy before, and I think you were here as well.
Playmaker as such, more a safe approach. It was kind of why we liked it with the Amp. You'd have very polarizing operator styles.
Not noted on the knife either here, so he can creep once again. There's 4 members of FPX on this A side of the map.
Yeah, I'm actually in an IKEA warehouse right now. I got lost in there. And, you know, instead of taking years to get out of the IKEA warehouse,
Why you does ring off a shot, so it is noted
I just
now.
said I might as well settle down here.
React on the back of that. Trying to plant the seeds of a fake towards A site.
No joke though, like going to IKEA,
they're trying to fake both sides at the same
you
time.
will get lost
Yeah, this is gonna make
if
it
you don't follow the
incredibly
arrows.
difficult. Now, the only bonus is the Seekers are still en route, and there is one of them heading up towards that A site. Will eventually.
Why not joining a pro team? Well, I'm not a pro player.
Just about cresting that corner, so you can
I'm
see
a content
that
creator.
YU is checking for someone just leaning towards the A site. They noted the 2 off
I think
the
you
initial
can.
double Seekers that
No, you
went
can't
through that
jump
way.
over
So this
that.
could be
No.
a decent
He's
read.
in such a good spot to pick up information though.
How deep do they clear it?
Ooh, I thought that would be a kill though.
Sarah, so diligent in clearing that so deep as well. Brilliant work. I don't think a step was heard. I think just really good foresight towards this.
I mean, it's 25 seconds, so they have
Is
to
the
make a
stuff
move.
nice?
Look at where the spike is
Well,
right now.
it is IKEA stuff.
Yuchon's got himself a little dirty spot in that pocket once again.
It was used before, though. I think YU played that as well, so they are aware of this possibility. But they have to make a move. It's 10 seconds. They have to go now. And there's the initial bit of utility just to try and play delay. And they still don't know the just spot in the corner. And a fumble coming
No
out from
time to plant.
Carmichael.
Holy moly.
Fantastic read. They've run out of time.
Dude.
And they've run out of options.
The Viper wall protected him from the hunt.
That's a really frustrating round to sit back and watch because it takes
It protected him from the hunt.
eternity to figure out exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
But FPX, like I said,
That was
Yuchon
clean.
gets himself into that little
Bam,
rat
shorty.
spot.
Look, they know exactly what they had to do.
Yeah. At that point, like I said, we
Very
always
nice.
say this. When the
Really
clock
nice.
runs down, it comes down to just one kill, one key tag, one key piece of utility.
There's no time to recover.
Nope. And you also sacrifice a body because somebody has to stick the plant.
Yeah, you're already a player down. If you look at it that way, you're absolutely right. Frustration probably from Carmine Corp here now. But a 5-6 still leading.
Nice kill. Very
Lovely
nice kill.
Rivera. Such a treat to watch him on the operator, starting to read the opponents a little better now.
Why are you getting a little antsy now? Desperate for that value, but Berlin.
Behind you, my guy.
Doubling down on this.
Berlin.
Rivera will trade out.
Nobody's
quickly,
gonna push
so
the smoke
it's a
there from
4v3 for
that
Carmine
side.
Corp. But again, next 20 seconds or so, I want to see a plan. I want to see them setting up towards a site. They've got Shin posted up towards A main. They're going to know that it's a looser hold towards this site. But don't give TZH a 1v1.
Coaches are not constantly in the players' ears, only during the tech pauses. Not tech pauses, timeouts. That's the only time players can hear the coach. And the coach can hear the players all the time, but not that way.
The ult to boot. This is a lot. TZH to deal with. Just above the wall. Does get away with his life. Still going to keep himself in this one. Can he slow down the hit coming in? He is smothered. There is 3 players worth of utility being invested towards him, but he's still standing. The plant's going to come in. He's held towards pit. They have lost out towards R. This is still a big uphill struggle for FPX in this round.
Yeah, they can reset here, though. Rivera just trying to plant some paranoia in the backlines with that TP, but everybody from FPX coming through from the same side here. Viper's Pit will cover the spike as well, yeah.
During preparation? You mean during the buy round, or what do you mean?
Reveal from Shin maybe, back in 5 seconds.
Flash didn't actually get Navera. How did that not get Navera?
I
thought
feel
that
like
was
that should have been blinded.
And now we're down to just one. TZH
on
man who
Navera.
started this with one to fall at the end, but it will be still a very close half.
That should have been a blind on him.
With that flash.
Yeah, there's...
Felt perfect on the outside of the Viper's Pit. Shin, 18-6.
I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be back soon.
Outstanding performance from him on the decider here for Carmine Corp. Again, a solid game all round so far from FPX.
I would say in my mind as well, the pistol round is huge.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit's due. Why are you unable to find a lot of the value that he did on Haven?
Yeah.
So in that regard, we do have to credit the early round, or the IGLing actually from Scream in terms of figuring out some of these setups.
Well, plenty more to see, plenty more to find out as we are leading in towards that final half here.
Definitely another scrappy half there between two, well, incredibly scrappy teams, besides Shin, by the way, who I just want to give him all the credit in the world. My man's out there slaying like a god. But there really were some unique things and ideas, I guess, presented here by Carmine Corp.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Harbor and what they were doing with it, because even though New Zero's only like 2-9, 3-9 right now, he was actually involved in a lot of their game plans. So when you look at how he was using his utility, using Cascade to get room early on, and then he's put the wall up in multiple positions. This one just allows them to deny some information over towards double doors. Yuchin doesn't know what's happening. He's worried that someone could have got into the middle of sight. And then this is a really crucial one, using the Cove to be able to get different plant spots. And this allows them to play late because you can't deny the plant as easily, and it allows them to play their plant in positions where you wouldn't expect. So on B, for example, it allows them to get a very safe plant tucked behind the box. They can play out in the open, and that's really important because Carmine Corp's composition doesn't have any good post-plant utility. And here we see another thing, the ultimate just being used to stop some of these B retakes from happening, and those B retakes had no chance. The B retakes had no legs from FPX. They weren't getting the value out of the operator, and things became very difficult for them.
They really did. Yeah, I think the Harbor usage probably not the first time we'll see it as well. There's a lot of teams that were experimenting it. Just in the off season itself. But some interesting usage, honestly, even though, like you said, scoreline wasn't too good for him personally. But looking ahead, I'm going to be taking a look at YU actually as an individual. And Pansy and Hypop made note of this as well, you know, a bit of a fall-off, bit of a drop-off compared to the last map of his own individual performances. But I think, honestly, a large part of this was the fact that Carmine Corp were doing a good job of avoiding him with the operator, and the fact that he was an absolute nutcase of how he was playing with the operator. The man was, like, pushing into mid alone
when he took his
over
photo,
and over and over again. But
he's like talking to the photographer, like, I'm going to knock you down if you don't give me a good shot.
I was looking forward to FPX's attack side, and it is YU who's going to be the spearhead of their attack side, of them taking space. So I'm anticipating if FPX is to win this, it's got to be off the back of him and his individual play.
Well, we'll see how this all plays out. Let's go into that second half and send it back over to your casters.
What's up, Logically? How you doing?
Yeah, plenty more to be seen, hopefully. We are keeping our eyes trained on what a couple of these players can achieve now going forward.
Absolutely, and Bren's nailed it for me. I was talking about Haven being what should be a slow burn on that attack. Now they got a little bit of bite, a little bit of pop to this composition. So, yes, a quiet first half from YU, but all eyes on him now to be the driving force for FPX. Wow.
Shin.
Shin continuing his success for the first half already.
I mean, if
The
you're
guy
talking
is
about
sitting
driving
on
force,
19 and
he's absolutely
6.
maintaining that role. Shin has been outstanding for Carmine Corp. Excuse me.
Bro, is that Ibrahimovic walked by your cam when he went?
Start to finish in this.
I think YU's actually eaten.
Look, I've been talking with him.
It looked honest.
To not do that because
he
it's
was
a
looking
bit.
to just dash in with his frenzy.
You know, it's a bit distracting.
It's going to
He always
completely
wants
slow
attention.
things down. Scream's got to be careful. He might still get caught there. Just stand his ground.
Nice.
Yeah, I really thought he might get some bailout from New Zero potentially, but they were able to just filter straight through. No real pressure coming in. And timing, it's devastating.
That's
Ayang must
rough
be
timing.
gutted in this
That is
after
really rough timing.
Just as he got the flash to hand.
Nice try.
There's just too many in front of them.
Demon Dura,
What's
sleep well, my man.
interesting,
Sleep
though,
well.
Yuchan obviously investing this wall to try and deny any support coming through from B site, obviously into that link area. But it makes it difficult to really re-hit. They're trying to isolate that angle on towards connector. Obviously deny the space outside art, but Shin, man, what a step up to this stage to deliver this performance here on the deciding map for Carmine Court.
And not one of the players I would have put there either. If you look at the roster of Nivera, Scream, XMS, some of the big names, experienced names.
Well, it's not all over yet.
As all of these
It's
games
not over
are
yet.
elimination games, is fantastic. Giving them enough lead after what's been quite a shambolic run so far. If you're looking at them as a favorite, it's on the heavy hitters.
I gotta say, that one is demoralizing though.
And now we go back in.
You see the Fade just jumping, and as she like reaches the apex of the jump, bam,
You're a
dome.
big believer in this?
Yep.
Full faith, can't wait.
Also, this guy pushing B long with a shorty.
Oh, we are waiting patiently to see a really fine value here.
They are doing a stack there on the wall.
Still not found it. B-site. 3 players waiting for anyone to come around. There's the flash. Didn't quite go deep enough either to catch
Here we go.
one of these players, but it does allow him on
Bam.
the side. It does do a little bit of damage, but it's Nuzera to go farming
Scream
and Scream
with the
for a
one taps.
highlight reel.
Couple of taps
Bam, bam.
to close out the Prime Gaming flawless here for Carmine Court. Absolutely the start they were looking for in this second half. A decent buffer towards the finances here. A real old progression to write home about. See if this remains as calm and collected throughout here for Carmine Court.
Scream or yay? Well, you have to say in what terms.
Again, eyes towards YU.
Scream or yay for cooking, Scream or yay for one-tapping. Who has the best beatboxing?
Behind this Vandal here.
Yeah, we have to be more specific.
Rivera giving a couple of attempts at this. Does find a
One
tag
tapping?
onto Berlin, but not a massive amount of
Probably
damage.
Scream.
Similar approach once again. It's actually Yuchum and YU, the two that were disconnected on that default on Haven. It's the same approach once again here on Pearl. 4 members of Carmine Core rotated over towards A.
Try and push him back here.
Scream now just drifting back towards Connector.
The timing on this. Yeah, they've just had 2 players get past. TZH has no idea this could even be possible. And the first challenge.
Dude, yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
good. He is so good.
There we go. There we go.
Mechanically robust as hell. No indicator they've gotten that close either. Just great intuition on this.
So the rest of FPX will funnel through Art. Double smoke up. XMS not really going to have a say in this one with just a Sheriff and a Marshal to work with. Scream creeping up towards mid, but this one looks fairly comfortable here for FPX, aside some heroics.
Yeah, these positions aren't really allowing very much. XMS, yeah, you'll get the first of attention. If you got the second, I'd be paying attention. Now
I
Scream
think Scream is looking for exits.
did well before with this, but probably really exits, if anything. But you have to just purely look at the individual TZH. That was off the back of one
Too
player.
expensive to lose the gun otherwise.
Huge. If he does find some, force some of these repurchases.
Are they all exiting this way? I think they are, yeah.
Gone through it now, we'll find the first, but Yuchun, good for the response. Luckily,
They all
nobody
made it
getting
out
caught
too.
by the
That's
spike
good.
either. So 3 rifles across.
It's not bad.
Why use anywhere near that Blade Storm just yet, but we'll throw a rifle in here.
That was massive. And then he repicks that.
That is a disgusting round from TZH. Like you said, just relying on pure mechanics there. No information of 2 creeping up that close.
The fact he checks, like, I don't know, beyond my means by a country mile. As it stands, though, Operator's still into play for Nivera. This could be the first time we get to see this truly tested here.
Now they avoid the knife. Not a massive over-rotation from Carmine Court.
Interesting way to play Cypher here, by the way. The second trap is saved for money, I think. And then he has an early camera for info. And if he sees people, then he places the second trap. Or he just... what is up with XMS and doing 2 traps for 1 zone?
It's just a safe play. player. If you want to call him anything, it's so safe.
I guess he's afraid of people going from mid around there.
On that initial pick. They do have a play towards the back of the site though, and so what we wanted to watch is YU. See how much he can achieve in this.
He did it on attack too. He traps spawn and A main.
I'm looking for the rest of these. Still gonna find more. Nevera goes down. Scream unchecked upon, and you can't leave him unchecked. Him and Shin do damage right back here, leaving just Yang left alive.
Nice try, man.
No opportunity to bring it further forward. Yes, damage achieved, but damage now doesn't matter against double digits.
No, FPX needed that round to really keep this a close affair in the second half. We only have Sheriffs to throw at this one. It's Nevera again with that operator. Repeating what he's done before. I gotta say, in that front,
Dude, the shots here from Scream are nutty.
definitely won out in terms of the value discussion for that operator purchase. Beautiful cleanup here.
Getting pumped up now. But Flash not too telling of the indication here that Scream and Shin are going walkabouts. They're feeling it now. They're feeling confident.
Oh,
and
nice.
rightly so. The only response so far is YU flying out himself, but it's just a brawl in middle.
Dude, this is...
That is it. It's just...
That's
bring
intense.
what you can and take a battle.
I mean, equal trade-off if you consider the damage and a couple of weapon upgrades here for FPX. TZH will retrieve that Spectre. Carmine Core already making their way over towards A site.
Dude, it looks so funny when the Sky just moves out blinded. Fully blinded out of the smoke.
Vera just considering the possibility of a flank.
But
so
zero tracking on the Jet when she's updrafting.
Actually going to split. Nevera and Scream up,
the double kill, man.
Berlin and YU will fall. It's just TZH to try and recover this now.
Nice try.
I was gonna say, this guy
I think a giveaway was that he used Fade Doggo before the wall.
He's perfect at it. He'll get one fallback,
Then you could hear what this. I mean, they would be after the wall too because they were on different sides for
Gets a little
KC.
discount on that frag, gets another one for free. Beautiful work. And it's, again, something that I've wanted to look at for a long time.
Alright, 11 rounds is all they get.
Because, again, yes, he looked great in Liquid a couple of times. We're seeing him here. Maybe
That was
it's
a
the time we
massive
start
kill.
seeing that brilliant shine. And again, nothing flashy about what I see in this player, but he's just perfect positioning. Great timing.
Quietly consistent always. with Nevera.
What do you mean, Moit? How do you get so thing...
We're in the third
Oh, you
map.
mean so good at it? Ah,
do or die round.
I thought you wrote wrong for a second. Now I know what you mean.
Cause access to series point.
I mean, this is what they do.
In the bank here for FPX. Obviously, Bladestorm burnt
They're
up in the
paid to
previous.
dedicate their life to become the best.
Yuchel and Berlin 2 away.
And also they have the drive for it.
Carmine Core with a stack of ultimates to work with. Shin 1 away as well. And just to come back to him, fantastic performance across the entire day, honestly.
Yeah. And when we talk about big stage experience and stuff like that, he's certainly not a name you'd put in there with the likes of Scream.
Scream's keyboard is all the way to the side. Dude, that is just light. That is slightly to the side. There are literally some players that take their hand, break it, and sit in game like this. They like dislocate their wrist, it looks like, and they sit in game like this.
So to make that jump,
no joke. I think we saw some yesterday. Everyone in Giants played like that.
When Carmine Core needed it.
It's like when they get new players, they're like, all right, number 1. What are your skills like? Number 2, what agents? Number 3, do you play sideways with your keyboard?
Now Nevera fancying a little bit of that spotlight.
And if you answer correctly on the most important question, and you say yes to the keyboard question, then they wonder how many degrees.
Exploration though, Shin's already out. Nuzera as well. Yuchun gotta find
Oh,
this.
they found him.
I
Yeah.
think he knew he was spotted there. Carmine Core get away scot-free with that first blood.
But B-side's wide open.
Is 800 DPI with 1.0 in-game? That is pretty high.
Maybe 2 players in middle, but still.
All on the back
I
of
think he
XMS
thought he
with
could
this deep
survive
spike
that.
Screams actually found TZH with the fragment as well. An absolute disaster in this
Just
must-win round.
small
for
mistakes
FPX.
here and there.
Yeah, it's starting to go a little bit wonky unless this maybe this backstab's great.
How tilted is my
don't
keyboard?
really know
Mine
what
is
they can get
actually
out of it.
straight.
They've got to be so quick with it too. Otherwise, you
Just
just imagine they're going to be overwhelmed.
straight.
YU's going to need
has to
3,
go huge.
2.
Also, I forgot to move myself over here.
Try and get away. The turn caught in between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere to really go with that. Can't really close down towards short either.
Nice flank.
Flank is good, but it may not be good enough now. 3 players against you. Yes, you can reveal a little bit, but this is the only value of Harbor really at this point. You can just sit on the defuse, nothing to deny
can't do anything there.
Shin to close it, and it's 12.
Wasn't planned for him.
They get the plant, so they'll have that extra couple of funds, but it's not pretty at all. Yang down on the right,
You use
no armor.
2.22 cents with 800 DPI.
A bulldog coming through from
That
right
is
and
very fast, my man. I don't think even
stabilizing in
like
this
surgical
series.
robots can be precise with that. Maybe they can, but I feel like if I would double my sense, that is like out of control for me. If I put it at 1.0, I can look at the mouse and it moves.
He's not alone in it. Yeah, that's a vulnerability, and it's Scream to capitalize on it. Funny Yang is
But
huge.
like, if it works for you,
so much of that
you know, all the power
ability
to you,
get
my man.
sights, try and
All the power
facilitate
to you.
any of these approaches is now gone.
Finally, we see commitment behind this proactivity in the early round. I was talking about it in the first half, how eager Carmine Core are to find that opening engagement.
Yeah.
Leaning back on those strengths from map 1
Your
on
sense
Lotus.
is absurd because
they
in Opera,
dominated the first blood
so
game.
running 2,400 DPI at 0.66. Dude, that is really high too. I don't know exactly how high, but I feel like that's high. It's like when you smell a pepper. And you can feel the heat before eating it.
Stick around and post a couple of shots in the timing. Just not going to find it on this one. But he still has help here. Scream's still here, but they actually wrap around
Nice,
towards
again.
Art. That's the perfect approach towards. It's a great concept, but it's still a 2v3. Uzera, Navera. And look at this positioning. Almost 3 of the players willing to fight towards CT, and it looks like none.
You have no idea.
Those players are going that way.
Zero does have the ultimate.
Full utility.
I don't think they're going to read 3 stacking this side though.
No.
Yeah, with the paranoia as well.
KC is like, they must be an A main.
Someone sat for this. Navera's just found one for free, and now, yeah, they cannot see this. And now if they can give it away, Nuzera just has to play, protect, keep Navera safe. That's all he's going to try to. Halfway on the defuse, they still need more time.
Oh,
YU
GG's.
goes down.
GG's.
Navera.
This was well fought by FPX. Really well played.
And it's so concerning to see Navera sticking to that operator.
But even better played by
They
KC.
get it done. A crucial kill from Navera on default there. Opens up the floodgates.
Yeah,
Beautiful
GG's.
retake to close things out. Heartbreak for FPX, who in my eyes...
All right, we have a huge
exceeded
match coming up
expectations.
next.
On that map
That's
too,
gonna be
really taking the fight to Carmine Core, stretching
BBL
this
versus
one
DRX.
all the way to 3 maps. But
And
it's
then
Shin for me. He's
Cloud9 versus
the highlight
PaperX.
player. You have to say goodbye to FPX.
Yeah. And let's talk about what that means, bigger picture here. If that map 2 is anything to go by, fantastic potential in that scene. Map 1, map 3, hit and miss for me. We started to see the other side really step up to the plate, but map 2 is something to keep your eyes on, and I feel like we're going to have a couple of these throughout this tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Come back, Carmine Court finally stabilizing here again. It felt way better, and not necessarily they played poorly on Haven. I think that was really FPX exceeding expectations, but certainly on Pearl here. Once they got a good grasp
The only
on the
one
game
because
plan,
that's Cypher. True.
Like I said, dialing back
True.
the differences between the times Navera's the one posted up with that operator to find the first blood, and Shin being really the tip of the spear in some of these set pieces.
Mojo, sleep well, sleep well.
Shin 6 first
Oh no,
bloods,
not sleep.
Navera 5.
Hope you enjoy Champions League. I misread.
Great stuff from them.
Moit,
here on
you
Pearl.
go and sleep
I
well.
felt like that was the story that continued from map 1. It was really the value found from those opening engagements.
Or, I mean, you could take the risk. You could take the risk, and when your boss asks you, like, Mohit,
I don't think it's
why
enough
are you
to
looking
quite
so tired
note
right now?
how far we think this
What's
roster
up?
will go. We have high expectations with this roster.
Yeah, I think
What's
take
keeping
this
you
with a
awake
pinch
at night?
of salt. Obviously, this is against an opponent.
And they
that
were
is a
really leaning
relatively,
in there.
you know,
They are waiting for you,
unknown
like,
entity coming onto
to
the
just like
international stage,
bring
so
up some
whether or not Carmine Core
issue, keeping you up at
adjusted their
night.
game plan
And you're like, well,
accordingly and
I was
were
watching
just
too much
completely,
Valorant.
you know, sucker punched in this series and caught off guard.
You
Whether or not we
never
see
know.
them revert
They
back
might
to
have been watching
defaults
Valorant
and
too. They
play a
might
little
sit
more
here in the chat
traditionally.
even.
That's going to be the true test, and I think the true indicator of what Carmine Core we have here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and as the players pack up and get themselves off the stage at some point, because it's been quite an arduous game for them. It's been a long series now. We've been going through the 3 maps. Every single one of these players put really through the ringer here, and I think at the start of the day, a lot of us expecting potentially a 2-0.
You wanna see Jaego nuts? He got separated from his teammates who went to NRG. I wanna see Jaego nuts too.
Teams can now start looking at going, well, if they're able to get away with it, thank God they got to play against them and not us. FPX certainly looking dangerous.
Yeah, there are some positives to take away. I mean, TZH for me in a couple of scenarios just looked absolutely insane. YU final map aside, we can talk about some of the difficulties they had and actually some of the positives that Carmine Core brought to the table in kind of negating what he was able to do. But definitely some positives to take away from the international stage.
We'll work from home. Oh, nice.
I think
that is nice.
YU for me in that final map was played around, basically. They were very making it very
have many chances.
Yeah, guys, if you have important stuff in the morning,
as early as possible and moved away from him. But overall,
I'm not saying that you have to leave, but
not a terrible outing.
sleep
for
is
FPX
important
in
too.
my mind.
Don't
the
worry.
fact they were able to pick up that map too, and in the fashion they did it, was actually very impressive. Very enjoyable to witness.
I will be hosting watch parties for all matches, by the way. So, in case you feel like you want to sleep and you want to hit another match some other day,
and just how they test,
I'll be here.
Standing the test of time.
Well, standing the test of time will be hopefully the MVP.
Why is it, as soon as aim's so shaky, does he play high stance? Or he just moves his hand so
Let us
much?
know your thoughts. Who stood out to you? I mean, for you, let's say on the winning side.
I haven't noticed.
This
I
is
have
a
not
no-brainer for me.
noticed.
Shin should win this every day of the week. He had an insane series across the board, and
It could
like
be
I said,
that.
to have that leap up to this international stage and deliver those numbers today in the manner in which he did, absolute standout performance.
I think that's a really nice way to sum this one up and wrap this one up as we are done here with game 1. Plenty more to come up today, though, so do not go too far away. You still have the desk to break everything down and all that good stuff, so do stick around.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do we expect for BBL versus DRX? Lavik, what's up, man? Nice to you. I'm gonna say that DRX are gonna be very, very clean. Also, I hope we get a split. Why does Twitch not have a rewind? It wasn't programmed in. As simple as that. Just different technology. DRX probably picking Fracture. They've been liking Fracture a lot lately. For example, they play Neon with KO. BBL on the other hand, I mean, they probably get a Haven. A lot of teams are playing Haven, which means they all probably scrim Haven with each other. Kinda even meta, probably. I'd have to see the roster for both teams to see who I think. Just off the players, sure, I can show that. Hold on, I need to go for this one here. I can't show the link to the video. Yeah, okay. Players. I think BBL, did they switch out players? I know Turco, Aslan, Kushner, they are the same as before, if I'm not wrong. It doesn't show here. The RX, they are the same though. They haven't changed anything, which is fine, I think. I think that's fine. I think some of the players even have a 3-year contract, if I'm not wrong. You've seen betting on this very site that Peak is seeing? It's not betting. Oh, you mean these? I mean, that's just some ads. I don't recommend gambling on matches. It is not very very good. Easy to get addicted and lose money. They have a new player, Foxy. Oh yeah, let me see here. Here, Foxy9. This guy. Was he in Holy Moly? Or Holy Moly? He was in Holy Moly. The RX played against him. They're like, man, we got almost whooped by this guy. Let's pick him up. He plays Jet. We'll see how he does. Taskbar showing? I know. Oh, it's because full screen here. Do you know about Eskeros in his operator shots? I've not seen him lately, but I've seen him a long time ago. Yeah.
Maybe some upsets. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the lock-in. And here we go. A matchup that everyone is excited to see. 2 teams, unknown commodities across the board. Who knows what we're going to get in this epic matchup?
Carmine Corp somehow.
Not at the moment, Thunderbird.
That was going on in B. This game is bizarre. Like, yeah, it's gonna be shut down. Lovely.
Yeah, I feel like the RX, because they are also playing since a long time ago, they don't have to deal with a whole new team, whole new roster, and so on. Yo, nice to hear that, Levick. Dude, I'm happy to hear that.
From FPX here. Naturally, we're seeing Carmine Corp folding here. Being folded over by FPX. Shin, though, gets a free chance at it. He gets one. Carmine Corp desperately trying to fight and falling to FPX. Can you believe it? We're going all 3. Scream still down so low. He needs a 1v1. He's not got it. That's it. Why is so good, man? I've got to say, for me, Shin is absolutely carrying this game. Science does do a little bit of damage, but Nuzera do go farming and Scream to put on a highlight reel.
There were some very good highlights from this match, by the way.
Beautiful retake to close things out. Heartbreak for FPX, who, in my eyes, exceeded expectations.
The series started how it ended, with a shorty kill. Those were your Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Golden Boy here back again with Brennan Sideshow as we look to break down, honestly, a very fascinating series, Josh.
Do you want
Well, let me update the title here too.
Yes. Okay, there were 8 kills with a shorty over the course of that series, and it was 4 for each team.
Yeah,
they were perfectly
right.
even with the shorty battles.
Let's go.
The evolution of the shorty meta as well. It hasn't quite trickled down into ranked yet.
No, it will do.
But it will. It will eventually.
After today, it definitely will. And then everyone's going to be angry about it. But let's just go ahead and take stock of what we just witnessed there on Pearl. And, you know, really, the casters were talking about it. We were praising it. Shin just had a spectacular game.
Yeah, he had a worldie of a game, didn't he? I mean, he was taking all sorts of fights in mid as well when the sides ended up swapping around. I was pointing out, kind of looking forward to FPX's attack side, because that's typically where, you know, I've seen them have success in the past. But I think Carmine Corp did a good job of just fighting them in mid, making sure that they were very clean with it, and honestly just making sure that they took the good fights.
But look at the first kill differential again man. So
Said
across
it again.
this entire
Said it again.
series, Carmine Corp were getting 70% of the first kills. You can't win
That
a
is a
series when
lot
your
of
early
first
game
kills.
goes that badly, and I think that to me is the biggest takeaway for FPX there, because
Especially when you have to deal with rotations all the
Nuzera's
time.
operator, which was fantastic in this series overall. You know, those are really core things that ended up pushing both of those first and third maps way in favor of the French team.
I think, massive credit to Nuvera though with the idea to buy the operator as well, but that we saw on on Haven as well, is a bit of a difference maker for the first half, even though they didn't win the map, and towards the end of Pearl as well, because I think it was just good. It's good to punish teams that are a little bit less uncoordinated that are going to be leaving those angles open.
Yeah, but Nivera was still, even with the loss on Haven, was still, you know,
Yeah.
fantastic,
Still
right?
good.
And I think, like, they have a winner there with Nivera. They just got to hone that in. And they realize, to me, it looked like Casey was just like, our fundamentals are just better. Let's just play this game and do the thing that we know that we can do. Aim, kill, win. And that is exactly what happened. But unfortunately, that means that we have to say goodbye to Fun Plus Phoenix here, which is a heartbreaker because this
it's
team
unfortunate that
a
they have to
lot
go
of
home already.
personality out there in the server, Bren. You know, I liked what I saw. I'm excited
We
to
still
see
have
more
Edward
of them in
Gaming
the future.
It's
as well.
always fun to watch the Chinese teams, I think, as well. Turn up to these big events and just limit test live and see what they can and can't.
Dude, Edward Gaming
I mean
is...
I mean that in a really nice way. Because
I've never seen them either, but
of the you know, the Valorant scene for China.
I wonder if they have any different style or they keep the same style.
But this event as well, and in the future, they are paving the way, I think, for their entire region to potentially, you know, carve out their own slot in the global circuit.
Yeah, and I think this was a decent showing. You know, when we said at the beginning Common Core should be considered the favorites, FPX I thought might have a moment of making it look close on a map, but I was expecting like 13-8, 13-8, they just go home like that, and you know, don't do too much. They took a map here, they took it to Common
Battle
Core,
Penguins?
they found gaps.
Yeah, I mean, they were my favorite
Their game
casters.
plan well, so there are some positives to take away,
Brennan
and a lot
Sideshow.
of big learning moments.
Yeah, well, I hope that is really the thing that they rip from
They're
this
such a good duo.
experience, right?
They're a perfect
I
duo.
feel like a lot of teams, like squads like DRX, for example, learned so much and brought that back to the region, continued their dominance. I think it's going to be the same thing here for FPX, and I hope in a year, 2 years' time, we're talking about them contending for top 8, top 4 finishes. That's the perfect world I would like to live in. But who knows what's going to happen here. The Valorant's ever-changing. So before the break, though, we actually asked you guys
They
to vote
definitely
for the
do.
player of the match. And the
But they
results
used to at
are in.
least.
And if
Maybe
you
not all
didn't
the time,
pick,
but they
Shin,
definitely
that would've
play
been
together
bad. Okay,
sometimes.
there it is. So Shin ends up getting our MVP. Very well-deserved, Sideshow.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
When he
I
stepped
agree.
up to the, this is
Shin
the first
was
time that he's been on
delivering.
a big stage. First time playing against Tier 1 competition. Although, you know, a slightly easier matchup in the first round than going up against Loud or DRX or something. But still, the perfect way to get out on the stage and prove that you've got it and that you deserve your spot in partnerships.
Yeah,
and he did it.
I tell you now, I'm going to start buying that Sheriff on my pistol rounds when I'm playing Fade.
What?
I ain't buying any util, man.
That's
That's
so
what that's told me.
Defense
Always force the
fake.
Sheriff, man. Always force the Sheriff. Angel was onto something.
No, he
when
wasn't.
he was making
No,
those
he
claims.
wasn't.
Angel
No, he
was
wasn't.
onto something.
No, he
I'm
wasn't.
telling you.
But I think, you know, you got some questions and you got some answers here from Carmine Core. And to me, the two big answers to the questions that you got were, Shin is definitely good enough to play at this level, absolutely. And Nivera's operator is going to be a really important tool for them to rely on. And so I think them both being part of the MVP discussion is incredibly important.
A lot of chef's kiss moments for sure from Nivera. Loved what we saw. Obviously, though, for Carmine Corp, the challenges only continue, just like for pretty much every single team here, because they're going to be facing off against the winner of Loud and Gen G, which is going to be a tough challenge ahead. But for more on the
I
win
think
that they
Loud
just
and
had
Gen G,
against
that's
FPX, we actually have Yinsu standing
on
by
Friday.
with the legend himself, Scream, for the Verizon post-match interview.
Yeah, on the 16th.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That's right, I have Scream here with me. Welcome. First of all, congratulations on the win. I wanted to ask you, how did you find a game that was that fast-paced and that chaotic? And how do you call as an IGL? How do you respond to
Thursday.
those situations that you probably
Well,
don't
technically
normally have
tomorrow,
to,
Wednesday.
go up against?
Yeah, honestly, pretty surprising gameplay from them.
And then there's no matches on
I
the
heard,
16th,
like,
on
you know,
Thursday.
stuff around, like they play slow, they play aggressive, but actually they were kind of aggressive and they played pretty well around the gaps we had, you know. So it was hard on Haven, especially, you know, we had a hard game, but overall it was pretty controlling game, I feel like, you know, even though it was chaotic a little bit, but yeah, at the end we played our game and it worked out, you know, like.
I'm just gonna grab some
on
water.
Haven, the clutch factor, like we lost a lot of clutches and it didn't go our way, but we lost buff pistols as well, so we can give it to them. They played pretty good on this map.
And speaking of your game, I heard you say in the press conference that this era, kind of what is happening at K-Corp is very structured. You wanted to showcase that. Do you feel like you did showcase that today? And were you maybe a little bit prohibited by all of the chaos that was going on?
Yeah, I think, you know, the first game on stage, you know, the excitation, you know, the players, you know, like a lot of situations where we didn't stay calm, you know, as we usually do, you know. So there's a lot of this, you know, first game on stage. But I'm happy it did go our way, you know. So it was not an easy game, and I'm happy we closed it out.
A win is a win. A win is a win.
A win is a win.
Now, I got to say, for those of you at home who don't know how big of a deal this is, you haven't played a single series, best of 3, best of 5 series, without being on a duel list since 2020. And that was also against FPX back in EU, the old FPX. So what is going on? It doesn't seem right. It doesn't feel right that you're not playing a duel list character.
Yeah, when I came into this team, you know, I wanted to have a more structured game. And I think duelist in this game is a bit more, you know, you lose kind of a lot of tools, you know, a lot of tools. When you play like a KO, like a Fade, like this kind of stuff, and they did as well. They didn't play duelist on every map, and, you know, like, it's hard, you know, it's hard to play against. So that's kind of what we do, and I don't know, we didn't see all of our maps, so I can't say much right now, but yeah, obviously I'm the IGL. I'm taking more like the role into like, you know, initiator, you know, stuff like this. And, you know, we have Shin, so very aggressive player, and whatever agent he plays, he's going to be aggressive and he's going to be good. So, I don't know, like, duelist is overrated.
Oh, okay. Now, in the past, you've been quite vocal about sometimes you don't particularly find the likes of Sky and KO a lot of fun. You know, you had your struggles. You weren't quite sure if that was the right fit for you. What changed?
That's not true. Like, actually, Sky KO, that's some agents I really enjoy, actually. You know, we got some you can kind of hybrid it, you know, like duelist and initiator at the same time. That's what I like. And as I said, I'm the IGL right now. I need to be, you know, a step back, like have a good global vision on the game. And I think that's better for calling, in my opinion.
And last question, some of the FPX players, they called you out by name. They really looked up to you. They said that it was an honor to share the stage with you. So is there anything you'd like to say to them after playing against them?
Well, respect to them, respect to China. You guys play really good, and, you know, it was a close game.
Who likes the Chupa Chups here?
Yeah, like,
I think everyone does.
You know, have a good trip home. Like, that's it. Like,
I don't think there's anyone who says,
thank you very much, Scream,
man,
for
I
joining
really
me.
dislike
And we have had a great first series already, but don't worry, guys. We got 2 more coming up, and after the break, BBL will be taking on DRX.
All right. Huge match coming. It's like the cheapest tasted candy. Kinda sus what they had. Is the match starting? In like 3 minutes, I think. I don't think it is the cheapest. It's kinda expensive if you compare to other candy. I think the absolutely cheapest, isn't that like candy corn? Or like just pure sugar? Not even pure sugar. It's fruit, no, not whatever it's called. Fruit. Man, I don't know the name in English, but it's from corn. Whatever it's called. I mean, all candy is kind of sus what they had, if you think about it. In India, you get it for 60 cents. Let me see what 60 cents is in Swedish crowns. High fructose corn syrup. Yes. Okay. Yeah, they are. I'm not really sure if we have them at that price. I think they're like a tiny bit above 60. Close to $1 in Sweden. I might be wrong. I never buy them. But I know for a fact we have candy that's... let me see. That's 0.1 cents. No, 0.01 cents. I don't know what that is in like if there's a term for it. How much is a nickel? Nickel USD. Wait, I'm getting the prices for the material nickel. Oh, 5 cents, okay. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot more cheaper. I wouldn't recommend it though. Like the ultra cheap candy, it's definitely not good. It's sort of like really, really cheap meat, which is just a lot of water and additives. Dude, C9 versus Paper X is gonna be lit. How much do you think hardware matters for competitive Valorant? Just having a smooth game when you compete, it's important. Making sure that you don't lag randomly or if PC crashes, etc. Making sure that you have, I guess 60 FPS at least, because if you have less than 60, you're gonna stutter while playing and it's gonna be annoying. But it's not the hardware that makes the gamer, so you can get around it, of course. But when competing on stage like this, it's very important because the players most likely have good hardware. Some players don't. Who knows? But it's expected to have at least as good hardware as home. So that's brings a lot of these what's it called setups to be at the top, like super good. Exactly, King Davis. The difference between chocolate flavored candy and real chocolate is huge. What was it? It's like toffee that's not actually with chocolate. You get this like artificial taste. Super easy to spot it out. Usually like old people usually have those as well. Like hard candy, maybe not toffee, but like hard candy that either is like coffee or like chocolate or something, but it's not actually chocolate. Will there be a C9 versus Paper X after this? Yes. Yes. When will it be played? So expect it to be in like not under 2 hours. I'm pretty sure this match here between BBL and DRX, it can be under 2 hours, but it has to be like 12-0 for a team or something, or like 12-4 or something. It has to be fast. Minimum an hour and a half, probably. Maximum 2 hours or 3 hours. The match we saw here, it took more than 3 hours, but they also played 3 maps. And it was quite even some maps as well. Salute, Lucky. Sleep well. Now the Killjoy is nerfed, do you reckon Cypher will be played more in pro play? Or will he still play second fiddle to Killjoy? I think it's going to be played more in pro play for sure. Because more abilities will be able to break the turret more consistently. And just more shots. Like, less shots needed to destroy it. Which means it's more fragile, you have to hide it more and so on. And I feel like it's definitely gonna be a thing that pro players will be affected by. I feel like they should play more Cypher in general, to be fair. But like we saw with XMS, not all Cypher players might be ultra good at Cypher. Like they only play Cypher and so on. Maybe not only, but they are like... They know Cypher in and out. They can in their sleep setup perfectly. And I would say XMS, he was doing good. But I know there's other pro players that wouldn't be able to, even if they play Sentinels.
Welcome back to day 2 of Lock-In. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by Mimi and Seth, and we're going to be breaking down a pretty awesome battle. It's actually going to be for Achilleos' love of DRX and the amazing Turkish fan base that are going to be cheering on BBL. Of course, I'm talking about DRX versus BBL, and it's a pleasure to have you guys back. Real quick, Mimi, I want to get your thoughts on that last game.
That was a game of Valorant that I've ever watched in my life,
Fascinating.
and I did watch it, and it went into my brain.
That's awesome.
Yep.
I'm really happy for you.
It's going to stick there for a very, very long time.
It is burned into my retinas.
Parasitic.
Yes. Wonderful.
I'm just
had
gonna
so many
go
things I
grab
wanted
my
to go to, but let's just move on here. Because first, we have to talk about the Korean squad that did the impossible last year. They broke the curse. They did what we thought would have been what? Why? Who's making these
I thought we
graphics?
fixed this earlier.
Brennan Sideshow aren't even here anymore. There's an alert. What's the alert?
Well, it's pretty simple, GB, and it says you get to see them walking out of the van. It's going to be that Foxy 9 is not going to be starting here for DRX. That's right. Everything that Stax said to Yinsu in her interview with him was a lie. It is not going to be him kicking things off. And to me, personally, doesn't really shock me too much. But this does mean that we have Zest back in the starting 5 alongside all of the other familiar faces that we, and especially me, know and love.
Over-the-shoulder quiet? Oh, my God. Zest is spicy tamale.
But, yeah, so we have the same 5-man roster that managed to place 3rd at Champions. And my best guess is just that coming over here, starting to get into scrims, they said, okay, you know what? It's not looking as good as we need it to be. We know that this is going to be a single elimination event. Let's go back to the roster that got us the furthest that we've ever been, and let's just see if that works out from here. So they have Zest back through. So all of those leaked little screenshots of like, oh, Zest is scrimming with them. What does it mean? It means that he's playing with them. So there you have it.
There you go. I mean, congrats again to Brendan.
All right, for the maps. I really hope we don't get Icebox again.
He was still crazy.
I don't think we will get Icebox either because these teams
exciting one for DRX
lean towards other maps.
Mean that it's not quite what we expected. It's the best that we've ever seen out of Korea.
DRX
like
maybe
said,
picks Ascent.
They broke through their barrier here, and they're now coming into this event as one of the few rosters that have completely.
Wait, Ascent is in the map pool, right?
Yeah, and
pretty sure it is.
I think in looking at the players that we want to put a focus on, I think, to quote the great Bret Hart, one of the best there is, best there was, and best there probably ever will be. We of
you missed
course
something? Go back 2 minutes. I'm good, man. I'm not gonna sit and look. When you say something, I'm not gonna look for it.
A lot of gusto as well, isn't that right, Seth?
They caught him mid-vamo right there with that that photo. But yeah, I mean, so Stax, I think that honestly didn't have the flashiest Champions performance compared to what we have seen from him in the past. But he still was there during those clutch moments. That A-Heaven drop down on Ascent to really shut FPX out, to continuously guide his team across the finish line. He still has plenty of highlight plays for sure, so we'll roll those through. But it wasn't as nearly as Stax when it came down to the kill feed as we were used to seeing in previous events, especially looking at him over in VCT Korea.
They're walking from the van? All right.
But he is still the foundation of his...
Let's see, they're walking from the van.
Brennan Sideshow aren't even here anymore. There's an alert. What's the alert?
Well, it's pretty simple, GB, and it says you get to see them walking out of the van. It's going to be that Foxy 9 is not going to be starting here for DRX. That's right. Everything that Stax said to Yinsu in her interview with him was a lie. It is not going to be him kicking things off. And to me,
oh yeah, by the way, this is a thing with Korean teams, by the way. And no joke. Whenever Korean teams do interviews in esports, don't believe it. Go for the opposite. I mean, like strats and everything, like opposite, always.
They are ready to make a big splash in 2023. So let's go ahead.
That's something I learned firsthand.
DRX once again.
Wait, more Cypher? What's up, Mike Enium? What's up, my man?
Hi, I'm Stax from DRX. 저는 일단은 IG를 맡고 있고 이제 첫 부대를 하고 있고 그리고 이제 제 성격은 그냥 뭔가 조용할 때 조용하고 미친놈일 때 미친놈이고 그냥 좀 살짝 카멜레온 같은 느낌이 있는 것 같아요.
I'm doing good, Mike. Doing good, my man.
제스 선수는
Just waiting for the game to begin.
맡고 있고 이제 진짜 이제 밖에서 볼 때는 이제 조금 조용하고 이제 조금 겸손해 보이는 사람 같지만 실제로 보면은 엄청 더럽고 이제 거든요. 버즈 선수는 이제 저희 팀에서 이제 어떻게 보면 이제 모든 역할을 맡고 있고 버즈 선수가 이제 저희 팀에서 이제 진짜 만약에 얘가 프로 게이머를 안 했다면은 저는 진짜 얘가 어떤 일을 했을까 저는 상상이 감이 안 듭니다 지금. 알비 선수는 이제 알비 선수도 저희 팀에서 플렉스를 맡고 있고 이제 알비 선수는 뭐라 해야 될까 그냥 전형적인 이제 서울 사람이라고 해야 되나 뭐라 하는지 잘 모르겠지만 그냥 조용할 때 조용하고 잘 어울릴 때 잘 어울리는 그냥 이제 그냥 친구 같은 느낌이에요. 그리고 이제
Nothing about the in-game stuff for RB. He's just a good friend.
제가 봤을 때는 이제 조금 이제 좀 애니메이션 같은 거 좀 좋아하다 보니까 조금 자기만의 세상에 좀 빠져 있는 경향이 좀 많거든요. 그런 걸 좀 끄집어내줘야 되는데 마코 선수는 이제 저희 팀에서 이제 전략가를 맡고 있고 이제 좀 성격이 좀 이상해요. 얘는 좀 한 번씩은
I mean, he's doing good with the interview.
다가
안녕하세요. 저는
He's doing good with the interview.
DRX라고 하고요.
For sure.
김명관이고 제가 DRX에서 역할을 맡고 있는 건 이제 컨트롤러 연막 담당입니다. 일단은 특별한 점이라고 생각을 하면은 일단 다른 선수들이랑은 좀 다르게 좀 많이 차분한 것 같고 성격상 말이 별로 없어가지고 오히려 더 게임에 집중할 수 있는 점이
They're really silent without silence. Yeah, I mean,
좀더 올라가지 않나.
you should know how many people are loud when they're being silent. Like going to the cinema, people are silent, but then some person just whips out a bag of chips and just like.
더블 엘리보다 이제 더블 엘리보다 더 실수를 줄이고 더 연습을 좀 더 세게 하고 막.
And it's even worse when they try to be silent doing it. They're like slowly like reaching into the bag of chips and you just hear all the plastic and everything. And then take a bite like.
연습 안 한 팀은 그대로 첫 경기하고 바로 집 가는 거죠 뭐.
Well, there was DRX, and a team that we are all very familiar with, Mimi, but, you know, very interesting stuff there. And also, Stacks kind of has a little bit of a potty mouth.
Yeah.
You know?
They had to shut that guy down. They had to censor it. Good. Don't let your kids watch. Except let them watch. We need that viewership.
We need that viewership.
Keep that
We
pumped
need
up.
the views. Come on, guys.
Please. But I did think something interesting in that is that he was mentioning Foxy as the duelist player in that little piece of tape. And to my understanding, they were practicing and fully intending
Mike,
to play with
not
Foxy coming into this event.
That's
I
not
think
the stuff to
switch back
type.
to Zest is pretty last minute, and with Foxy being the duelist and Zest being more kind of an initiator player, flexible one, the roles might have been swapped up a little bit. So I'm wondering if they've had to kind of make a last-minute pivot to bring this guy back into the roster, back to what they used to play.
I know exactly what where they are. I just hear them.
So you would expect that it still
I know the roles in front
for them and that you wouldn't have any
or back.
real growing pains because they were able to do that for so very long. So we'll have to just wait and see. But
The sad part about this tournament is that Patty isn't playing.
Yeah,
Well, is
I
it
totally
sad
get
if he
it,
chose
and
to
of
not
course
play?
It's apropos for you as well. But let's move on to their opponent. It's going to be BBL, which is an EMEA
I don't think he
team,
wants to play, right?
honestly, like no other. They are the clout kings of Turkey. Also want to give a special shout out to our boy Vlad as well, who looked out for us big time when we were in Istanbul. He's one of the coaches here on BBL. And Mimi, this squad, you know, they've had some ups and downs
injury,
as far
okay.
as the IGL row goes.
No,
but
that is
overall,
unfortunate. I thought it was a choice he made.
It'll be interesting to watch. BBL is not a new roster. You might not be familiar with them, but they've been around for quite a while. The core of this team has been competing within Turkey for just over the last year
Wait,
here.
wait, are we
they're
talking about the
coming
same
into this
person?
event as their first show internationally for this squad.
yeah, and of course, you know.
We are talking about two different people.
Feels from our interview that we were talking a little bit like very
No?
comfortable
Wait.
being able to fall into this position. He says, yeah, you know, the pressure is there, and I earned that
Talon.
pressure, and it's good, and he's playing off of it. So it's I think that this is still going to be a very scary.
No,
task
we
for
are
both
talking about the same.
Yeah, and
Patty
that's
Pad.
kind of been the issue with this squad for quite a
Oh,
while.
he's
There
back.
has been a
Dude, he
big
should
lack
make
of
up his
IGLs
mind.
in Turkey. Valorant is kind of the first
He should make
FPS
up his
game
mind.
that
He's
really
in and
popped
out.
off in that
He's like a
region.
cat
So
that
there
doesn't
wasn't a
know if
lot
it's
of kind
gonna
of
go out
pre-existing
or stay
IGLs,
inside.
But Sasha, he said in a quote here that because of that lack of
But I'm
IGLs,
happy that he's
because the
back. I'm very
Turkish
happy.
region, the FPS culture is still under development. A lot of
And I hope he
players
recovers
don't
very
choose
fast.
to be an IGL. IGLing chooses them, and he talked more and said that that was basically what happened with him, right? He started off trying to play other roles, and eventually he kind of got forced into sliding into this IGL role, but kind of fell in love with playing that, and it's now one of the most highly respected IGLs in the Turkish region.
And you also have to think as well about like how, right, like the pressure that is going to be sitting on him there. And I think that, you know, and us talking to
You don't follow news? I mean, dude, there's so many things going on.
But the team recently, of course, signed that
There's so many things
IGL,
going on.
And, you know, I think it's there are a lot of weapons on this squad. But then on the flip side to that, you also have guys like, and I'm going to butcher this, it's Kushner X, I believe. I'm the worst. Kushner. But regardless, I apologize. But regardless of that, I'm really looking forward maybe to seeing
Imagine
fantastic as an
just some
individual.
weird
Brett was talking about him
pronunciation.
earlier. He is the star player of all star players, the classic Turkish jet. He's been in the chamber world for a while, but now it looks
But
like
you
this
read
meta is
politics?
gonna get him
I read
back
a lot
in
of
the role he
finance.
loves.
I've been hearing whispers on the wind. The streets have been talking, as Bren loves to say, about Kushner in his scrims.
I read Reddit. I read Comp Valorant Reddit, of course. But
dropping like 30 bombs against pretty much anybody that he's playing against.
I have other priorities too.
This is going to be the one thing that DRX will really need to tackle, because if he is let loose, then good God, he is going to just run rampant in the lobby.
Oh yeah, Fred, we saw Harbor last match.
Been on the roster for quite a while, but
In case you weren't here before.
to mold these strong players into a great team.
Well, you know, before we move on, let's actually get to know the roster of BBL a little bit better.
Some pro player, they should let their cat just walk on the keyboard when they make a name. I don't think anyone would be able to go pro with that, because like it would be forced to change.
Ben Aslan Maşado.
Otherwise it looks weird.
3 yıldır en eski üyesiyim takımın ve flex oynuyorum ajan olarak.
Hello, I'm Sochny from BBL. I'm
Do you invest in stocks market? I do.
Bu sezon Sochny'nin gelmesi ayrıca olarak bence takımı çok rahatlattırdı.
I go long on stuff. I don't really do anything short term.
We went straightly to the gaming house and we really became brothers in really short time, in like 1 month. And I
For
love
example,
everyone in here.
there's a company that's developing ultra thin film for phones and stuff that has the capability to pick up 5G, 4G and everything. So for example, in order to develop that, you need a lot of time and government contracts and stuff like that, or file patents and stuff. But it's really cool to follow it. Like that type of stuff. And there's another one that basically makes it so that people who have diabetes, they can get insulin much cheaper and also monitor it much more well, in a cheaper way and more automatic as well. And they are doing, I think they're close to human trials.
Hayal ettik, başardık, inandık. DRX'e hazırız. Heyecan var tabii ki. Emniyete söyleyin, kimse emniyette değil.
You know, when I hear
yeah, they've been killing it with these
it sounds like
these what's it called films. Name of the company? If you mean the second one, they are called No Labs.
They might have, but that's still only freshly built.
And I think it's spelled KNOW.
Building their legacy for years with this core that are coming back with the same roster
No Labs.
as last year. So this is going to be a very tough match for them.
They're the ones who developed that non-invasive
on BBL if they can actually take them down. If you take down the third
what's
place
it called?
champions last year
insulin
with the
stuff.
same roster, they haven't had any shakeups. It would be absolutely monstrous, and I can't even imagine how Sushni in particular would feel having been the one holding that pressure, channeling it into his performance, and guiding these players to that win.
Yeah, and these players have talked about it. You heard in that quote earlier that, you know, they've talked about how the Turkish scene is still very much in development. And for a team of all Turkish players to be able to make waves, find a big upset like that in an international event would be huge for this team and Turkey as a whole.
Yeah, and let's not forget too, like, yes, we think the world of DRX, they have had some incredible runs, but despite champions, I mean, their season also was a little rocky in 2022.
Which map do you want to see?
Well, right? A few times where they would struggle in the early games,
I want to
maybe
see
like the early rounds, maybe get
Lotus
figured out.
again.
And also, let's not forget, there's just
Either
a lot
first
of
or second
takes
map,
on
so that
this
it
lineup
gets
that
played.
could be detrimental to them.
Yeah,
Lotus,
I mean, plenty to study,
Split,
at least for
and
all
Fracture.
of the maps we're in previously.
I want those
Pearl,
3
they've
maps.
never played it, so that could be something as well that maybe they have up their sleeve. Lotus as well. Obviously, we have tape on basically
Like that would be very intense.
And KC.
I think a very intense match with those 3 maps.
Absolutely correct in that regard, but DRX
None of those
have always
maps
been
are very
innovators.
slow.
They don't like to run the same thing. When they did try to keep playing the same comps over and over again, that's when they kind of got clipped in the rear, and that's when they, you know, didn't make it to the first international event, and we saw Newturn on the stage being able to achieve third.
And I think that's exactly kind of the point we're at right now, because we've come into this year with a very different meta, with some changes from kind of the defining agents of last year. So they will have had to have made some changes, come up with some new game plans in the offseason. I think the success of that really relies on the success of this team, because in the past, like you said, when they're making changes, they're winning.
Yeah, and
Do we take crunch?
actually thinking about it as well, like with the meta and how things have
Not
shifted
really.
around,
Like,
it's really
I follow some
blown the doors
subreddits.
wide open, I
That's
think,
where I get
for
my news
DRX,
in
right?
the subjects I'm
they
interested
have,
in.
Who knows what they could potentially muster up and find
Otherwise,
a new strategy,
you know, I
find
just
a new approach.
read
Heck,
some
maybe
general
even played
news
Lotus.
pages, but I
mean,
don't really
they
read
absolutely
too much
could.
mainstream
they
news.
typically do stray away from when a new map is released. We've seen that with them in the past.
Fair,
First
fair.
champions
But
not
yeah,
really wanting to go to
the
Fracture,
topic
they
came
teased
from
it, and then they got absolutely
you don't
bodied
read
on
news
finally
about
showing.
Valorant,
And then
right?
they said, okay, you know what? When the next map comes out,
I don't
we're
read
not gonna play for a very
everything
long
on
time. And that's
on
because we
Valorant
haven't
news
seen it yet. So I think
because
it's gonna be
there's
the
so
same
much
treatment
things,
for
you know.
Lotus at the end of the day. But who
And when
really
when I
at the
have
same
to
time, though,
you know,
for
make
this
my
team, I
videos,
think they have some
stream and
competitions that
everything,
they've run for a very
a lot
long
of that time
that they
is
stuck
going
with even
towards
through the
doing
chamber meta that are still
good
gonna
with
be
my
good.
work.
Like they never stopped playing like that Omen, Jet, and Killjoy comp on Ascent. They could just
A lot
stick
of
to
people
that. So
in
it's
ranked
finding
seem
that
to
middle
like
ground for
Yeah,
DRX.
to use
it's
Harbor
going to be a
and Lotus.
fascinating
Yes,
matchup for DRX, and I'm
I've
very
seen that too,
excited to see what
and
BBL brings to
I
the
think
table.
it's
But let's
perfect
go
for
ahead
Lotus.
and bring out these two teams and welcome DRX and BBL to the stage.
All right, let's see. Yeah, the odds are definitely against BBL. I think DRX will win, but I hope that BBL wins. I really hope so. Oh yeah, it's very silent, by the way. We don't have music on this stream because I get copyright struck. Yeah, they muted the mics even before. Someone copied my content now. Oh no. Wait. I got a copyright. So, you know Sliggy, he uploads his VODs on YouTube. I got a copyright thingy from his VOD. Interesting.
Before we begin, we wanted to pay our respects to
No, the
all
Battle
those
Penguins.
impacted
It's
by
because
the Turkey and Syria
he watched the
earthquake
matches too, right?
with a moment of silence.
And because I am what's it called? I'll just have some respect for this.
By the tragedy.
All right. So it was a whole VOD of the matches, right? But because I stream on YouTube first, and like my content is here first, it's counting minus. I assume it's counting minus like the.
And we obviously wish DRX as well
the
as
OG.
BBL all the luck in the world as they take this stage.
Or it could be that
there's a lot on the line here,
Riot also
right?
gets it.
I think for both teams. And, for DRX, obviously, it's a great opportunity for them to continue to show their continued growth as an organization, as a team. And for BBL, it's honestly the same thing as well. Both incredible journeys that these two teams have taken to get to this point.
No, it absolutely is. And I think that at the end of it all, and granted this should be the case in pretty much every series that we have at this event, given that it is single elimination, but in this one in particular, I think that you are going to see nothing left on
I don't think so, Zero.
Yeah, both of these teams
it's
are
just
going to do everything that they absolutely have
if
to walk away victorious.
like if, I don't think they have that many fans
Both these teams
in
for
Brazil.
very different reasons. For DRX, it's maintaining that legacy of excellence, always having top placements.
Like you see, there's definitely people coming in and sitting there, right?
To show us what they have
There's also a cap on how many can be
and,
in the arena.
I'm just going to mention this only because, but I do want to give a real big
you also have
shout out
to focus
to
in
the
that
BBL guys, because
pretty much all
the
Brazilian viewers are going to be cheering
to
for
come
Brazil.
out onto the stage and lay it all out there. It's truly extraordinary. So
Hashboardan, hope I said it correctly, by the way. Sorry if I don't.
Yeah, but as we take
You're
a look,
welcome.
unsurprisingly,
Sorry,
the
you're
Lotus
welcome,
is
man.
banned
And if
by
there's
DRX.
anything you ever wonder, let me know.
Pearl is selected.
Yeah, I like that DRX was like, we just don't want to do this.
I mean,
I am, David.
That has
Yes,
always been
I
the
am.
case, but the fact that
It's
they're
going to be
bringing
late,
up
but
Pearl,
I'm watching it.
That shows an extreme level of confidence.
Nice, we
here
got
from DRX.
Ascent too.
Sometimes that
Nice.
has been misplaced
Both the maps I
confidence by
wanted.
them in the past, but
Unfortunate band.
I do know that they have been scrimming a hell of a lot to make sure they get up to stuff with this map because they know that it's going to come with the pool. BBL though decided to go
No,
for Ascent,
split ban.
which we saw so many times.
Don't
with
give me
DRX.
Icebox.
4 times played at Champions. They walked away victorious in all of
Sorry.
those, but out of all 4, 3 of them went to overtime.
Yeah, still, that was probably one of the
I'm happy with that.
maps for DRX.
I'm
but
happy.
it's
A
safe to
ban
be said,
for
BBL,
Icebox.
They have always loved playing
Icebox
Ascent.
is
It
so slow.
Comfortable territory for this team, and sometimes that's just what you got to do. It's a good map for your opponent. It's better for us. We just have to play our own game and focus up. Haven is where we
I do.
land
I
as
save
the
all my streams on
decider.
YouTube. If you go to my channel and click
getting rid of the
live,
new maps in the pool.
you can see
No
all the
Lotus,
streams
no
there.
split for them. So we get a map pool that I would say pretty heavily favors DRX. Ascent really needs to be the tipping point for BBL.
But when you're streaming on the Twitch, for example, and you're uploading your VODs to YouTube, then it's counted as a video and not a live stream anymore. So that's why you see some streamers, they make separate channels for that, because it kind of ruins the algorithm if you post super long videos that people, maybe watch 8 minutes of.
All right, Prime Gaming, Agent Select. Let's see where we end up getting here from both of these teams.
This will be the first time that DRX is playing this map, so I'm interested to see what solution they go for.
Oh, Yoru.
Yoru, and he's gonna go through.
He wants to beat them with their, well, not, I was thinking of Paper
A
Extra.
little bit special here. I think at this tournament, if you have a gimmick, it's single elimination. You go for it.
This is not what I expected at all, honestly, from the side of the RX. Just given that we've seen quite a bit of Neon in the past on Pearl, I thought perhaps we would see RB playing that one, since we typically see him playing it on Fracture as well. But he's going to be shifting over into playing the Astra here for the squad. Yeah, and DRX, that double controller composition, meaning they're going to be really strong at holding space on the defense and locking things down in their post plants, but they don't have that Cypher Killjoy to kind of sure up gaps. Yeah, for sure. But if they can still use that double controller to
Oh no, they didn't upload my content for sure. It's just a false claim by the algo.
You can just TP past that utility.
All right,
The YouTube copyright thingy thinks
time to turn over to two
not
guys
copyright,
that
but
are
it isn't.
absolutely dripping in caster
My bad
clout.
for
It's Brent and Sideshow.
not communicating it.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, I don't know much
Oh, dude,
about
my
Clout. I mean,
favorite
Sweat,
casting
most
duo.
definitely, it's quite hot.
Absolutely
He's rising here.
hilarious
He's
casting
rising.
duo.
The tournament is definitely heating up across the board on top of that as well, because remember, single limb so far all the way in this lock-in tournament.
Which is wild.
Yes, and, as the desk was mentioning, Josh, gives room, I think, for a bit of unorthodox composition, some gimmicks as well, and we're seeing it right off the rip
Yo,
with,
Zero.
with Kushner playing
Appreciate the
I
super
think
chat.
this is
Thank you,
really
man. Much love to you.
unusual, especially considering that it was DRX's map pick.
Yeah.
So this isn't something where they've decided to pick Pearl and go for the pocket pick of the Yoru, but they're allowing Pearl to be picked into them. Very strange. I can't really understand how BBL would have known that DRX picked Pearl. Again, first time we're ever seeing this dominant Korean team play the map. And they're coming out here with a Sova,
I'm excited for
which is
Yoru.
slightly
I
interesting,
want to see some
especially
wacky plays.
considering that we don't
Some
know how
silly
long
plays,
they've been
wacky
practicing
plays,
with
and
this.
nuts plays.
Well, here we go. Pistol round about number 1. Already seeing that Yoru come out.
Yeah,
As a
immediately
big
teleporting
crash.
over to B.
Yeah.
That was just off a bit of a peek into A main.
You wanna see zip tie? The dude is gonna, yeah, he's gonna slide with your. I don't know what it's called, but he's gonna do that slide.
Looks like a bit of an A split just being set up. Obviously,
have you ever tried to find a Valorant duo? I've had some duo players, but if I get one, I get one. If I don't, I don't. I'm going with that type of thing.
BBL full of talent.
Oh yeah, the gritty, yes. Yes.
Recon Dart back online at possibly the perfect moment.
That's a great time for it. Yeah, the knife is going to get it suppressed going, moving forwards through the cloud
burst.
Oh,
that is a massive recon bolt.
And a lovely flash on top of it through the back still. It's going to be just the 2 for 2.
Yo, thank you again, Zero. Much love to you.
Trying to lay claim, take out a couple of these players, but RB
appreciate the super chat. Thank you, my dude.
40 health now. Has spotted just the one player with a spot. Not in a great spot. Flicker or wrist, you got to be joking.
What a way to announce yourself on the stage at lock-in. That's a monster clutch from RB.
It's ridiculous.
Really difficult to win that one as well. 2 players that can just face him at the same time, and he flicks around. So precise there with the Ghost.
Yeah.
What a Red Bull clutch.
RB, over the course of his career as well, has kind of just evolved into this.
Your potato thing,
player, honestly,
you as well. Thanks so much for the super chat. I appreciate all the
a player that's been under a lot of criticism.
Thanks so much.
Prior to champions for
do
really
you expect Cypher on Haven? We saw it last match, so I wouldn't rule it out. Killjoy has been very popular, but I want to see Cypher more than Killjoy, for sure. If we see a very defensive teams, it's going to be Killjoy. But if we see, you know, hybrid teams or a bit more aggressive, I think Cypher fits in.
Typically, if it is
a lot more.
It's usually
and I hope so, at least, because he's more of
okay, guys, deep breaths.
Unpredictable agent than Killjoy.
You know, things aren't quite going their way.
Yeah, going wrong in the comms or something like that.
And so you're shutting it down as early as possible.
Yo, Zero, thank you again, my man. Appreciate it.
Burning a timeout.
How you doing, Sadim? How you doing, my dude?
It is a technical pause, though, rather than a tactical one, so that does make a lot more sense.
Yeah, that makes way more sense, yeah.
But I think this gives us an opportunity to just talk about what we were thinking about at the beginning of the day.
Don't worry.
What a seismic upset this would be, right? With one of the teams that people think the least of. Only, I think it was the audience had about 3% of people going for BBL. So that would be
on Cypher
a massive upset over DRX. I think probably the biggest upset of the alpha bracket if BBL were
imagine Nats on Cypher.
Part of the reason is just that DRX is so consistent at dealing with teams that are a tier below.
I'm not sure who.
Brent, I've got a stat that blew my mind when I looked it up. DRX only had 1 loss across the whole of 2022 to a team that didn't finish top 3 at an event.
That is absurd.
So if you're not tier 1 of the tier 1,
I don't want to
if you're not on a podium, DRX are not losing to you.
I think it speaks to the consistency of this team, DRX. I mean, they're always good for early on in the tournaments, just being able to sail their way through.
Who's the Cypher from?
Throw a bit of
non-NA and non-EMEA.
Into it when we were talking about
That's
the roster
good.
that DRX was running, because they were saying, you know, in interviews, Stacks, interview with Yinsu, saying that they were going to be running with Foxy 9.
I mean, quote, 99.9%
I know one. Oh yeah, the one from Zeta division. I think I forgot the name of him. But apparently he's really good as well.
The question becomes then, was it
well, I know he's very good, but he's been good lately too.
Was it a last-minute scramble with the roster?
And if that is the case, it's going to be the latter. Then they are, you know, splitting that practice time with different compositions. It shifts around the roles quite a bit as well, because you would be taking Buzz off that primary duelist.
Yeah, but
Laz, yes, Laz.
I'm sure this
I think
is
it's
what
Laz,
Seth would say if he was in the conversation with us, is that they've played this style before, and they've played the other style too.
He's nodding at us right now.
RB has been that entry duelist where you put Buzz over on Killjoy, and then they've also had a really great run at Champions where Buzz was just playing Jet. And I think this team can get really deep and might even be considered one of the tournament favorites if they're in good form, just by running Buzz, Jet, and the standard roster that got them deep at Champs.
Yeah.
There's still, you know, tons more games to go. And
Dude, that monitor is leaning.
Nobody's counting DRX out of potentially being a tournament favorite.
I wonder how you play with
given,
that.
I think as well, when you hear
like
most people
leaning
talk
like
about
this
tournament, it's the rosters that have their
I mean, I
core
guess
intact.
I see how you lean forward towards it, face
gives them
in.
the biggest advantage, obviously. You think about it, don't need as much time as other teams. You can reuse some of your old defaults, some of your old strats you might have been pulling out. Obviously, we did shift away from the.
I'm just waiting for the day someone has the monitor like
save you a lot of time
just
in terms
flat
of preparation.
above the
Think about
table.
teams that have completely rebuilt their rosters.
And that's what's interesting to me about BBL is that they've brought in a new IGL that wasn't, as far as I'm aware, originally part of that like first partnership roster that they put together.
Yeah.
You know, when all of that got announced, but they realized that it was required to bring in Sojni and add something different, something thoughtful to their game, which, as the desk were breaking down, it's quite difficult to find Turkish-speaking IGLs at the moment.
It's a role that's definitely lacking. Well, the tech pause will be ending momentarily, hopefully. Fingers crossed, just a quick restart of somebody's PC. We'll be getting back into the action, but you're exactly right. And I think the hope is with BBL,
yes, Saya player has definitely weird positioning. He uses a box. I don't know if he still does it, but he used to have a box that he just slaps on the table, and then he sits there like this, like this, literally, just elevated arm like that.
Playing up close as a
and it came from Overwatch, I think, where he had he was in a team
the individual skill is absolutely there.
with a player named Ryu Jehong. Yeah, I think that's the name. And that guy, he was he's always sitting really far down in his chair and with the arm far up. And I think that's where he got it from.
The reads on where the play is going and whether he can rotate to bolster the defenses in time.
Yeah. Used on the corner.
Do you have any mistakes that you see Cyphers do often? Yes. One is always sitting in camera too much, not being really what's called brave when they fight.
Stand a chance, one kill, but instantly traded.
Aslan not checked in this position,
not checked at all. Look at him still.
Dude, he's sitting there chilling.
The box, an opportunity.
Nice, they found him.
Well, the angle's being held anyway. Did stop and deny that plant, and he's bought time for the rest of his team to come back in. This one, stun as well in play. Buzz just has to back away again for but a moment, but just two players left standing.
Vendetta, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. What about you?
Playing X's or just trying to go down to that spike.
Harshwardan, a few tips on attack side. One, use the camera to look around corners when attacking. Two, you can use the camera to bait enemies to look away and move their crosshair.
The crazy stuff that BBL have surely cooked up for some of these gun rounds.
Use the cages to block off angles.
They must do.
I see this
and throw cages above the walls. Get creative.
Something similar at least.
Well,
Four, when you use your ultimate
was very aggressive,
and like ping is about to come,
forced you to react to it.
Get ready to fight so that you fight right as the ping comes in. Slightly after actually.
But I am intrigued to see
and that way,
game plan he's got.
You have the advantage when you're peeking a corner. You know exactly when to pre-fire or shoot. And if you don't do it on the first ping, you can do it on the second one.
To just go for it as a pick. I feel like they've got something planned that we haven't thought about.
That's some pretty good tips on attacking, especially because with all of these you take the first step, which you usually have to do when you're attacking.
DRX or think that they're going to be able to take this one and avoid the upset. Never lost a map in their opening series.
Hope you have a good day too. Good night to yourself, Yash.
So consistent. Most people have them going quite far in this
It's
event.
been good so far.
See the beginning of this one now with the rifles in the hand of the BBL players. What can they cook up?
What did he
now?
die to Spike? Reset for money.
You can see that gate crash is going all the way, slipping to the back of their spawn.
I wasn't looking, but I assume it was BBL, right? So if you survive as the defender, you get a minus to the money next round.
But just an exchange of that utility for now.
But Cushion has already read the play. I mean, they have 5 players able to respond to this.
I don't know commands. There are commands.
And the Killjoy is giving them good utility through B lane.
We even have a DJ Khaled command.
Turco knows that he doesn't have to be too worried.
Flash play comes down, wall dropped as well. Very similar to the prior round, the same play being made. Dash across. Buzz is deep within the site, but it is being covered again into the back of the side of BBL players.
Dude, the
headshots
there.
But Marco, what is that? From the jaws of defeat, just pulls out 2 miraculous kills.
And not an expression on his face. I mean, just another day at the office for Marco.
Left down to 5 health, but it's bought his team a lifeline in this round with the 2 of them alive. Going to be rotating all the way back.
All right.
Now over towards B.
It's doable.
And this is where things get sticky, and this is where DRX are starting to understand
it's good that they clear
how BBL are
like
playing,
this.
because with those, I guess you could say almost a 5-player stack over on.
And even if it's on B now, It's
the
fine.
hit came through,
They can just
they
retake.
realize that B is just completely open and that they can go back here. And this almost looks like a save round for BBL, but I think they'll give it a good college try.
I would fight this.
See if they can find a pick early on. But
Which
otherwise, it would be
agent is
devastating to lose both of these
the more
rifles.
difficult to master between Yoro or Raze? Yoro, for sure.
Mako is close onto this corner. It's all about how you clear it.
Oh.
That's a good covering fire. RB swings at the precise moment to set up that crossfire. Not giving any easy targets still. Players are low enough, but a pre-fire is going to reveal the positioning in the footsteps. Makes it more
They
than
just
clear for
dragged
Mako
out.
to clean up. What a round by him.
They
This
dragged them
guy,
out
a
there.
true animal.
And the Astra is not going to peek until there's
Marco
contact.
is an absolute beast. Definitely one of the best players of 2022, and I would put the house on him being a consistent superstar player for DRX.
Oh yeah, I need to update the command, by the way.
He's
I'll do
just
that after the
always
stream.
there.
But yeah, I like
Look at the
YouTube more as a
face.
platform.
There's no reaction to these plays happening. They're all just expected.
That's why I didn't go back
he
to
just
Twitch.
is so cool, calm, and collected in every moment. And that's the bonus round converted.
Yeah,
for
Yoro
DRX.
definitely has a lot of
Even when
high
BBL
skill
had a
ceiling.
good read,
A lot of
side
it
hit comes through and
lies
crashed a lot
in
of it,
decision making.
Still not able to convert the round.
Like, to press the button to TP and so on, it's really simple, right?
them back for just
But
the moment, but
to decide to do it, when you should do it, and why you should do it,
guns, not
that is
too
really
ideal,
tricky.
BBL side. I want to see them cook up something special, honestly. Take a couple of risks now.
I agree, James. I definitely agree.
Why
We
not?
got some
Do you wanna see them
last
use the Euro
match, but I
I'd love
want
to see
more.
them try and cook something up. Seriously,
I'm not sure this is the round for it.
And I want Lotus too.
Maybe if an opportunity presents itself, but for now it's very passive play. Obviously looking to contain in mid, where that's where all their players are, pushing up with the drone as well. I wonder if that's going to be heard by RB, who was holding the flank. But just contact plays.
And DRX are getting some great information off of this. The fact that nobody's here, nobody's home.
Knife is good. Stun to try and disrupt that as a... Again, the back of Horse was just being
Plant
cleared
coming
out.
in.
See Stacks now going for the plant out in the open, facing away just in
And
case
they
the
thought it
flash
was
does come over the side.
on default spot.
That Horse control going to be very important to hold on to. Buzz at a slide off
But
angle
don't I
now.
mean Yoro?
And it's a really open plant too.
Well, I was thinking of doing it with
Interesting if they try that in the gun rounds as
Yoro
well.
as a second agent.
But the crossfires and the better weapons here are just going to
Oh,
be
last
way
bullet.
too easy for DRX.
Reason I didn't do it is because there's a lot of content creators for Yoro already.
That is that Prime Gaming flawless.
I mean, we can do
And I'm
both
wondering,
Neon and
Greg,
Yoro,
whether
why not?
DRX are now
But
gonna
I want to
have a
do
bit
more
of a
Neon
read
than
that
Yoro.
B is open, and that
I
they
like
can
them
just walk on
both,
it.
they're really
As you
fun.
saw, DRX, they had no resistance to be able to get in onto the site there. They planted in a really open spot where they can play post plants from all over the place. So do they try
Which
that
team
again?
do I support in
And
VCT?
crucially,
I
does
support the
Kyushu try
underdogs.
to stop them?
I like the upsets.
Because in the previous round, he was using his gate crash a little bit like a chamber TP, where he's playing much more pushed up. In fact, here he comes to play B again. He wasn't there at the start.
Yeah, this time no breach stun to slow down these players,
Uh-oh.
but there we go.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
National Drift going to be popped off here.
And that's
Not
just
aware of this, just getting some information. Essentially just a human drone. Just
That is...
spot out and using the ult for that information.
Ah,
The question
that is
from
an
DRX
expensive...
is, where's he gone? Because he could have gate crashed over to A,
That
or
is
he
an
could have gone to B. And
expensive,
look, that
drone.
information is prompting a double push out of A. So now if DRX
I
try
mean,
to
he could
return
play
back to
Sova.
the opposite side of the site,
Or you-
they're going to meet Sojni
Sage?
and Kirko.
No, not Sage, Sky.
And RB nearly did.
Yeah. Good discipline though, not to bite off a little bit too much there. RB didn't recontest the fight.
But now it's the perfect response from DRX. They know that there's two players on the flank, max 3 people here, just shove it into B.
Oh, and look at Kyushu, he can't even stand still. There's a pull on one side, a dart on the other. Has to back away and...
The way they
pincer,
enter in on
pincer
site,
maneuver
it
right
is
there.
great.
Brave just cannot withstand it.
They just
Bit of
run in.
a blind there by Kyushu, but still claims the kill, not before being...
It's unfortunate
traded out.
Brave was
Spike will
left
go
alone
down
there
without
in
too much
backside.
trouble.
3-player retake here. And Stacks'
Nice,
position, give it
nice.
away, brings it into
Let's
a
get
3v3.
more.
Yeah, ball going up now. They want to be playing this one quite quickly. Bit of a tap at the spike. Trying to force good fights out of it. Again, winning a couple of them still. Just down to the one player though. Sojni and
Nice.
he's given
One
a
more.
one angle. Down to that 1v1. RB holding his ground. A quick tap once more, trying to force the fight.
This is so hard.
Information gathered, information gained. RB must just be able to see that he's not on it. And
Oh, and there's a star.
wow, just waiting for the star to come online. Not winnable. Time has to be played, have to save the rifle.
An absolutely checkmated position for
Yep.
Sojni to play. RB's almost unkillable.
That is annoying when it
Dancing up
happens.
and down on that elevation, but he always gets to see whether or not Sojni's sticking the defuse. Really,
Smart
really
play.
tough. You have to hit
Very
a
smart
crazy shot to be able
by
to win.
RB.
And BBL now taking what I think is a really well-timed tack.
Yeah. And it's clear they're struggling, I think, a little bit with the anchoring side of things. When you see those big sight hits coming through from DRX, something that they were, I mean, really propelled onto the main stage with, honestly. The fact that people were, you know, so impressed with these big set utility combos. It's not the whole thing that makes up DRX these days. They're much more fleshed out in terms of what they've got in the playbook, but it's really hard to stand up with. I mean, it tests your ability, I think, to make sure you've got the right protocols. If you're trying to anchor it down, who's going to be shooting the dart? Who's going to be making sure that they can back up a player who might just be isolated, like we saw in the back of halls there?
I think it's really tough, actually, for BBL to find an adjustment that works here. You know, the Yoru playing over towards B long in somewhat of an aggressive position with a gate crash so that they can retreat into halls might be an idea, but it's not as fluid as the chamber was in the prior meta. I think they're going to really struggle to come up with ideas for this defense.
When, for example, if we take the last B hit before,
Then, I think their comp is going to rely
BBL,
more on
they
catching
fell
people
back,
unaware on their attack
what's his name? Brave. He was stuck there in backside, and he could, you know, get a kill if an enemy came to his face, but he was
quite difficult.
shot from the back.
But on the flip side,
and also there was a Viper wall that was blocking the defenders in the spawn, so they had to go through the Viper wall, and they felt, you know, kind of afraid of doing it, I think, because DRX were running up very fast. So just getting caught off guard and having one player or two players in bad positions, reducing the numbers, you know, it does a huge thing for the defenders in a bad way.
These smokes, that's where Brave wants to try and play to get some value to one kill. Found tries to pick up the rifle to recover at least a portion of the round, but ultimately is going to be falling now.
And the pit invested as well.
And they play really fast, just get in and get out.
I mean, committing this Hunter's Fury cuts across. I think a little bit of damage done potentially.
Oh, there's a Yoru TP
not even
there.
that, I think just the reveal prior from his dart that was sent flying.
Yeah, exactly. They wasted a Yoru flash. I mean, not Yoru flash, ulti. Got some info. You know, people are pushing B, whatever, but it's really early info.
We got a few more pieces to work with as well. Mako up close and personal.
And this here, it's just difficult to deal with. It's a Viper ulti. There's stars in the way, mollies, time being burned.
Look how well thought out that post plan was. They have the Viper's Pit on top of it, but they're spamming all of their utility early on, and then that buys time for RB to go for this flank through Art. And so, you know, there's a pull on the spike, but the pull doesn't have to be used until late. RB's going to be in the perfect position for them to drop the pit and come from an unexpected angle. There's so many layers to this, and it's so difficult for BBL to deal with it on the fly. The tempo is definitely being set here by DRX, and that's not where you want to be if you're running a Yoru comp.
No, you really want to be, I think, showcasing.
You want to play faster with the Yoru.
Idea, something set that is going to be throwing your opponents off, but...
Oh.
Nice shock dart.
That's good.
Interesting one, actually.
Typical area for alarm bot too.
Double doors now forces, honestly.
Look at this aggressive gate crash.
This is nice though. Aftershock onto the corner.
Oh, that is good. That is good.
Gate crash forward, still holding that forward angle. A deeper position. It's going to be remaining for but a moment, but finally TPing back to safety.
And that's about the first value that we've seen Kushner really get. Outside of stacking the correct sites, which has never really worked. Goes for an aggressive play there, and it pays off.
Here's
so how
the drone.
does DRX work in 4v4s?
Shut down immediately.
And what's their answer going to be?
They have broken the Killjoy turret that was over here, so Stax is getting a lot of space to set up for an A-split. And the KO wall is devastatingly good against Brave.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal for him to try and anchor. Smokes
so many
down.
smokes.
All over the side to try and split this one up.
They cover all the areas, all the important areas.
The utility's just a little bit too late. Still, Brave gets the one kill, and luckily, and crucially, he will survive. So backing away to wait for the rest of his team.
Huge play inside his own smoke to avoid the flashes.
We see the lockdown being used with Zest going down.
Oof, a million people. A million people there in the spawn.
Wraps up the round quite nicely.
They did use their
first
kill
round
troll
to
to
get
their
on the board there from BBL. It cost them a lot. but it
I mean,
was
it's fine.
worthwhile.
The Killjoy ultimate made them move out from site, and then you can take space.
I've got to give credit to Brave
And kill the enemies as
to be
they
able
are
to get
moving
that
out.
first pick and hold on to the back site control so that the rest of his team could come in for a retake,
Yeah.
get the lockdown in a good spot.
It's a good,
That's
it's a
really
good way
important for an
into the
Astra
match
that
now.
was potentially about to get hit by a KO ult.
Really critical, and sometimes that first round can be the hardest one when it feels like the momentum is against you. A team like DRX.
However, you have 3 ultis here.
Still have their ults.
Zest can use his ulti kind of freely now because Aslan used his Killjoy ulti.
You see Aslan and Shadow change around his Killjoy setup. Still the alarm bot in the same place that got shock darted before, but now putting more of a focus towards B.
Drone pushes forwards. Look at this. Nothing to really offset it. They know that there's not going to be that heavy presence towards playing aggressively into B.
I like how he enters in.
Flash perfectly
Just
timed
clean.
with Buzz's updraft as well to see if they can catch it onto any sort of player. Right around the corner, that's Q-Shitter.
They are getting a ton of kills here.
Right on the
BBL.
side. And he's dealt with, but too little too late, honestly. 2 kills found for him.
Oof.
Great kill as well from
Buzz
Sochny
unlucky.
to shut down the lurk, and BBL. 2 rounds in
Yeah.
a row, an aggressive play from Q.
It looked like DRX would be just getting in there, shoving them back.
Seth talk on the desk about how
But
he's
no.
been allegedly dropping 30 bombs in scrims.
Yeah. Fear into people.
Here he comes. I mean, bit of a whiff, honestly, from Zest. Should be favored there, but Kushina's kind of full sprinting to the left.
I think you're starting to see really where the success comes from in these last 2 rounds. It's been off the back of those plays being cooked up with Kushina.
And I'm surprised by this. Buzz taking an attack operator. So maybe aiming to slow the pace down a lot and just hold angles on B. I wouldn't expect them to finish A with an op in their hands unless they're forced.
Is he gonna go deep with this operator? He might be.
But it's
might
a
be.
difficult one. The drone did clear quite a bit down B long, so it sets up Buzz on this angle, but they don't quite know if back halls is cleared. All right, that was actually a contact
dude,
play.
that is expensive.
Despite the stun
That's
missing,
an
Aslan
expensive
still has
fail.
the confidence to take the fight.
I like the teamwork with the breach.
Right
the
there.
breach waiting for the sound
Turkish
of the
players were always
turret.
high skill, high confidence.
Bam.
And Buzz was backpedaling as he took the shot, really inaccurate. And now they are forced to go A, but they also don't have the op.
It's a cute little idea from BBL as well, just off that turret contact, but
look at where Brave is hiding here. Does he get cleared?
Abi has been late lurking this one. Zest is at the back and just
nice
walked
try.
into the line of sight angle.
Vandal diff.
Yeah. Finding the target, still Kushina TPing back. Stacks is there to try and take up a bit of this space onto the site. Another pop flash
There we
play.
go. There we
And
go.
You're seeing this guy just rip off
Ulti.
heads. Unreal form by Kushina.
And the breach ult used in the 2v1.
I don't know
Arby's
about
not
breach
allowed to get a
ulti.
sniff, not a crumb.
You better win this now.
1v2. No time remaining. And all Turco has to do is swing off the contact of Kushina.
Yeah,
Should
they
make
take
it
it.
nice and easy. Lovely little offset and a movement there by Kushina. Finding 4 kills in the
Dude,
round.
that is
Off the
overkill.
back
He's
of
like,
that, I mean,
no,
3 of these rounds
I
so far,
will
the 3 in a row,
shut
really.
you down.
Just off the back of his
I
own
will
individual
use the
play.
ulti.
Yeah. Now sat at 13 and 7. He's torn open some of these defaults. And I think sometimes that's one of the best ways to play against DRX. Is throw them a curveball, try and throw something strange at them as they're setting up.
If you can disrupt their timings, it's those big utility executes that could be so scary that you take the bite out of it.
And how about this? Bike taken out completely from DRX's
Zest
economy.
is gonna save his
Forced down onto a Thrifty.
Hunter's Fury again.
Definitely weaker weapons, but still a couple of rifles to make themselves just a bit more dangerous. And okay, well, Ventral Drift got a bit of that information. Has
I
to
think
back
they
away,
were
cannot
kind of
take the
synced
fight.
off there. They wanted the Yoru
And BBL had just been
to
barreled over.
get the info.
Unable to withstand
But it took time.
Sochny and Turco were supposed to delay there and put up resistance so that Kushina could get around and make a play happen. But it all fell to pieces.
This double flank now needs to try and get some value.
Everybody from DRX is here. Everybody, all 5 players.
And they're watching it. They
Nice.
are a bit of a pre-fire. Do they
There we
anticipate
go.
it? They do.
Where's the
Just
traders?
falling. Not quite a
unlucky.
trade, but Buzz eventually is there. He's like, all right, guys, I'll take care of him. No problems. Kushina wondering exactly how he should be playing this one.
But he will not expect everyone to be offside.
Nobody
he still
back
has
there.
to
No.
clear these areas, fake the gate crash.
Time is running so low. And a flash, I think, for his own or Stacks is just finding his face, and yeah, not quite able to really
not
play
enough
this
time.
one out. Just not enough time to work with.
Good try, though. Very good try.
And that round had failed within the first 5 seconds, honestly. It was a decent try from BBL to
We're getting
get
our
back
way.
into things with the
Well, we're going towards
retake flank,
9-3.
but
They're activating the curse, but I think they.
that is a really
I think
tough
they have a
round
chance
to
to
recover.
take the rest of the rounds here, actually. BBL.
A brutal one for BBL because that's where you're supposed to be favored.
This play here, right here,
your opponents down onto a half buy.
was just
gotta be able to
out of sync, I think.
The ones you need to be winning. What? Absolute monstrous shots.
Asova
by
has no
Buzz.
business being that far forward without some form of strategy.
And it's unfair that DRX has a couple of Cutioners in Mako and Buzz. Really, they should just be going at it 1v1.
Zest, let's see if he gets value out of this again with a shock dart. I mean, it's just been almost every round, I feel like, just as
Yeah, Aslan definitely needs to change that up. Also, Aslan's nanoswarm that he's putting on site is not where DRX are planting. Even if he did put it there, though, Zest has actually been shocking the plant position every time. So, you know, just layers of DRX being prepared for everything.
Yeah, making sure it's definitely going to be catching them unaware. But it is going to be 3 players holding from the BBL side, including Kushner at the back of Halls. Maybe another contact play in the works
Mohit,
as well. Maybe off
it doesn't do anything different.
see,
It's going to be the same
Turco is in
experience.
position, doesn't quite have the stun level.
It's more
has
a
to watch
preference
the
thing
extremely
for
because of
players
that
to
alarm
come
bot
from
being
like
destroyed
CS
at the beginning, but
1.6,
there we go,
where
fast
you
play,
play with black
flashing to
bars,
the
for
back of
example, or
Halls, and Kushner, he was the
you
target
had
and he has
stretched
been
out, etc.
found.
4v3 for DRX, but they have Pit online. This is again going to be really difficult. The pull, great there actually from Brave.
The same with
It denies
Super
the
Wide.
plant going down and might offer them a chance at spamming into this pit. Can anyone stop Stacks again?
That's what it's going to come down to, isn't it? A bit of a random spam. They found the one target that matters. Mako falls, and so does the pit. Any sort of hopes of potentially using that as coverage? It's all down to Buzz, isn't it, at the back to try and buy time and hold on.
That was a comical double take.
BBL need to clear Buzz out of this angle. Arby,
Hmm.
big weight on his shoulders to try and bail
Nobody
him out.
diffusing.
Tap onto the spike. Do they know nobody's on this one now? Just biding their time back and
They're being
forth. The
super
dash as
annoying
well
to
into
they're being
safety.
so annoying to BBL.
So horrible for Turco. He's just been played with.
Yeah, just nigh impossible to win.
So nice.
It's like a cat with a mouse. It is just heart-wrenching to watch. There was no way that Turco was going to be able to win that one. With a player behind and a player in front, and neither of them wanting to face him, just threatening, teasing.
And no fair fight given.
And DRX in such firm control of this map, despite heroics coming out from Kushner and Soshny at times as well.
Does he change up the alarm bot?
One more round is available to them in the half. And the success that we've
No,
seen
it's the same.
for BBL.
No,
Typically the
it
rounds
is
end up winning
different.
is when they disrupt a lot of these hits that are coming through. Making sure that they don't let DRX get comfortable when they're, just offloading a utility into a lot of these sites.
Oh,
There
that
is
did
no
not
alarm
flash
bot for the
anyone.
shock dart to hit this time, but it did a bit of damage to Brave, so he wasn't quite aware that the shock was coming through. Nevertheless, Brave might not be expected right here. I think that smoke could have given it away, though.
Oh, that's a
Certainly
good
given
scout.
the game away now.
That's good.
War bangable there, but does get out with his life. The drone just going to be used to clear through.
That
to
is
one
smart.
side of mid
Using the
while
recon bolt,
looking
make
at
him
DRX.
run, and as he runs, you
Sure
can
that they
drone in
also hold
yourself.
Positioning here towards Buzz. Operator in his hands.
And that way they can shoot the
Attack operator
drone.
coming out.
And BBL are lacking so much info.
And really just forced to swing into them,
Oh, he
find
saw
these
the guy.
fights. Because that's what they need,
Yeah, he saw
information.
the
And guess
elbow.
what? That lurk timing pays off. Flash off to the corner. Buzz staying safe. Beaming them down one after another.
What a play by Stacks. BBL a bit too timid. Didn't realize that Stacks
It's
had already
3-9
crossed.
if they lose this.
They
It is
weren't
not
able to
over.
reclaim areas
Even with
far.
3-9.
Too many plays over towards B-Link. And that's it, all sealed up. Only
It,
Kushner
actually, it's
on
even
the
better
Yoru.
than 8-4.
With an admirable 14 kills, but just not enough to get his team into this first half. And everybody on BBL has just got to be thinking about their attack side.
Yeah. Nothing to lose in this round for Kushner. He's going to try and make the most of it.
I mean, what a highlight this would be.
Yeah, if he manages
Well,
to make this work.
So I think
The
about the
1v4
orb,
clash
Battle Penguins.
With players scattered
He
all
probably
over.
wanted to do a flash, check if anyone is close, kill him. And because there was no one there, he went for the orb as a backup, you know, to just get some value.
RB playing close to the site. They know his position now, and a bit of util will finish it off. A 9-3.
Yeah, they heard the steps from the Euro clone.
Looking cool, calm, and collected, and firmly in control.
I think for the Turkish fans, it comes down to, do you believe in curses? Do you believe in miracles?
Yeah, certainly. Gonna have to see some big things from BBL, I think, on this attack side as well. Try and get the most out of Kushner on that Yoru. He's putting up some amazing results. Like we said, 14-9 is the scoreline, but it's gonna take something very special, I think, some curated plays across the board. But we'll throw it down to the desk to break down what we've seen of the first half.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And, you know, expected dominant start there for DRX, looking very, very strong. And I know, Seth, one of the guys you highlighted at the beginning of this tournament was Mako, and, well, how's he doing so far?
He continues to be a god, just unwavered by anything that happens in the lobby. He gets put into a clutch position. He's just
he's been doing pretty good.
I'll shrug that off. I'm not going to be too bothered by it. He's just playing it to a T. Only has gotten caught out really a handful of times. I mean, his ACS is looking incredible right now. He's averaging a kill per round. And he just continues to be absolutely excellent.
That's a funny name on a company. Yes, 24.
One bit. He's just been stoic, sitting there playing his game.
Mako's the type of guy to go to Disneyland and just not smile, but like he's really enjoying everything.
They take a picture of him on the ride.
You know, yeah, Mako's just there the whole time. He really, but he likes it though. You know, he enjoys it.
The funny thing is, even with now having the hair grown out, it makes him even more of a gentle giant than when he had it.
I'm just gonna grab some water.
Cut short, so now he's just like even more of this like just staggering figure who is just constantly calm.
Well, another guy that's enjoying the ride right now is Kushner. Maybe the only guy on BBL who's having that bit of fun.
Yeah.
It feels like the only 3 rounds that we've seen them win were the ones that he was in. And we take a look at one of these rounds. I was actually pretty impressed with what they were able to do with this Yoru here, at least in the moments they got the value. This starts off really well for DRX. They get an opening pick. They're well set up to take space, and then he's able to get on forward and take down Buzz before getting out on his own. There was another moment just that next round where he was able to do pretty much a similar thing where it was a fantastic execute towards B. He gets in, wins it, and right here you can see he's the man to close it out. Kushner is the beginning, he is the end, and now we are heading into the half where he should succeed, where things should have been cooked up for him. This is where you can set that pace, and Kushner needs to.
He absolutely does. I mean, he's just shy of that 15 kill mark, so almost halfway to 30 at the half of the game. Maybe he can drop the 30 bomb like we heard, because talking to Vlad at the hotel, this guy is incredible. We're seeing that right now, but we need to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing BBL's attack, especially with that Yoru, but DRX, you know they're ready for it. Let's send it back over to Brendan Sideshow.
If they shoot the Yoru TP and the Yoru clone, just immediately,
I think we've got to see something cooked up.
They definitely, like, they fully shut down the Yoru plays them.
Is really the buffer they've earned.
And the Yoru strats.
So in the past, Josh, when we have seen the Yoru work, on that big stage, it's often a ton of prep thrown behind it.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And we didn't really see too much cooked up on the defensive side. There was a set strat like that.
It's a fast play towards to take that A main control. Looks like the goal was to try and get as many of these orbs as well into Kushner, try and prioritize his ult.
Is the plan here for Kushner just to send the gate crash towards Flowers or something like that? You might be able to get into some absurdly unusual positions.
Careful here.
I think you have to be ready for it, honestly, if you are DRX now.
Also, that Viper molly, smoke, it came from over here. Oh.
Typically, as long as you keep an eye, I think, towards spawn in some way.
Yo, DW, what's up, my man? How you doing?
It's a slow play, still holding on to that A main control. And it's a drone to try and fake some presence into the connector. There's not much else being pushed behind it, so DRX not really biting. In fact, Stack's going for a very fast play. It's a pop flash out of the smoke, one after the other.
That is unfortunate.
The crossfire connects with RB. Down to just 2 players left standing. A bit of run and gun in action, but ultimately doesn't do too much for them. DRX take their 10th round.
You're nice, DW.
And that might well be a dagger to the heart of BBL.
Well, the stream is going to be live for a bit more. We have another match after this.
Flash, Kushner was supposed to follow it in the gate crash. And that was going to provide a lot of pressure on anybody anchoring the backside.
Software engineering and management.
Where he got hit by any of it. And the rest of the DRX players were very fast to punish the rest of BBL who were trying to get in through the choke point. The timing was pretty much there from BBL, to be honest, but DRX is still just so clean at dealing with it. And there was no plan, not really many kills, so BBL can't really even get in a good position to force this. It's just going to be a terrifying 11th round on the board in all likelihood for DRX.
Another headshot, and he would have gotten
I feel like, Brent, after their third place result at Champions, this team has got a swagger about them. I don't know whether you noticed it as well, but just hearing them talk in the interviews beforehand and how they're discussing their team and their chances and stuff, there definitely seems to be more of that swagger of we know we're a top team. Oh, and Stacks just followed the gate crash all the way.
Exactly what we were talking about. The gate crash is going into spawn. If you're aware of the play being made, there needs to be some sort of follow-up, but Stacks was just tracking it down, waiting for it. But
yeah, Kushner
right.
got some info through there for free.
Oh,
it's DRX playing
he
with
wanted
a ton
to push
of confidence
that.
behind
He
them.
wanted to go in there.
Incredibly consistent team, and they're a team as well that, you know, the evolution that BBL are hoping to go for, I think, with the addition of their new IGL, adding a couple of more layers to their game plans. Unfortunately, had to go up against this absolute masterclass team that is DRX. Obviously, the series not over by any stretch of the imagination, but
yeah, it's difficult. DRX are not giving them any room at all.
Definitely very rough.
That is
but
brutal.
There's a long time before this BBL team has to,
I highly recommend Voltron Alpha mixed with ChatGPT.
It's about going as deep as you can in the tournament and pulling away as many learning lessons as you can as well.
Yeah.
Here would be a great round. Stop the DRX bonus.
And they also recently improved the math calculations
See if they have
and
any
stuff.
plans. Maybe you need to approach this round a little cautiously yourself and then go into a set strat. But I definitely want to see something. I know they've been out there watching the Gordon Ramsay shows, cooking stuff up. They've got to be. The recipe book is in their hands.
You got to cook something up special, but it looks like all 5 players moving forwards. That's drone taken out nice and early. Buzz taking a tremendous amount of chip damage, just has to back away and does have the shorty available to him. This corner isn't clear.
He knew about it.
I don't know how much you can see in that scenario, but picks
And
up
that's
the
also
rifle.
Vandal now.
Reeled along B long. Taken so much damage. Exchange of the weaponry because Buzz is the weaker player.
Yeah, but check out the ChatGPT and combine both of them.
Just read it so
because
hard.
the ChatGPT can help you with the learning part, while Wolfram does
well,
the
you
know,
can't
solving
exactly
part.
miss with a shorty at that kind of range.
Now just trying to take this fight. Flash is sent through at a utility. What should have been a must-win round for BBL is looking
It's looking like a save, to be honest here, Bren. You're 3v5. You don't want to give better rifles to them. I know you can't really call
Buzz
that
is
in the
just
moment.
chilling there.
You've got to believe in yourself, but
Oh, nice.
this is going to be a disaster for BBL here.
Yeah. Braves
9
spotted out,
HP.
good attack there, 9 health. Left alone. Has the most to
Nice
do,
try.
and just as he runs out of bullets, the trade in play. DRX entering now map point.
Don't let them get under your skin.
And we've seen even some really good teams get slaughtered like this by DRX at the beginning of tournaments. They just always come in.
Yeah, he
so
just went on
incredibly
timing
hot.
there.
And yeah, look at that. Full blind. Absolutely
Boom.
full blind from Buzz. And still getting the
Dude,
kill.
that's a nice view.
And Kushner was not happy about that one in the slightest.
That is a nice view. Just
It's got to be everything invested now if you are BBL.
But it's scraps.
oh, Mathway. I've never heard of that. But
They managed to scramble that rifle
so
in
it's
the
good.
hands of Kushner. So
I don't really study any math now myself.
too bad.
Sometimes I do. Just if I program something special.
Got A main control.
One
For
away now
example,
from Vault, Kushner.
man, what was
If
it?
you can try to cook something up on the fly, that would be impressive.
There was some theorem
Sangudo Stacks is jiggling. Can be punished,
to
honestly,
calculate risk
if you are on the attack
based
side,
on a
you can swing
person's
this from a high and low angle,
age and stuff, like factoring in their reaction
rough
time
timing there with a utility in his hands,
for
but
calculating like
exactly
who has
what
a
BBL
higher win chance,
was
like in a
nearly an
duel,
incredible
in a 1v1
counterplay,
on
though, from
Valorant.
Mako and Zest.
That
Mako
I tried to
inside his own
calculate.
smoke at the same
I
time
can't
as Zest
remember it,
threw the recon dart.
but I used
He chose not to pull
ChatGPT
the
to
trigger.
find it.
Where is that orb going? I mean, just layers to this.
And
Get down.
like that's the kind of math I learn nowadays.
Too sure. BBL's
Otherwise, all the stuff I would have learned in university,
That is,
it was
they're
for courses
droning
and
from
stuff.
so far away because they have no info. Does Buzz have the confidence to get back on the angle?
Yes,
Of
yes,
course
yes.
he does.
Yes,
Star
yes, yes.
player taken out. It fills curtains. A nice stun to punish this one, Buzz.
And
In an
applying
awkward
that.
scenario, an awkward position, but it needs to be a bit more behind it.
A double push through with the flashes in play.
Nice try, nice try. Didn't miss them.
What can you do? Has to link up with the rest of his team now. Later look
Oh,
through.
yeah,
Lovely flash.
Deepak, I'm
Buzz
waiting
does get
for a
taken
second.
care of, but time is running low now. 12 seconds remaining. And a must-win round for them to stay in the map. Aslan holding down one of the angles. 5 seconds remaining. Down to that 1v1.
And he's gonna get pulled. Oh, he had
The way
time.
it ends. Out in
Nice.
the open, and the wide swing from RB will
GG.
finalize it.
GG. Dude, that would have been
DRX
so
coming away
BM.
with a well-anticipated,
Getting pulled and
but
lose.
nevertheless impressive and intimidating map 1 against BBL.
They're looking scary, Josh.
Wow, they look scary.
They're looking scary. A map that
They've
they
never
haven't
played
showcased
before.
much.
They've never played Pearl before. That was their first time playing Pearl.
Yeah, and they have been cooking.
Welcome to the big
Yeah,
stage,
they've been
BBL.
cooking for real,
Oh
but-
my word, what a brutal matchup.
I think they are just a solid team in general. Like
13-3.
Korean teams in general are
dominant
very
showcase.
pragmatic,
Respect to BBL, I think, as well.
and you
Just
can
trying to come
definitely
out
see
with
it in
something
these guys.
a bit new with the Yoru play, but a team like DRX just so many layers ahead.
Yeah, they really are. And massive credit to Stax and the coaching staff too, because that takes a lot of effort to adapt to a new idea like that on your map pick. But they just did it flawlessly, without any problems whatsoever.
Didn't miss a beat with it, did they? Did not miss a beat.
Not in the slightest.
And all that talk about, you know, the different rosters. Are they going to be playing with Zest? They're going to be playing with Foxy9.
All right, next map. That's gonna be
Did it
Ascent,
matter?
and that's also BBL's pick.
Map 1 in the series, Josh. Still more time.
Definitely. And BBL's
Oh,
map
Shubham,
pick
Foxy
coming
is
up
not
as
playing
well,
today,
right? So
apparently.
BBL are going to have an opportunity.
Or maybe, well,
I'm
not in
interested
the
to see
starting
Ascent.
roster, but
DRX have a
he
couple
wasn't
of comps
even
that
in
they've
the
tried there.
van,
Most
so I assume
recently
he's
in
not
that,
playing
like,
today.
Chamberlain's triple initiator jet comp. And so if BBL are picking it into them, they've got to be prepped for something like that. But we saw them go with the Yoru here, and there wasn't as much behind it as I would have liked. So time for them to prove the doubters wrong and deliver something on map 2.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit more than just a couple of those gimmicks that that we were seeing showcased overall.
DRX
Yeah,
like
next you can see
Ascent a
gonna
lot.
be the
They are
next
very
map
good
in
on
play
Ascent.
here.
They have
DRX was
super
not
strong
messing
combos.
around in the slightest.
No, not.
But I feel like
not even
BBL
close to messing
also
around.
have.
So that one is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, pretty quick map 1, but don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because map 2 is coming up on the other side of this break.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen Foxy play much, or at all. There are some cracked players out there in the world. Like, this wasn't in Valorant, but when I was in Overwatch, there was a player called Decay. And I don't know if you guys have been watching any, but that guy, he was no joke. He looked at an enemy, locked onto the enemy, and he can move just like do 360s or whatever around the target. Never moves off the target. Just inhuman. Like, that's the type of player that shouldn't be a player, and they should actually be like a brain surgeon or something instead. Just crazy hand-eye coordination on some players out in the world. DRX versus Optic Ascent. I think I do. I think that's where they I can't remember if it was was it when Fade was out? I think it was. And they did a lot of Fade Omen combos. Like Prowler into what's it called? Blind. What's the time in my country? 10:30 in the night. So not, well, it is kind of late, but not too late by any means. I think the next match is gonna start at midnight for me. think it was when Stax kissed his mouth. Mouse, you mean? Oh yeah, mouse after the clutch. Huh. I don't remember that. But I forget a lot of things. Dude, Bera, I hope to bring it to map 2. Hope to bring it to map 2. And then map 3, that was Haven, right? Let me double check. Yeah, Haven. Dude, RB, he had 12 kills and 3 deaths last map. Absolutely nuts. Kushner, he was doing pretty fine. He was plus in KD. And I gotta show you this. I gotta show you his headshot percentage. 52%. Look. Everyone is like 30, 31, 24, 14. Absolute Chad. 52. Just coming in on 52 headshot percentage.
DRX looking like monsters on that stage, as unfortunately for BBL, they just got gobbled up on Pearl, and they're going to walk away with a 1-0 lead, but still plenty more game to go here. I'm Golden Boy, of course, with Mimi as well as Achilleos, and, you know, Mimi, I mean, just to kick things off right out of the gate, it was very
I think they did
that,
prods.
like,
I think they did.
plan, the way that DRX, the structure that they had on Pearl, that was scary to watch, because that's the first time we ever saw them there.
I mean, that was a nigh-on perfect game for the side of DRX. Every single thing was working well for them. There was a couple moments, exactly 3, where the Yoru was maybe able to disrupt something and break out and win a round for the side of BBL. But generally, despite the weird stuff that BBL were throwing, DRX called around it perfectly.
We saw them time and time again.
Yeah, actually, there's been very few tech breaks. Almost no tech breaks. And I can remember 2 tech breaks so far. One being like super short, like a few seconds, and the other one like a minute max.
Absolute perfection. It was just gorgeous to watch every single round over. And yeah, I always get apprehensive when DRX are gonna, you know, boldly pick a map that they've never played before. I'm still a little bit scarred after Fracture at Champions in 2021, but this was just complete and utter perfection. You can tell that they have invested so much time in preparation here.
And really, for the side of BBL, it didn't feel like this Yoru had.
He also tried to turn the flash, by the way.
He's trying to make plays like this, but it feels like he's kind
Then
of on
aim
an
back.
island, and DRX just sets up around it, realizes where that gate crash is, and twice he just dies instantly off one of those TPs, and with that kind of being the main game plan for BBL, get something weird, set Kushner up to find these big plays, that not working out, just crush them.
Yeah, and also, I mean, another thing to point out as well, as far as 4v5 conversions go, DRX 5 out of 7.
Yeah.
These guys, it just feels like nothing. It was stopping them, and that was we've watched some Pearl. I don't want to make a bold claim and statement here, but that was one of the more dominant performances that we've seen on a newer
Turkey?
map.
I
Since
think
the
we have
introduction
some
of it. Could be
Turkish
wrong on
viewers.
that, but at least for me, that
But I'm not sure how many in here right now.
Continuing to just show us some stuff that we
I know
haven't
definitely,
really
I
seen
definitely have
before.
the Turkish viewers on my YouTube,
Shock dart to
for
go
sure.
up over the top of mid land, be able to
It's
clear out that
it's a
alarm
pretty
button
large
early in the round.
viewership from
It's
Turkey. I
just
have.
clean and crisp buff, and you can tell that DRX spent a lot of time in the lobby just sitting there, figuring out lineups, figuring out how they were going
Especially on my
tackle
shorts.
this map, and it worked out beautifully for them.
Well, let's go ahead and move on, though, to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and we're going to have to give this one
nice.
right off the top.
Nice,
to
Baron.
RB. This was
you came from
probably one of
shorts,
the
right?
fastest call-ins for us. We called production. We're like, yep, that's our high-speed moment. Just look at this. The calm, like at first you have, I think this is Kushner there, but even then, this is RB. Actually, Kushner did deserve a little high-speed love as well, but RB, I mean, just look at these shots. Boom,
What's up,
tags
American?
him, and then tags
Sarah,
him
how you
on
doing,
the
how you
right
doing?
side. Aslan had no idea what was coming.
It is just beautiful stuff. You mentioned that 4v5 conversion. Every time DRX was down round, they were winning these close clutch situations. And the 2v2s, the
You
4v4s,
guys
the
arrived just in time for map 2 here, by the way.
were able to identify that gap, and then the
On next
individuals
match,
just showed up
C9
to
versus
win so
Paper
many
X.
of those tough rounds.
Yeah,
That's a pretty hyped up match because nobody knows really how C9 are playing right now.
Anything like that, that round is probably a wash. But that
And they are
quick, so that
regarded as some of the better teams in NA. One of the better.
Yeah, indeed it was.
I don't think so.
But now, before we get into map 2, though,
But we'll
let's
see.
go into some click
Am I hungry?
heads and
Nah,
do
I'm
some
good.
more aim lab shoot around.
I'm
where
good.
Instead of click heads, you're actually
I'm gonna eat food after the stream though,
and this
but
time around, we're looking at Stacks, and he's putting
I'm
us
good.
all to shame already. But you know, I think just again to kind of take a moment here, Mimi, to talk about Stacks, and we talk about him so much, but it's for good reason because this man, he's the rock, the foundation of this team, and it shows in every play that they execute. Beautiful magic.
Dude, yesterday I was hungry during the stream when we talked about food.
Yeah, what I was most impressed with in this match was the way that he was setting Buzz up on those entries.
But I made sure to eat a lot before the stream today.
Timed. Every Soba Dart as well coming
Does
in
aim
from
lab
Zest
really
was
make a
so
difference?
good to just
It
give
does.
Buzz those entries,
Test
those
out
opportunities.
the
And again,
modes
once we
in
got to
aim
the late
lab
round,
where you
this guy, he showed up
have
as
the
an
maps
individual.
from Valorant
Stacks
and you go
really
for a
can't do
headshot location
I mean, one of the
or headshot
scariest
level
things that
on
you
the
could
shots.
face in a game versus DRX is Stacks in a position
Those are
where he's
very
going-
good.
where he has to clutch around,
Especially if you practice.
That's terrifying. You know what's
Like a
more
long
scary?
term.
Never really being able to put him in a position where he has to clutch to close out a round because it was just constant dominance here from the side of DRX, constantly, you know, having so many players left available to really be able to get
Dono,
across the finish
nice
line.
to you.
And the few times that they did get pushed,
Welcome.
they did have, you know, that one last
Just
person
watching
remaining,
some
they were able to
matches
get
here.
time and time again.
All right, well,
And
let's shift gears and
yeah,
talk
waiting
about
for map
this
2 to begin,
upcoming map because we
but
have
also
Ascent on the horizon.
waiting for
and
the
you know,
best match I think of the day.
These keys to victory are going to be here for BBL
After this one.
because this is a team that, yes, Mimi, they did get rocked a bit on Pearl, but that was
Could
a very
they? Yeah, I think
prepared DRX.
several
I
actually.
do feel
Vera
as
for
if
sure.
BBL are going
He's
to
from
bring
Turkey.
us some fun, at least
Yeah.
in Ascent.
I really hope so. This is a very, very comfortable map for BBL. It is one of their best. The same is true for DRX. But to answer your question, I think it's got to be Kushner. Those 3 rounds were Kushner, and for the rest of the series, he was, or excuse me, the rest of that map, he was really getting shut down. Here on Ascent, this is one of their more comfortable maps. You have to set him up for success. If he's getting those big entries, setting the
Tono,
team in the right
I'm
direction, I think
working on the
rest of pieces
200K.
can start to maybe click into place.
One of my goals is to just, you know, become a bigger YouTuber, but I want to try and hit the 200K. 250, I mean, this year, if I can.
But yeah, they really need to enable him.
I think
And we also just need
250,
to kinda
I think
also
that's
a little bit of a
the
slight
next
step
like
up from everybody
milestone.
else, 'cause Kushner, he was still able to put up some very solid numbers, and as you kind of mentioned, Mimi, felt like he was on a bit
Prediction
of an
for this
island
map.
there on the
So
side of Pearl.
BBL
So
picked
if they
this
can
map.
all play together well, set up
I'm
Kushner
gonna
for
say they
success
win
and
it
just slightly improve everybody else's performance, they certainly have a
13-10,
chance of taking this map
perhaps.
and taking it all the way to 3.
Yeah, and then, you know, we're
I think it's going to be close, but I think they win 13-10.
Fans across the world watching. Obviously, we got to give a special shout out to all the peeps over in Seoul, Korea watching right now, cheering on DRX. And also, as a Puerto Rican,
King
can I
Davis.
just say how
Yeah, I
amazing
feel you,
it
man.
is to just see
I feel you, man.
Vamos all over the place? Like, that warms my Boricua heart, Mimi.
DRX is spreading it around the world. You heard
I
some of
assume
the
it's too
replays
late to
during
get
those
another
rounds.
one too,
They
yeah.
kept by it. They caught that bit at Copenhagen. They have
You know,
never stopped.
I
with
think she'll understand for sure.
45
You
almost
know,
right
after
now
all,
in the
it's
morning in South Korea. They're
it's
still
the
out there
effort
partying,
and
showing
the
their
thought
support,
that counts.
having some brews, having some chicken,
And you can make it,
having a whale of a time. Good old Chimet
special, you know,
to,
draw something,
round out
a
this,
heart or
this
something.
first showing from DRX.
All right, Prime Gaming Agent Select here for Ascent. We've seen the options
Which
presented
team
to
do you
us
think
in the
will pass
past,
the tour?
Mimi. Do we get any diversions
You mean
here,
win?
or is it just
I
gonna be
think one of the
business as usual?
Brazilian teams might be in the final, like Loud, I think I'm leaning towards. And the other team, I don't know. Could be any team
they
really.
also have some maps where they are tried and true. And
We
they
still have to see
comp that has worked for
we
a
still
long
have a
time.
lot of
And on
teams to
Ascent,
see
it is
how they
this
play.
triple initiator competition. They have played it for quite a while. It is really well drilled, and it's so hard to play against. When you have a Fade Eye, a Sova Dart, a Flash heading at you, it is just impossible to break
BBL or
that
DRX?
utility. And Buzz is so well set
I'm
up.
hoping that BBL wins, but I think DRX win. But I'm rooting for BBL because I would want to see that the upset.
Do the job that they came here to get done. Win a championship. Let's go ahead and send it back to your casters. It's Brendan Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it is looking, honestly, pretty set up, I think, for the DRX potential slam dunk. They're playing in composition that they are more than comfortable on.
Yep.
Starting on the defense side as well. It's always an uphill battle when you're on attack side ascent.
Yep.
And that's where BBL are starting their climb. If they're going to be able to bite back and fight back, honestly, against this DRX team.
It's going to be so tough. DRX at Champions just looked amazing at this map. I think it was like Loud number one,
think about the
and
Harbor's
then probably
bubble
DRX
blocking
in terms of who
nades.
the best teams in the world were at Ascent. And
Wait,
DRX haven't changed anything. And you might say, oh, well, that's cool. You know, BBL
It
can watch
doesn't
a bunch of
block
VODs and
nades
they
and
can figure out what they
mollies,
do,
right?
but they're just so
I'm pretty
good
sure it's
at
only
what they
bullets.
do that I struggle to
We
think
saw it
of
earlier on the
exactly
stream,
the game plan BBL are going to be
where,
able to come up with here to disrupt things.
it was the last map, last match.
The most recent VODs of DRX playing this map, they were playing with Foxy 9. Buzz was on KO. The roles were kind of alternated a little bit.
Wait, they don't?
Gonna be
Yeah.
using a lot of the same
I think it's good.
utility, a lot
I
of the
thought,
same
oh,
ideas,
yeah, my
obviously,
bad.
gonna
I
be
thought you
thrown
meant
into it,
like
but it does
they
change
should
things
be,
up once more, but a fast play by BBL.
they
This is
should be
something that they
blocking
are
or
known for.
are blocking.
It's a nice hit. All of them running
Nice.
straight into the side. The flash into the
Very
back
nice.
of it. RB forced out of position. The angles are being watched for, but a spam through the
Oh,
wall.
dude, that
still.
headshot.
Stacks wanted to try and take these fights.
Come
No
on.
way. You
Don't
cannot
let
give
him
3
take
kills
that.
here.
How has he just brought this back into a 2v2? That's absurd. I was
They were
all ready to
giving
pick up how
away those
BBL had
kills.
played that.
Yeah, and just like that, the damage is done, but
You can't lose this one, Brennan. It'd be a heartbreaker.
yeah, you certainly can't. Enough damage onto Stacks that it's weak. Maybe obviously not taking contact there into the turret. Pretty smart. Heads up, just in case it did bring him down. A bit of a crossfire being played on top of Jenny. It's Brave even though he's up here. And is it going to be the ace to finish? Not
Nice.
quite denied.
Nice,
in the end,
Aslan.
BBL going to be claiming that pistol.
Dude, that was an interesting way to do it.
Wow, they were made to pay for it, but BBL get over the line in the end. I've just
The
got flashbacks
parkour,
of
man.
Stacks jumping from heaven on Ascent and doing all sorts of crazy stuff, but BBL finally able to make that work, and they're investing into 2 rifles heading into the next round. Off the back of that, it is so difficult, right, to attack into DRX's comp, because you have to break a recon, you have to break a horn, there's all sorts of utility coming flying at you as you try and get into the sites. And then you have to also watch about a flash through the smoke, and you know, there's just so many different things they can do.
Things that could potentially go wrong, but
A good start.
the way now with this round. Nothing
I gotta
so
say,
much
Brett,
with the stack, but yeah, go ahead.
Cushion are getting that first opening kill on the A-site attack. That is their win con. As I see it, Kushner having an extremely good entry success rate is the thing that could possibly push BBL over the line in this map. He would just have to have an ungodly performance.
Yeah, just to try and pull them through, because if you do watch BBL play this map in the past, at least most recently in the offseason,
That shorty is gonna be
quite a one-dimensional team. It tends
doing
to go
damage.
around to like plays like this, a lot of 5 hits all the way through,
Oh,
just trying to
here
take
he
those
comes.
good fights. That's disgusting. Shorty up in the air.
Oh no,
Marin's
he
still
reloads
accurate.
even.
Claim
He
the
gets
kill.
to reload.
Cannot be getting
Okay,
another one.
okay.
They do
Only one
eventually
kill.
Finally get rid of him.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
That's an absolute nuisance, but Stacks has been
2 kills.
more
That
annoying
is,
there with the
that is
ghost, but
decent.
You know, the other,
they do clean up that round.
The other part of that, Brent,
Yeah.
that bears mentioning is that Buzz was sat in the position where if you're a jet like Kushner and you're trying to get into the B site, a lot of the time people will updraft dash and land on the site tucked in on that close corner.
Yeah.
Buzz was literally sat there with a shorty staring at the sky, waiting for that to happen. It's not what Kushner did, but you can tell that DRX are, even on their complete eco rounds, trying to throw ideas in there that might net them a win. Can
Yeah, it's
BBL
pretty
get
smart.
a bonus? Their
It is
economy
pretty smart.
so good. They have rifles everywhere. This round is super even.
An amazing beginning to this map.
Aslan,
Essentially calling it curtains for quite some time as well, just from how one-sided that previous one looked.
they're not feeding the orb to Aslan. They could have had a lockdown, but Turco's taken it instead. He's still 3 away. So,
Yeah, I wonder why Aslan didn't get it.
possibly?
I mean, he was far away, right?
Execution
Ah,
as
maybe
well.
that's why.
Trinity had his crosshair just in the jump peak spot. Almost taken off Buzz's head.
And he's going to have an opportunity to jet diff if he wants to search for the fight in spawn.
For now, just holding the space that he's gained here. Up in pizza, now a smoke across. Cloud
Oh,
burst,
we
drop
caught him.
down.
Unlucky.
That's a bit of a phantom moment, able to spray like that and get value. That's not dealt with
Nice
very
wallbang, that is
easily.
great.
That actually did tag up onto Zest. Buzz has to dash through to try and anchor it to the back of the site. Layers of that util being dropped down now, just making it that much more difficult for them. Dropping onto the site needs to be a trade, and Brave is there, but eventually these anchoring players dealt with.
Great
that
work
secures
from
the
BBL
plant at
getting
least.
into the site like that. They paused for a moment. I don't think you can play this fast against the lockdown. Surely not.
Pop flash play.
Nice try.
Mako has to respect it. He's backing away.
And Mako has literally 1 HP.
That was a good try though. Try to get a kill while the ult is going down.
But weapon in hand, he was holding it, anticipating that push, and that is that bonus round that we were talking about. BBL claiming it.
Nice.
3 in a row sets them up in a honestly a
And you have money for the
beautiful
fourth round.
start.
This is great for attack, by the way.
And I'm going to give credit there to Brave.
It is
and
deep inside the map,
how
so
well they
getting
traded
3 rounds
getting
like
into the
this,
site.
very
Because
good.
once BBL had gone through mid, taken market, they take the front of the site, but it's still a 4v4 where they need to get in and actually get the plant
Dude, I
down.
love the
And they
reactions.
did such a good job at sticking tight together and trading out the DRX anchors.
All right, snipe them through the wall.
See if BBL can just take it out one more step further. Knife over the top, not getting too much done, but it's a caution really being showcased.
Oh,
It's
shorty.
already such a good start to the map, though.
Yeah,
This time.
As long as you're able to convert this, being 4-0 up on the attack side, you don't really need that much more to be competent.
Smokes drop down, looks like there is some pace being injected into this one. Still being dropped off, now flashes over the top, but there is no dash just yet, and finally you see it, updraft dash
nice
onto
try.
the Jenny, resetting the aim. In just a few moments, still RB. It's just waiting
All
at the
right,
back
all
of the
right.
side, but a weapon diff will make it
That is a good hiding spot, by the way.
short-lived, as he was attempting to anchor.
On the corner.
And dodging the dart there, really important for Brave too. Doesn't look like there's too much danger left
Yeah,
in
they
this
got this
round,
under control.
but I'm really reluctant to count DRX out.
Never know when they might
And there's the one way. Nice,
pull out
smart
one of those
one way.
miracles, but
Very
just down
smart.
to Zest. Honestly, more than an impossible task, as long as BBL just don't give anything up. Turret to take
And they
contact.
play off the turret, I think. Yeah.
You can just see a bit of a double swing potentially off of that. You can see it. Brave wants to take the fight.
Nice try.
4
There we
rounds
go,
in a
4
row.
rounds.
BBL already
Solid.
getting off to a much better start than the prior map.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from them. And this is where the snowball can genuinely start developing.
Yep.
Turco 1 away from his ultimate. I would expect DRX to recognize that and look to fight for at least one of the orbs. An operator online for Buzz, he can be posted up in B main if DRX want to fight aggressively with the KO and the Omen on the other side of the map.
They can go for
Fight
fake
for the
now,
extremities here
BBL.
seems
They have the
like it
Omen
makes the
ulti.
most sense.
We've seen some
They
teams
still
do
have
it
big
with
ults of their
Omen.
own to go for like a retake setup or something if they just want to allow Turco the ult.
Yeah, which could be one plan of
So
action, I
perhaps
think,
we
as
see a
well,
fake
but
coming in.
So far, nothing too out of the ordinary from how BBL are playing, but I am seeing just those added dimensions to their play.
Definitely.
Like I said, you watch this team in the off-season, and it's a lot of 5 hits. It's a lot of really just playing for B main, A main control. Not much nuance across the map, but I think this addition, you know, the new IGL, Suchny coming in, has definitely added that just extra layer that might have just been missing from this team.
I would
I
agree
agree.
with that. I think the actual
Before, they
executes
would be
into the
very
site, at least the one that they just did
one-dimensional.
there on the A side,
Now they
didn't
aren't as
look
much.
that clean. Like you can still tell that BBL are quite a new squad. But
Like BBL
the
last
on-the-fly
season,
way that
they would
they're
just
taking
rush,
that
rush, rush, rush,
is setting
rush,
them up for
and more
good
rushing.
success. Particularly in round 3, I really like the way that Soshni led his team.
And if
down
it's on
through
GE
mid
versus
and
Vitality,
coordinated that B split.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they handle communication in the team.
Trying to deny this ult.
I mean, this is a clash. Off
Because
the
it's
rip.
going to be
It should win.
a very mixed roster.
Oh, yeah.
And also the
push them
head
back
coach is
unless
the one speaking to the team.
decides to just
He
ego it,
needs to
holds the
know
angle
English. I
down,
don't know if he
tries
does.
to catch the timing, but no.
But he has to
respect
communicate
him.
with the
Q-Shay's
players,
not
and maybe
wasting any
they
time.
don't.
Up in
I don't
the
know.
air. And there it is. Clay Pigeon shooting.
If they solve that,
A nasty
it's going to
shot
be
to hit.
fine,
the
I
ult
think.
into the back of the site. That is with the spike, but
Oh,
cleared
whoa,
back.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Reset
whoa,
of
whoa.
the aim zest. An absolute demonic performance. No one is allowed to step foot
Dude,
past that
the
choke.
shots there, he's basically playing aim lab.
That's a great
They
performance
took the
from
time
a
out.
guy
The coach is like,
who,
no, 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 wait.
as far as we were aware, might not
Click
have even
on the
been playing in
enemies.
the roster.
Resume.
Unfortunate movement from Kushner. I think he actually clipped the edge of the hut as he was going for his dash over. So he just kind of hovered in the air for a while and left a very easy shot for Buzz to hit. But But you can tell that BBL there were aware that Buzz was going to fight for it, and they wanted to match it with their own pace. Again, the game plan actually seems pretty solid from Sochny.
How long before the actual match do pros arrive in the country? It depends on the team really, because they gotta pay for the hotel and everything.
And in the meantime,
and I would say maybe a week or 2 weeks.
Vazlan falling. It's going to be a large opening available to them. BBL not wasting
Usually
any time
it's
though.
at least a week before.
Great play from Kushner.
And look at the pace. I mean, the guy has been caught.
Nice try, Kushner. Nice try.
Couldn't quite hear too much going on, but
he got a lot of space there. If he got the kill, that would have been amazing.
Vulnerable Duck, Brave actually traded. It looked like he almost was going to get away with 2.
Yeah, so regardless of which team takes the timeout, both teams can talk to the players.
This is just going to be a bit of a straight-up retake.
I mean, both coaches.
Turco can't use his flashes here. He's just kind of stuck.
Yeah, Haunt over the top. Even a dart up close. Sneer trying to go
he didn't want to reload. Yeah.
Fortunately, a couple of patches too far ahead for that one to really play out how he was hoping. And now
you can't see a thing.
Horrible position for Turco.
Yeah, not planted for him.
Yeah.
Unlucky. Unlucky. Oh, dude, he got it.
Okay. So many
what was that? He's like, hold on, I'm just gonna do a magic flick here.
Time for the post plant to go off. The DRX are looking
that flick was nice, even though they lost, right?
So many positions where we see 1 or 2 players left alive for BBL, and they're just checkmated. They can't do anything. Yeah. Doesn't matter what they try. I like the idea from Kushner that you saw there, but I was expecting him to go through the glass and pinch the guy on sight. I think swinging into spawn was a bit bold. He was just trying to catch the fade unaware. Knives online for Kushner this time. Star player's got to produce something for BBL.
Buzz doesn't know which angle to watch just in case there is an updraft in play, but Kushner is trying to make a play as well off the back of the drone, and he's not wasting any time again. He's just trying to disrupt.
Dude, he's already in.
This is way quicker than DRX can expect.
Yeah,
he's already in, my man.
All the way through, already into trade.
Nice try.
But what is that? The return of fire from Buzz, that had to be just seconds away.
Oh, that is filth. But again, Sochny leading his team really quick, pivoting into a B split, but they don't control B main.
Yeah, if you have to control this area, you have to at least
nice
anticipate it, and Zest still alive, backing him up, trying to play with the rest of his team, the swings, the crossfires, despite the smoke, pushing their way through, and with the spike drop down, it leaves Aslan in a very, very unfortunate scenario.
Another 1v3 that doesn't really seem winnable.
Marco's gonna get him.
Can Aslan make magic?
No. Behind you. Check behind you.
Crouching, and yeah, eventually just squeezing that final position.
Good try.
I gotta say, Josh, honestly, the way Kushner has been playing...
The reason I feel like he should have checked behind him is because the spike was not for spawn.
That triple initiator get comfortable or set up.
If you know where the spike is,
timings, but
definitely.
You definitely don't play over here where you don't have vision of it.
The tempo that BBL are playing at means that they're missing things out, like, for example, taking B main control here. It's a decent idea to try for that immediate pivot through market. You definitely could catch people unaware or with utility in their hand. But, again, there's just some compromise. You know, by playing that quickly, you can't play perfectly.
Yeah, you don't. Well, leaves up resources that you otherwise aren't going to be dedicating. On the weaker buy now for BBL, just seeing what they can get in B main, making sure they take these fights. But Buzz, with his watchful eye, the operator, straight down the line of sight angles into mid. Dax caught with a util, but okay, safe hands from Zest.
That's good, that's good. Nice shots.
Beautiful one to find.
You need to be able to punish those peaks from Buzz. And there's quite a few rifles down over towards B main. BBL had 2 in this round. Can they recover the one that Kushner owned? If so, this is looking like a fairly even round still. You know, lockdown's still available here. They're trying to post up, see if Sochny.
I don't think they want to use lockdown necessarily because, well, they could now because the suppression.
It is quite messy, especially with that pull.
But they ignore it. Okay.
They could otherwise get into the site, but
post-plant lockdown
still has ulti, so that's why I feel like
DRX to deal with.
Yeah, for now, just
you want to avoid
sure that
using it now.
Are they not going to invest
caught out? Yeah, looks like they're just holding it for now. It's a flash re-clear. Already the DRX player's not wasting any time here. Mako, though, wasn't playing anti-flash, has to back away. Now you're seeing ult being committed, but both players are so low, and all it will take is the spray down.
Unfortunate.
Small mistakes from BBL, but just opening a gap that DRX could exploit. I really do think that post plant changes a lot.
Maybe they were thinking about the
Aslan immediately pivots.
ulti from
As soon as they
Astra or
get the site
something.
control and they've cleared back site, immediately lockdown goes in. You either force DRX to retake before they're ready, or they have to, you know, you buy a lot of time and set yourself up much nicer, threaten that you could have repositioned somewhere like Logs or B main.
I'm not sure if the worry is just because Zest is holding onto his ultimate this entire time, but even still, I mean, if he's ulting the lockdown, it's going to be one less player to really
I still think it's worth it.
Exactly, yeah.
I think, you know, you're never going to be in a situation like Aslan's never going to be in a spot where you can use the lockdown for free. Zest's just holding it for it, so you know, getting it out in a situation like that and possibly setting up for a more favorable post plant to me seems like the better option. But
Or if they knife the Sova. If they knife the Sova and instantly use the lockdown,
do damage in this half.
you have 2 seconds to you know, activate ulti and then do the animations and everything, which won't be enough time.
And it hasn't particularly worked the last 4 rounds in a row, which includes like 3 rifle
So if they could do that, definitely
just take it a little
able to ulti with Killjoy.
I like the aggression from Kushner, but
Do
maybe
you hold
not
on
the
to
entire
Cypher's
team
ulti? No.
playing that fast.
I use it very liberally because
Like,
it's such a low,
in order to get an
what's it
upset
called,
result
cost.
here, they'd have to do really
Like
well in
6
this
orbs,
half,
right? Or 5
I would
orbs?
say so, yeah.
What is really well on a
I
set?
think 6 orbs actually.
6?
I'd argue 6, I think.
Or I can't remember 5
Depends as
orbs
well.
even.
Depends how
It's
well
very
versed
low
they
at
are
least.
gonna be, I think,
You
playing
just
against
farm
this
that
triple
super
initiator comp,
fast.
because you're gonna have to layer out your utility when DRX are gonna be on their attack side. So
yeah.
Which team jersey do I like the most
So
in
it
this
does
to
create
lock in?
openings,
No
I
idea.
think.
I've not seen all of them. I've only
Coming
seen
out
the
of this
ones
timeout,
that I've been playing.
A very passive position from Aslan.
I mean, it's just like any
Anticipating that
esports jersey.
classic play that we've seen from DRX, where Buzz would dash down mid. That's not what they're going for. It's an operator taking some space in B main.
Oh, 6
And
orbs.
now
Yeah.
Tiles is just
Super cheap.
completely given up.
Yeah.
The DRX can rotate players away from B and bolster A and mid, which is where BBL are probably going to end up going.
Yeah, like you said, all that util being used paints a very clear picture of where BBL should be. And
You play Cypher for 2 years and you don't remember the orbs?
Mid-round, but
Well, here's the reason. I don't need to care about
the
orbs.
Are they going to expect this?
I just
Buzz could be
I have my
everything in this
ulti like
moment.
every second round, it feels like.
Put a stop to anything early on.
Do they flash it?
But you're right.
How do they
Yeah,
wanna
you're right.
clear this?
Do they drone it maybe? But that seems
They're
like
trying
a
to fake
big
A presence, I
investment.
think.
Oh,
Look, there's 2 players.
Yeah, the Sova's not even there. They're actually faking the A push, you're right, Bren, with the drone.
You should run.
And the lockdown. So that's what they're trying to get value with the lockdown from. That's a great idea.
It's a game of chicken, though, isn't it? Look, Buzz still pushed up, still holding the angle.
Ah, nice
Contacting
try.
through. Smoke at the top with the dash enabled. Just has to respect that knife. There was no one there to try and break that one.
30 seconds left.
TP across, flash play over and through. Now only a few seconds remaining, and it's pure instinct. Buzz takes the timing. He takes the shot. And holding up close. Right around the corner, a little bit labored there from Zest, but ultimately, after just 2 players now of BBL with time running this low.
10 seconds left.
Ah, nice try.
Does not look ideal.
I'm gonna go grab some water.
Buzz really has that swagger.
Yeah, I mean,
able to hit the first shot and then watch him pop his dash and then just not use it anyway. He pops the dash and then he just one-ways and just holds this angle. And he only dashes after he's taken a second shot.
Yeah, or at least until the knife was used to try and push him off the angle.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It's still the case. When they were talking about having Foxy9 in as their primary duelist, I was a little bit upset, honestly, when I heard that, because Buzz, I felt like, I mean, the guy's just been coming alive ever since he's switched over to playing this primary duelist for them. The guy's a very, very talented player. He can play a multitude of roles, but when he's on the jet, he just takes over sometimes.
He does, yeah. They've had a few games recently where Foxy9 was playing where Buzz ended up playing KO and he still took over the game.
He still did well.
I think he's just a beast. They've just got an extremely talented squad. This round is going to be really hard for BBL to get any value.
Yeah, I mean, the real spearhead of a lot of your attacks if you're BBL is going to be Kushner on the jet, and he was taken out more than early before he could even get past that choke point. Look where he died.
We haven't seen BBL explore deep down mid as much since those first 4 rounds.
Yeah, it was the early rounds, right?
Yeah, the early rounds where they were doing well, they actually created a lot of pressure in mid. I think from a theoretical point of view, that makes a lot of sense because DRX aren't running a Sentinel in their comp. You know, they can't just leave a trip in mid, they can't leave an alarm bot in mid, something like that.
Yeah.
So trying to punish them for that and push Buzz away from those positions, or if Buzz is in B main, pushing, you know, whoever happens to be there, Zest or whatever. I think the more you can bully mid against DRX's comp, you should be able to get more value out of it. But the difference between theory and practice is everything when you're playing against a side as good as DRX.
Yeah, and other players going to be making that kind of call as well. Already used the one of the timeouts, but
this looks like it might be down mid though, just as I say.
Well, this is the same util I think that they were going to be using. So they used the knife for market, and then should be a nade in pizza.
That updraft just to get a peek. And
just no
Buzz
one's
is
covering it.
ready for it, man. I mean, Kushner looks to see whether Buzz is there with his updraft. Doesn't spot anything because Buzz is playing, you know, anti-flash, anti-drone, and then he just peeks out at the perfect moment.
When I was talking about prior with Kushner upsetting a lot of the timings of DRX's triple initiator comp, it feels like Buzz is the one that's now doing the same to them. You could feel the setup from BBL where they were just trying to use that util to clear into mid, but ever since he's got this operator, it has just opened up the map, it feels like, to DRX from a calling perspective. They have so much information and know what's going on most of the time.
And you need that jet if you're going down mid. Oh, the knife sees everything. RB with all the info in the world.
Just an amazing timing, but they still want to be committing into this one. It's going to be the swing through. Players ready and waiting. A pull inside the smoke.
Yo, what's up?
Just pushes them back.
Oh, I went for water.
And all it takes is that rifle spam.
There's been one Cypher player so far.
So brutal to watch. The first 4 rounds all going the way of BBL.
I forgot the name.
The pistol, and then a follow-up.
Yeah.
He played fine. He played fine.
And then a follow-up eco. So
let me catch it here. It was from Carmine Corp, the French team.
It's been,
and it was
honestly,
XMS. Yes,
credit to BBL,
XMS.
I think, being able to just come out the gates on this new map after they just get absolutely obliterated on Pearl.
Yeah.
I hope we see more though. I really want to see more Cypher.
It's just lost all momentum. They
Way
can't
too
quite
little
come up with
Cypher.
the answers in time.
And he's very good. Like, you need a good Cypher player though. You can't just have anyone.
Where, you know, players like Suchny that we were talking about as the IGL coming into this
Otherwise,
team are really going to be tested.
he's pretty average.
Come up with the right answer for all of us, but look at it. Any sort of pressure that's being applied, it's util being used, but answered in kind by the ultimates. Nightfall scattered across the
Literally every ability in the game coming out right now.
Done. And a wall to split them back up. Mako anchoring in position. Util flying this way, that way, holding the wall, making sure that no one can really step over that line.
Friend Mako is
Yeah,
not
Cypher has a
human.
very high skill floor.
That
That
is
was
a ridiculous
very-
shutdown.
Just absurd.
That was
I don't know
very
if you spotted that there at the end of the half.
all over the place.
But Mako was dodging a Hunter's Fury and just casually went into his astral form to put down that wall.
Yep, just weaving back and forth.
Just while dodging the ult, and then gets another 3 kills afterwards. The man is a legend. He's carved from stone. He's granite.
It does not make sense sometimes, but the level
He's
of consistency,
granite.
the level of play that he puts up over these LAN tournaments is just on another level entirely. Let's send it down to the desk to break down the first half.
So like with Cypher, if you know how to play him really well,
DRX.
you can turn him into a controller. You can do literally anything with him.
It's just what they do.
Attack. I mean, you can just be well, they're not really
You
entry,
feel like a
but
broken record? I've been
you can
saying
go in
this
on
for the last
sites
2 years.
with
This is
confidence.
true. This is true. It's on the border point of annoyance at this point.
But
you're
to
completely
do that, you need to memorize a lot,
Let's focus though on
or you
what's
need to
been
just
going
practice
on with BBL,
over and
right?
over and over.
Because they started off
And
hot,
two
Zach.
very
They
that's
came out of
two
the
very
gate,
time-consuming
looked good,
things.
and then
So
it
some players
started to get real
they might
flat.
not
And
lean
there was something
towards
that was
Cypher in
pointed
pro
out by
play
the casters,
because
which was no
the
rifle
effort you
rounds
need
won,
to
which is
put
quite
into
problematic
unlock
for
everything with
BBL. I
him.
think it was rifle v rifle. Say that 5 times.
And
fast.
going for Killjoy,
but yet
you
Aslan
don't
was the guy
reach
that
the
kinda
same
just
like
was there as like the steady rock for them that helped them multiple
potential,
times
I
to win
guess.
those rounds.
Yeah, he
But
was absolutely instrumental, and we
there's
can
less
only
effort,
hope
so
that we're going to see
it's,
more performances
you know,
like that as we go into this next half. Because
kinda
once he
can
was
be
able
same
to get
ratio.
into his site, his post plant was fantastic. He was putting up solid numbers for the team. Now he's shifting over to play the defender side. If they can really rely on Aslan to be a solid site anchor, prevent DRX from getting in,
Is
shut
it just
them
me,
down on that
or does it
entry,
look like
then
he
they
spilled
definitely
some
have a
water
chance
on
at
this
one.
shirt?
They can run it back. We are also already down on that. Really fantastic.
Here. I feel like he squeezed that cup a bit too hard.
He was putting up
BBL, but despite that, despite these good game plans, still at the end of the day, DRX was able to make adaptations and overcome that. One of the rounds in the first half, round 7, was pretty much exactly that, where it started off with, I think, a really good game plan, like the casters were talking about. You're enabling Kushner to go for some of these crazy early kills to pull rotations over towards this A site. You'll see that DRX, off of this kill, really starts pushing that direction, and it's a great call in the mid-round from Stuchny, but DRX is here. They're set up with a Crossfire and completely shut it on down. BBL, they have the good early rounds. They have the good ideas, but they really struggle to find these conversions. Though, they've built a doable half, 8-4. That is possible.
She's a pretty good analyst.
If they want to stay in this tournament, or else they're going home after 2 maps.
I mean,
She's
we've
from
seen
NA.
deeper runbacks on Ascent in particular in the past, so it absolutely is possible for them. But one of
The
the scariest
Makilios
things,
is also from NA, but I believe he lives in South Korea.
People would say it seems like once they get kind of knocked off course from their set flow chart on a map, they struggle to make mid-round calls. That has not really been the case since Champions. They've improved upon that so very strongly. Let's see if they can continue to do so on the attacking side.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is basically it for BBL. You have to dig deep, and if there's a time to do it, it's right here, right now, on that stage. And for DRX, well, seems like the game plan just keeps working. Let's send it back over to the casters.
I couldn't agree more. It feels like just whatever DRX are really adjusting, changing, doing, it's just working for them at this point. An 8-4 half. Josh, you asked me as well earlier, you know, how many rounds would BBL need on that attack side? I kind of said 6, but listen, 4 could be doable for them. This pistol round,
I never made that prediction, Deepak,
a lot of
but
has to start here.
I would hope it goes to map 3. How's the viewership so far?
Caught out with a bit of a flash there.
I feel like it's pretty good for online,
all of their utility?
but in the arena,
Smoke as well to dash through. That is just some spam. Yep, punishing
it depends on the teams that play.
And that
I
shuts
think.
down almost everything. DRX can't get dragged into the site because Buzz, their player that's the furthest forward, instantly fell. No possibility of being double-faced. The side anchors can sit pretty and just hold that smoke.
Well, I'm not sure, Deepak. It's whatever.
Not exactly sure what the game was with Brave holding so far
when
up,
it comes
but
to
he's
these
still got
matches,
his man, he's still
I
got
hope
his
at least
one.
2-1 when it comes to
in the end, things worked.
two very strong teams.
Tempered. A very short burst of play that we saw at the beginning. A little bit of a exploration up towards the top of mid, but contacting now back into A main.
What you're looking at here is Kushner could definitely take a really uncomfortable duel with Stacks, but Turco's spotting really
That
good
is a smart
information,
way
and
to
he's not going to get
peek,
punished
by the way.
doing that.
You just bounce your head into the roof there.
Enough really to drive too many rotations.
You
Still,
fall down faster
that's what we
compared to
wanted
if you
to see
jump.
from him. Kushner taking one after the other. Couple of scabs to his name.
Nice,
Clean up his
nice,
there as
nice.
Aslan's gonna
Good.
get that re-swing.
Great
Pistol
work.
round, Josh, you know. Talking about
Now we
it.
got the
Was an
economy.
important one to
Now
win.
also
BBL starting
defense.
off on the right foot.
Yeah, I think Turco does such
Defense
a good
is
job
very
there
good
at
now
helping
for you
Kushner. He gets the kill onto
what's called
Buzz. Here's that kill, just
BBL.
spamming into the smoke, predicting where Buzz is going to dash, and then breaks the recon dart that would have showed where
Yeah,
Kushner
for
was,
sure. Loud
finds
will
all of the
definitely
info
have
that they're
a
there.
lot
Kushner
of
goes for a
support.
wide swing, deletes the player in the
I
choke.
assume MIBR will as well.
That pistol, as you said, Brent, the most important round for BBL to win. They need to get the follow-up, and ideally, round 15, the bonus would also be lovely for them. But let's focus on one at a time here.
One at a time.
Oh,
but
shorty.
information
Watch
gained
out.
early just from that one, and look at that.
Nice. Shut them down.
Well enough to make what should be a nice and easy round. Put a bow on it, please. There you go.
Tell you what, Kushner getting this
No.
kill would have been Kushner getting that kill.
Imagine.
I suppose it doesn't really matter either way because he died. So he has
Silva
one away
dying
from
there.
his knives. Doesn't really matter whether he got the kill or whether he died, but he's one away from his knives right now. That could be enormous heading into this bonus round.
Yeah.
I'd be really surprised if
Oh
they
yeah, I did
commit
watch it.
to
I
the
did.
operator here.
I saw Jay basically playing, well, aiming on a mouse pad or something with stickers on it,
So there's no problem with that.
and flipping on
Honestly,
some
this is
knobs
very
and stuff.
unexpected, I think. I mean, some teams are going to
Not
be thinking
flipping,
those layers
turning.
ahead. You just hold tab, you get to see the money situation. It could be an option for them, but the question is, DRX going to be expecting this? Because it's a bit of an outlandish purchase, I think, to just throw into this bonus round.
I think it is the correct play, actually, though, too, because these orbs are really difficult to get if you're a defender.
Oh, on the CNN channel. No, I didn't see that.
Forwards,
No.
bit of a misinput there, but
Okay.
I'll check it out after the stream.
Meanwhile, great play from Sojny.
I'm not sure if I can watch it on stream.
That Stacks had used
if it's you know, copyrighted music and stuff.
He drew aggro, so Aslan's position wasn't detected. See whether that matters later on in the round.
Because if I do and I get copyright claimed, the whole VOD just sorry, no monetization for you.
Quite a striking angle. Aslan just catching that one. Stacks going for the contact re-clear. Pop flash play. Kushner still, well, the confidence to swing out of the smoke there, but still, he's let one of his teammates die, and it's a bit delayed in terms of the way he wanted to play that.
Oh, what a misstep from BBL, and they've just opened the door for DRX to get straight back in. Brave and Turco only have ghosts. They need to go and forage.
It has got a scary intro for Ye, as we feel for him. I assume it's a horror intro. Like for next Halloween, posted too early.
He just always wins those.
Yeah, so consistent.
Turco's foraging ended in failure. He's only got the ghost still. Where's the operator?
Picks it up.
Escape.
Saving, yeah. Yeah.
Honestly,
that's fine.
You take that, I think, if you are BBL.
But, I mean, you do take that. It's not a bad bonus round by any means, and you save the op, but what could have been?
Yeah, what could have been? It could have been a one round entirely.
What could have been? This could be 8-8. And I think just one misstep in terms of how Kushner pushed through that smoke to help his teammate there has really made all the difference.
This entire tournament can just come down to those tiny little mistakes as well that piling up. We heard DRX talking about it as well, just before the match when they were talking, you know, singular limb, so many teams, you don't have that buffer anymore of groups that you've had at the prior global events.
Look at the frustration on the BBL players' faces as well.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
Reflected by delight on the other side.
Yeah.
Still though, a great buy for BBL, and like you said, Brent, you'll
You
take
definitely
that
want Orb for Aslan.
Can Kushner get up to
if
more
you can
mischief?
get him, but
Over here, he's
you have
pretty
to
far
take
away
risks
from the
then.
action, but a fairly quick rotate.
No, you're good, Deepak. You're good, man. Don't worry.
Doesn't compromise their defense.
I don't mind it.
I mean, just amazing timing being taken.
You know,
with
if I'm not replying much,
with his life,
it's because I've been streaming for, what is it?
To the head, maybe a bit of wall
7 hours.
Damage, but
Talking all the time. So
this is bold from Brave.
towards the end of the stream, I kind of dip on energy in terms of the spam I bring.
Got an operator in his hands. He's not going to be
But
so Brave's going to have to break all of his own
I'm aware of that,
utility,
so I'm,
the
you know,
horn,
I'm trying to
the recon,
counter it.
the knife.
Don't worry.
He has
All
to
good,
break
man.
all of that and then get the
Has anyone been AFK for rounds in VCT? No, but that would be hilarious. Imagine some players like AFK,
Buzz did get seen, though.
the cameraman hands to the player on screen or like on the scene, and the chair is just empty. Nobody knows where they went. Not even the players. Just empty chair.
Dealt with easily enough, and no one able to shut down that
Nice,
dart.
well done.
Lights up the targets for them, and easy pickings through the smoke.
So imagine just
well done from
snuck
BBL.
away, went to the bathroom, whatever,
Getting
get
the
a snack,
information, putting their players
comes
in
back
position,
3 rounds
and
later.
crucially, not allowing Brave to die to the wave of initiating utility that was coming through. I didn't quite catch it in the replay, but I think they might have opted the recon down.
And also, for some reason, they wouldn't pause as
There
well.
was so much utility being thrown that way, but they had the layers ready for it.
Yeah, 3 players waiting on A to be able to deal with that. Some
And
to
the
break
nade
the
as well,
utility.
just lay it down to the
Rage
choke
quitting,
point.
that has
Brave and
happened.
Turco playing that
And maybe not in
really
VCT,
nicely
but in
and
tournaments for
setting up
sure.
for them to be able to play it nicely by breaking all of
I've
the
seen that
utility.
before. Like,
And
you have some
now actually
kid
puts DRX in a
or
tricky
something,
spot.
maybe
They're
like
forced to take
16
a
or
timeout.
17, just
The game
getting tilted like crazy,
slipping
rage
away from
quitting in
them
a
just a
tournament.
little bit.
It has happened.
Yeah, this next round,
More than
they're
once.
definitely going to be forced down to a bit of a weaker bite. Buzz looking like he's one away from the Blade Storm, so could be some plays that they could make off the back of it, but this timeout is being taken, just discussing exactly what they could do differently. Feels like mid hasn't been explored as much when it comes to DRX on this attack side for now, but things might change.
I feel like BBL are picking back up the pace.
You look at the scoreline, and actually Seth was mentioning it before, how 2 out of 4, I think.
And then,
may have even
if we get to
more
13-10,
of the Ascent games that DRX
that is
played
the
at
prediction of the
Champions
year.
went to OT. I think the FPX game was like 19.
You have to be 18 for the tournaments.
Ridiculous.
It was
For these tournaments, I believe you have to.
One of the best matches
Right?
that we've seen, honestly.
But that's against FPX.
Just for
You're
logistical
not
reasons,
expecting DRX to go into OT
as
against
well as
BBL on this map. But it was BBL's pick, and so
labor
far,
laws and stuff, I think.
winning both of the pistols and the follow-ups is really helpful.
A lot of
Nice.
spam damage. Oh my word. No one able to deal with that dart. Odin just rips into them. It's a lovely heads-up play from BBL, honestly. You look at this round, you look at the state of it. You know DRX are not going to be buying, but they are close to these ultimates, so of course
Do you feel like aim is more important or ability usage? They go hand in hand, but I think in general aim more than ability usage. Because you have the guns, but each ability doesn't deal damage. However, you can only get to a certain point with abilities, you can only get to a certain point with aim. So for example, if you always play safer one-ways on defense,
RB being able to get this orb would be really useful.
like you might own people, but let's say maybe gold, you know, players won't really run at your one-ways the same they did in silver maybe.
By picking up the orb just yet. Knife close. Now they know.
With that knife,
Oh, he
I think
almost
it's
got owned.
worthwhile RB getting the orb.
What a shot.
Okay, Stax goes for it instead, which is also fine. Again, when Stax dies, he'll have the Nightfall. Different prioritization of the ults. And Sojny is going to see everybody here.
My goodness.
Oh, this will just be mowing them down.
Beautiful timing.
Nice.
And yeah, with only a couple of seconds left remaining.
Well, Vera, I've been trying to learn more and more Neon
But no, won't escape
in
the clutches
Swift play.
there, BBL.
I haven't played in like a week Neon, but you know I'm committed to learning her.
In this map. Round 18.
And we've got some pretty cool clips. I've made some shorts and also gonna include it in future videos.
Then we've got a map. At the moment, this round, you know, a little easy. Sojny going for something unorthodox.
And eventually bring it into ranked as well.
But can they win the rifle v rifle when DRX have 4
What
ults?
smokes would you pick in the future?
Potentially 5 when RB gets an orb or a kill. This one is tough.
To play, you mean?
If BBL take it, it would be everything.
I mean, setting
Harbor, I think maybe.
on this map.
I want to pick up Harbor again.
Sort of
He's fun.
DRX, they already need to win this just based on the buy.
Look how open mid is here. Kushina choosing not to play in mid has just left that area of the map so open.
See it. It's being taken now. Space with the drone. All the way deep. Buzz is the one who's taking these angles. They know. Okay.
I'm amazed by
clear
this.
Through here. I mean, not
I
breaking
feel like
this
the
door.
reason I stopped with Harbor, I mean, is because I would go for a lot of team plays.
BBL are just going for such
And
a hard read that this is
you
going to
know what that leads to.
because once this door does
Not
get
very
broken,
fun situations.
the players are so,
So,
far away from rotating and helping.
If I develop more of a solo playstyle on Harbor, or even you know to just do solo plays in general on him, I think it's gonna change the perspective.
Yeah, this is a lovely bit of util to try and push back anyone who might be helping Turco, but the back of the site buys enough time at the end of the day to try and deal with it. Bit of a play as he pushes back through. Turco still alive and brave with the TP into the back of the site now could provide much needed backup.
What a paranoia.
Yeah, catches onto Stacks, but pushes down right around the side.
Oh, dude, he had
the Prowler in his
just
hand,
years
still
of time
he
to
finds the
prepare for that.
target. And timing being taken, Aslan tries to make a play, pushing
Already heard him jump
on
there.
one side of the smoke. He's left it just up to Kushina,
Oh,
running
oh,
around,
oh.
just trying to get better weaponry for this retake. He knows it's still winnable now. The Odin is in his hands. Not exactly the weapon for the job. A bit of spam.
Ah, so dude, imagine he gets the
Through
headshot there
walls,
through the
Stacks
wall.
deals a bit kindly.
What a recovery in that round.
The
from
RX are like,
DRX.
admin, please check the
And
PC.
that was looking dangerous. I wasn't really a fan of how BBL were playing the defense, but I think one thing that I wasn't considering was Brave TPing into backside to go and help Turco. And once there were 2 players back there, it actually started to look a bit rough for DRX.
Yeah.
Stacks though with a monstrous kill. Don't know how he pulled that one out.
Really should not have, should he? I mean,
Should
the Prowler
not
was
have
going in
won.
a different direction. He was falling at the same time.
Should not have won the duel against Brave.
They also pushed in
And I think BBL
separately. Killjoy was
if they
already
do
on
end up
site
going
while
out here in this map,
Jet
they're gonna be
wasn't.
kicking themselves that they weren't able to close out situations.
Of course,
like
Deepak, of course. Ward.exe.
They've certainly had chances to win Ascent.
Just
It seems like the
so
adjustment
silly.
that has been made now by DRX seems to be
Vera,
playing
see you later,
towards
my
his
man.
mid control.
Take care.
It's the same drone. Kushina spotted. Just tugging that
Sean,
tight corner.
I used to play Overwatch mainly. I was coaching in Overwatch.
Maybe just try and fake
And after that, some Rainbow Six, and then Valorant.
Yeah, that's an intriguing one. They're holding a crossfire as well between Q
So
and Aslan.
in Rainbow Six, there's this character called Valkyrie, and she has cameras, very similar to Cypher.
Okay, just about dodges
So that's
this
the
one.
one
Still
I
holding a
used to
close
play.
angle, and there was a paranoia just to help out. Trying to reset
I
the
have
aim
a
to try and
Lesitis, I
catch
have.
the spray down, but the Vandal in hand doesn't quite make the best weapon for the job. Oh no!
Who did I play in
DRX
Overwatch?
are just
All tanks.
looking apart.
It crumbles again.
Yeah, BBL looking
Nice.
for it, they just swing
Nice.
into it.
The collateral, dude.
Aligning just for Turco to just beam them down.
4 more rounds, and we hit the
What a
prediction.
gift. What a gift
The
that
13-10.
landed on his doorstep. Perfect crosshair placement for the first kill. But wow, I don't think he'll have been expecting to get the collat there.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite absurd. But a massive one for BBL to win. See how much it means as well to Vlad.
So out of round 18 and 19, both winnable for both teams, they're split 50-50. But with DRX, their economy is in a much worse spot, so it knocks them down. So the result of that 50-50 exchange is still BBL in a great position.
Dodge there, the flash. This is DRX's answer to things with the knives in hand. And even could be possible with this one. BBL players have to remain cool, calm, and collected, and they are able to at least
There we
lock
go.
that one down. What a shot by Brave.
3 more
Lovely
rounds.
start as Sochny cleans up the other players heading into B. A quick dismissal of that eco. And it's only been 2 rounds that DRX have managed to put together on their attack. We're already even.
Struggling, isn't it? It's maybe the question that we were asking earlier, you know, has the practice been split with Zest playing on this roster now when they were making claims like Foxy9 was going to be playing for them? This could be where it rears its head.
It's possible.
End up splitting practice time, don't come as prepared, but
I mean, an 8-4 lead, winning 8 rounds in a row, and a battle again happening in A main here. Oh, that suck is really difficult, and Brave goes for...
Oh, that is a good
a
kill.
lot of damage done. Zest.
Nice, trapping him there.
And they still want to fight over this one. Beautiful.
They are
nade into
winning
the
this.
corner. RB had nowhere to run.
They are definitely winning this.
That was a wild series of events.
Yeah, so fast to fight over that.
DRX is still looking to try and contest A main.
And it's just the right
Another
amount
smoke
of
coming in.
disruption.
Yep, there it is.
2 players here. There's only a
The
couple
burning
of options
time.
really left available to DRX. Some of it landing on the shoulders of Stacks on the other side of the map. You can see him working his way into B main.
I think he wanted to be seen
Deliberately
there.
getting tagged there by the knife to make it feel like there's still presence over towards A. That's going to keep 3 defenders on the A side. But Stacks the IGL, you can see his mouth going there. calling
Go
the
for
rest of the
Deepak.
players over.
You can send the
What is that
Discord
alarm
messages,
behind?
or just ask anyone in the Discord. Actually, there's a lot of people who can help you if you need help right now.
To really just run with his knife out, and now they know. Spike falling. All down to Buzz.
Nice try.
What a
Well
round.
done by BBL.
What a round. Brent,
We have
that
it.
fight over A main was
2 more
Turkish
rounds.
Valorant.
Yeah.
They were aggressive, confident, they refused to give up space, and they sought to take the duels. I love the ult that came out there too from Sochny. Fantastic addition. I mean, what you don't quite catch in this replay is Brave just using his teleport into A main. Just full Chad behavior coming out from BBL.
Would you want to start coaching? Not really, no.
Once more.
I want to
DRX
keep
not
on
gonna be
making
able to get the
content.
weaponry. In fact, taking the lead in this map.
And I already do educational content, right?
Is it time for the upset alert?
I have a video I'm gonna make on Thursday on how to counter all duelists as Cypher, all abilities from a duelist as Cypher.
And don't get me wrong, Brent, that's what Pearl was.
It looked like it, right?
And I'm gonna do see you know how people like it for other agents as well. If you guys enjoy it, then I'll
Taking point
other
with dash
agents
back
too.
just to respect the presence, but DRX going for something quite unusual. They did manage to push Buzz into a deeper
But yeah,
position.
I'm gonna record that
All
on
being
Thursday.
dealt with. What is that? Just spotting the target, smoking away,
Nice.
and
There we go.
easily done, easy clean.
One more
3
round.
kills for Kushner.
And map point for BBL. Who could have seen this one
One
coming?
more round.
On a scent of all maps?
No, and I mean, when you look at that first half as well, it was 8-4. Just looked like BBL. He had nothing going for them towards the tail end of this first half, but what a way to bring it back.
And I tell you what, Brennan, it is dangerous to allow these Turkish players to get their confidence up. Players like Kushner and Brave, Turku as well, I mean, everybody on this roster, if you allow them to get confident, they're going to be swinging more, disrupting your timings more, hitting their shots more. A lot of Valorant can be a confidence game, and that's not going to bode too well for DRX.
This is a must-win round for them if they want to try and...
Now this was BBL's map pick.
Massive ults available. I mean, they can set up, you know, get a little bit of mid control, go for the Cosmic Divide, pop RB's ultimate, and you should have the B site on a bit of a platter. Three players
They keep on scouting for the
BBL are
recon
so
bot there.
happy to leave mid. I've never seen a team leave mid open as much as this.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, they are leaving mid completely open actually.
Usually that drone that they just used has a player behind it, but how much of that knife spot? That's the question.
I feel like spotting Buzz is enough.
Yeah.
You know that the
DW?
Jet
No,
is
I
gonna
left
be following
university to coach in
What's the
Overwatch.
answer gonna be? Nightfall and the Astral Wall. Cosmic Divide
And then I
trying to
couldn't
split it up.
come back
All
without
that,
having
look
to
at that, just
reapply
coming
from...
through the wall to try and punish
well, I have to
Buzz.
wait a year and
The nade
reapply.
just being dropped down. Actually trying to catch that timing.
Just happened to
Both
get
players
more
now have to anchor
more
to the back.
coaching
You
jobs.
drop down. You have to bide your time, and by the time they will, but still RB answers back.
Tishon, I answered you last time you asked about it actually. I asked, well, you asked it and I said it depends on the range actually. Vandal for long range, typically on attack, or Icebox, Breeze, etc. And Phantom more for defense or medium to short range maps, like Split or Bind for example.
And they went to OT as well, I believe against Fnatic.
And on defense mainly because you can shoot through smokes with, usually have smokes on choke points where your vision is, and then yeah, silence weapons, they don't really show bullet traces when you shoot through them.
They lost that round, but
it was software engineering.
Out of DRX.
I was at the top of my class, and
grand opportunity.
I would have done really well in it.
I'm not too much of a fan of where Brave is playing. I would rather
But
they
it's
played a retake
one of
setup
those jobs
currently,
where you
but
can...
the paranoia is enough to stop DRX
you
from
don't
getting
really
into the
need to
choke
go
point
to
this time
school
around.
if you...
It's also just thrown the ultimate in there from Turco. So
You don't really need to go to school for it if you already know programming, if you can make a portfolio on your own as well. You just need some certificates, of course.
To make sure that that corner is cleared in case.
But those you can pay for.
BBL now showing that respect. They do give up control of B main.
And what a read from Sochny. He is stacking his players over on the A site.
This is so good. So good. Lockdown's being used towards B just in case it does end up being maybe in that direction, but
maybe a tad early, but still good.
Nice.
This gives the option now potentially for the Hunter's Fury to be used to initiate a way in. But Kushner, what a play, what a star. 2 kills as they try and work their way in. Eventually just taken out. The door closing denies the kill. Still running their way up through. Jenny RB, how do you get that one?
3v3.
Don't let them take this.
Feels like a bit of an overheat. How are they not claiming these kills? The refight
Nice.
and the spam and the spray
Close it.
down. All
Close
down
it.
to Stacks. Swarmed from every approach,
Nice.
every angle.
Good job.
BBL. You're going
GG's.
to claim map number 2 in this series when everything was looking done and dusted.
School in a way is pretty much important for this
performance
certificate.
from the Turkish
Not really
team.
actually. Not really.
We were talking about this being maybe the biggest upset of the alpha bracket if BBL were able to pull it off.
Huge
well,
map
now
win.
They've taken one step along that route. Nobody who watched that first map of Pearl would believe you.
No.
If you said that the next map was 13-11 in their favor. This DRX team beat FPX, they beat Opti, they beat Fnatic at Champions playing this comp. And BBL have just thrown it back in their faces.
Let me bring it here.
This is the magic of this
For example, if you want to get the Java certifications,
everything building around
you just go to education.oracle.com. Oh yeah, let me not hide this.
Tiniest of mistakes can make the difference for it, but that kind of pressure can build and mount and eventually gives us moments like this where
Yeah,
BBL
here. You just pay for these tests, you study for them, and these are outside of school. Like, I'm talking about actually like not study certificate, like you went to a school or something, not like that. This one is for Java. There's lots of other ones. Like if you want to become a Scrum Master, for example, you need a certificate in that, but it's separate from the school.
Still believe in yourself in the second half and pulled this one through to a 13-11 win. And the fact that they came out with the pistol
And
as
I know
well,
a lot of people who are self-taught programmers.
look what it means to those guys.
And they don't, like, for example, me, when I studied in school, I didn't go to classes because the classes were too slow. And I wanted to do more, so I just did coding on my own at home, and I just went past whatever the classes were. And I went to the exams, I did exams, yeah, all good. But I don't really need to do that at that point, right? I can just take the certificates. However, when you don't go to a university for something like software engineering, I'm pretty sure you can't call yourself a software engineer unless you have the work experience, because it's a protected title. You can still get hired for the position, but you can't call yourself one until you have, like, yeah, work experience and or education. And in order to get hired as one, well, you gotta prove that you have the knowledge, the skills, and everything, and you basically have to create your own products or your own portfolio of projects and stuff, where you you show this and this and that. Maybe you make the next Uber app or whatever. Pops off. Of course, you're gonna find jobs even without the education. I mean, without school diploma. Is it free? I'm pretty sure it's not free. Let me see here. The training packages from Oracle are expensive. Like, they are five grand or something. But you don't need them. Let me see here, actually. I think BBL can win as well, yeah. Oh yeah, here. You buy an exam. Let's see what it says. It's not too much. It is not too much. 1k crowns, that's basically $100. A bit more than, a bit less than $100. And yeah, you basically get what you pay for here. So they're not too expensive. Some others might be more expensive, others might be less. Do you have a GitHub repo? I do, but I don't use it. I don't code actively right now. Or, well, I do some AI stuff, but it's all local. I feel programming is very close to being redundant, at least on the lower levels. ChatGPT. Well, it will basically remove the need to write just basic syntax. However, you need to have people who can use prompts, who can basically write good prompts and use that with code, as well as decode, not decode, what's called debug. So, for example, like the calculator, right? When that came, it basically made it so that you don't really have to do all the thinking in your head anymore. So people who were really good at, like, thinking in their head, well, they got kind of replaced with calculator. But instead, we have people who use the calculator and then have, you know, other skills combined with that. So I think it's going to be like that. But definitely some jobs are going to be pushed out. I mean, even content creation, like, there's AI streamers doing really well. Like, some AI streamer having like 5k on Twitch. 5k viewers. Have you tried to make a video game in the past? I have. I made a few just small projects for, like, phone games.
Certainly BBL does, and they managed to pull a rabbit out of their hat, and most importantly, pick up the win against a very game.
Was the examination online with webcam? You mean for me? When I was in university, it was on paper. You have to write the code.
That was Mimi just watching how BBL,
but if you do a certificate, then I'm pretty sure it's
But
I haven't done them, so I don't know really, but it's online. You can also go in person.
It looked like after the first half, it was just going to be a repeat of Pearl. Bye-bye to BBL as I consume a nice little tasty snack there. But yeah, that was impressive out of BBL. They managed to rally back in such a big way on their defensive side. They really managed to finally get control of the pace, taking things forward, finding those early fights in main, and not allowing DRX to have any of those
Deepak, I
openers
said
that they so
to
desperately
post
wanted.
in the Discord, just post in Fury Crafting.
Being able to ride with it, and that's exactly
I'll
what
show
they
where.
did. It was just gorgeous play after gorgeous play. The decision making here from the side of BBL so much more comfortable, so much more
In this
on
channel.
point compared to Pearl. Maybe that's a map that they still just kind
Just
of
post
have to
there.
sort out for themselves. Maybe
People
they got a
help.
little too lost in the sauce by
People
going
will
for
help
the
you.
Yoru. Either way,
Or you can
this
post
was
in
a
general chat too.
polar
All good.
opposite performance from them here on Ascent. You can see very clearly why they decided to pick it. We kind of teed off how this was a bold selection. DRX have not lost on this map since they lost to FPX at Copenhagen.
Oh yeah, speaking of medical field, I'm pretty sure
Insane performance for them to win on
we're
this
gonna
map.
see,
And I think what was
you
so
know,
cool
highly
is
requested
this
psychiatrists, for
DRX,
example.
they really want to be taking
They
that
will
extra round of
probably
control and going
be
into
able
these
to
setting
copy
sets where they can
themselves,
combine that
essentially copy
different
themselves
initiator utility to set up buzz, but
with help
BBL
of
was always
AI and
taking them to
holograms,
that
for
space,
example,
shutting that down, never letting DRX play the
so
game
that they can
wanted to,
basically
which
give the
was an
same
exact
type of
inverse Pearl,
treatment,
and makes it all the
but to more
impressive
people.
that BBL made that comeback happen.
Yeah, and also too,
And I don't
you're
think
also
really
looking for superstars. You're looking
just
for
some
players that
random
can
AI
step
will
up in
take
a
over.
moment.
Instead, it's gonna be
you know, stats aren't
extensions,
always everything,
so that
but
more people can
really,
get help.
With the way that Turco was playing, I think it's safe to say that the man had the game that you want to have in that moment in time, Seth.
I mean, we were talking about Aslan.
I might be wrong though, but I feel like that might be the future there.
Into the game there in that second half, but Turco leveled up out of nowhere.
Which
Everything was
means
calm and
it's
fine
kinda
for
safe.
DRX until the Turco Nation attacked, and boy did he was just putting up such solid numbers at every twist and turn. It seemed like DRX was just never prepared for where Turco was going to be, whether he was sitting back at Boathouse or whether he was approaching.
Oh yeah,
from
you're
three
true.
at
You're,
one of the
yeah,
A site.
you're
He was
definitely right about that.
consistently finding value and taking people down at DRX as they tried to enter in.
And I think when it was the B site, it was really him who was able to lock things down, hold back sight, dodge that utility, flash back out and fight. But it was the same.
Map
When
free
he was
Haven,
rotating to help his teammates on
also
A,
a good
BBL
map for
always
BBL.
managed to keep their
I'm
control
pretty
of
sure they
player
can take it.
alive in the site. Was
It would be
really
huge
great anchor
if they
play
send
by
home
Brave that gave
DRX.
time for this guy to come on over, for Turco to flash through and help with that fight and shunt those executes from DRX.
Well, now as we take a moment to reset here, we get ready for map 3, which is going to be Haven. Look, I wish I could say like, oh yeah, you know, I do think BBL are going to ride this momentum. But let's be honest. I mean, DRX, they're such a force. They were a force on Ascent as well, and took BBL most definitely to the limit. I'm not saying that it's, you know, oh, DRX are going to win, BBL is going to win. Heck, at this point, I don't care. I just want this to go all the way to distance, Seth. I know much to the chagrin of yourself.
I mean, look, we've seen DRX get frazzled in the past when they get pushed into a position like this, and with the stakes as high as they are, you have to just wonder what is running through their brains right here. How do you reset after finally?
Oh yeah, I
being
think
defeated on a map that you
I
have
agree
not
with what
suffered
you mean,
a
Moit.
loss
I
on
think
in
you're spot on
so
there.
very long. I mean, we're talking about months and months of having just
I think you're
dominance
pretty
on
spot on.
Ascent.
We
Now
just
they're
have
going
to.
Haven. This is formerly their
We're
bread
just
and
gonna
butter,
adapt to
something
it
that they
basically as a tool.
consistently have performed on,
In my
but
opinion.
they also kind of went. I mean, I'm talking about in Korea, but they went 2-2 on this map.
The new
at
chatbot
Champions.
for Bing is apparently really good. I saw Linus Tech Tips
On
trial
the
it.
side of BBL, we need to note that Ascent is their map. You saw that Yinsu tweet in the break. This is like the Turkish map. Turkish teams have something about Ascent, and BBL is really that squad. But here on Haven, there's a lot more questions. I think that we can probably expect DRX to stick with their same composition that they've played for a while, where they're bringing out that Jet, the Killjoy, the Breach. Even when it was the Raze meta, they just kind of switch out the Fade for the Sova. I don't know, they'll probably go back to the Sova is what I would guess, but on the side of BBL, where are they going to head with this one? Because, again, this team has not played on the offseason with their new IGL, so there's kind of a question.
Yeah, and I think that is a very great point, you know, and this is going to really test Solchny's calling skills all the way to the limit there, and Stax is going to make sure that he's going to push him as far as he possibly can. Prime Gaming Agent Select is underway here. You see the usual choices, and I do agree, I don't think we're going to get much in the way of divergence
you can
here,
send me a DM if you want.
Honestly, for either side.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference that we're seeing right now is Mako's going for the
I don't know
Omen,
what you've done
Brave is
before,
gonna be
but
going
you
for
know,
the
send me a
Astra.
DM
So other than that, we're
with
going to have everything just perfectly evened up across
what experience
the
you
board
have
between
with
these two,
AI
so
and
it's
stuff,
really
and
just gonna come down to
yeah,
who
would
can
be cool.
execute better coming into this map.
Have you
Stax
played
is back
Valheim?
on his
I
bread and
have,
butter,
yes.
the original pick that
I
made
have.
him famous
I've not played the
with
latest
at
updates,
Breach. You've got Buzz
but
there
it's
this
super
time,
fun.
obviously on the Jet rather than
And
RB at the time.
I
when we
remember I
first
had
really
a
kind of broke out,
massive
but
castle.
this is going to come down to execution. This is all
Just an
about
absolutely
who can
massive
just find that
castle.
momentum and really ride with it.
Yeah, on Ascent, BBL proved
And
that they
I
can
made
make this a
well,
close match,
back
but
then
now here
Giants
on one
were
of DRX's best maps, they need to
biggest
take
issue,
it
so to
home,
say.
or
So
they're going to be the ones flying home.
I
Well,
dug,
you know what, guys? I called into
I don't know what the
production.
word
I
for
asked
it
them if
is
they could
in
get me an
English,
oxygen tank for Achilles
but I
because his
basically
heart
dug it so
probably
that
can't
water
take
from the
it,
sea
and
comes in.
someone unfortunately
I
is
think
going
came
home.
in.
Is
I
it
can't remember.
DRX or BBL? Here's Brennan
And
Sideshow
basically all the
with
Giants
the
would be
cast.
stuck in that dugout there, around the castle.
And a scenario that we find
And
ourselves in
that's
as well as this
for
series
just free
goes
loot,
to map
and
number 3. You know, largely
then I took a break.
unthinkable, I think, at the beginning of the day in
And
terms of,
yeah, we
you know, what
never
we've just
went
seen.
back to that.
But BBL
But it
have
was
come
fun.
out with
It was
some
very
great
fun.
resilience, I think. Being able to take map number 2, and now we
I
head
might pick it up
into
again.
Haven, an absolute masterclass performance coming off the back of
Sinan
Kushin on his
versus
Jet.
Paper X, yay or
Yeah, I mean, the
Forsaken?
Jet battle is going to be a real one to watch, right? Kushner playing up against Buzz, but it's also on this map
I'm
how
gonna
you
say
set
Forsaken.
all of them up. You know, you've got the drone timings, the breach to me is the
Yeah,
big
it's
one.
really
Because
good,
when
but
you
I
end up playing these comps,
I mean,
a lot
it's
of
hard
it
to
comes
say.
down to fault lines and flashes to
It's
be
like
able to get your
50-50.
Jet into a pushed up position. And already, actually, you're
But I
seeing
think
BBL looking like they
Paper
want
X
to get
wins.
really aggressive on the pistol. And this looks like a walk down mid off the back of fault line, flash, pressure towards headshot box.
Yeah, you can see it now being applied. Kushin is not wasting any time. All that util being used, but he is spotted out. Dash still enabled, forced out as well, just from that one fault line.
And so, early little test of how good DRX's default is. BBL come away unscathed, but without a kill of their own.
I love how active Kushner is being as well. He's already pushed in mid. He was spotted in just a moment, a blink of an eye. Already updrafted onto that high ground angle, but a bit of a reposition now as the players are just rotating around.
What are they planning?
This crossfire setup that they've got going on in Garage could be quite difficult to break, but see what utility ends up being committed.
Nobody showing it themselves.
Oh, it's so tense, this battle for Garage currently. Smoke goes in and Brave will realize.
Dash enabled, off to the side.
Dude, that's a good dash.
Whoa, that was
incredibly laboured, yeah. Really, really difficult for them. A TP into the back of the site and a bit of
Okay.
run and gun on top. But it does leave it just down to Aslan.
And that is a gutting way
A
for BBL
really
to begin.
explosive entry there. Wait, what happened? Oh, okay.
So much of how they won on Ascent was powered by winning the pistol round, right? They won pistol follow-up on round 1 and on round 13. And more so than just that, the Brave and Turco duo on Ascent
Wallbang.
was fantastic. And they're the duo that just fumbled a little bit there in terms of the Garage hold.
Wall bang.
But it was a hard one to deal with. So that's the pistol round going the way of DRX.
All right, they
And it sets them off
can't
on
let
completely different footing
any
compared to the
mental
previous
go
map.
down now because last
It's
map,
gonna be
you
a
know.
very, very different task ahead of them, honestly.
And if they get on a losing streak here, I mean, BBL, it's just gonna feel like pressure adding on.
But now it's
Is Sentinel gonna play VCT next week? They play. I can't remember the day. I think it was the 23rd. I might be wrong, but they're playing next week for sure.
Sit here quietly.
And that's gonna be a good match.
Yeah, take a look
I
at
can
their
guarantee
positioning
that.
now. All 5 players from BBL around here. But there's a recon derby in primed. I mean, it does look like there's something set here for BBL.
Possibly just
off the orb.
Yeah, orb being tapped.
There it is.
Muscle, swing and face, pushed up. Mako's
All right, got the gun.
Traded out. The question is, can he reclaim this weapon? It's being guarded ever so slightly. Buzz getting the backup and help with the rest of his team now, so fortunately no prizes to be gained by BBL. It was a cute idea though.
It was a nice idea, a little set
Couldn't
play
get the
to
gun.
make your eco round
Yep.
have a bit more of a sting to it. I think DRX are going to be able to just come away with this one fairly easily. A commitment into C doesn't have Brave or
Also,
Sushni
the
in a
Killjoy
position
turret
where
is
they can-
inactive, and I think they know, so they are gonna keep on looking behind themselves.
Unless Brave is able to wrap really fast, but the,
Yeah,
the
definitely are.
flank should be watched.
Yep, yep, there it is. They knew.
Yeah, even if it didn't catch
Oh,
the
24th,
contact,
okay.
so.
I was one
It
day
is
off.
cool though to see
Actually,
Sochi
no, I'm not.
call rounds
Maybe
like
I am.
this.
But yeah.
When you
Not
are
too
an
far off.
inexperienced IGL stepping onto the stage for the first time, battling against a team that you know is more proven than you.
Yeah.
You don't want to
But I think
admit that
about
they're
a
better
pro
than you,
team
but
that's made of
you
only
know
one
there's more
Trux.
evidence for that.
They've got the experience, they've been deeper in tournaments.
Yeah,
But your
when
team
IGLs
comp
tend
would
to
be
in
the
that
most
position,
versatile.
It's pretty common to just freeze
Versatile
up,
for
to
current
forget
map
your own game
rotation.
plan, to not call anything aggressive. And I think what we've really seen on Ascent,
I think it would be very easy to counter
they really
them.
did freeze up. But on Ascent, we
Because
started to see
you know
them
exactly what
get
they're gonna play
proactive, get
and how they
Kyushu
play
into
it.
really aggressive positions, try some set strats out.
I mean, you can make it work if you have really good aimers
Yeah, bit of an
with really good
evolution, you know,
knowledge.
adding the layers to the game plan.
It doesn't matter
Without a doubt. No, I
if you know how they're
completely
playing.
agree. I think Suchni's addition has been quite good too.
But it's very rare that you have both.
They've
Like
got the individuals, Kushner, how long have we
cracked,
talked
like
about it? You know, the Turkish Jet,
we're
this
talking
guy's
the
able to
best
just
out of VCT level
magic out of nothing, but
players
when you get to these
with
really
like aim and
high-level
also ability usage,
end of
positioning and
tournament matches
everything,
where you're up
decision making.
against the best in the world,
It is
let's
really
face it.
rare.
Listen, DRX, one of the
It's
favorites
basically
to
tens, you know.
actually win the whole of lock-in.
Might
Yay,
have to address
tens,
that
Forsaken, etc.
expectation as we get later on in Haven. Not even guaranteed to make the
Andors?
next
Oh
round.
yeah, for sure.
Not just yet.
Oh, this is
Not lately,
aggressive from
but
Turco and Brave. That
when I was
again.
younger.
It's a double peek, Mako. Just holding the corner, TP's to safety. And that smoke just puts a dampener on anything that they were attempting to try and get aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
It really is so aggro. From an Astra and a Breach.
Nice kill.
That's just a bait as well. A close jiggle, Buzz takes the fight as well, just swinging at a slightly wider angle.
Good escape as well.
The sight is theirs for the taking.
But this is going to be a very tough retake. BBL are anticipating winning this round, but no recon dart. Turco's got to provide all of the utilities.
Whoa! This is absolute chaos now, but he's dropped himself down, is dealt with.
No one else on his team was ready to go, though.
Yeah, I felt like it was odd. It was just holding in that
nice
position.
try.
But
Nice try.
Was that a misclick? Did he fall out of the window rather than deliberately go for it?
Lorenzo, yeah,
I
me
don't know
too,
whether
man.
he tried to find a
Me
timing
too.
or what there.
Let me see, are they playing tomorrow,
by the
maybe?
smoke fading, but I did think it was a bit unusual that he was holding in there.
But they're playing soon, I know. Let me
Brutal
see.
start to the map from BBL, the exact
Yes,
opposite of
no.
what they were hoping for.
Yeah.
And what they had able, had
No,
been able
they
to
don't
achieve.
play tomorrow. They play
There's
next
that
week
little-
as well. 22nd.
Yeah, bait
It's the
switch,
first
basically,
match next
that
week, though.
Sochni falls for. Most of the time when you grab a bit of information there, you just need to leave instantly.
Now drop down to those weaker weapons. Nothing quite so much as a stack like BBL were trying on their last eco, but holding with a nice little crossfire. Dash up, close and
Alright,
personal,
alright,
straight through,
alright.
and bit of a disengage. Just
That
trying
is
to
so
catch
annoying to deal with.
the
The
sight
jet
line
from
onto
above.
Aslan there, just weaving in and out, back and forth. Plant's going to go down without too many issues, especially as the smokes start to dissipate.
Their
DRX have
executes
just
are
gone for
clean.
Such a simple approach to this round, keeping it safe.
Yeah.
And showcasing one
And
of
they
their
don't have the luxury of
game and
saving strats here, by the way. They have to
Now
use
here's the
strats,
question, can
otherwise
BBL
they
pick themselves up
risk
and
going
come out
home.
with a response?
I think
All
that's
their
one of the
aggressive
benefits
movements
from
in the
having
early
single
round have
elimination.
failed. If
We
you look
see
at what was working for them on
teams
Ascent, their early
put
round
everything,
game
you know,
was really
on the line.
powerful. They were up +6 in first kills to
And then
first
they
deaths on
save some
Ascent
strats by
against
banning
DRX.
maps, of course.
And a lot of that, like you said, Bren, was how aggressive and proactive Kushner was playing. He was involved in 44 duels on that map.
Ridiculous. That is actually absurd.
That's almost 2 a round.
Yeah. He's more than a spearhead at that point. He's the entire bloody weapon, but
No,
now we see
nobody
them
there.
with guns in their hands. So BBL,
Clear for alarm bot as
it's an
well.
opportunity, but again, look at this pace that's being injected into it. DRX not wasting
Here it
any
is.
time.
Shotgun.
Back to
No,
the sides.
no shotgun.
Needs to
My
be a
bad.
one fight for Aslan, but he just does
It
not
looked like
catch
a
it.
shotgun.
It's a great read from Aslan as well. Oh,
fallen
Nice.
to
Lurk
pieces.
control.
Just a bit of a miracle play from Brave as he does manage to just beam down 2 players lined up for them. But will anything else be offered for them? Has brought them into this 2v2. Now the aftershock. Lovely angle that's been forced and collecting themselves. Just for the moment, now to defuse. Being stuck half on it already. It's up to RB to see if he can deny. One after the other!
What?
There's no shot in hell.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker for BBL.
Yes.
The round started so
That
terribly
is
for them,
unfortunate.
and yet through sheer heroics coming out from Brave and then Sochni on the site as well, they had actually got themselves into a winning position until RB drove a dagger into their backs.
Yeah,
oh.
I mean,
How many times have we seen RB playing Killjoy on this map coming out with something ridiculous? The Red Bull Clutch, I mean, just one of many.
Me speechless.
He's 8-0.
Yeah. Just
Oh, the scores for the last 2 maps, it's up in the corner. Pearl, the first map, was 3-13 in favor of DRX. And Ascent was 13-11.
I mean, that was the round that they needed to win.
In favor of BBL. So second map was definitely a lot more closer. But that was also BBL's choice.
Unless it does seem feasible.
Oh yeah, no worries, Coco. It's easy to miss it. It's pretty subtle, the text color.
Stunned up, left crawling, trying to escape, but Suchny will be the first one down.
Putting some pressure on the DRX economy is now really important. They've just got far too much money. DRX are going to be able to buy for round upon round upon round.
Double updraft. Let's go.
That's what they want to go for. Kushner
waiting
for it. There's the fault line, and here's the double up
Nothing.
draft.
It didn't
no
see anything.
Targets spotted. And it's a beautiful dart timing. Just Zest ready
And now
for
the
it
time
as
has
well.
been just
Small piece
drained.
of utility to push back any sort of approach that BBL might try and come up with, and
They spent a lot of time for that setup.
crumbling to pieces. All the options.
And the end result of that round is that only Zest needs to buy armor. So clean, so perfectly, unbelievably clean from DRX. The Prime Gaming Flawless doesn't even begin to cover it. It's an understatement. This is straight back to map 1.
Yeah, dude, DRX.
I don't know if DRX got
This
a
is
stiff
what
talking to or what in the back end.
Korean teams are like in esports in general.
They've come out with a fire lit underneath them.
They are like this in esports in general, where they are very good at fundamentals. Not all of them are super flashy or anything. Like they don't do mega flashy plays.
Format, that becomes
They are good aimers and stuff, but it's like
true,
the strong
this
fundamentals.
single limb stuff, 32 teams, man, it really does feel like any given Sunday sometimes. Sure.
They got no nerves. Yeah. They have no
This is a different scenario.
no nerves at all. Actually, they do. They have a lot of nerves.
They've been on the brink before. You think about that first half on Ascent, where it was 8-4.
I don't know how much it is a thing now, but
So they've definitely
back
got
in StarCraft days,
the
there used to
fortitude
be
able to
like a culture thing in well, not culture thing, but
bring it back.
in South Korean gaming culture, if you consistently would get number 2, you would be called a Kong. And basically,
Earth is this one going?
once you get called that, you know, it would affect you to that point where you just choke on the last final or whatever, last match or whatever. You end up with second place.
Hold the flank from that one as well.
That is unusual. Can't say I've ever seen that one.
That's something that would happen very often to some teams or players.
For, though. Now that lockdown,
They would be recognized as Kong
the Hunter's
teams.
Fury is used as an answer to it, but 3 bursts eventually enough to break it. They did end up losing Brave in the process. This reflank timing is everything. Kushner trying to take an easy fight, but it won't be awarded to him. It won't be
Nice.
in the slightest. 7th round on
I don't know, I
bottom
got
DRX,
into that
that's gonna be
topic,
the
but
broken once more for BBL.
yeah.
And another
We
facet
went there.
that was working so perfectly for BBL on Ascent is that they always had the read on where DRX were finishing. I'm not there in the comms with them, and frankly, if I was, I couldn't understand Turkish anyway.
Not that talented.
No, uncultured and untalented, actually. But
I think it's a good idea to buy the knife from VCT if I already have a Xeno Hunter. Up to you. If you have the disposable income and you like the design of it, the audio of it,
here on Haven, they are just
go for it.
scattering. That round,
But
round
if you're
7 is a
unsure,
great example there.
you can hold off, you know.
One drone coming out from Zest towards
It might take some time to come back, you know, for the shot.
Is heading in the other direction.
But yeah,
And what a
it's,
cool idea from DRX that Zest can fake that and
it's,
still be providing utility
depending
for his team
on
exact opposite
yeah,
side of the map.
if you want it or not.
Presence. I mean, that dart as well, coming from a position, it must have just been banked off of something just odd, but
I swear it's off the tree, man.
yeah, I think it is, because that tree has so many angles to it. I was testing. It's hard to get that consistently, I'll tell you now.
Yeah, that might be some kind of pixel lineup. I'm sure the nerdy lineup knowers in the chat are, you know.
Gonna be hunting for that one. Well, actually, goes off the pillar off to the side of the 3rd nail. Yeah, well, timeout now for BBL. I believe that's a 2nd timeout that's been used.
It's really tough, but it's really necessary.
It is, at this point.
They got good retake ultimates as well, but in the prior round, in round 7, they didn't even get a chance to do that because RB had used a post-plant lockdown and things were getting very hairy. It just takes time away.
3 ultis
Once more,
available.
Brave and Turco going
Zest
for a
has no
push.
solo ulti, so they could go for the killjoy
Yeah, but
on BBL when they retake.
Close. I think that's just to try and fight for
If
a bit
they
of
have
that
to
control.
retake.
That's Brave's own smoke that he ended up
DW,
popping off
I'll
there.
see you later,
You'll
mama.
remember, maybe a little play to see if they could get anything with.
We're gonna have
again,
watch
the
parties
weaker
for
buy.
all these matches, so
Drop down to just the pistol.
I'm sure you'll catch another one.
And they're stacking the A site. And that's not where it is. You know, again, going off the Sova drone. Zest Sova drones towards short, and that calls the 4-player stack to A. And it's just not the right read. It might be against quite a lot of other teams. Not against DRX, not today.
Yeah, not too much trending towards that A lobby.
Oh, nice try. The Jets saw him, I think, so they were ready for the Astra.
Just paying for it with his life, obviously, just jumping into the smoke to see if he can get anything done, but
That's the nice thing of Jet dashing in like that.
drop down,
You can just face yourself towards the area that you want to scout, and then your teammates look there while you're in the smoke chilling.
Off once more, lovely pop flash play, and clean up Crossfire.
And you're starting to see why in rounds like these and the ones before, why
They're not
Stax
letting
is
off the
considered
gas. Let me
grandfather
see.
of Breach. Because
Do they have timeouts available? If I was BBL, I would take a timeout. I can't remember if they've taken one. But I would take one just to stop the momentum of
This is the map
DRX.
I most strongly associate with
Even
DRX.
if my players
It's not always their best
don't
map,
need anything new.
but it was just their home
But that's something you gotta talk with the
it all
players
just works so
beforehand
well here.
to make
By the
sure
way,
that
RB still hasn't died.
they know about that.
Just if we want to keep a running note of that.
Yeah, okay.
My God, how this feels instantly like map 1 again. All the wind taken out from BBL's sails.
Left scrambling, looking for those options. That's shocky.
There goes the
Clears the
alarm
alarm bot.
Yeah.
Zest has been in the lab.
Yeah, there's
Maybe some
just
time on the
so
bench
much.
has helped him just look up lineup videos and
Just
stuff.
been
you know?
cooking.
Yeah.
Just been cooking, hasn't he? It's deep A lobby push from BBL. They are holding this in a couple of angles.
I think getting
Suchny looks like he's gonna be the one who
Foxy
takes contact, and if
definitely
it does
helped
go
to
now
combat
towards A
complacency
lobby,
in the team.
cleared. Yeah, it has to be broken. Does pushes back
For
but
DRX.
DRX, they're going to be disciplined enough to realize that it could be a player. Looks like they are trying to go clear it, but not a lot
Ooh,
else
nice
being
find,
used. No
Kushner.
utility. That's Kushner playing off of his teammate.
Nice.
In particular, really well. Zest was just staring at the ground like a Euro decoy. For some reason, Mako is trying to pick up the pieces.
All right, this is the path to
TP all the
to
way
a
into the
reverse
C
sweep.
site. Oh, and he gets denied. Great play from Aslam Machado.
Yep, very good recognition there.
Though, 20 seconds, but they know where the spike is going to be. Last known location, just in A lobby. There's only a few more places they really can go.
And then there's the turret.
Cut off to them here.
Yeah.
Oh, would he get the kill on the molly? That is good for buying time.
Work with, though. So DRX can definitely commit to this one.
Take these fights inside the smoke, a bit of spam just to try and break it up. RB, can he pull off the impossible once more?
Nice try.
Found, but
Nice try.
the coverage is there.
Very
Finally,
smart of BBL to not push into the smoke and just wait out. Very the
But their
safest
economy
decision
is
there.
still in shambles. Brave and Turco with only the 3,000 credits to their name, essentially. So DRX have still done damage to them. And that was RB's first death, though. So that's
I'm
good.
gonna
He's only
grab some water.
14 and
I'll be
1.
back in a minute.
Fantastic play, though, from Kushner. Just on an individual level to lock down this area for such a length of time and set his team up for the win. But I don't think that's replicable.
No, it really was decided, I think, of the fact that DRX wanted to go towards A lobby. Most of the time, they haven't really been putting that pressure on. And the Haven meta just kind of developing. Usually you see teams, you know, they dump that util into it, fault line something else, push a player up deep so they have that information, just like you're seeing here. It's a dart, so Kushner can get into this close angle. But usually off the back of this, you want to rotate players away, you know? It's a bit of a tell that they're not going to be dedicating anyone towards that area of the map.
Both shock darts getting used to break the alarm bot, and for whatever reason, it didn't hit the one in Garage. It looked good, but the lineup just didn't land.
BBL setup, they're not... I mean, here's the thing, they haven't been punished actually for this. Despite that, I mean, they're still sticking with 3 players holding close in A lobby. Only now you're seeing Turco rotate, but DRX were expecting at least a player to be close.
I mean, they have fantastic B retake ults, right? The breach ult is just amazing from Turco. The only problem is if they sneak through the A connector, but DRX are instead going for a C split.
The smoke popped off here. Now, ultimate being used potentially to fight this. The lockdown has put a dampener on it. Do they still want to commit this now? Yeah, well, that's RB. Where did he find that one? Ult popped off to the side. The Astral Wall was laid down with a Cosmic Divide, but it does little to stop again. DRX just barreling their way through onto the site.
Wow, so
Dude,
important
adrenaline.
that the lockdown was broken there.
You're right.
Hear them communicating it. And this is
I
now
don't know
really
how
tough.
many
Fusion has got to deliver the goods.
glasses I've been drinking.
There's a dart into the back. He knows where one of them is remaining. It's Mako
But each
still
glass
locking it
here,
down and down.
it's
to
about half a
Suchny.
liter.
The attacking lockdown. He can't quite find it. There's no angle
And I
in
know
sight
I've been
for him to
drinking
break
more
that
than
one. DRX
6 at
claiming
least.
once more another, not letting it get out of their hands just yet.
Like
And that's
3
an
per
awesome
map or
mid-round
something.
decision from DRX. They decide to go through Garage, and they're met with a lockdown in their face. Aslan just immediately puts it
I
out.
also drink a
Great
lot
idea,
more
good counter
now
from
compared to I
BBL.
normally do.
And you can see on the player
Because when I don't
POV of
stream, I don't
Stacks
talk as much, so I don't get
talking
as
to the rest of his
thirsty.
team, asking, can we break this? Can we break this? Should we commit with the breach ult? And he's getting fed information from the rest of his team, makes the call as the IGL to commit to it, lockdown broken, and they get in onto the site.
When it's C9 match, it's
Everything happens so quickly with
right
these
after this
top-level
match,
teams.
when this is finished.
I love that. BBL using the Vision Strikers strat. The flash and dash out into grass. If you can't beat them, join them.
All that time ago when they were really put on the map, I think.
The timing, by the way, on the flash and dash and everything here on A side.
Fast take now
Perfect.
towards A. I saw him at his feet, but Buzz again just disrespecting it. Glimmers and echoes of it. You can see attempts are there. There was an updraft from Kushner as well, but the players
Oh, here it
dropping
goes.
still one after
Bam,
the other.
bam.
Even a shorty just running at them. And what can Brave do? Tries to pick up a bit of an upgrade, but god damn these shot
Bam.
darts. Just not even given an inch.
And it looks like Termi, the DRX head coach,
I'm glad that
gave it an
BBL are not
absolute
letting go of the gas.
pressing down between these two maps and told them,
Letting off, I mean.
unless you beat BBL even more emphatically than you did on Pearl, I'll send you home myself.
Big putting you on the early flight.
Yeah.
Forfeit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll just forfeit the rest of our game.
This has been just an absolute battering.
Oh, it's been brutal to watch. And I think from BBL's point of view, when you're faced with an opponent like this in a game like this, you can't even be that mad.
No.
You're like, okay, we just got comprehensively, unbelievably outplayed, and hell, at least we got a map off them.
Comfort zone for them. Trying to play inside. The Cloudburst Brave. He survives for now, but not much longer. The Hunter's Fury is used to just try and
Astra was
clear the way.
100% ready.
Who kills?
Also get Aslan. There's no way.
Suchny, this is the desperation. Final round, might as well use them. The ultimate's one after the other. Doesn't get too much done. The aftershock pushing into the corner,
Nice.
into the angle. On the flank, Kushner. Let's get the one kill, but down to that 2v3. How can they make this happen? 45 seconds left and just spraying it down. A bit of panic in the play. 11-1 will be that half score line.
That is a really difficult one to come back from.
Yeah,
That
I would
is
say
tough.
so.
And I think a lot of people will have been doubting DRX's, you know, as one of the favorites of the
It's
tournament
looking
after
rough.
they lost Ascent, but when
That was a massive ulti.
this, they just look in such insanely good form.
And just an instant answer back.
RB still only died once.
And there's just so many layers to what they were doing on their attack
17-1,
side.
by the way.
Side-swapping around. That is going to be the first half
17-1.
done. Let's find out what the desk has to say.
Well, when they got that first,
Imagine
that
RB,
first round, I
he
thought
hops into
maybe
ranked,
we could start to get a little
and
bit
he's
of a
like,
comeback
yo,
here
what's
for
up?
BBL. But DRX
And
are
he
just
try hard,
so
you know, he plays like he does here.
well
And then
drilled
some kid writes,
prepped and
bro,
it
you're trying
really
hard.
is off the back
Are you,
of,
do you play
you know,
in
just the
VCT?
outstanding
Like
calls
XD,
from
XD,
Stacks,
XD.
but also just some heroic
And it says, yeah,
plays that
actually I
we were
do.
seeing too from guys like RB.
And then
Yeah,
the kid
it was
writes, yeah,
insane.
sure,
In
you're
that
probably
half,
bottom
I think
bragging.
it took
And
until,
he's like,
like,
nah,
round number
actually,
10 for RB
I'm
to
17-1
die
in my
once.
match.
This guy was putting up an
On a map.
insane individual performance, and he was also causing some really, really
That'll shut up
heartbreaking
anyone.
rounds for this BBL squad.
But
There was a
I
couple
don't think
moments where they were
you know,
close, looking
I don't
like
think
they
he
could
is
steal around away.
the
This was
bragging
just
type of
one
guy.
them, right? BBL start off great on this retake. Brave, heroic with a 2K. They get it down to this 2 versus 1 situation, and they're getting to this point where they're like, all right, we've got this around the bag. We're going to try and stick this one through. We have RB flash in the window, and he just swings out, kills both of them, and absolutely breaks the hearts of BBL. And those kind of things have happened over and over in this half.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, his stat line right now is absolutely monstrous. 17 and 1 coming out of this first half, and who knows how much longer
that is
of a game
massive.
that we do have
17 and 1.
because DRX are just running away with it. Yeah. 348 coming in on this Killjoy is just nasty stuff here from the side of DRX. For BBL, though, the stakes are so high for them. They need to be able to pull this back. You know, at the very
tall order,
at the very least, getting some more rounds under your belt, being able to push DRX a bit further, I think that in and of itself would be a win for them. Clearly, things are still early days for them. They've been showing that they have what it takes to be able to take them down. Besting them on Ascent is monstrous. So if a run back can start, it would be absolutely enormous for them to get it going.
And it's all about this pistol, right, Mimi? You have to clutch up here.
You really do. It has to start right here, right now. No more room for error, or you're headed home.
All right, well, let's see what ends up happening with this one as we wrap up Haven. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
All right. Clutch or kick?
More room for error, I think, sums it up quite nicely because it's going to take, honestly, perfect gameplay from BBL to be able to mount any sort of comeback. They have 1 round as a buffer.
Yeah.
Not wasting too much time. That's a Nana Swarm drop down.
Nice.
What an opening. Okay. Kushner really fighting hard for that one, just running his way.
Dude,
right
he is
down and
stuck
out
there.
of
Nice.
squeeze. That
Well
one
done
player
by
was Mako
BBL.
holding into short, cleaned up momentarily. Faster
There we
player
go.
Still,
There we
Stacks tries
go.
to drop down to catch a cheeky timing, but there's the pistol round 1
Nice.
at least.
And I think I have slightly a different perspective to Seth on the desk, where I don't
They
really
they
think
do
BBL
well here, going
need
fast.
that many more rounds to feel happy about what they've accomplished. Their pistol rounds have looked good. They've actually been able to win a bunch of those, and they've taken a map
Dude,
away from one
Kushner
of the
just
favorites of the tournament
eating
too.
them up.
It is just going to be so
He's like,
unbelievably
mine,
impossible
mine.
for them to win this map and claw their way back from a deficit like this.
Yeah.
But I think they can just soak it in, enjoy being here.
Taking the experience of it. That's for certain. You're all right, Josh. Certain level of pride, I think, for them being able to go toe-to-toe with a team like DRX on Ascent. The fact that they were able to take that one away from them.
There's a lot of pride involved in just being on your team for partnership, right? Making it to that 1% of the Valorant pros that are representing their team, their region, etc. For BBL, their country too, at that top level.
We'll see just really trajectory,
Let's
I think,
see what they
of a team
do.
like BBL
Sova still has a recon bolt and drone.
deeper into what's left of the series and potentially on the other side of this tournament.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were completely counting them out, and that's not what's happened today.
No.
Here it comes.
Showcase that do have a lot to play for still. That's a lot of utility being used, but nothing to clear into short.
Zest has just slipped his way into short.
They gotta know this isn't cleared, right?
Yes. But also, I don't
Yeah,
think
they know
we
it's
really
not clear.
expect the
Yeah,
Sova
they know. Nice kill on RB. Very good.
That one extremity.
I don't think Zest is going to be able to win the 1v5 with the Classic, though.
Yeah, seems
Dude,
unlikely.
he gets
Making
2
it look
kills
like
with the
a bit
classic.
more than the classic.
He gave it a good try, didn't he?
He really did, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, BBL with a bonus, BBL with another 5 rounds after that, and then we can start
talking about it.
Then we can start talking.
Okay. Yeah, at this point it's still far too early days, I think.
Yeah.
Just not enough room for error when it comes to it. It literally has to be perfect from here on out.
I think this is a good time, though, to showcase what you've got on the world stage, right?
Yeah.
I think a good opportunity to show people that they shouldn't count you out for future tournaments, for EMEA, VCT, you know, that kind of stuff.
I think the evolution of this team as well, you know, BBL in the past have been, the scriptive term that I've used has been quite one-dimensional, I think, in the way that they thought about the game, the way that they played the game with overall game plans.
Oh, she's stuck there.
But the addition of Suchini as an IGL, I
If
think
they stay, well,
really see it paying dividends with that Ascent map.
Yeah, it's a promising start, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've definitely got things that they can come away.
They couldn't clear her out. Missed Molly, I think.
Moving their way forwards here, just a little bit of poking and prodding towards Garage, as DRX have still managed to hold on to that spot. RB's turret not getting broken. Seems like that would have been a major win for BBL's macro game. Heading back, pushing Buzz away from the angle. Buzz, though, not calling for any reinforcements just yet. And that is going to throw BBL off, because you would definitely assume that Zest or Stax would have rotated A. And actually, now they do.
At least they made sure he moved now.
But here's where you see Zochny actually, you know, helping them come up with good game plans, because they're reading that move, knowing that there's going to be more players over towards A.
Oh, they see everyone on C. Literally everyone.
Here we go. Hit coming through, dart into the back. Dash forwards, but not enough spam damage.
And he's stunned.
Absolute mountain of utility. Mako is so uncomfortable, but RB returning fire.
Come on, guys.
Down to Aslan.
Come on, Aslan.
Position. It's not quite
Delete
known
him.
just yet, but looks like Mako is relatively aware.
Nice try.
That is going to
Nice
be the
try.
12th round gained. No more room for error at all for BBL. It's going to be that match point, that series point for DRX.
Have you ever played Max Payne 3? I haven't, but I've seen Summit 1G do speedruns.
They would have to
It looks
convert in this
crazy.
one coming up right now. 13-3. Let's see what they got for us. I think a lot of people are going to be watching DRX and feeling really good about the way that they've performed here on Pearl and Haven, assuming that they can close out the map.
I'm good, Jackie. Doing good. A bit tired, but I'm good. How about you?
So a bit of a lobby control from Buzz, from Zest.
Uh-oh.
Really
Uh-oh.
This is dangerous.
Very dangerous.
That trade.
1 for 1. On defense side, it's not the most ideal outcome.
We've seen Crashies go for a Sovereign from this position that got so much value, but Zest decides to play it a little more slowly. He's getting himself into some really tricky positions over a short. Not the best spot for a Sova to play.
Yeah. A lot of it
They
off the
are
back
unexpected.
of Mako smokes, honestly, have been doing the most as well.
Hey, I know it's off topic, but how can I get the girlfriend?
Play, making sure that they can't quite clear it, but
The number one thing you should do
pound for pound,
is
RB just trying
to
to push the
meet
back.
women, you know,
Able
out there.
to do so. Spike is going to go down now, and it is just left up to Mako, who's going to opt into the save.
Just put yourself out there.
Still with life in them.
Yeah.
Get to know him.
Making
Talk
this
to them.
one a closer game than Pearl.
If you're a
DRX are gonna
Cypher
have
main,
to
you shouldn't, you know,
another
spam
eco
the
here
Cypher
and
ulti, for
still
example.
figure things out. I don't know how far Buzz is along.
That's a
with his
freebie there.
ultimate, actually.
Might be able to scramble a buy together.
Yeah, might
if
be
they
able to go
wanted
for something weird, but I don't see
But
really why he would.
try joining
Doesn't make
some
sense to take risks and
hobby
let
clubs
BBL back into the game.
Yeah.
or groups.
But that was off the back of breaking Buzz's really extended position.
Jackie, you know what you could do?
Zest also
Swift
choosing
play.
to take a really
You get that like concentration
There's a Sova
of
pushing close there up
Valorant.
on short.
Might be
Not able to get value
enough,
out
you
of
know,
any
to
field
scratch
utility when the
scratch
sidekick comes
ditch.
through, and he didn't really have a teammate to play off either.
Yeah. I feel like the composition as well that DRX are playing is, I mean, it's particularly good for retakes. You have great tools, the paranoia, the dart, all the breach utility as well to clear out hell. If you do want to play retake on A, it's more than viable. When you're playing short like that, any good team is going to be clearing you out.
Definitely true.
We'll see if they adjust their game plan though.
Singular rifle from Mako, who saved it in the previous round. And this is where BBL should be able to convert. I've seen so many situations like this though, Bren, where teams need to get a comeback, and it all falls to pieces.
There comes the headshot.
It's these rounds that are the dangerous ones.
He's even pinging on the head.
Percentage-wise, should be
Oh no,
favored.
headshot.
With the rifles, one taking contact. That is an incredibly
Dude,
wide
he
angle.
was
to take
shooting
with a
for
shorty, son.
years
Not getting into the
on
montage
this.
of that one.
No, that one's not touching it. Adobe Premiere.
All well and good though. Flick of the wrist from Stax.
And it's not going to be this thrifty round.
Yeah.
Not now, not today, says BBL. Getting a 5th on the board. And making their attack side look fairly decent. They look coordinated, they have game plans. They've kept it fairly...
I wanna go back to that shorty.
No.
Incredibly wise. Favored. With the rifles,
Here.
one taking contact. That is an incredible...
that one...
Dude, Q-Shooter was shooting, spraying for like a minute or two there.
Breach ult is also really good towards A though.
Yeah, it is.
You may say fair. and you were playing him before 2 days.
But
2 days, and you were raging so much because you were playing safer. Place a trap wire behind, but one Reyna didn't want to go.
He's out of the line of sight of it, so
open the site and make space.
And he didn't get contested by Kushner. Normally teams
Dude,
will sync
Jackie,
that up with a jet dash
I had so many players today just look at my trap wires in ranked.
Dash a punish.
But trust me, Swift play is a lot faster. Trust me. You don't hold the traps in
Brave
Swift
does
play.
make it even though.
It's a good punish, and Suchny's leading the team all the way over to C.
Well, I think it's a fair ban.
Great read, great
If you
call.
insult people, you know,
Haven's
I
just
think
got so many
you deserve it.
opportunities for IGLs to show their worth,
But-
right? You see people like FNS, for example. It's like a playground for it.
Try out Swift play.
You're getting a little flavor of
It
this
is
here
pretty
too.
good.
Oh, Mako has got himself into a wild spot though. And RB pays for it.
Yeah, I mean, TPing into the smoke caused them to spam it. It was RB, like you said, paying for that. Unfortunate indeed, but that lockdown pushing them back. Brave just skirting the outside of it. Aslan is going to be detained, but the spike is dropped down. Now, just how dangerous does this get? With Mako low, and the money also low, looks like DRX are opting again into that percentage play.
Yeah. And BBL have all the ults to stop this. There's literally a 0% chance that Zest and Mako could win this.
Yeah, I mean...
you know, you've got a reflank coming out from Brave, which they were aware of, but also the Soverall, Breach ult that can stop you. And at that point, if DRX chose to commit, it would just be to pull
That's
out
money they needed.
Sochny and Turco's ult.
But Aslan has money.
And instead, I think the better option is to just keep the Vandals alive. It adds so much more danger to your eco rounds.
Aslan has enough money to drop
The difference this half has
2
been...
people even.
I'm not gonna lie, Brent, we're kind of getting to the point
getting
where...
close. What did you say? Was it 8 rounds?
I said they had to win, what was it, round 15 and 5 more, something like that?
Which I think would have brought it up to round 8 in total. So 7 or 8. Never do maths on broadcast because you will look like an idiot. But
Yeah.
it was around that number, you know, like...
Yeah, it would have brought it up to 9, but that's fine. It would, I mean, 8 is nearly 9.
It was a rounding error from me, sorry.
Right. Yeah. Operator on the board here for DRX. That Zest is using.
This is so bizarre.
What is
Okay.
going on
There it
here?
is.
Yep. And these are the rounds you need to be careful of. Despite the buy being a bit weak, I think it's because Buzz ends up having
He
his
is
ult
dead.
to play
He is
with.
dead.
The Blade Storm. Hunter's Fury is beautiful.
Oh, that's a good
Traded
counter.
out. But it's still
But that
a
means
bit of a weird one.
Aslan has a kill
Any
jolt
sort
he
of
can use.
mistake. And you never know with these kind of rounds. Your series, your tournament life just could be over in the blink of an eye, but BBL
Actually, never mind.
nice uncontested
It was us that
plan.
died.
Buzz
Yeah.
with the knife, still looking to contest, and then you see that Turkish confidence coming through once more with the gunplay. Unwavering faith in their teammates, able to just
I
solidly
think
clean up
comeback,
the
yeah.
remaining members there of DRX.
If money goes
Yeah,
south
despite
here
the
for
fact that
DRX,
DRX had some dangerous weaponry. The Operator, Buzz with his knives.
it's a very,
it was still
very,
a half buy,
very
but it
difficult
had
to come
a
back.
lot of power behind it.
And you need to win
BBL is
the buy
still
round
really
that you get
clean.
next.
Yes.
And I'm not going to lie, Brad. If BBL win this next round, I think
Yeah, Jackie, I feel you, man.
the squeeze
In
is
the-
gonna
in those
start to be felt by
cases-
DRX.
I found it easier to deal with this the frustration from the situation by not trying to force the situation more, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. They've been able to come back.
And instead try to find an alternative.
Not as much of a deficit as this first half was, but DRX
It usually,
choosing this now as an opportunity
you know,
to take that time out, and
alleviates
it's
the frustration.
around the time, like you just said, Josh.
Because,
it's
I
this
mean,
upcoming round that's
you,
going to be
you
really
might
important.
not get the kills
Yes,
you want,
doesn't go
you might not get
DRX's
the
way,
result you want, but
then spell, you know, very
at least you tried a different
troublesome
strat,
times ahead.
and you did
And I'm gonna be
your
honest,
part, you know,
DRX
rather
being
than trying
sent
to do a
home after
team
being
strat where
11-1 up on Haven
you're setting yourself up to
that's not
fail
on anyone's bingo card.
because
That cannot be
the
allowed to
other,
happen.
teammates, they might not want to do
From
that.
DRX's perspective, the coaches, the players, they would
Then you
never
didn't
live
have
it
the
down.
chance to win
that
or
would be-
get
that
a
would
good
be
result to begin with.
blemish
But
on
on the
an
other
otherwise
hand,
very
if you
consistent
do some
record.
alternative
an
strat,
absurd choke
maybe miss
to
a shot or
end
two,
all chokes.
maybe hit the shots, then
DRX taking it slow,
you have the potential.
putting the time out here, trying
Yo,
to stop a
Brody,
bit of that momentum
I'm glad
that's behind BBL.
you're free from COVID.
You see
Hope you're
Vlad,
doing
the
well,
coach
my
there
man.
of BBL, just
Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
spitting to his players.
Yeah, using the most.
Because I think at this
Very
point,
nice to
you
see
know,
you again.
BBL were playing like they had nothing to lose at the beginning of this half. Because I mean,
Currently, we're doing watch parties. We're doing watch parties for the whole
now maybe a bit of belief,
Sao
a bit of
Paulo
hope is starting
event.
to rekindle within their hearts.
So we're gonna be long streams.
Certainly if they
rounds,
get this
isn't it?
round.
Yeah, it's 5 that stands between them bringing it to that OT. That is their goal. It's within their grasp now, it's within the sight line. Got to start to believe in this one, but every single round is so hard. What a hurdle, because again, no room for mistakes, has to be perfect.
C is left completely open right now.
A whole lot of utility being used, including their own breach ult, which catches onto the side of Kushner. The guy is being rattled around the back of the site like no one's business.
He takes the ulti from his own breach and enemy breach, and then blinded.
An unfavorable angle, and he is dealt with enough.
He's not allowed to play the game.
Still swinging through. Stacks might have just put an end to it. Weaving his way into the site.
But there's
and
stuff
it's
streaming
all
on Twitch.
down to Brave.
A lot of ads, just a lot of ads.
Blink of an eye, it all comes down to this. He finds
And it
the
felt
one
like
target.
YouTube is a better platform, long term.
Smoke drop down. Consumes it to give him the sight line. And Goldberg will be the finisher.
GG's.
And it was a valiant effort from BBL, make no mistake about that. But DRX were in control of this series. It got a bit shaky, for sure, on map 2. Arguably map 3. But DRX, I think, can still be pretty confident that they're looking decent to advance throughout the bracket.
They did put up a good fight. They did put up a good fight.
Showing, though, from BBL. No. Being able to take a map away from the team that finished 3rd at Champions.
Why is everyone insta looking
also,
Jet?
having a bit of a comeback here in the
She's
final map
really
too.
versatile.
So
That's
doable,
why.
but when you listen, when it's a
She's
level
very
1.5,
versatile.
you afford yourself no room for
You can
error,
be
no
aggressive,
buffer at all.
defensive.
No.
But these guys, they played their hearts out on the grand
And
stage, on the global
you can put
stage.
yourself in a lot of good.
Toe to toe. And like
Well,
you said, Josh,
you can
with the team
problem
that went
solve very
third
well
in
with her
champs.
in an
I mean,
aggressive way.
This is a showcase of their skills. You're putting a lot of these names on the map for people who otherwise were relatively unaware of them, and this is just the beginning for a team
One
like
more
BBL.
match.
Like we said before,
Biggest match of the
they've
night.
added this new
C9
IGL switching
versus
coming
Paper
in,
X.
and you can already see the ideas taking place, developing for this team.
But
We're
it
gonna
is
see
DRX
Ye
that are
again.
going to advance.
Imagine
and they
Ye
are going
pulls
to be
out of a
playing the
cipher.
winner of Paper
Nobody
X
expects
and
that.
Cloud9.
Everyone thinks, he's gonna be on Jet.
What
He's
a
gonna do
banger
this.
of a
He's gonna do
bracket,
that.
an unbelievably stacked
And Ye has just been
little area
just
of the alpha
grinding
bracket.
bomboys.
Brent, if I had to ask you, does DRX look like they're in the form to go deep, to take, you know, a semi-finals appearance, to be able to beat
I think Paper X
or
wins.
Cloud9, who we
I
haven't
definitely
seen,
think
by
so.
the way. But if I had to put you on the spot, do you feel confident, more confident now, having watched
One thing
that
here,
DRX game?
C9, they don't have assistant coaches that we know of.
Favorites, but at this point, I don't think you can
They
say
also
so.
have a history
No
of
disrespect to
not
BBL, the
caring
way that they
about
played. Listen, they really did
coaching,
push DRX
you know,
into some
good coaching and
uncomfortable
stuff.
territory for them.
Not the
But I think
organization, but
fact
the
that they,
players.
you know, weren't able to cleanly close out.
So I
Not
feel
only
like they
just
are
the
not
second map,
able
you
to
know, when it was
prepare
game 4,
on
but
the
that
same
first
level
one,
as
doesn't even
the
get to the state or the third one, I
Fnatic
should
or,
say,
well,
either.
the Fanatics
Get to the
or,
state that it
let's
was.
say,
I think a lot
DRX.
of people are going to have really conflicting
Paper X, on the other hand,
about DRX's
they can.
performance here. Because map 1 was so dominant, and the first half of Haven was
Let me see,
outrageously
do they
dominant
actually have
too.
a...
It
Let me
was
just
such
confirm.
a strange
Do they have a second
You saw
third coach?
the highest peaks from DRX, and then you also saw them get pushed by a team that people weren't expecting to be offering too much resistance.
Not much to lose.
I
It
think
was a
so.
really odd
They have a
series,
guy
and I
named
think,
Sleepy as
you know,
staff.
the smart responses, Josh, we'll have to wait and see.
Have to wait and see, but guess what?
Who knows?
We're going to be finding out their opponents coming up after this match itself as
They might
well,
be in the
because
same boat.
Honestly, what should be, you know, the main card, I think, of the day, that Paper X Cloud9 game.
Yeah.
We get to see the finalists of Copenhagen up against Cloud9, one of the first
I
lauded
thought
super
Paper X
teams,
had
honestly.
more
That's the label that people were
assistant
putting
coaches as well.
on that team when they were really formed heading into this 2023 season, because they have an absolute stacked roster.
And a stacked bracket.
Yeah.
Like we said, DRX is going to be playing against a winner, so whether you're a DRX fan or whether you're, you know, tuning in to watch Paper X Cloud9, everyone's eyes should be glued onto that game just to see what might be happening over there.
Yeah.
Because the DRX, make no mistake, one of the favorites for the tournament, but they could definitely have potentially lost here, potentially lost second round. Like, it's single a limb. There's
Literally
there's
anything
no
can
holds barred.
I'm gonna go grab some water.
Let's take a look as well.
Huge
at our
match
kind of
match coming
player
up.
of match breakdown as well, I believe you can see. And yeah, you can vote as well with the QR code. Buzz, Stacks, Zest are the options we've got for us here, Josh.
Who would you go with there? I really feel like that's a difficult one to...
Yeah, because if you try and say, you know, listen, it was the IGL impact with Stacks, I mean, listen, there was some
Some dodgy moments.
Some dodgy moments, right, with the rounds.
I was impressed with how Buzz played. I thought he was still performing at a really high level. RB obviously played phenomenally on Haven, but, you know, not included in the poll, presumably because of the first 2 maps. But
it's a tricky one.
I don't know. I think this one really is tricky. I think I might give it a Buzz, but I think it was more of a just group effort. When they were winning, they were steamrolling. And when they were losing, it was all falling to pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guess what? Like I said earlier, we are not done yet. There is one more match left to be played. It's going to be an absolute gigabanger. You don't want to go anywhere, so short break, but we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right. Oh, it's very silent here. Let's put on some music. There we go. What's up, Nerfayar? You missed the second game, but you're right in time for the best game, in my opinion, here today. And tomorrow, what's the best game tomorrow? Tomorrow we have Heretics versus EG, MIBR. That's gonna be a banger match. MIBR versus Talon. A lot of viewers in the arena for that. And yeah, it's only 2 matches tomorrow. Short day. No, actually, no, 3 matches. Loud playing tomorrow too. Oh, it's gonna be a packed arena then. Loud versus Gen G. That is gonna be a tough match for Gen G. That is gonna be a super tough match for them. They're gonna have everyone in the arena against them.
Before we begin, we wanted to pay our respects to all those impacted by the Turkey and Syria earthquake with a moment of silence. We thank you so much. And of course, our hearts and minds are with everyone that has impacted by the tragedy. Now, as we focus on the matchup at hand, you know, there's a lot on the line here.
I think that you are going to see nothing left on the table. Both of these teams is going to give it everything that they absolutely have to walk away victorious.
This space onto the site, another pop flash play should make it nice and easy. Lovely little offset and a movement there by Kush. Close to the site, they know his position now, and a bit of util will finish it off.
DRX
What team has the better chance? You mean of the Brazilian teams or this match here?
BBL. Wow, they look scary.
To the back of the site, that is with the spike, but cleared back. A reset of the aim zest. Absolute demonic performance. The damage done, still gets the kill.
I think out of these teams, C9 and Paper X has...
Lovely start.
People expect C9 to win. I don't though.
BBL gonna claim map number 2 in this
Out of the Brazilian teams, I think Loud probably has the best chance. MIB are great too though.
Deny one after the other. There's no shot in hell. The Hunter's Fury is used to just try and clear the way.
Oh, no way.
2 kills.
Also get Aslan.
Mako is so uncomfortable, but RB returning fire.
And it was a valiant effort from BBL, make no mistake about that. But DRX were in control of this series.
All right, it's time.
For your Prime Gaming post-match highlights and what truly was an excellent series, and funny enough, a historic series as well, because that was the first time in Valorant's history that a Korean team played an all-Turkish team. So history was made. I don't think anyone was disappointed with that one. A lot of things to talk about from there. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi as well as Achilleos here. And let's actually just start with the breakdown here and discuss how that Haven game went.
I like that he introduces them.
You know, toward the end, if you're DRX, you're kind of thinking
when he's done talking.
Get a little crazy.
But it didn't. They kept control of this one. I mean, they came into this matchup and they absolutely dominated in that first half. It took them a while to convert in the second, but really they were just kind of winding up time to get those ultimates going and eventually close it on out. It never really felt like there was a way for BBL to get back into that game.
Yeah, I mean, Sideshow was talking about it. It felt like it was too far gone, but I'll admit I started panicking a little bit there for the side of DRX. There's a ton of tape that you can watch on all of these maps aside from Pearl, and I mean, we saw it from Ascent especially.
I want to see
they
this.
did their research.
Yeah, and the thing is that this is DRX
Again.
continuing their streak. They have never lost an opening series at an international event ever.
BBL
These guys are
definitely
always making a deep
had to overcome
always getting at least
the mental
top
game
6, if not
to do
higher.
that, to climb back to 7
BBL,
rounds.
Because they issued DRX their first ever map loss in one of those opening series.
Well, I was going to say, what, they haven't lost against a top 4 team, right? Or a team outside of the top 4. But I think it's safe to say, especially in that Ascent game, BBL took them to the limit, and I think it had a lot of people questioning maybe this might not work out the way that DRX fans were hoping for, Achilleos.
I mean, initially I was thinking that this was just going to end up being, you know, the case that DRX just can't possibly win on Ascent unless it goes to overtime, just given what we saw over at Champs. But
I love this
BBL,
shirt.
They did so beautifully. I mean, Kushida really came online.
The
We saw
spilling water
even
on
in those
yourself
first,
shirt.
You know, those first couple rounds that they were able to win on Pearl. You know, he was pretty much the one who was picking up those kills. As soon as he flips back over onto the Jet, he just
Yeah, I mean, he has been delivering on Yori especially.
and it kind of carried through. You know, really, he was instrumental in helping them get those rounds that they were able to get on Haven to start running things back. So as he got over to the Jet, he just really started to take off.
Yeah, I mean, BBL had their moments.
Lose is lose. Doesn't matter if it's 13-0, 13-11. Actually, it does. It does. If you lose 13-0, you have a high chance of getting replaced. But if you lose 13-11, you don't really have as high of a chance to get replaced.
Just him. It wasn't a
And because it's a franchise system, you don't really get kicked out of the circuit or anything. You get kicked out of the tournament, but
respect to BBL.
Yeah, and that means
the long-term game for the organizations is,
to the Turkish fan
you know,
favorites and BBL,
selling merch,
obviously a team
getting fans, you know, all those things. Not necessarily the money from tournaments. It's what you compete for. It's like a, you know, good carrot.
And on top of that, they knew that they had an
But
opponent on the other side.
the ownership, they're in it for the long game.
So confident coming into this event,
But for the player side,
at Champs. So credit where credit
I feel
is
like
I'm gonna make a bold claim. Okay, GB's bold claim.
I feel like there is that difference.
I think BBL can become a top contending team if they drill the maps the way that they drilled Ascent. Their Ascent game looked phenomenal, but
if
I
you have
gotta see
one
that
like this
across the board, and I think they have
you know
the
what's up.
staff and the consistency and the talent on that team, Achilleos, in order for them to do so. I hope we start to see that happen in EMEA. I want to be hopeful of it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, clearly the talent is there. We had everybody having their moment in the spotlight. Turco, Kushner, everyone was taking part in that win on Ascent and taking part in that run back attempt there on Haven. So clearly the talent is there. It's about continuing to just mold it. And
but you have a point, by the way, Fang. You definitely have a point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and credit to Sushi as well for keeping the team level-headed after getting smashed on Pearl to be able to go back, bounce back into Ascent, and then start running back on Haven after they were down so brutally. That's a really good showing from them. So I think with more time to develop as they play in EMEA, you can see a hell of a lot of great results.
There's a lot of cool shirts here.
Yeah, well,
mine,
of course, we hope to see them a little bit more in
this
the future.
One,
but
I'm not sure what's
break,
on there. I can't see.
We asked you guys to vote for the player of the match, and this was a hard one for us all
to
pick.
It's a deep fried
but
Yoda.
The polls are in, so let's see who ended up getting this player of the match, and it's going to be Buzz. And you know what? Very well deserved. He had a great series.
Yeah, but a very close one. And I think that series was not one where I walk away with it and I'm like, wow, Buzz was insane. He was the guy who won this match for DRX. It was, they were consistently good across the board.
Yes.
Both on map number 1 and 3, they looked perfectly drilled. The way the utility was working to set Buzz up, to set this team up for success was absolutely fantastic. It was what we've come to expect for DRX.
Just real quick, this team, they look like they're here to win an event, Achilleos.
They do. I mean, they
Any
always
predictions
are.
between CN9 and PRX?
So
I think 2-0 PRX. They win 13-9 first map
run for DRX, but
and
13 big win. Let's actually send it over to
map.
Yitsu because she's going to be standing by with Buzz for our Verizon post-match interview.
They are very unlikely
Thank you very much,
results,
Golden Boy.
but
That is right. I am
I'm
joined
gonna
by
look in
Buzz
with that.
from DRX. We're going to try and do this interview in English, but if he needs a bit of help, we got Jen here on site to do some translation. Now, first of all, congratulations. As you saw on stream, you are the MVP. The fans voted for, that for you. I know last year you were a little bit critical of your own performance. You always thought you could have done better. Now, winning MVP straight off the bat in 2023, how did you think your performance was today, and what would you like to do for the rest of the year?
My performance today was not really bad, but I'm not satisfied with my performance today because we lost one map, and I think I had so many mistakes in all the maps. So I need to keep fixing my mistake and keep going. Yeah.
I mean, if that's one MVP, you might be getting a few. It depends how this tournament is going to go. Now,
every Korean interview is like that.
A couple weeks ago, Stacks revealed that Foxy9 was supposed to be playing this tournament. We didn't see him today. It was Zest on there. Would you be able
That's
to
how you win
tell
over
me
fans
why
in
that
Korea, by the way.
Why Zest was kind of being
not
put
to
back
say
in
that you
slot?
shouldn't say that, you know, without meaning it.
We just played 3 maps today, so who knows? Who knows he can play?
He's being very hard on himself, but I think some of it is PR training as well.
Just wait for the next match, and he could.
Also,
play.
I mean, you kind of have to be hard on yourself to become the best.
So the Foxy will dominate the server.
Oh, okay, maybe we get a little bit of Foxy before this tournament ends. Now, you're one of the tournament favorites. The desk now is building up you as, the team that could go all the way. Mainly because
sorry for not answering, Jackie. When, how, and why did you start Cypher?
Do you feel like you're the tournament faverites? And
actually, it's not that long of a story. I started Cypher because I wanted to make content. I tested them out. It was fun, and it clicked in a custom game, and then I just stuck with him. But I didn't play him at first because it felt like it was
in this tournament,
too difficult.
Everyone is playing good, so I think if we play good, we could win this tournament. But it's just first tournament in 2023, so we don't think this tournament like seriously. So it's just warm up.
Oh, okay. I thank you very much, Buzz, for answering the question. Thank you as well, Jen, for translating. Now, we've had a feast of a day, you guys, but can you believe it? It is about to get better.
Warm up.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Cloud9 will be taking on Paper X. We'll see you in a bit.
Oh, I did, Jackie. I think it was possible for 3 days in total. Then it was removed. That was silly. Just placing a gun in your camera. It was really silly. I was afraid I would get banned when I tried it. But then again, there were so many weird cypher bugs, like getting wall hack with your camera. You just place your camera inside of a box and now you see through the entire map. There were some crazy killjoy bugs at the time too, on Split especially. You could place your turret under the map and you couldn't walk anywhere without the turret killing you. So people would just sit and spawn, wait or whatever, and the turret does the rest. I don't see Raze a lot in pro matches. What do you think? Why do you think that is? I think it's because the nade isn't as necessary now for making people move. Instead, you see more breach, for example. And yeah, you don't really need the mobility from her. If you play Split, then you probably will see more Raze because yeah, the nade comes in, clears up like a big area, like on a ramp or something, or you chuck it and then you push or whatever. But for maps like Icebox or let's see what else, Icebox, Ascent, Haven, it's more important to have Jet if you go for a duelist, and if not the duelist, the meta seems to be Sky because you shut down Cypher down. You also have KO to just shut down agents in general. You got Killjoy and Sova. Sova is to counter Killjoy, and the Killjoy is just a safe way to play on site, hold sites and so on. Oh yeah, you could TP inside. Wait, inside pyramids on a breeze, right? Yeah, I remember something like that with Omen as well, but on Haven. That was those were unwinnable games because people would just plant and you can't defuse. Yeah, unlucky. There should be a sick. That should be sick. You place the camera so high, place and just shoot them with Sheriff. Yeah, that's basically what people did. It's basically tower defense at that point. People could plant under the metal thing on Haven using Sage. Let's see. I didn't know about that one, John. Metal thing on Haven. I didn't know about that one. I don't know which one you mean. I'm sure. Summer man. Dude, me too. Me too. I've been looking forward for this match the entire day. Not to say that the other ones were bad. Like, they were pretty nice, but this one is gonna be very interesting. C9 are gonna be humbled real good if they get sent home. Paper X, I don't know if they necessarily will get the same feeling. They probably will just, try to improve. You look forward to Benkei's costume the most? He said that he might. Well, I would say he has to. He has to do something. How to redeem VCT drops? I don't think I have VCT drops on my channel. So I have no idea. I think if you watch on the main channel, then you get VCT drops. And you have to link your account on YouTube. Let me show you. Let me just make sure I don't show anything bad here. Alright. Actually, I don't want to show my email necessarily. Here. So, on YouTube, you sign in like normal. You click here. You go to settings. For me, it says inställningar, but it won't say for that for you unless you're in Sweden. Click there. Go to connected applications or connections, whatever it says. For me, it says anslutna appar. And then you scroll down. Bam! Connect with Riot Games. Anslut. And that's how you link it with YouTube. I'm doing good, Dusty. How about you? Let me actually connect my normal account here. My voice kinda sounds like Cypher. That's what happens when you play enough Cypher. Oh, I can't connect mine because I have a brand account. Photech Gamer? What's up, man? I'm doing good. How about you? We're just waiting for the next game, PaperX versus C9. I'm glad it does, Dusty. I'm glad it does. Det är ett roligt språk. Det är ett roligt språk. It sure sounds funny if you're not speaking Swedish, I think. You're eating a Hot Pocket? Nobody just eats a Hot Pocket.
We're live here from Sao Paulo. I'm Yingsu,
Unless it's a cold one.
Is Mimi and Seth. Now, thank you very much.
Hot Pockets, when they come out of the microwave, they're like basically lava.
Let's not kid ourselves. We are here for one reason and one reason only, and Mimi, that is Cloud9 versus PaperX, round 1, single elimination.
This match is going to be insane. Two teams that normally we would have absolutely heightened expectations for.
What sport are you a fan of?
In this tournament format, one
Me,
of them is going
personally,
first.
table tennis, the most. I used to play professionally the table tennis.
So excited for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Leaf is no, it's Yay. It's all about Yay. Best player in the world last year, the whole way throughout.
Well, not professionally, but I was competing. I mean, I wasn't like a pro international or anything.
Yeah, they do. And the core of this roster is really what I'm interested in, because they have stuck together, the three players here in charge of this one. All right, I'm loving the hats out of this squad, but the core of the squad has been together for quite a while here, competing together, and now they've reunited.
Am I born in Sweden? I'm born in Sweden, yeah. So in Sweden, you start learning English when you're 10.
Now that leadership core of him and Vanity
a lot of Swedes have a broken English. My English is mainly from gaming, and also speaking all the time, of course. I speak more English than I speak Swedish.
Deeper for the three people that don't know who he is, Mimi, why are we so excited to see Ye?
Because he's the best player in the world. Last year, he had the most dominant performance that anyone has pretty much ever had at one tournament at Champions Istanbul. This guy was the face of Chamber, incredible in that role. But now, it looks like he's going to be going back to the Jet, a role which he is also fantastic.
I'm looking forward to see PaperX the most.
A little bit of that, over
for sure.
It was an absolute treat to witness.
You speak Dutch? Dude, Dutch is a very cool language. I wish I could speak it.
What we've been seeing in the meta so far, granted, we did have a Yoru, and we've seen some other crazier things so far at this tournament from some of the other squads, but Yay, I think, is just going to be a Jet purist as we move forward into this, and I just cannot wait to watch him.
Yay, I gelling? No, that's, what's his name?
Yeah, still, there are questions
the other dude.
Roster. The rest of the team is going to have to flex and change around their roles to
what's his
enable
name?
Yay to be the best. Previously,
Let me look up.
it was
on VLR.
Was that guy, the man in charge of playing the duelist role for this team. All that is going to have to change now. So flexibility is very much required for the rest of C9.
And also,
Vanity.
you know, we had this narrative in the offseason.
Vanity is
Chamber
ideal.
is gone, Ye has been nerfed. He's even admitted that maybe it's a little bit of a nerf. But Vanity, he was chatting to us, Mimi. He was like, are we just forgetting how good Ye was before
insane.
Chamber? Yeah, so do you see this as
Chamber's nerfed, no Cypher Ye. Dude, I would love to see Ye play Cypher. I would love to.
I don't see it as a nerf to Ye, but my question really is, again, it goes back to the conversation
And
around roles. How is the
I
rest
can
of the team
guarantee
gonna
you
work
that
around that? How are they going to set him up? Because what Optic was great
he's
at
not
wasn't
gonna
just
play
making
Cypher
him a
like
good player.
he
they
should.
were the best in the world at enabling him to hit those heights.
Yeah, and I mean, granted, it's maybe a slight little nerf just because you could get away with so much BS when you're playing the Chamber.
I did
and now
before
that that's
Jackie.
taken out of the effect,
I did before.
Or out of, out of the, I don't know what words I'm looking for, out of the equation. There we go. We got there eventually. It's been a long day. But now that that's out of the equation, he's still an incredible player. It doesn't change who Ye is and what he's
Sounds like
capable
Sims
I know,
NPC.
on a normal day when Cloud9 is walking out of that stage, we
Not
would
all
be
the time.
very, very
Not
high
all
on
the
the
time.
copian of, oh, they're just going to come in and do their thing.
Swedish
But
sounds.
today, though,
Well,
Seth, they're going
Jackie,
up
here
against
you get
Paper
some.
Rex. So, I mean, I
what
don't
could I
think
say?
there's a lot of hopium you can have there.
This is a very
Why is this
heartbreaking
shirt
matchup to
wet?
have in
Varför
the
hans
first round of the tournament because this really feels like something that should be saved
blöt?
for the semifinals, for a grand final maybe even, because
So it's
Paper Rex
kind of
has long
similar.
since been a
Varför
fan
hans
favorite
skjorta
and
blöt?
anticipated to be,
I was wondering the exact same thing, J2C. It looks like he like spilled water on himself.
Since their inception,
But it's actually the shirt. That's just the shirt.
all the way into a grand final and just falling shy of the mark. You have been predicting for them.
Benke's costume
Now is the fourth
in
time.
there.
They need to get
And
through
there.
Cloud9 and EA if they want to make that run possible.
And this is one of those
And
rosters
there.
that is stuck by their 5 players.
Like
exactly the same
Benke,
as we saw
he has a
them last year.
multi
And think
piece
about Paper
of a
Rex,
costume
is you
here.
always
They need all
expect
these
the
bags, but he's,
These
you
guys
know,
are innovators. They're gonna
he's the
always
star.
come in with
He
something
doesn't
new,
carry
an
his own
interesting
bags.
composition. So with a whole new
He's
meta
too good for that.
and not a lot of VODs of them from the off season, it's going to be really difficult to know what to expect from this PRX team, which makes it a very difficult match for Cloud9.
It's going to be fun no matter what. I feel like the theme of today is just like a fiesta, and what a way to close it out as well. And the player, I feel like, is probably going to be taking the brunt of that is Forsaken. What else?
Man,
what do
you
we
almost
even need to
forgot
say
Swedish
about
if it
this
wasn't
guy? I
me.
feel like the W key is just hot.
Open a book, man. Read
Yeah, I
to
mean,
remember.
Forsaken
I'm
is
good,
just an
Jackie.
absolutely cracked player. I mean, we've seen his Yoru plays.
If you're gonna be like
particularly on
that, you
maps
know,
like Bind, where he just somehow
you have to
manages weave his way
assume
into the
that.
back lines,
Well,
and
I
his
would
opponents
say
are never really ready for it. We saw how
factor in. I've been talking English for like 9 hours straight. My brain is not going to be in. Oh
no
wait,
one's really been able to get a
here,
grasp
let's
on
talk
Forsaken
Swedish all of a sudden.
But even aside from that,
My
he
brain
goes
is
to
gonna be in
standard
English,
picks,
dude.
such as the Neon, and he's still able to have an immense amount of impact.
Yeah, it feels like no matter what this
Tomorrow,
guy is playing,
after
he's
some
gonna
sleep,
be
if I speak
fantastic.
Swedish, it's
And
way
I think
different.
that's really
Trust me.
the definition of Paper X, the flexibility of this guy and Jing to absolutely frag out and take over the server on pretty much any role means that it's incredibly, incredibly difficult to know what you're going to face up against because it's two fantastic players running you down with a new composition every time.
Yeah, and when you say expect the unexpected, we expect the Yoru now. So basically, he's probably not going to play Yoru, knowing what they're going to do.
They'll put him
for
on
us.
Harbor.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. But if you guys at home are not a paper boy or a paper girl yet, maybe you just need to get to know the team
I'm a paper
little
man.
bit better and check this out.
Let me try to read that, Cardi. Ik denk dat... Wait. Ik denk dat Sinan deze wedstrijd varsish... How do you even pronounce that? My tongue doesn't bend in those ways. Varsish... got winnen. I don't know if I got it, but dude, that's why I like Dutch. These words, I like them.
Champions last year, in terms of the kind of mentality that we brought to the event.
You think C9 will win?
The team felt a sort of pressure on our shoulders after getting
Let's see.
second place
Let's
in
see.
the event prior. VCT Copenhagen.
Give me a rating, 1 out of 10. 1 to 10, I mean, not 1 out of 10, but 1 to 10.
Manage our
The pronunciation.
and the kind of pressure we put on ourselves. I wouldn't say there's a lot of variety in terms of like my teammates because at the end of the day, all 5 of us, now 6, including our coach 7, all 7 of us are still clowns. At the base of it, the whole team is still a circus. We have our newest addition, CGRS. He is from Thailand. He's probably one of the most popular streamers in Thailand. Like everyone calls him like the Shroud of Thailand, but he's really a hilarious guy, and I feel that
it hasn't started yet. It's about to start soon though.
Really well with our team.
Hello guys, my name is Jason, aka Forsaken. I'm from Team Pepperex, and my role is duelist. Yeah, that's always been like our main goal, to play the game, to have fun as much as possible, because if you play for fun, you can win easier. I hope you guys be prepared for the
yeah, Cardi, I suspected that it was
welcome to the lock-in event.
Pretty bad.
I hope you're not as jet-lagged as us, but at the same time,
you speak Serbian, Croatian, Bosnian, German, English. Ja znam malo srpski. I have a dad that's from Serbia.
Thanks for that,
and I learned a bit of Serbian, but I never had friends that I could speak with or anything. I learned how to order ice cream, but I forgot that. Helado, that's I think that's how you say it. Helado, that's for ice cream. But like, I understand the words when they are spoken to me a bit. I can't speak back as much though. And then I know Romanian as well. That I know fluently from my mom's side. Yeah, dai sladoleda. That's with a Swedish pronunciation, but yeah, I could do a better pronunciation on that. And also, my favorite ice cream flavor in Serbian, lešnik. And for those of you that don't know, I think lešnik is hazelnut, right? Let's see here. Oh, he's a he's a snail. Dude, I wish we had audio, but I can't play the music. They just walked past him. I mean, he's going. He's going. That's a good walkout. That's a good one. Also, the cleaning crew, that lane he just cleaned up, all good, polished even. There we go. Yo, look, man. Thanks so much for joining and welcome to the mountain. Welcome along.
Walk-on is an omen to what they're going to be doing.
And
Maybe W Gaming, Mimi, is no more. Maybe they're just S Gaming now. Yeah,
it's quite possible, but this is going to be the big one.
Well, Psycho Kid, you're going to enjoy this match.
New super team
big time.
Versus pretty much Apex best. These guys fell flat at champions. Now they're looking to come back and make a deep run, make up for that second place at Copenhagen.
Can you try to read this Macedonian?
Have they been able to rebound from what we saw at Champions? Because that was not the Paperex that we saw at events prior.
Svetot.
That's what we're hoping for. We're hoping for a banger of a series. We've already had 6 maps. Screw it. Let's go all the way to 9 because this one is bound to deliver on all fronts.
Give me some overtime.
I don't know.
I'm
was that
down
good?
To watch, you know, some excruciating overtime.
17-15 on every single map.
Let's do it. No, give me the.
I mean, Balkan languages, they're pretty easy to know because read because I already know.
Do you feel like there is a
how
chance
to speak it?
Overcooking? At what point do they just
Ohio,
go a little bit
Ohio,
over the top?
There always is. You can never know.
I know what it means.
New events
Wait.
with a new meta if you've made the right call until you play.
Isn't it a salutation?
Fans are right now. I think we're going to be able to determine what the
in
first
Japanese?
Pick is, since Paperex have selection.
When you say it's that close to the opponent team, can't your opponent come? You can, but that's why when they take off the headphones, they have in-ears that plays like white noise.
Once more.
Nice. Nice Lotus. Very nice.
Is always hard.
So they have in-ears that play white noise, and then the headphones that have a game audio, as far as I know.
Adjustments on the fly. How much value are these IGLs getting in the mid-round? How much value are these coaches getting on their timeouts to make those adaptations?
You still hear some stuff, like the speakers and everything, but
I mean, So
Not
far,
that
I'm
much.
loving it. Let's just go with the 2 most recent maps, and we'll see what this rounds out with. Split to be banned, so we're still not
Let
going
me
to be
try
able
to read
get
that
Was
as a
hoping perhaps
the stream
that would be left open as the
maintenance
decider, but so far it seems like no one is willing
and
to
François.
play on that map. And
I'm
okay,
gonna do you one better. The 3 most recent
3
maps.
most recent maps.
I'm very
being
bad with
brought out.
French.
I mean, hey, why not? PRX, they were the first team, the first professional team
Yo,
to
thank you,
show us
Jackie.
Harbor in the off season.
Yeah.
Now they're saying, you know what? We might have gotten beaten
Yeah.
in the punch, bringing
These
out
are
Lotus
good
just
maps.
simply because of scheduling reasons.
Wait, I
but
didn't
we're
see the
gonna
last
do it
one.
Anyway.
Yeah, and that's Fractures, our decider too. Traditionally a very, very strong map for PRX. And I mean, rewind
Fracture?
to the first 2 in this
Good,
series.
I approve.
starting
Fracture is
with
super fun.
Lotus. I mean, this is the
It's one of my favorite
going
maps
in for
actually
a
now.
Surprise. What composition
It kinda
is PaperX
slowly
going
creeped
to
its
play
way
here? Are
up
they going to lean heavy into the
as a
duelist,
favorite
trying
map.
to fight forward, maybe like a Rain the Neon, anything like that? Find that answer, or will it be more like what we saw earlier with the duelistless compositions?
But Lotus?
Initiator play.
Yeah, that one
That
I
is
didn't
a new
really
favorite.
like, Mimi. And knowing PaperX and Cloud9 as well, let's not forget the other team on the side of this matchup. I feel like they're not going to give us the no duelist kind of snooze fest.
If they do, I sleep. I
They have
won't.
pedals here in case they need to, step on the gas.
I need some W key holding, some head shooting action coming through from these guys. Some
Well,
absolutely unhinged gameplay.
let's hope we do get that because we are heading into the Prime Gaming
Yo,
Agent
Nerf AR,
Select
have a good day
here.
at school, my
And,
man.
I don't want to jump the gun, but are we about to see 2 chambers on Lotus? We got 1.
Okay,
Yes.
this is
Cypher
interesting.
is in.
There are some spots, especially on defense. where the
Cypher
chamber
is in.
can take
And Neon,
value.
nice.
You're able to go into B, peek out into mid on the defense. On A, there's
Ban
a couple
chamber.
spots where you can do it, going through that small door. I think there's potential for the agent, but I'm not sure if it's a choice I would have gone for. I'm also surprised to see Zelsis
Let's try
taking
that,
by the
Cardi.
Neon. He really lent into that role when he was
meteorologische-
playing the Sentinels. I would have expected him to go for it instead, though.
Honestly, you can take chamber out the meta, but not Ye. Ye doesn't care.
Can't take
Identitet.
The Raze and Neon being here is what
bevis.
saves me, because otherwise, if we saw the chambers and there was no other duelists, no duels going alongside of it, and it was
something
nothing but initiators
weather.
and controllers, I would be so disappointed. I'm glad that we at least have this
Identity,
Neon, this Raze that can just go blast packing and sprinting and sliding around corners.
well, in Swedish,
to really
it
just
sounds
amp
like
things
it-
up.
Well, I wanted
identity
to get some
proof
good overtime
in
play, and
Swedish,
who
like the
better
pronunciation, but
the
I don't know
kings
if it
of
means
overtime.
that.
That is Mitch and Tom. Have fun with this one, guys.
That was closer to Swedish though.
You can't just throw stuff
Dude,
like that
his
up.
forehead has biceps.
I wasn't
Not
quite
biceps,
ready for
but
that,
muscles.
Tom, but I mean, listen, I'm flattered. Yes.
Who made that?
Yes.
Own up. Who made that?
We'll do the
need to
kiss
know.
afterwards. For now,
we're scrapping after this game
You know-
because I did not know that was coming.
neither did I. I'm going a little bit red, so let's get into this game now. Anyways, so look, the reality is, I was talking earlier about this map, Vito. I heard it down the grapevine, and I mean, it's just ridiculous.
All right, I'll do
Lotus,
last one,
Pearl,
Jackie, because the match is gonna
between
start.
these two teams, elimination on the
Tunisian,
line.
Macedonian.
I am
Pozdrav
shaking. This
to
game is
Jakov
going to be incredible.
Govikat. Wait, pozdrav to Jakov Govikat. Jackie.
Don't know what to expect. But even the next map that is picked by Cloud9, last
Shout
time
out
they played it,
to,
they lost the
Jakov.
focus. They lost the
They call
focus.
him Jackie.
I'm supposed to revamped everything. So
Nice,
this
nice,
map
man.
was truly fantastic. We go into probably the most exciting game of the entire group stage, and we're kicking it off on the newest map in the pool.
Time to get this
Yeah,
one
Cookie,
started.
they like to
Barriers
feel
up
the
and
heat
action
on the
kicks off
nose
right away.
sometimes.
Zelsis blitzing down on A and gaining a lot of space with that flash, but they look to make up for it on the other side as PaperX
And
moves
he's
towards
out.
C. Spotted the chamber and a quick TP out. We see that escapism with some early aggression on C. Beautiful use of the chamber, but ultimately he's going to be forced back.
Yeah, the Sage Wall being used to give them quick access to the site, but also making it a bit more awkward for those rotations
Second
to
time,
come through.
Lonely Minion.
If they want to try and pin
The
through
first
from
time was
another
played
angle.
earlier today with
Defense setting up
FPX
in a
and
don't have much to play with here.
what was the other
In
team?
fact, they have barely anything. A smoke on Vanity.
Carmine Corp.
Other than that, no utility to be had, but they managed to find Mind Freak.
Great opening duel for Leaf. They've got the
Oh.
pressure to keep it going as well. PaperX need to slow this down. They need some kills. Only the one to be
Nice
found.
try.
No hero just yet, and that diffuse is underway. They might not be able to stop
Nice
it
try,
with
nice try.
no players left. That's
Good
a
plant
guarantee.
position though.
1-0 to Cloud9.
Yeah,
Able
the
to see it
CSAT
from outside.
definitely seems like for a lot of teams right now, the easier to retake, the one that you can challenge for quite a bit more. And I like the
We're doing
idea with the
adrenaline.
wall, not
Let's
only
see it.
getting you that space a little bit quicker, but also if they want to try and wrap back through, they get funneled into Benkai, as you saw at the end. But they just managed to pick everyone off. Win
Akbar,
those battles,
good morning, my
which
dude.
is always going to be important getting back into the site. And C9, well, they've got the start.
They absolutely do, and you know, we're already seeing some of these compositions. You know, the last time we saw Lotus, it wasn't too far separated, but right here, you have some swap outs, like the Neon on one side for Cloud9, Jing coming in with the Raze, a very different duelist approach, but it's the Sage to Cypher. That's a crazy different approach. These guys have very different ideas on how to play this map. This one,
So far, no shots hit there,
like you said, Tom,
but that's a good position. That's a good angle.
And here it allows you to maybe get a kill and then get
Yeah,
out
Yuda, me
reset
too.
for retake.
I finally got the rights for watch parties again.
You can already see how much Zelsis has been challenging map control, especially with those
Yeah, we're
early stuns.
9 hours in
He's
right
gonna be
now.
able to push up in almost every
If the
single
match
round.
lasts for 3 hours in total, I have to restart the stream because the 12-hour
That's one
VOD.
thing I didn't expect to see. The Headhunter used for the wall bangs, just another benefit that can be found. And that damage is still sitting. It makes it an easy kill on a Divide. Far away with a Spectre, but only one shot needed. Up close, here comes a Classic with no chance. And it looks like Jing's going to have to do any remaining damage. Look, all things considered, though, walking
Good
out with 3
retake.
kills, that's not a
That's
bad
a lot
round
of
for
money
Paperex, even
being
though the plan-
used though, but
No, really not bad
good
at all.
retake.
They've
Yeah,
earned a
it's
few
a limit,
extra finances.
so
They've
you can
caused some
stream
costs
for
on the other
longer
side,
than
even
12
though
hours,
your orbs along the way,
but
so I
the
don't think you can have too
last
many complaints, but
12
now is
hours,
where I really
like
wanna see what
it gets
they've got,
pushed,
because
so
one of the
you
real
lose
benefits
whatever
I'm
it
seeing
was
of
in the
having that
beginning
Cypher,
if you go
we've
over
seen
12
the trap
hours.
get nerfed to hell. Like, that's been one of those issues that I don't think has been particularly good for Chamber on that attack side, but they have the
Stinger or
Cypher to
Spectre?
back up. On the other side of
I'd
things,
say
you don't.
Spectre.
You're going to have to be more careful of those aggressive
Stinger was
pushes.
nerfed, and it's also nerfed in this patch that they're playing on.
He's gone for
It's
an
still
operator
good, like you
on
can
the
still use
attack,
Stinger,
so I think
but
are they about
on
to
very
just
close
pull him
range.
up to take an early fight?
It looks like we might be seeing that. Yeah, these guys certainly looking to take a fight early. It's going to be
Nice kill, that is a cheeky kill.
That is so disgusting
Nice.
to plan from the start, and it works out perfectly. At this point, the A side under heavy threat, and they've got no one nearby. Late, very late flank from Ye is the best hope, I guess, right now, unless they're able to pick some off on the way through, and that just doesn't look possible with their current position.
He shot in between the legs, dude.
Well, it's not the prettiest of fights. The first one was beautiful, and Ye actually lands the shot. Gives them a little bit of hope in
Come
this
on,
round. Of course,
Forsaken.
the site is already fallen. A under the control.
Eyes up here, not down there.
Going to get the information, but Ye is incredibly far away and already being picked off. It might even just be worth holding onto the gun.
Yeah, look, he was low HP and sort of playing for them going to B or C late on. If they'd made that rotate, it wasn't going to happen. They knew that, so you try to grab the 1 kill with the Bulldog. It doesn't happen. Why are you going in with 30 HP, throwing a Vandal away? The problem is, Paperex don't
He's
want
gonna get
him
owned
to
by
keep that
Ye here.
Vandal. They are running it down, and Mind Freak, he stopped walking at just the right time. Unfortunately, Ye popped around the corner. It might be able to get away with this one at this stage.
Yeah.
They're very far away.
Yeah, they would have to pretty much full sprint and then just risk him landing another shot. Also, the cost to Paperex isn't worth it. I do already like, though, that we're seeing why that Sage is in play. They have the ideas. They have some creativity. And as mentioned, Zelsis' plan is to pretty much take that control away from them, push
Ye
them
to open?
towards rubble, and basically make
I
sure
think that
space is going to be fought for in every single round. It's such a valuable piece of real estate because
I don't
it
think
makes
so.
getting to A very, very difficult in any other avenue. If they can operate you instantly, avoid your stuns completely, it now becomes a very tough task.
Nuts. Hey, it really is. Now look, for him it might just mean getting that wall up and then making that step forward. Maybe pushing a little bit closer to the right on the wall. You know, there's ways around this, but that is a big blow to the team right away. Now they did save the operator over. It's still going to be in play here for Forsaken. And we're not going to see the same attempt. The wall not going up this time, and well, you can
Yeah, they were prepared for the ball there.
a lot of players towards that A angle early on, all the while the C site's under threat.
The other thing as well is the damage that was done in the prior round is actually enough for them not to buy here. They're going for a half investment. They've got Ye just coming in with that rifle.
Nice hit.
That might just be enough
Very nice.
sometimes, though. That's even an operator into his hands. He could fight for this. Try
No,
and
I
do
don't
something
think
in the
Chamber's
round and
meta
then just
again, no.
bring it through into the next. And they're already putting some serious pressure on.
I think they're just playing Chamber because they wanna clear on Ye with Dame.
Come out way in Cloud9's favor, and the last man standing, Mind Freak, he smoked himself off, but they've heard him. They know exactly where he's coming from. At this point, I mean, he's got to get in there and grab the spike. He's 1 orb away. Have they left an orb on A?
I mean, he could wrap around them actually.
Unfortunately, he's about to be trapped on the way through, so they've got a little bit of information. And look, they're all around the spike right now. They could potentially hope to deny him picking that up. He needs an orb if it's to happen, though, and I don't know if they took it.
Oh,
they
No
did.
orb
They did,
available.
they did,
The orb's
definitely.
gone. They pushed that early in the round, so Not really a reason for them. There's a chance for him to take
Ah.
Zappa, but no. Battle goes the way of C9, and I remember us looking at those Stinger nerfs and saying, oh, I don't think many
When do you play Vandal or when do you play Phantom?
Sure, Ye gets a couple of kills, but
On defense, I typically go for Phantom unless it's Icebox or well, a Fracture I do too, but typically maps that have long sightlines like Icebox, I don't buy Phantom because I usually just fight long range and I want the damage. But otherwise, defense, Phantom, attack, Vandal. If I play a map like Split, I go Phantom on attack because it's usually short range or medium range fights.
Well, they still have one rifle, and actually Tour de Force is available. They can now
Hope that's a good
juggle
answer.
that weapon across and bring that through if they so desire. It will be ready for the next round no matter what, so they could just opt to save it. I imagine most of it's going to come down to how far this round actually goes, and we're seeing that deep aggression again. Zeppa instantly turning things back to an even scenario.
Yeah, I take issue
I
with
wonder
maybe
where the
calling
Cypher camera is.
players healers sometimes.
He has a
but I'm gonna
one-way,
say
I
it here
think, on
anyways,
sight.
Mankind Divide. You've got two healers
Maybe
on
not
Paper
actually.
Rex, right? It's not really a category of its own, but they have the ability to get those guys right back up to full HP, and that's what they were doing with Forsaken, getting them the extra little bit of health. He's gone back down, though, and now to fight their way back into the site, at least the rifle's made its way into another player's hands. It's Mindfreak. Mindfreak's the last man. They come in.
Oh, he's actually managed to get
Nice.
Jinx
Nice.
blast backing through and gets two. That's
Very
absurd.
nice.
He got over the trip just about.
Better,
And now
even better.
Mindfreak's found another. It's the weak buys that are playing a part in this map so far.
Matt Chamber has not any
Zeppa,
buff.
1v3. He has a possibility, Mitch, but he has an awful lot to do.
Oh, this is absolutely crazy. We'll talk about that if Zeppa. We'll give him a moment to maybe try and close this out, but there's just so many players all grouped up on the site looking to trade. He's walled off on one side and, well, smoked off on the other. They know exactly where to
Nice.
look, and it's as easy as
There
can
we
be.
go.
Paper X
There we go.
right back up there. What a round to get it on. A thrifty, and one where they had a rifle, and yes, it got the first pick. He'll
You feel
back
like
up and
Lotus
trade
is
it out. The
attack side
reality
in
was,
general?
when I
In
look at
general?
that push onto the site, Mindfreak has the rifle. The other two have pistols. And
I feel like it is defense sided.
blast packing with a bulldog to get a double. It's just
Slightly, just
outrageous.
slightly. Otherwise even. Because defense has really fast access between the sites. Really, really fast.
So cursed for C9. The setup was decent, but Jing.
And the rifle's holding
And usually
back,
people
you know,
play
it's just
push out A,
crazy.
take space on
I
A,
love it.
because
It's
A
a
is
Paper Rex
difficult to
round if
retake.
ever I've seen one. 3-2, and round number 6. Well, a different attempt here coming out of C9, but it is ultimately based around
And it's difficult to push out here. You see, for example, one way,
planting Zalsis
and now you're
in
forced to
either
go
an
B or
early
C.
flank or a really solid place to play the info.
What's up, Lugman? Nice to you, my man.
But that's the thing, they've now started placing
Just in time
that
for the
elevated one-way
best
spot.
match of the day.
Will take away the value of the wall instead.
Oh,
because
Ahmed,
for
yeah,
sake of
dude.
sort of playing
I've been drinking
above it and they're
so
trying to bait him.
many glasses
They wanna get
of
him
these,
into
like
that
huge
fight. The
ones.
rest of the team in the meantime have made their move in towards this B site. Showstopper is going to force them out completely.
I'm
Now,
gonna
the
grab
fight
some
is
more
gone,
in a
but
second.
the site is theirs.
Yeah, and they've also lost their player. As you said,
It's
Divine,
currently
way
it's the
through
same time actually,
to that
Jackie. We're in the
operator,
same
right?
time zone.
You know that this player's lurking. Okay,
Oof,
hello!
oof, oof, oof.
He's just running it in, taking all the space in their spawn, and Zels is
He's
okay,
completely
good attempt,
blinded,
even though
but
he's
got the
blinded, he
kill.
grabs one kill, but that is simply not enough here. Yay has to do everything. Not this time. That is a clean round. Sure, they use a res.
Yup,
they'll walk out
yup,
with two
yup.
alive, but look
All right,
how
I'm gonna
much
grab some
C9
water.
threw at that one, and now they're left with just a couple of credits.
Yeah, that's the thing. In most of these rounds, we're now seeing the Cypher setup get pushed into, and each time a blast pack removes it, and it's just Jing. He's
Yeah.
just taking so much space. He's pushing further forward, finding them extra entries, and he's currently 8-4 in the server. He is a man to be feared, one of the best duelists in the world. If he's in form, this team sometimes are unstoppable.
Sometimes. We just need to see if this is one of them. This position from Ye could catch them off guard. He's avoided the flash. Mindfreak TP'd across. That flash didn't catch Ye, but luckily he didn't land the shot. Got out just before he was picked off. Big push, though, coming up on the other side. And Ye's got that info, right? He sees multiple players coming A. The flank is called for immediately. Forsaken, he's turned at just the wrong moment. Oh, this could be dangerous. Okay, that's going to give it away, but how is he going to deal with so many players?
4 players right in front of him. He's not going to get a single thing. That's an operator into the hands of the opponents. In the meantime, they've got El Diablo waiting, and he gets nothing this time. Again, another entry into the site from Jing. Still, this brawl looks
Nice.
fairly awkward, and the Stinger has found one. But even still, these fights are going the way of Paper X for the moment. Back to a 2v2, however, Spike finally going down, and there's actually a wraparound coming in.
A very good attempt.
I wonder why they go for that position on the spike.
Look, they've made this incredibly close, and they still have a chance to close it. The weaponry, though, is such a heavy disadvantage. That stinger on Vanity, but what? He's walked up behind Zeppa! I can't believe Cloud9 got away with that! The stinger on Vanity was firing through the smoke, and they just stared right at him!
He had no idea.
I don't think I've ever seen a classic play like that. Especially not against a 4x, especially not against
You
players
don't make any noise when you drop down there,
just
even.
got completely baffled by Vanity. He might have even dropped an operator on the floor to spam
Why is he screaming?
instead with the stinger, just so
He's
that
very
distraction
excited.
was a little bit more believable. That is utter madness, and just, well, perfect shots with a classic. I think you could replay that 50 times and he probably doesn't get those kills.
They heard two weapons, they thought there's two players. You know, it's a reasonable decision to make. That's a pretty good deduction. I think Sherlock Holmes would have fallen for that one, but that's just with a classic as well. They made a damn good attempt at the round, and, well, they closed it out even better. Timeout now for Cloud9. And honestly, that might just be a moment to let the adrenaline settle down.
We're just about to get into round 8, and I'm sweating. So I can't imagine how they're feeling.
To be fair, it is pretty warm in here.
Yeah, but they also, one team lost a round to a classic, the other lost a round to a bulldog. So I don't think we're seeing the most normal Valorant thus far. And I will say for Paperex in this scenario,
Jackie.
this
No, I go for
Now,
this,
there's
and
always
then
a
go fill
huge
it up in
risk
kitchen.
Picking a brand new map going into a tournament like this. The teams you will have pracked might not necessarily be at the top level, might not be the teams in your same group. And also, you can have a guess, but you don't know what they're going to play. Like, look at the two teams that played earlier today. Their compositions are nothing like this. Both of them running
Same here,
Vipers and
Ezzy.
a second
Same here.
controller, no duelists
There's a lot
in
of
play, whereas
like
we've got
fast
Chamber
action
and
on this
another
map.
duelist as well.
It's not like
really has
Icebox
been just
anything.
complete differences. So it's been a risk
Icebox,
so far. I'd
it's
say
slow,
Paperex have been slightly
unless you
better
just go
'cause you're
super
looking at
aggro
pistol
early on
rounds
and you
going the
die,
other way, but
or you get kills,
ultimately, it's
and then you
incredibly
wait and you just spectate your teammates
4-3.
chilling.
Oh, Forsaken. He's gone out very aggressive. Of course, has that TP. And on
Do I
the
play
other
chess?
side, what
I
we've
don't,
come
but I used to
expect from this,
as a kid.
Yay, tucked in the corner. Now,
Used to
Mindfreak's
compete.
gonna have to be very careful, and that's exactly why. A shot hit by Yay this time, and that's the advantage now sitting with Cloud9.
Well, look at the swap as well. Instantly, he's over to the other side of the map. They're going to get him healed up. They've still got Cypher there as that second part of the defense, and he can pretty much go anywhere from
Best
this
site for
point
Cypher on Lotus?
The thing is, though, Paperex have
I
decided
would
to
say
group
C
up.
site
They've
is
got that
probably the
showstopper online
strongest.
once again, and it already caused issues. They've actually put an elevated trip as well, just to try and catch anyone, well, maybe blast packing their way through. Instead, well, I think Jing is going to lead the way again.
Yeah, you can't blame him the way he's been playing. Right into his nade again. Very little damage taken, but the space is the trade-off. The rocket launcher out, the showstopper, and it might just have ended Cloud9's chances. A 2 versus 3, Jing low, but that spike, it should be planted. Vanity, how did he get that angle? He's up on top, unaccounted for, and traded out in the end. Never mind,
I couldn't see where Vanity was even, but
close with ease.
With ease. With ease.
Unlucky.
Yeah, with
that was an easy trade. Didn't even get shot at in the end. Got an op out of it. Easy peasy.
Jackie, it's good.
Great
Yeah, it's
showstopper,
good.
though.
Yeah, these rounds are so back
I
and
wouldn't worry
forth.
about it.
Like, the space taken from Jing is, again, fantastic. The initial battle goes their way, but it does just seem to be in both of these rounds, there's been a man unaccounted for. Someone who's managed to slip in behind while they're fixated on somebody else, and that's what C9 are doing excellently, is that one player always seems to be distracting.
Yeah, whether it was a PC utility that just faded or just a mistake in the moment, again, not accounting for where that player is. This time
he's
it's
so
on
close to getting
Paperex,
headshots there.
Okay, that stun is decent. Zalsis, I thought he was going to go back and get out of there, but he, of course, has Zeppa, so he's going to stick around, and they get the kill for their trouble. The pistols here on Paperex, you know, they want to use their numbers to their advantage, but everything being thrown at them early there just left that player isolated.
A lot of teams just shoving
from here on out, but
this choke point.
I mean, you'd be lucky to walk out with a couple of kills. This has quickly turned from a very close game, just in that one round. We're already expecting C9 to walk out with 6. They have pistols! They have pistols, Zeppa!
It's sort of stabilizing. Device so desperately low on HP.
Ah, nice
It
try.
makes things a bit
Nice try.
more awkward. And while
I have the right
C9
buddy, yeah.
do come out with 3 players alive, these aggressive
I got it
stances
from
almost fight them
a right
far.
of when I
Again,
played
this
in
is something I almost feel like
I think
Paper
it's
are
the
gonna have to fight
Blast
for now.
tournament,
Letting that
or
A
maybe
control
no,
go
a
out
Twitch
firstly
Rivals
allows
tournament.
stack-ups on the other side of the map. You can have those rotations in far quicker because of the fact they've taken this control so regularly, and they're one sort of
I think one reason why C is better for Cypher is also because if you wanna take control of A site that far up, you know, not allow them the doors and all that stuff, you can't really set up on A. And if you die on A, your trap's over at some other site, they don't get used.
Okay, A, they're getting the control early. Maybe we don't want to challenge that or anymore. Then you look at the other side of C, and the majority of the time, that's where Ye is early round with a means to escape.
I've never
and
streamed
an
on Trovo,
operator.
no.
That means if you go there,
Only
you're
places I've
probably
streamed
45,
on
and
our
we know they're comfortable
own
retaking
3D
C. They've done a damn good job
and
of it so
Twitch
far.
and
in all,
YouTube.
there's a lot of problems that Paper Rex are running into here, and I think this is
On
a
3D
perfect
was
time to
before
take
Twitch.
that time out. 3 rounds left. It's not out of control yet, but this is where Cloud9 could run away with the half.
Yeah, I will say that this defense from, well, MCE Vanity, I think it
What's up,
definitely is one
Nerfire?
of just a fluid defense.
Maybe your teacher is watching the match
Consistently changing, so the second
and got
you are
distracted.
trying to counter one thing, there's another thing there that you didn't think of, and that is something that can be incredibly hard to deal with, especially on a new map. You might not have seen everything that Cloud9 is doing before. And because you have players like Ye who can throw in something cheeky like, I'm just going to get in, kill you, and get out before
Jackie,
you can even,
well,
click your fingers.
Oh, here we go.
I wanted to get my content out for coaching and make a name, you know, bigger name.
They've got their answer, their solution.
But then I ended up just liking making content and continue
now
doing
they've
it.
got that control for free. They're punishing with a quick flash, and look at all that space that they've just denied C9.
So,
and that's the thing, from here
yeah.
on out,
Just coincidence that I no, not coincidence, but kind of by accident, you know, enjoying YouTube.
Really important. You can see the Vanity just managed to jump spot, so they will know this coming in this direction. And already Zeppa, he's going to get one. Now they just have to try and deal with
he's like crazy.
They spotted him as well. Perfect as he gets stunned up. Tries to return one of his own, but it's not happening. Do they expect this many players to be on the site? Even spotting Leaf, they might now think
all
there's
good, Jackie.
no way
All
Vanity
good,
would be
man.
there, but Forsaken, he was wise to their
All
tricks.
right.
Ready for the rotations to have come in. Okay, a little TP up. That got a
They
little
are
risky.
stuck
But they know
down
Leaf
there.
is stuck in this corner, and he's on his way up. He's going to take him down from up top. And the off,
Oh,
it can't even
he
get the shot
missed
off
Ye.
on time. No trade and no chance for
Dude,
Ye.
imagine he's taking a sweet time to just line up the headshot and behind him comes Ye and just knives him.
I'd love to have Jason's confidence just for a moment. He's on like 23 HP and still just pushing in, getting into the back lines while the rest of his team set up for that post plant. You can see the attempt to hunt down Ye. Now, I've watched this many times before. He normally comes out with the gun.
Yeah, the question normally doesn't center around will Ye walk out with this op. It's how many weapons will Paper X leave with. And it looks like they've decided to take faith into their own hands. 3. Yeah. They're not going to hunt him down too far. I mean, I've seen a little bit of a push out of Mind Freak, but you expect that. In the end, 6-4, and the economy, well, it's certainly not going to be
They're close to
They're
rest
looking healthy enough.
and close to
Paper X,
Sky ulti.
No big ultis to play with, but some are very close.
And both chambers, of course, both chambers.
Yeah, that's the thing. You almost have Seekers, and with how this map has gone so far, with some of the late takes from Paper X, that could be valuable. And with the retakes as well, especially. On the other side, Tour de
That
Force not
tripwire is
too far
way
away,
too
and
far
the
up there.
res might be the big one for this round. Instead, it looks like they might just head straight into
But
the
I
B
guess
side, something
he
we
wants
haven't
to
seen too many times,
take
just the
over
once with the showstopper.
or cover
With the exception of Jing, I think
blast
we might
packs.
see
I don't
all
know.
9 of these ultimates as a good chance before this half ends. 2 more rounds. This is going to be centered around getting your plant, getting your orbs, getting your kills. And right now, it looks like Paper Rex, they're going for the plant right in on the side. I love this wall. They can't be spammed from essentially any angle.
That's a
Can
very
play
nice
up
wall,
above
actually.
it on the box, but after that, Forsaken's thinking, I don't need to stick around too much. He'll stay inside his TP and just bail out afterwards. Now they've got to deny that defuse.
But that's the thing. It puts you in a very
Yeah,
good
those will
position
break
to
the
get
wall as well.
plant. I don't know if it's the greatest for the post plant. They've got to try and spam already. It's just being stuck. Leaf's just going all the way. He's going to get it all the way through. That is ridiculous.
Nobody pinged
They
the
just
spike.
stack it
Nobody
all the way
pinged the spike.
through in that 5v5.
I can't. So many guns. What's the probability of that? Hell, he was on full HP
Yeah,
the
dude,
majority
Cypher,
of the
he's
time.
like
They thought
I'm going
surely
in. I
he's not
stay.
on it. Surely he would have backed out from now, and even if he is there, he's about to die.
I don't know, I'm just completely flabbergasted.
As well, you know what I was going to say? You literally said, oh, I don't know if it's the best spot to stop them from defusing, and I'm thinking, Tom, it's a laneway. Look how narrow that is. You've got a big chunky Cypher sat there. He's obviously going to get taken down, but no. This is Neo from the Matrix, another early take.
Nice kill on Ye. Very nice kill.
Tour de force activated. This fight for Ray has been where the main brawl has
Yeah,
happened
Jackie,
for
sleep well, my
PaperX.
man. Sleep well.
Their C-site pushes were
Oh,
successful
no,
initially.
no entry for Ying.
Try again. There we go. Second time's the charm. Full rotation, and of course, C9 haven't really had to deal with too many fakes, too many double
Salute,
backs,
man.
too many splits in the other direction, so they can't gamble on this A site.
But just take a look at the hood. Zelsis found himself a spot inside
Bam.
of it. They're
Oh,
here
yeah,
to
he saw
step,
that
but
just-
no one's there to punish, and he's out. Okay, he gets taken down in the end, but it gives them some hope. That hope is quickly taken out of their hands, unless Leap, well, he's alive.
Why do you ult here, my
Give him a
guy?
shot then.
Why do you ult me there?
7-5.
Maybe I wasn't thinking.
PaperX at the half. They certainly
Oh, yeah,
haven't
it's-
let
it's last
C9
round
run
too.
away
Last
with
round.
this, and
Why not?
I'm not even sure what to make of that. I'm so excited for the next one to kick off.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now we get to see what C9 are going to have on the other side. We get to see whether or not they're going to have that sort of same aggressive stance, what Zelsis can really do on that attack. So I only think it's going to get more exciting from here on out, Mitch.
You can only imagine so, Tom, and all the crowd that's here, they're certainly getting loud as that half ended. We'll get this one over to the analyst desk, and we'll be back in a few with the second half.
It's a good start to the match.
Oh,
for sure.
I love being here. I love being here. This is great. Mimi has said,
PaperX chose Lotus, yeah.
we theorized a little bit. Maybe W Gaming was no more from that Benkai walk-on, but that seemed like a red herring.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, the W Gaming out and about still. I mean, constantly taking those heavy fights for long control. This really was a brawl between these two teams.
It's been just so back and forth. I mean, they're talking about 7-5. It's still so very tight-knit between these two squads for their first time, debuting this map here for us, or debuting themselves on this map. It's just been absolutely wild to see, and I'm looking forward to seeing how things are going to shift up when we do go ahead and have the side swap.
Yeah, I mean, we were also wondering if PaperX are going to come with something new, something fresh, maybe even overcooked to a degree. But Mimi, everything that's been so far has been really, really nice.
Yeah, I think the game plans from this team were really good. And, I mean, obviously this one, the most important part of those plans came out with a bang with the slug there.
Flawless execution there from Benkai. Good to see the fans
Getting the fans
as well.
at home laughing too. That's always good.
Doesn't matter where you are in the world, Benkai, he's there to make you smile.
Yeah, but like I said, that was a red herring because that's not how they played.
No, it was not. Let's talk about how they actually did play, because what they brought out with this composition was really super cool. To start things off, this Sage wall boost towards long was awesome. I think coming into this, there was a lot of question about how will the Sage play into this
That
map.
Sage
and this
wall
is one
was
of those
very
cases you see where
unexpected.
Sage boosts it up, gets an early kill, and this is another one, a different round here now, where you can see this split onto C. The Raze goes deep to pull the crosshair placement, and then it's a Sage wall to boost up, and you basically have a crossfire onto these side anchors that is so incredibly hard to deal with. PaperX had these great game plans, but Cloud9 still made adaptations throughout that half to come out the better of it.
Yeah, and you wanted to see the duelists, and we did see two duelists.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we have them. So we'll go ahead and take a look here at the head-to-head between Zelsis and Jing. Obviously, things a bit skewed at the moment. Jing has been having a whale of a time. He's top-ranking for his squad right now, even though they are in that 2-round deficit. I'm looking forward to Zelsis, though, stepping things up as he gets ready to go on the attack. He's got this Neon. He should be able to really help break open these sites. Just need to see a little bit more from him to help Cloud9 get over the line. I think if he can level up and start having a Jing-esque performance, then this one should
No,
be
it's a different
Cloud9's map
Mimi,
to take.
Deepak.
Yeah, this first half was about Zelsis being that guy who's just a piece of the puzzle, taking control towards long.
The G2
Now, this is
Mimi,
the half where he can
I think
take
she has
control
blonde
with
hair.
the tip of the spear.
Yeah, and also I want to see some more of those TikTok wars. What do you guys think, Mitch?
Yeah, Mohit. Whoever loses here, they go home.
You know, some more TikTok
Nothing
walls,
really
I'm not sure. Some more
expect.
TikTok diffuses, maybe. That was...
We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully it goes a little
No
bit better
harbour
if they
this
do
time.
try it again. Oh, man, look at this one at Champions 22. No surprise here. Ye had the highest kills, first kills, KD, and KPR kills per round
He did all right.
of all players.
He did okay.
He is rated as, a decent chap. Good old Benkai there,
Did he
though,
win,
Tom.
though?
Off to a bit of a snail's pace start. He hasn't really been able to get the gears turning. Forsaken, on the other hand.
For a
he'll
second,
take
it's
this half all
just
day.
saying.
You could say the same for Zelsis, but his luck
Mine?
has not got any better.
No, it
That's
really hasn't.
Michael.
Insta-domed the second he takes a step forward. tried to quickly make a move. Now, starting to use
Zalsis
some
has
of the
not had a
sound
good
cues at
time.
the doors, maybe try and bait some people in on the rotation. A close position on B. Wall still available for Benkai, almost just going to be working off sound cues in case they try and head in towards that direction, purely based on delay. And with a flash going through towards tree, the knowledge will be there at the moment that that space likely hasn't been taken.
A very, very tempered start from C9. You can see this A site where they've intended to go this whole time. It has certainly been left empty. The
Very
exception
nice.
of Devi standing
good
around,
trade
he
though.
almost gets two. Great damage onto Ye. It can't be healed back up, sorry. Zeppa, of course, it's a pistol round. He hasn't bought that heal. So that's going to make it a little tougher for Ye to get the value, especially with that nade on the way.
Not going to be able to hold
Nice.
the angle, and Benkai already
Ye is
getting rid of
down.
that aggressive spot.
Sorry.
Both got the frenzy. Oh, close up! And that does leave Jing low. The wall is going to make things awkward, though. It's going to take him ages to just spam through. There's nothing he can do. He just stuck on the other side, feeling the fall. And while Zeppa, he's going to go down at the end as well. The Sage
Nice.
will be used to just leave him isolated. And Paperex, well, they'll get themselves the pistol again.
Hey, did you hear me, Ben? Is that Ben behind you? Okay, he didn't turn around. Just making sure it's not piped into his ears. He was off to a slow start for sure, but a quick double kill in the wall being the thing that wins that round.
Just like,
there's just no way, man. No way. Not when you're using a frenzy. You're not breaking that wall when it's 100. And the fact that he goes back afterwards, do you need to reload? I can just jumping right click it. 7-6, and that's a very
They're
important
still
pistol
going for these force fights, though.
Oh my.
That's the thing. A lot of teams pretty much instantly shied away from this.
So many
when the
stingers
nerf came
now.
through. C9, they won't have
Oof.
much time to test it. It's the same again. He did exactly the same in the last round. Same move, exact same position as the round starts out.
Well, look, a taste of his own medicine when it comes to Ye. Oh, this
Here's
could be
the
dangerous.
man.
The nade is not going to catch him in time. The blast back to push him back.
That is a
They're
good
already on the
sandwich.
site. They have overtaken it, and that judge, okay, good for damage, good for kills. But we've ended up in a 3v3, and starting this round out with barely any money for
They went to the
C9 off the
kitchen.
back of the lost
They
pistol.
took bread, just put some butter on, butter on here, some ham,
I'm not going to say
and just
guaranteed, but with the smoke now
slammed
back
it.
online, they should be able to get this one down.
Yeah, I'm very scared with that weapon heading into his hands. Love the take as well. Wall up, over the top.
That is
trying
an
to find
interesting
an
wall.
elevated angle, and he's going to get it. Already, though, his teammate traded out in the meantime. As they look to try and push into this site, they're stuck in the mud. And Benkai now has to try and clutch this one out. Spotted by the cam, all information,
What?
and they'll play this
I thought
one
he saw
together.
the
A beautiful round from
neon.
C9 from start to finish. And I actually really love, if you watch the way they set up Zels's stuns, I think it was then Vanity TPs into the site. So you look one way, the dog hits at the same time, and then you manage to get that kill. That is a beautiful take with the Stingers.
Yeah, you can see these guys have been putting the time in on the customs.
Nice.
Unbelievable.
These
And,
headshots have been on point here.
You gotta give credit. I wonder if that's a
Ye tried it as well,
brain
but
of
I don't think he
MCE.
hit any.
Good old Mickey as he goes by.
Oh, does he
on
now?
the streets?
Does he?
McKee, yes.
Is this like you calling Dirk a Derek?
You gave me permission, you know?
Not the first time.
That's true. To be honest, it wasn't, but from then on out, it was fine. That's just such a fantastic response. I said Paper X winning the pistol.
What team am I
was
rooting
fantastic.
for?
Then they were 7-5. They're 2
Paper
down.
X.
And it was
I'm
their
rooting for
chance
Paper X.
to build back up into this half. To
I want to see them send the C9
really
home.
relegate the lead that Cloud9 have instead.
Just
They've
imagine
ended
all
up
the
in
nearest
a
airport
rough
memes.
Position themselves. Bit of damage, 1 kill, but how much more can they get with a fantastic flash like that? Maybe a lot.
Oh, Forsaken's caught another one. This was barely an investment from Paperex, and somehow they now have a man advantage. An absurdity in the last round with the Stingers. This would be just that little bit more ridiculous, but they still have Ye to deal with.
This is a lesson learned for me, Tom. Any round can be won at this point, regardless of the weaponry brought in. Mind Freak! He's behind!
There we go.
The timing completely out of sync there. We're left into a 1v1 Forsaken. No bullets left in the Headhunter. He's got a classic in his hands, but luckily, he hears Vanity running away. Now he's got a Vandal to work with, and knife out, shifting towards this player. He might be able to catch him. He sees the
Oh,
head,
he
and
saw
he's
the
got
head.
it.
Oh,
Paperex lose the second round, but they're right back into
that
it.
is good. That is so good.
I'm gobsmacked. Like, the rounds that we're watching just don't make any sense. The logical winner isn't winning most of the time. And with another Thrifty on the board, who do we even think is going to win this one?
It doesn't matter, Tom. I don't want to take the credits off the scoreboard. It doesn't matter. This is an arena shooter now. God, today has been something else when it comes to Valorant.
That
Lucky
kill on Ye was big.
delivering on levels that I don't think you could have expected.
Have you eaten pick?
And what a treat of a
No,
game
I'm gonna eat
as we
after the
kick
stream.
this
I
one
eat
off.
a lot
One
before the stream
round
though.
separating them,
And have some
moving into
food,
round 16, and the buy is
leftovers.
close to even. Look, you got a couple of rifles here. Cloud9 could get something done. Actually, Ye's playing with the rifle despite having the headhunter.
But I've had a lot of
symptom the
water
nerfs,
and
I
some tea.
suppose. That's going to
as well.
take an effective duel out of their hands.
So I'm good.
That too.
This is so ratty from Benkai. It's basically the same spot that we saw from Ye earlier, but he actually has some cover. He can hide behind the box. Ye needed to try and get something here. They're going to farm the orbs up as best they can, and they could, in theory, get Zelsis that extra
No
orb
worries,
as well.
Deepak. All good. No, we're not living together, but we're looking for a place. We haven't been able to find
They have
anything
to
though.
obviously double check Ben's not on top of the wall somewhere, and they're
It's
clearing that
very
out
difficult to
first.
find
Very cautious,
apartments
very respectful. That
where she
flash,
studies,
no doubt's gonna rustle them a little
because
bit,
there's a
but
lot of people who want them.
yeah, and they're comfortable to move forward. The flash through the smoke. Ben was caught by that. Should have an idea that he's on
But
one of those two
as soon as we
corners.
find
That's why
something,
Zelsis is
we'll
just
move in
holding them.
together.
As the rest of the team takes some space, the smoke off, the stun in, they can go anywhere. They, in fact, are thinking about the spawn. Literally every door is open for them right now, and they are allowing the other team to come in. The classic again!
Benkai, what's up,
Sat
man?
in the corner, able to catch them off.
This might be the
I'm a
most
Phantom or
classic
Vandal
kills I've
player.
seen in
I
a
typically
game.
do better.
He's just waiting on the trap. I couldn't have gone worse.
I
for
typically do
Mindfreak.
better with
Now
Vandal
Forsaken,
than I do with
left alone.
Phantom.
Vanity lurking within the
But
smoke.
with
I don't think
Phantom,
he'll
I end up
expect him to be here, just sneaking around those backlines for the
I spray a bit more
entirety
with Phantom because
of
I
these
play for my
rounds as well.
cages, my traps and so on.
Who could have thunk it, you know? The team with the weaker purchase win the round.
As I said, Tom, close to an even buy, and after the previous round, you know, they can come in with 5 classics here, and I'm going to say 1-1.
So many
Well,
reckless
even.
just
They've got far more than that.
deaths
they
here.
do.
Far more
They
than that.
certainly do. And, you know, we've had ultimates built up at this point. Forsaken, having his tour de force most likely online, or indeed online at this point. You got your Seekers, you got your Res. I mean, a ton of opportunities there. Zelsis, though, you know, we haven't really seen that much from him so far. Obviously, his role here, very important to mention, even on the defensive
it's
side.
the same on both sides,
You know,
yeah.
you play as a Jet on most maps when we go, you remember back in the day, back in split days, you'd be like, Jet, attack, split. You're not supposed to get kills, you're supposed to get space. Zelsis on both sides of the map, that's what he's doing. He's throwing himself in, getting picked off by Forsaken. I think we should actually have a look. I don't know if the desk would want to pull this, but the head-to-head of Forsaken and Zelsis, I would love to see, because I feel like he has just been shut down by him consistently on those early aggressive pushes.
Zelsis has not had a good time.
Paperx taking a moment.
He's
Giving
basically a
chance
spectator.
to
He's
Alex
basically a
to talk things
spectator.
through. I will say with the
Observer.
way the rounds have gone, he might be as bold as me by the time this ends out, because this got to be
Like
stressful.
he did
You're winning the
warm up
rounds you
before the
should,
match,
losing the rounds
but the amount of
you
deaths,
probably should.
he's getting
But that
cold.
means, if anything, the purchase they come in with here isn't bad. They've got a Res, Seekers as well, Tour de Force available. By the looks of things, it's going to be more of a default. I think you can see that Cloud9 are almost expecting some sort of aggression. It's just what avenue it actually comes from here.
I think he'll be fine though.
Well, that's
For sure.
exactly it. We talk about this map as having the potential to suffocate those attackers, and looks like that's what Paper X are aiming for, at least towards C. Again, we'll see this consistent player posted up to try and hold the angle. He's going for the door, though. Trying to fight his way back through. Of course, he can TP.
Do you think Lotus is more interesting
Open
because
up the
everyone is
angle, try to take
experimenting?
A shot. Maybe it baits them into pushing
I think
the
it's
smoke.
just an interesting map,
This is
to be fair.
Forsaken trying to play with them, but
Like the doors,
they're not
the
giving
layout
anything
of the map, the very fast rotations. I just like
Start to take that
the way
space.
it looks and how it plays.
Already
It's very
broken,
fast.
so they do have to be
A lot of
little
action.
careful, But the swings just don't work at all. Every battle has gone the way of Cloud9. And Benkai, whoa, almost desperation here to see if he can find
Oh, there's the Cypher hat.
anything on this cross through. But he won't.
I think for Ben, the best choice is exactly what he's doing, sitting back, letting Forsaken with the ulti try to take the space. But then when he goes down, I'm going to go save on the other side of the map. Right call again, but Vanity's waiting. And this is another well-thought-out round by C9. They're rewarded now with double digits. Starting
What
to get
time is it in Sweden?
towards
1:40
the final
a.m.
push to close
And
out
yeah,
this
I stay
map.
up a
And
lot
remember,
late
coming into
lately.
this, we've got some pretty wild maps. Pearl up
Either
next,
to edit
Fracture
or to
after, but this one here was
make
the choice of
thumbnails and so on.
Paper X.
I like being up
Financially,
late in
C9
the
way
night,
ahead in the
unless
lead in
it's
terms
summer.
of score,
When it's
and
summer,
unfortunately,
I
for Paper
love
X, that
waking
means
up
they're not
super
even gonna
early.
have much to play with in this round. The Tour de Force used in the last. You're going to
Especially
have to
going
kinda hope
outside
that Jin
super
can get
early in the
something
morning.
Done. Now, the early nade
There's something different about that.
Space. They have taken full control, but you can
But
see
all
that
the other
Cloud9
seasons,
aren't going to give this up for free.
nah. Rather be up late.
Paper Rex, though. There's a trap there. They'll be able to hold on the angle, maybe get a shot off, and Forsaken got a few. Unfortunately, you're seeing that Headhunter not quite what it used to be. The shots not finding a kill,
Nice.
and even though they get
Yeah,
one in the
Levin,
end, it is negligible.
I'll eat after the stream.
11-7.
I
Paper
don't
Rex
like eating
knew they
on
weren't
stream.
going to do much in that round, but
But I
now
ate
with
before,
the economy
and,
stacked up for C9, they are going to have to
made
win
sure
back
to,
to back
to eat a bit
buy
more.
rounds.
That's the thing. This is looking really controlled now from Cloud9. They've been able to deny any space over towards A. That was something that Cloud9 on their defense were able to do quite well. Was take that space away early. Okay, it went a bit back and forth in trades, but most of the time they came out on top. Whereas on the other side, they are patient, and then eventually they just clear through everything methodically and haven't really been losing many players, even in the prior round where it was a full buy.
You want to play? Let's play.
Barriers up
There's
yet
the
again.
ulti.
C9 on the home stretch. 2 rounds to close this map out. Take Paper Rex's map pick with a very dominant attack and a, well, surprisingly strong defense. It was looking incredibly close, but these last 2 quarters, I suppose, have been very one-sided.
Lucky.
Again delivering the opening blow, and he is hunting down another. He's just too quick.
He sniped the hand.
Celsus following through, Zeppa with another, and just like all the others before, this round.
What's the difference between the Headhunter shots and the revolver ones? I believe Headhunter is a bit faster than the Sheriff, and the shot's straighter as well.
Like the difference between the amount of information Leaf was
And you
able to
can also
get
select
and
how many
least the
shots you want to buy,
time that could
so you
be
can go a
delayed,
bit
and then
cheaper
the aggression
or
elsewhere on the map.
expensive.
The fact is the aggression isn't working for Paper X, and in the meantime, the information isn't there either. This round was mostly Ye just walking into B. That would not have happened on the other half for C9.
Sometimes you see maps like this where the team comes in and you just have like,
I want to see. I want to see exactly
if I hadn't seen
what
the game.
he sniped there. I want to see. We're gonna go back to live here, but this is the power of YouTube. Did he like hit the hand? Let's see. Here it is. He hit the hand, the pinky. He hit the pinky. Dude, that's crazy.
One, but he's gone.
He
and
killed
a
him
trade
with
is
the
not
pinky.
good enough here.
Yeah, Jing took a lot of damage in the initial fight as well. They've been so
El
good at just
Diablo.
forcing him back
El
out of
Pinky.
these positions. Now there is a push coming in behind Leaf, but they're going to be able to do too much.
Oh.
He's going to do some
Oh.
and actually it broke the
Deleted.
door. And that might have been a little bit of a fluke, but he probably should have gone down anyway.
That's actually disgusting. Okay. Well, it looks like we'll get one more out of this one. Celsus not going to be clutching out the 1v4. That would have put him positive. 12-8. 4 chances here for Cloud9 to close it out. They're on the attack. Their early space taking has been fantastic, and we have to yet again mention. But that door open. It's
Nice.
disgusting.
Dude, that
fact
killer.
is
That was a
Cloud9
nasty one on the
have
Cypher.
So much
Nothing
money.
he can do.
They're buying anything they want, and they can do it again in the next round.
Yeah, the one thing is that their ults are fairly far away. They've got the Seekers for this one.
They just used 3 of them, right? So that's burned it up, and they didn't get the round for it.
An attempt to get it over the line, and an attempt failed. However, they haven't had too many struggles elsewhere. Again, we're going to see this aggressive push coming through from Forsaken. He's going that little bit further. Now, the TP across,
Yeah, he
know
knows.
that he's there. He might have just been spotted. That little jump across is given the information. It's a whiff shot. Somehow, Forsaken survived
Nice
far
try.
longer than he should have done. But even
Nice
still,
try.
the advantage sits
Getting Ye
firmly
there is
with
pretty good.
Cloud9, and this C site is open for business.
If I'm being honest with you, he had no right to even get 1 kill here. This should be a 5v3 retake. A chance given to Paper
He is,
Rex.
Amsham. He
by
is.
a big kill
He's
out of Forsaken.
extremely good.
Rez with Mind Freak back in, and the numbers are even once again. The C retakes, we've talked over and over about how strong this can be for teams fighting back in. This isn't a death sentence yet, but everything has to go right on the way through. One hero play, a big performance from one of these players without Ye on the server right now, and it looks like everyone's chipping in. Leaf's got 2,
Damn.
and it's finished out by Celsus.
They did it.
13-8. Absolute decimation on
I was
Paper
almost
X's
correct
map
with
pick.
my prediction,
As Cloud9
13 to 9,
have shown they are here to
for the
play.
wrong team.
really impressive stuff from them. Like, we came in with the previous event, the sort of during the off season, and people started to question, is this really that super team? Is this the squad that's going to lead the way for North America? Well,
Yeah, well played by both of them.
They'd never seen Paper X
Really well
play
played.
before. They have no data to go on. And even with a few spicy picks, even with a load of openings coming out for Forsaken, even with Jing performing to a decent level, they managed to make that second half look very easy indeed. And in fact, the way they adapted around what Paper X was doing was nigh on perfect. I can't really fault them too much.
That's
Yay,
commitment.
on his agent of choice, looking great again.
You don't know why, but
it's a full
Forsaken
squad
really likes to gamble.
Not a man missing on the server for C9.
Well, we have to
He's a
say,
safer main.
we saw the Sky in the crowd with Paper Rex
He doesn't
on
say
the
it,
arm,
he never plays it,
Sky
but
on
he's
the
a
server
safer
for
main.
Paper Rex had a tough day.
He likes to gamble with coins.
Shut down here, but it was
Or
this
maybe not gamble,
man
but like tricks
leading the
with coins.
charge on the attack that won them so many of those rounds. His space
Nah,
taking was
I'd like to gamble
unbelievable,
too
but
sometimes.
Nothing compared to the value that Zels has brought on this
It's
map. It may seem weird to
he's
look
a
at
very
C9,
intuitive
you'll see the
player. He goes
scoreboard
by
soon,
a
and,
feeling.
yeah, you sit there and go, "Well, you're talking so much about Zels, he's bottom of the scoreboard, he's trash." He went 13 kills, 15 deaths, 7 assists. This is a guy who's diving in every time, getting shut down by Forsaken, shut down by anyone who's watching an angle in the early round, but his teammates
You feel like
trade,
Chamber
they
is still
take
the best
space,
op character?
and they win the rounds.
I
That's
haven't
all
played
that
since
matters at the end
the
of the
2
day.
trips
No matter how many
to one
kills, how
nerf.
many deaths, you've got a trophy in your hand.
Yeah, I think the fun thing about this match as well is the
I
fact
think
that
it's shared
it got
with
scrappy.
Jet now.
It got very, very scrappy.
Yeah, that's an
I
understatement.
think it's more
C9
shared.
proved
Like you
that they
can still
scrap
play
back.
Chamber,
They won so many
but
force buy rounds. They were
you
using the
become
Stinger, even though most
you
people
can get
thought it was
punished
dead.
much
They were
more
using Chamber,
easily than before.
even though that agent's gone as well. So
Like people
ultimately,
flanking, etc.
seems like C9
You have to
are looking
commit
pretty
what you're
good.
to what
It
you're
really
doing,
does, and
especially
now we
with the
move on
1
to
TP
their
nerf.
map pick as well. Just another win condition that seems to be ticked up. Next is Pearl. For now, though, we're back to the analyst desk.
So with Chamber, you can get some cheeky kills by placing a TP behind a wall and then going in front of it, like they do on outside of C. But with Jet, for example, you can have sick off angles very consistently. So just different flavor of the same thing, I think. What happened? Oh, okay. Dude, yeah, the unlimited wires are very nice. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be back soon. Yeah, not unlimited wires. Unlimited range. All right. No worries, Mamski. I don't know if I said it correctly, but yeah, no worries, my dude. Happy to have you here. We're gonna do watch parties for all these matches. It's only Thursday this week that doesn't have watch parties. No matches. So on Thursday, I'm planning to work on videos because I will be streaming on the weekends. Probably won't be able to do much then. Let me actually see here. 18th, 19th. There's not that many matches. Actually, there are quite a few matches. 19th. 2 matches. On a Saturday and a Friday. Also, our quarterfinals, best of 3 or best of 5. Let me see. Semifinals and grand final, they are best of 5. Okay. But I think that means playoffs, not the bracket stage. Maybe bracket stage actually, who knows? Sleepy Gals, what's up? Yeah, it's definitely Peak After Dark. Definitely. I don't mind doing these late streams. I definitely don't. Especially like when I don't stream playing Valorant, it is pretty easy. Playing ranked for this long, this late.
They came to play.
No.
They take an early lead in this best of 3 against Paper X on Lotus. I'm your
Game
host,
free.
Yimsu, and I'm joined
It's
by Elios
pretty
and
good so
Mimi
far.
once again on the
We're playing
desk.
low. We
you guys
played
were a little
Lotus
bit
first map.
disappointed with the Lotus
Good.
we saw
It is a
earlier
great
today.
shirt.
What
This
did
is
you
my
make of
favorite
that
shirt
one?
out of the
Really happy about
shirts
this
that
one.
I've
I think
made.
both teams came out with some really,
I like the design
interesting
the most
ideas.
there.
We got a chamber mirror matchup, which I didn't think we were going to see in 2023 at all. But I think that both decisions by these squads made
I'm
a
gonna
lot of sense. The game
get
plans
some
were
new
both
ones too
sound,
as well.
but the adaptation on the fly
I
from
still haven't
Cloud9 was
finished the
just better.
designs
By
of
the way,
those
Chamber
on
is
those.
still king, 'cause both of the MVPs on either side are the Chamber
Guess
players
so.
now. They both played incredibly well, at least for the first half there for Forsaken. Things got a little bit wishy-washy, and Ye, he was just climbing the board steadily. Really
Yeah,
solid
Sleepy
performance
Kels.
out of him. You
Like
can nerf
playing
the Chamber,
this
but you
at
can't
this
nerf
hour,
the
like
MVP.
2 a.m. my
Yeah,
time.
you absolutely cannot. And to kind of
You get the
contrast
people
these
that
two
are
styles,
cranky because they
I
haven't
think
slept.
the kind of biggest example of it
Like
was
Raven says,
how
the
they
drunk
approached
ones.
that A-long control.
I mean,
For
we get the
Cloud9,
drunk
it was
ones in the
always
day
fighting
too.
forward with a Neon, with a Flash, whereas for the side of Paper
Or you
X,
get the
they
people
had a
who,
couple different ideas. In this one, you see Benkai boosting up on his wall.
yeah, I guess I just tired.
It.
Yeah,
But what's great from
I mentioned
C9
those already.
is they take that opportunity to just wait until the wall fades,
I've been good, Sleepy
walk
Gals.
through
Been
it
good.
together, and then make this really
Hope you've
deep play
been
into
doing
spawn.
well
It's been a
yourself.
while since we have seen Vanity on an international stage, but this guy is still an excellent IGL at identifying gaps and
Oh yeah,
calling
I
his
don't know if you
team
know,
to
but I added a Neon as another character to play. So we've been playing as some Neon and learning her. And eventually, I'll add Neon to ranked as well.
Initial little tic-tac wall coming through.
But
Benkai was
not
trying to
yet.
invent some new stuff and show off some new things,
I still have some
it just seems like
training to do,
C9,
so to say.
especially at the half, it basically already
The-
downloaded
every
the
time I
playbook
see
from
this
Paper X,
shirt,
and they weren't really caught off guard at any other moment throughout.
I just
Yeah,
get
and I
an
love the
instant
pace and level it
image
took in that second half. They
of
actually
him
played
spilling
things
water himself.
surprisingly slowly. We're just trying to work those gaps. Like you're saying, no Sentinel.
Yeah,
There's
Vanity's
a lot of
the IGL.
opportunities for Cloud9 to get in and find that opening where PRX isn't really expecting it.
Yeah, no, they're not. And I think even Mitch mentioned it in the cast. Like,
I
it
can
was
just
very
see himself
noticeable
like
when Chamber,
trying
even
to
though it was
drink
being
coffee
good
or
without
whatever.
The Cypher, without the Killjoy, I think there was a bit of an opening
Cup
there,
accidentally
but
slips
hopefully
out of the
they learn
hand.
from it and we're going to see something else the next
And the
time we
production
play,
team is like, no, you
Lotus.
roll
But
with
before
that.
we head into the next map, it's time
And then
for the
these
aim lab
two
shoot
trying to
around
not
here.
break
El
out laughing.
Diablo, Yay in there, clicking the balls instead head this time, but
He's always got to
honestly,
show off with the small ones.
I know.
Everyone
and
else is
honestly,
playing the
we have
big.
such high hopes for Yay,
What's
but
it called?
time
I
and
forgot
time
the
again, Helios, he is that player that just comes
the
in
name
and
of the
fulfills
mode.
all of the
And here comes
expectations.
Ye.
Yeah,
Just
I mean, again,
I'll
we
play
get
the
to
small
that
ones.
half, it's like, okay, Ye's looking decent. He's losing and whiffing a couple of these shots that we normally see him hit with a lot of consistency. And then by the time we get to the end of this map, it's just like, okay, Ye's still on top. He is still dominant. He just needed a little bit of a warm-up there, and then he just took the reins.
Yeah, and I hadn't really expected it heading into this matchup to see the chamber, but thinking about it after watching that match, it makes so much sense.
It is
On the defensive
super
side,
smooth
there's
how
so
it
many
moves
places
from
where you can
target to
still
target.
Get that early peak, get that early value, and you see, I mean, Ye is just comfortable on it. Nerf or not, he still is able to kind of put together those right TPs to find his opportunity and absolutely frag out as he always does.
Well, yeah, Sleepy Gals, yeah. It's the complete opposite, but it's so much fun.
He's like, I'm finally
Also,
I'm out of the chamber.
there's
just get
something
me
for
off
the
it. I get
viewers
to
who
play
want a
something
bit
fun
faster
and then
gameplay done
right
too.
back into the chamber here, but we're gonna move on to Pearl next, of course, for map 2. All I'm gonna say is my body
Oh,
is
Fricky,
very,
I've
very,
heard
very
rumors
much ready
that the
for
next
Paper
agent
X
is a
Phoenix.
Sentinel.
They played this map before,
But I don't know
and they ran
where
a double
or from
duelist
who.
VP, and
I know it was
Forsaken
from
looked great
viewers,
on that
but
Phoenix.
not
Both
exactly
these
who
teams
said it.
were cooking some craziness on Pearl. Last time, and the only time we saw this
But,
version of C9 play,
that's the rumor.
Yuri was on
I
Yor
hope it's
and,
true, though.
Did not look particularly good.
Yeah, that one, you know, I'm all about Ye on non-chamber picks, but the Yoru, I think that we can kind of skip over that one when it comes down to it. We'll have to just wait and see what they do have cooked up for us, though. But from the side of Paper Rex, you can expect that it's likely going to be crazy. I'm right there with you, so I'm hoping for that double duelist.
Yeah, and on the side of C9, I imagine they have reinvented their composition heading into this one. And my question is, who is going to be playing that dive role? Will it be another Celsius Neon map? What will Ye play in that case? Or do we maybe get the Jet? There's a lot of questions here for C9.
Well, let's have a look. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent select here, and it's a tiny bit of a spoiler over here, but by the looks of it, Ye is going to play Sage, and Celsius is going to take it.
Okay, so this is an interesting one. You get Ye on the Sage. There's a lot of opportunity to
Cypher this
off on
time.
that role.
Unlucky.
And the wall can be valuable, especially to get that plant down or for retakes on B long. The Phoenix, though, that's where my questions land.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did not
this
expect
is
Phoenix
exactly
at all
what
in
I
this
had
tournament.
anticipated, But I mean, a bit of a curveball. The pun's literally not intended. Coming through here as they pick up the Phoenix. I was actually very curious as to whether or not PRX was going to be running that raise again, because they have that Sage. You can get that boost, get that peek over into B long, but not to be.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he has the hot hands. Maybe they'll blaze a trail with some new composition here.
Oh, Mimi, I love it. I love it. The comp from Paper X is a little bit too normal for me, Tom and Bitch. I'm a little bit worried. I don't know what to expect here. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I feel you, Sleepy Girls. I feel you. Neon, I've not faced... Well, I haven't played her in
I'm not
ranked,
sure, Tom.
but
Where are you going with this one? Certainly not the comps I was expecting.
what I'm gonna do is the same as
The thing
if
is, I don't mind the Phoenix. I feel like it's
when
got
people, you know,
similar
are
feel to
just
when
toxic
you
in
see it
ranked.
Haven.
I'm just gonna
because
mute
of that
them
mid
and do my
control,
thing,
can
you know.
sort of gather up. You got the
Repeating
doors.
everything I tell you when I pick it in ranked, aren't you?
But it's,
Except you
I
tell
feel
me
it.
it's
It's
a
like
silly
it's
idea every
it's
time.
difficult to
No, I don't want to hear it.
not let it get under the skin.
He's all right, okay?
He
You know,
can
I've done some aim practice myself. I've been on aim labs. You know, I know what's up. It's all good. Don't worry. I'd say his aim's probably a little bit better than me, though. So we'll expect.
You're
some
very good at
serious shots
flashing
out of him.
people. Just the ones on your
That
team.
is good. Yeah, it's just the wrong team that I'm hitting, unfortunately. You know, the thing is, for me, I love the Phoenix here, though, seriously, because of the
Did
amount of
FPX
those
win?
close corners to get
No,
those flashes
they were
around,
sent
the
home,
amount of times
unfortunately.
you're going to be able to use the utility on the way into sites,
But they
block
did
sidelines, flash out of it,
give a good
do some
match.
serious damage. And then, add to that, you've got Zeppa, who's already, we saw in the previous map, on fire when it comes to getting them that space through smokes.
Getting into B as well.
How can I play with the monitor that close? I get cross-eyed if I even try. The key to that is to uncross-eye yourself.
Underway we go, straight back
You
in
balance
with our
out by
second
cross-eyeing,
map
you
for
know,
Paper
the
X versus
opposite,
Cloud9.
so that
It
when
is an
you
aggressive
are super
start
close,
once
it
again for
becomes
Paper X.
normal.
They are already taking full A control. Vanity has the spike.
Before, I mean, before you go
Forsaken
close to
and
the
Jing,
monitor.
They spot the contact and they run right back, conceding the control, and maybe grabbing the orb on the way out of there. And they might intend to after.
Is it called White Eye?
All of the utility is
When it
for
goes
Benkai.
that way?
It's basically just trying
I don't
to
know.
stop them taking that back of sight. The second the turret takes contact, they don't really have anywhere else to go. So he just wants to make sure it's easier to try and retake it from there. And the second they try and move, they're forced into the open. A kill for free, but they don't manage to win the rest of the fights.
Yeah, look, a great setup, great execution on it, but the return was there immediately, the heal going back up, and well, bar 30 HP on Vanity, this is a huge advantage to play with, and he's going to be just snuck up close on the wall, playing with his team. Now right behind's being spotted, the turret at least managing to find Divide. They know there's at least one, now spotting both. That's 2 out of 3. They'll focus a
Very
lot
nice.
on taking, well, I thought maybe behind on fighting, but instead they look forward.
They didn't
look
find
to
it.
take Jing. This is going to leave them in a bit of an awkward position. Good old Leaf is alone, and he doesn't give a damn. 3 kills, damage done, Mind Freak on 30. Round should be over. Getting this defuse, near impossible. That Nano not going to be
He's playing for
in
the
play,
molly.
but just
There it
one
is.
bullet, and it was bound to
Oh,
find
actually,
its
no molly.
mark. Another
Kendra
pistol.
was dead.
Start off the map, going to C9.
Yeah, I think Jing may have accidentally screwed himself there. He tried to basically trap them in so that they couldn't rotate back around and fight him, but not realizing that the Sage Wall on the other side had him trapped in. So he basically just had to peek straight into a headshot angle, and it made it very, very easy for them to pick him off. Then the remaining players could just all watch towards long.
Those 2 of those kills were just obscene. He spammed a smoke and killed someone, and then a pixel. I don't even know that he could see him. Okay, well, you know, fair play. That's one way to kick things off, Leaf. You know, over on Paper X, we saw a very close start to the map, but they really, really tapered off at the end. We can't have that happening this time around. It's their opponent's map pick. And on the defense, you know, there's a lot of complications here. I know that you're going to be playing retake a lot with the comp you're up against. That Phoenix wall in particular can be so valuable for
Yeah,
just
I
getting
wouldn't
you
sit
into
that
elbow,
close to the
denying
monitor in
all of
general.
that space, and it's exactly
Raven.
what you see them do. Pop the wall, you're now in elbow, and when this goes down, they're actually stood there
Oh, well,
waiting. Very
I'm pretty
smart
close
not
to my
push
monitor.
the elbow up against the pistols, and they get the reward
But
here.
I'm talking like,
4v2.
yeah, if your nose touches the screen, then
Actually, Jing's going to get one
it's
with
a
the
bit too
right
much.
click. a nice shot, but they'll manage to retrieve most of the weaponry anyway.
I've seen players that literally have the nose like bend back a bit because of the
not the end of the world for
screen.
C9, but still a little bit of damage for Paper X.
For a second,
But that's mainly for like games
I
like
was sort of
CS.
on the same wavelength as Zelsis. He's like 20 HP. He has a flash, and I thought he's gonna flash and Zep is
It's
gonna
good for
push with the
focus,
stinger,
but
right?
it's bad for
That kind of
ergonomics.
makes sense. But he pushed. He went first, got classicked, and then the stinger followed. They did get the trade, which is what you want at the end of the day, but he knew he was going down for the
They're
trouble.
going all in. They have actually just purchased up around this to make sure they have that 4x into this round. Still with a little bit of extra cash in the bank. Benkai's already gone.
Oldorp, there it is.
He was expecting that he would
Nice.
have maybe an easier fight because of the weaponry. Now you have yourself to run it back online
Waiting
as
for
well.
the
And that's because Zelsis
fade
ran
hunt,
into
no?
elbow last round. If he flashed for his teammate, he wouldn't have that orb. He wouldn't have the ult. And now he can use that to take space. Although, they might need to take space in their own spawn looking at things. 3 players here, updraft,
Oh,
spots him, leap,
nice try,
still
nice
gets
try.
massive value. And oh, you smart boy, mind freak, you absolute animal. He snuck past one, managed to completely evade the Phoenix, shut down a kill, and now he's trapped them.
There he is.
Gorgeous round, what a recovery. Zeppa has to do it all. The flash there, Seeker's online, but
He's
he's got
out,
a good
okay.
idea where Jing is. Waits a moment, pops in, and he's got to win this fight. Oh,
he tries to go for the wall, tries to get something out of it, but instead it's going to be the Red Bull clutch coming through from Zeppa. I believe he's still yet to die. Just having a fantastic start to this map, 7-0, and a real back and forth round, Mitch. That could have gone either way.
It really could have, but again,
Was
Zeppa, the
close.
difference maker. You know, we saw Leaf having a good start to it.
Nobody noticed
What
this.
a good attempt. You really can't take that away from him. The plant position was perfect. The Phoenix luckily was far enough back to not get caught.
That's got to be frustrating for Jing as well. He gets the wall down, maybe he can get it to half before actually having to take a fight, and instead, it's just going to be that one player remaining. But that's enough. Still a purchase on the side of C9. It's not the greatest in the world, but when you look at what's on the other side, I don't think you're going to mind too much.
I gotta say, the watch parties for each team, man, you can see the regions coming out to support them. Crazy hours. We've had a bunch of teams.
There's nothing
6,
to
7,
stop
8 a.m.,
yeah.
and it's
Killjoy
packed
here.
out. The energy's high. You'd love to see it. Right here, though, the Paper X scene. We saw they were disappointed. We saw the same from Alex. A bad reaction from the coach as they now force themselves down to an eco, just a few pistols, a Marshall. And really in these rounds, you're relying on catching them on
Shots
the way
through
into
smokes.
the site. The post plant is much harder to deal with.
Almost acting as a turret from above. Ye is just going to
They are everywhere.
attempt to enter the site. Not a single frag being found, and
On art,
Benkai's
it
flank
feels
is
like they were everywhere from there.
much to be desired. Ye has definitely realized that this is possible. A nice shot. The IGL still got it. Can he get anything more? Yes, he can. Nice. Well done. Couple of kills coming
Yeah,
through.
that's true, Jolty. That's
Again,
true.
a bit of cost
I was
to bear
thinking
in
more
mind.
like
The economy
abilities
isn't
like
great for C9,
Sovolti
so
or, you
anything
know,
being
a molly or
removed
two.
is going to help in the future, but they now need to win a round. Bladestorm online for Forsaken, but he's getting that operator to go alongside it, and they do have the full rifles this time.
This is the opportunity for sure. Ulti's there to back them up. Maybe a
Almost
safety
got
net that they
owned by
can
the
fall
classic.
back on. You know, I said the post plant, but then they ended up actually killing 4 people before planting. Just constantly
Paper X,
attempting
I
it,
don't
then
know
getting
exactly
another
who
kill
is
offered up,
maybe
baiting them into the
Benke
fight,
actually who's
shutting
ideal,
them down, and
isn't
just the
it?
control we're seeing from C9 right now is hard to imagine them giving an
But I
easy
think they
round
share a
away.
lot.
This is one that Paper X will have to fight hard for.
I might be
right
wrong.
away. You've got a smoke and a flash from Zelsis. That was a close shot, but Forsaken returns one of his own.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see. Operator in hand.
Oh, there he sees two.
Chance now to take those brawls on to be long. Has a little bit of support. In fact, I'm looking, yeah, the utilities in behind them. Maybe expecting them to try and get that little bit more aggressive.
I mean, this kind of sucks from the perspective of Paper X. They've played retake on B so much, and for the last 20 seconds, they've had 3 players over there with 1 on the double doors.
Can
This
Reyna
is the
I get
round
hit
that they're
with
kind
Raze
of
ulti?
relying on fighting them on the way
I
through,
believe
punishing
so.
a little bit more, having that 5v4, but instead, the team looked to
I
make it
believe
towards
so.
A. So as C9 moved towards A, it was maybe going to be bad with just 1 player there. The Paper X now seem to be shifting yet again, playing the retake on B finally. And then C9
Only
is
from
if they can
explosion
look across
around
the
it, I
stage,
guess.
their
Not
monitors have gone back to
hit
B.
on the
They've played this
Reyna
round
Eye.
with such patience, and
Because
Paper
I don't
X
think
have
mollies
almost
or anything
just
bounce on the
outthought
Reyna Eye.
themselves.
Yeah, the lockdown in play.
But if it takes damage from like an explosive something, explosive or something like nearby, then it's probably destroyed.
Any attempt to push up is not going to do a single thing, and that will be held. Rez will bring back Zephyr, so they're just going to hold in that back line.
Oh, was a good try on the
full
updraft.
force of Paperex made it into position, but there is that wraparound. However, that info will be
How's Cypher been this season?
He is on the
Dude,
way so
Cypher has been good. The agent. But I've been griefed more by teammates than by enemies.
All the while they're just waiting for this flank to be completed. Oh, they're watching it. Paperex ready for everything.
Like my times I play split.
And that'll get around on the board.
Also, good job recovering here. The times I play split,
I've just been staring
defeating the opponent is easy.
It's either an attempt to stop
It's
them
more
going
about
back down the
getting my
stairs with the
team
alarm bots at the bottom.
to attack.
So I can only assume it's an attempt to stop them breaking the lockdown.
Or
So
even
the
just
whole
try to
plan
win.
was to attempt to try and retake on B while having to stack up on the other side of the map. But even still, that is a lot of utility committed just for that one purpose.
It is, and it's, you know, the first round we see on the boards,
Ayub, we saw the Cypher before from XMS.
There you go. Those people certainly want that to be the
It's
case.
like 7 a.m. there.
It is.
He was
Yeah,
it's the Cypher
All of
player
those
in
guys just
Carmine Corp, the team Scream and
their team
Iver
play.
are in. He played Cypher here and on, I believe it was Haven. Yeah, Haven as well.
Combination nice to force them back, and again, that space going to be taken. Prowler will get the information that they're no longer there, but on the other
This
side
is
of
a
the map, Forsaken has
greedy
just walked up,
spot.
taking complete control.
That's an interesting angle. He's, I don't want to call that holding, preparing to swing on out. This is, of course, waiting for a flash to come around from the
So
sky.
with that angle,
Could avoid being seen by it even.
here's something the casters don't know about because they don't play the game that much. Maybe they do, I don't know. But when you're scoping in there, you see vision from your right eye. So while you're looking into the wall, you on the minimap it shows the right eye.
Waiting patiently. First one goes his way. He's going to go back for more. Maybe a bit of an overface. Gives a chance again.
I think it's something like that. I saw
crazy. They're taking damage,
today,
but
or
every peak just
I don't know how to pronounce her name. You know, Ten's girlfriend.
Low players, but he is nowhere near.
I wish I knew how to pronounce the name, but she made a shorts video on it.
Which direction do they go?
I think Leaf is trying to fake the steps over for Device, so he
And
hears
then
him running and thinks,
I saw it happen a lot in my games as well.
the straggler. That's the last guy going over to the other side of the map. They're going to plant on B, and in fact, they're waiting, baiting, and catching another round, an immediate response to what now looks to be a flash in the pan for Paperex. They're going to call a timeout to try and solve these issues. And again, very good time for it, because right now it's starting
That sounds
to feel
a lot
like
more
second
closer
half of
to
map one.
than what I tried.
They are getting
Look at that nod, that confidence from MCE. He knows that his team, they can't put a foot wrong.
That's the thing at the moment. You look at the upgrades that were made for C9. You're talking about Ye, the best player in the world. You're talking about Zels as someone who has fit so many roles for the different teams he's been in. Fantastic individually. Right now, it's the old core. Leaf and
Actually,
Zappa
isn't
are
Ten's
just on fire. 10
and
and
her
4, 10 and 2. Leaf has had a
engaged
round where he
now?
basically just
I think
stopped
they are.
every single piece of aggression. He was pushed by an initial face, a judge, and then an operator.
Imagine.
Took all three
Imagine
heads
this.
off and then faked out the rotation
Any day now.
to give his teammates that space. It's
Ten's
difficult
just
to play
announces,
against Paperex because
guys,
they're so off the cuff. They're
we have
insane
a Ten's
sometimes,
mini
but they
coming.
seem to be reading them perfectly.
That's the thing, Paperex, so often we have seen teams that just cannot deal with the pace they bring to the table. They come out swinging, they catch you off guard, and they make some crazy adaptations. But here, it looks like Cloud9 are just one step ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Their defense looked incredible. Coming into this map, their attack is near flawless, bar the one round, which was, you know, populated by a lot of ultimates out of the side of Paperex.
Ten's episode 2.
And now again, we come
Exactly.
into this round, an important one for Paperex where they're putting their economy on the line. But take a look, they're still coming in with, I mean, what's happening here for Ben and Devi? And add to that, C9 have a run it back. They also have a lockdown, and they're very close to having Seekers.
Oh, this is so aggressive. This is straight push through. It's just going to be the
Dude, it
1-for-1
looks so
trade.
funny.
And the thing is,
This
they do have
guy
a res.
just
The
getting
problem is, this space
sucked
is not
in
being
as
given
sliding.
up. In fact, Zelsis is going to push to try and take more of it. The slow is going to stop him. The wall will do even more.
Oh,
He's
no,
not
no.
going to be able to get anything.
I thought
for
he
the
could do
amount of
something
time that was
crazy
left.
there.
It was close, though. He almost got a bullet off. If that slow goes down, 0.2 of a second later, I reckon he gets a kill out of that. But in the end, okay, he's reset. And that early space is sort of denied. It's slowed down for sure. Problem is that kill they got was one of the rifles. Bankai and Devi are at a huge disadvantage in any fight they take.
Are they going to go around behind them? Maybe expecting them to eventually take this A site. The only way
Astra's doing a good job lurking here, adding some pressure.
Now the lockdown's going to deny them much of a chance for any heroics. Not really in a place where they can just run back into the site and opt to fight them. And C9 playing
they're
this
not
one
pushing it.
desperately
Oh,
safe,
no, actually they are pushing
making
him.
sure there's no shenanigans here. It's a bait though. Or is it? It looked like a bait. The spike was going in the other direction. C9 have now just got that control for free and sort of realizing, okay, we could fake this out. We could try and go into the setup of Bankai,
Nice.
but it just isn't worth it anymore. And with the wraparound catching Mind Freak, A site is open for business.
So many teams would have walked into
Bankai
that
is gonna
trap
have
if they
to do
would've
some
given
work
Ben
with that
something,
shorty.
at least the information. He was solo holding the B
He
side. You
bought
gotta give
full
props to
shields
him.
and shorty.
He's coming into this round with a shorty so that he can just sit in a corner on B, have his utility play contact, and let his team try to work that A control. Ambitious, a good idea. That's why
Cypher
we
is
saw
pretty
that
sweet in
hyper-aggressive
Parallel
start
right
to
now.
make up for the weakness
They
on B.
reworked B site
But again, it's just
so that your
met by
trip
this
wires
fantastic
and the cages
adaptation
are
from
basically
C9. They are so
stronger than
quick
before.
on their toes. And it seems like they're always making the right call. Even in
And
that
previously
round
you
where
wouldn't be
they
able
went
to
B
do
at the
that
start,
many
then they went A,
Cypher traps
and then
anymore.
when those
Or
players
that
are
much
stacked up on
at
A
all,
with
I mean.
whatever little hints
And
they're
now you
getting,
can.
they went back
Just
to being
anywhere
walked onto
pretty
the
much.
site for free.
And it's very, very fun.
consistent, beyond belief.
Oh, he's gonna get owned. Oh. I mean, he might as well die to the spike now because
Save in
he
this
took
scenario, and
damage on
Lee's gonna be able to
armor.
Find a gun, so just going to run into the spike, at least get the
Yeah.
extra credits. The problem is, that's really where they're vulnerable again. This wasn't an eco. This wasn't them saving. There wasn't them attempting to get a purchase for the next round. That was a full investment. And C9 made it look like an eco. They really didn't struggle with that at all.
And I'm not going to fault the investment. Again, this is the kind of round that we know Paper X for. You come in and assume they'll play low buy. They drop over 2 weapons. They're playing weak on 2 guys, one of which is just going to
This
be
here
support
reminds me of
running up
ranked.
anyway, so he
You
doesn't
want to
need
go
the others
set up
solo
on B,
just playing off his
everyone goes
utility.
B.
So I love the approach. The ideas are fantastic.
Now it's
but
just eco though,
just,
so.
C9 are ready every time.
Not the same thing.
These risks not paying off. Now we're left to pistols again.
But that's
Somehow this
when you
will be
know
the
you've
round
been
Paper X
playing a
end up
bit too much
taking.
ranked.
Hello! Bankai just ran up beside them, but shy of any impact. The flash did catch him, it's worth saying.
Yeah, the trade's effective once again for C9. Moving as a unit versus this weaker purchase. They will have spotted that on the scoreboard. Operator in play for Ye as he looks to lead the charge. I won't lie, he hasn't had the most to do
Nice,
so far
one
in
kill.
this game.
If they get one more, it's perfect.
Oh, okay.
He got stuck
Completely
there.
executed. I think the updraft hurt by Ye, the only angle he could possibly be in. 7-1 right now in favor of Cloud9. There needs to be a response, and it has to be right now.
Not the scoreline Paper X won.
They don't have any more timeouts, I think, right?
What a way it would be to go out of this tournament, a team that we know for making deep runs. As I said in the past, both of these rosters lost out to Team Liquid. We saw actually
it was changed,
very recently.
Joffrey.
Started this map, I believe. We threw up a statistic, and if I'm not mistaken, it was 763
But I believe you can have enough damage, right?
Was
With KO?
Core 4 had their first official.
If
of
the
this Paper
damage
X
is from the
squad.
center of the
They have been
molly.
together 763 days, only ever swapping out one player at a time, making the best roster decisions we've seen in the scene, or at least top 5 for sure.
Aggressive. Oh, the flash is perfect, but he does just about manages to dash away.
He's so fast on dashing out
Nelson's
there.
done so well to just deny any space being taken. The amount
9 out of
times
10
that
players in this tournament, they would probably just have gotten melted by Phoenix.
Composition. Well, it should work for them sitting back with the amount of
Uh-oh,
utility they have,
wake up
but
call.
it hasn't. A missed shot for Forsaken, he's out of there. Now it's left onto Mind Freak. He has to be that anchor, and he gets absolutely nothing as well. The rotation coming through from Divide, but it's one and done. Another easy take for Cloud9 as they are destroying this Paper X side, destroying one of the hopes of Pacific. Namojing, yeah, he's got a res, but he needs a few kills before he can get anywhere near a teammate.
Yeah, he's got to be picking them off. Even if there was a teammate right in front of him, you're not doing it in this 1v4, but 2v4 as it would be if the res was free. In the end, I think the call is save it, and you're walking right. Well, he's actually able to walk right past that wall, so it's not too bad. But yeah, this time's just gone way too much. Saving the weapon now seems to be the main challenge, and they know where he is. They might want to deny it.
Yeah.
And with Ye holding the angle, he was never getting out of there.
Unlucky.
8-1. The lead extends further in Cloud9's
9-3.
favor. We were sat at
Curse
4-3.
is still on the table.
Hell, we went into round 16, 8-7. And here we are. I feel like Paper Rex
They just have to reach
gone
for it.
missing ever since then, and there's no sign of them coming back just yet.
No, it does just seem that C9 have got this on lock. There has been little to no response. As said, the only round they won was utilizing a lockdown and having sort of a cheeky setup.
Me too. I actually expected Paper Rex to
Other than that,
just dominate
every
C9
single
that way.
push we've seen from them. Those deep takes, even with 3-4 players,
Is
most
India in
of the
this
time
series?
has resulted in a single
They play
kill.
next
That's
week
all they've really
versus
managed to get. Other
Team
than that,
Vitality.
it has been squeaky clean for
GE.
Cloud9.
They,
They're looking
if you've
like that
you probably
super
know a
team
GE, right?
we sort of expected when this roster was formed, but coming into the tournament this early and looking this good, that is terrifying.
It's not just the fact that they're winning. It's not just the score against the team that they're against. It's how they're doing it.
Yeah.
It's just so meticulous. There's no gaps. Even when you had that little updraft play, obviously,
So
hey, expect
there's
top of the wall.
only
You've heard of
one
updrafting,
Indian
but
team, but I'm
like
pretty sure
you
there
get
will
yourself
be
in these
more
weird little positions, you
that
think,
will buy
"Oh,
into
I've
the
got a good
franchise
shot."
system.
Bang. Every time there's a response. Okay, let's see if Paper X can get in there with
No,
the weak weapons
no,
on
they
long
can't.
range and
No, they
a
can't.
collateral
Those
kill
kills
later. We know
are
that the answer is a
not fun.
resounding no. 9 looking to be on the board.
Nice.
It would be
Nice.
well, let's not call it too early. That was a good shot with the gap in the
He's
smoke.
dead. He's dead. These lurks as well. We've seen Vanity and Leaf pretty much trade places throughout rounds to get in behind them. And that was a 4-man stack.
30 seconds left.
And they eliminate the first few with utter ease, barely breaking a sweat. It might be warm in Brazil, but C9 are cool as a cucumber. Mind Freak.
Nice
no
try.
hope.
Try to find
Leaf
them.
is just hitting every single shot. 9-1. This is not the
2
way I thought
rounds.
this map was
Get
going to
2
go. I was
rounds.
expecting another back and
9
forth
free,
display,
please.
but right now C9 are just better.
The last 20 rounds that we've seen have proven that, Tom. I mean, oh, look at it. Little
A
flick,
shot
there
from the
you
elbow.
go. He's too good. And the fact that they line up and check it, you know, they heard contact early. They were being challenged for the map control. You sit there with a 4-man stack, eventually you have to peek at them with weaker weapons, of course.
I want to say, if Paper X don't win this round with 5 ults, we just call it.
Yeah, he's just farming his ult, to be fair.
That's not that ambitious of a call.
They've got to at least get a round. They've got to get something.
Well,
Make it the curse.
Exactly.
Then maybe there's some hope. That's
Exactly.
all we've got.
I didn't smell any sage burning when I walked in the building today. I put Golden Boy in charge, and he's let us down. So the curse might be live, but Paper X need to get there. And that's a whole nother story. Zelsis immediately running it down. You can deafen him, but let's see you deal with him past the slow already. Molly
I think it's a good choice to have a Phoenix for
They're
ulti.
going into their own spawn, taking the fight right to Paper X. And they'll get a kill for their trouble.
And he's
before
half.
planting,
Wait, actually, no. I
leaving it
was
for the
looking at
retake.
Vanity.
It just
This is it's obscure. 3 players coming back through mid. They're going to grass forward as well and manage to find another, giving them the advantage once again.
Oh, we
Lockdown
almost-
put into play
almost
on
took
either
down one.
side, but they can just push into the spawn. And another mat! Just a couple of rounds in a row, he's managed to do so much. His left not Forsaken, he's going to get caught by the
Unlucky.
ultimate as well. And sure, the same will happen to Vanity on the other side.
No,
but it
9-3.
doesn't matter. They had 5 ults. They managed to force players into some awkward fights. It just it meant
Don't
nothing.
let them
It meant
take this home.
absolutely nothing. 10-1. This is
You have to
devastating
reach into
for
the
Paper
jaws
X.
of defeat and just
we were
pull
at
the win out.
7, and I remember. Oh, look at it! Look at it! Is that the same 2 players? Is that the same 2 players last time? It doesn't even matter. Yeah, honestly, just like we were at 8-7. I said the exact words. What a treat of a game we've had. They've got 2 rounds since then. What is going on in 763 days? We have never seen a team challenge Paper X like this. Cloud9 putting them to shame and showing that their map pick certainly has no weaknesses. Not so far anyways. And I don't see any coming around the corner on their
Oh,
defense. It would
nice.
have to be atrocious.
Well, at least that's one for Forsaken. He's trying to just take this
There we
into
go.
his own hands, give them the
Yeah, Ying
smallest
is on
amount of love, but they've
Sage.
still got to deal with this push onto the site. Again, Zelsis
I think
has just
it's
been
fine.
fantastic at taking this space. He
The
hasn't
wall
dealt
is
with
very,
Jing.
very
Still
handy.
just sat in the back lines. Spike is going to go down.
But they don't know. They don't know about him.
Try and take a bit of a risk. This jump up has been the
Imagine
bane
he goes for the
of
ninja
his life.
defuse.
He's attempted it so many times and finally makes the move forward. An instant trade. Jing might not know he's above. Might not know, but he's realized with the wall that there has to be someone up there.
expect it to. Look at Raz in here, though, 5v2. It should be near impossible to deny. Are you kidding? Already a double kill. Okay, they'll deal with Ye. You gotta watch out for Zelsis.
Oh,
Luckily,
Molly didn't
not
hit.
quick enough
Nice.
this time. The Molly
At
left a
least one
small
more
gap,
round.
but they had plenty of time left in the end.
10 to 2.
2. Tom, 3 rounds. We've seen it happen again and
Gotta
again.
win pistol round.
With how strong C9 have been,
And
I don't
it's
know.
attack as well.
Short of the players swapping sides on the
On a
stage,
defense
I
map.
can't expect anything to happen differently in the second half.
Yeah, maybe the wind's blowing in the wrong direction. Maybe PaperX just haven't got the luck going their way. But I'm going to give it over to someone who I think actually predicted PaperX to win this tournament. How are you feeling, Sue?
Yeah, Seth, how are you feeling? You're also a PaperX fan. I'm just going to dodge that completely.
I am a Pacific boy, but unfortunately right now what we're seeing from PaperX is much of what we saw at Champions. It feels like they just haven't been able to get back into the groove. They're trying to continuously
I'm sure, well, if they go home now, I'm sure we're gonna see them
strats and whatnot, and it's just falling flat.
just
Cloud9 have the answer at
change
every single twist and turn.
in a good
it
way
feels like this
for
game
the
is
next
coming
tournament.
down to which team can kind of come up with the more wild strategy, come up with something that is unexpected, and then on top of that, be able to adapt on the fly. And for C9, they came in with a great idea, and PaperX has been unable to adapt to it.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look back at some of the
Well,
setups
C9
here.
have been playing
Leaf
good as well.
In particular has been just utterly fantastic for Cloud9 so far. They have the setup, they just make sure that there's no way for PaperX to get themselves back into the sites. Vanity has that cutoff angle, just getting himself all the way through B into that mid connector. And PaperX just seem completely unawares as to where anybody from Cloud9 can be at any moment.
Yeah, I mean, Vanity's calling has continued to be fantastic here on Pearl. PaperX has not had an answer, but a man from the side of Cloud9 that has been absolutely excellent is Leaf. You look at this roster, you expect Ye to be the star, but Leaf, no matter what role he's playing, he is performing impeccably individually. Had a fantastic start to this match on the Killjoy, and now as we look
Zelsis
ahead,
had the same
these
type
are
of
the
role
demons
on Lotus,
for the
making a lot of
side
space
PaperX.
for the team
If
with
this
Neon,
guy,
and
if
here
Ye
with
and Vanity
Phoenix.
continue to play the way they are, it does not feel like there are many ways out for the specific squad.
I guess that would make sense. If Ye himself is El Diablo, then the rest of the team are the demons that surround him, and they are just tormenting the ever-loving hell out of PaperX.
Yeah, this is really, really rough. We really hope it doesn't end like this. But of course, if PaperX, if they can't pull it back, they will be going home. Mitch and Tom, I really hope they don't.
I feel like they don't. I'm gonna keep on believing in them.
Sue, was that it? For the sake of your predictions, yeah, I guess we have to hope so.
There you go. They've never lost to an NA team at an international event 2-0.
Oh, good. Well, in that
You know,
case,
Phoenix is
C9
not that good on defense. So,
Well,
like,
it's
set.
important here that the UI is wrong. C9 are defending, right? That's it. Another nail in the coffin for PaperX, who now have to go on the attack up against a team who've been nearly impossible to even scratch the surface of. And this team, by the way, has Ye. He's a pretty good player. He's middle of the scoreboard, Tom, and it's 10-2.
What? He hit them in the legs.
See you later, Ye. Deal with that one. A decent start for Forsaken.
That's good though.
He's gonna
That's very
hide
good.
in the smoke, play aggressive, just try and get in the
Another
faces.
one.
Just making
Dude,
it
it's
work
a
with the
shorty
short.
party here.
Looking for a little bit more. That one was almost stolen
Nobody
away.
can see anything.
Going all the way in. Finally
Half
being
of
put
the
down.
round there
And
is just
again,
inside
it starts to
smokes.
swing back in the other direction. A couple of kills coming through for the likes of C9, but it's left all onto Leaf. He's had an amazing game so far. This would have to be the
Alright.
best of them. 2 players remain.
All right.
Both
What's up,
playing
Oliver?
team.
What's
He
up,
has
my man?
25 HP.
Good luck to him. Of all the rounds that we've seen, this one surely is where
Ah,
PaperX
nice try.
find that third, and there it is.
Nice try.
The pistol round going their way. We need to see a lot more than that, but if I'm not mistaken, that's the first pistol they've won. C9 kicked off map 1 with the pistol, kicked off the second half, and then lost the follow-up round, and then answered back, if I recall correctly.
You found
oh, no, actually, they did the Stinger
from
bomb,
behind the
didn't
box,
they? Round 2 Stinger
and
bomb,
you
they won the round. So if we're 50-50
found the wall
on
that
pistol,
lineup.
which takes even more excuses out of the hands.
Oh, nice. Nice
Such
job.
a one-sided game.
You should record it and post it on the Valorant subreddit. Or maybe comp subreddit. I'm pretty sure they would appreciate it
This
a lot.
round was safe for PaperX. A bit of an investment. Yay with the Marshal was always scary, especially in the position he's in. Waiting for someone to give him just an inch. Already
Tiny,
the tag.
tiny bit
Jing
of
will heal
damage.
himself, but not for a lot.
He got armor,
Not
so
for anything that
wasn't
matters
the
to a
kill.
Marshall player. Still a shot to the body to take it down, but
Nice
he
try.
won't land the shot. A rare miss from Ye, a good angle from Jing. And we end up with well, intention to go B canceled. I don't know if it was what they spotted, but whatever's happened, they
I
made
think
the right
it's
call.
a Killjoy
4 players stacked up from
gaining
C9,
info.
and Paper Rex are going A.
Hearing that there's no, well, nothing really, no steps, nothing, and they go for you.
I think C9 just basically playing the bait. Okay, let's see if they come back in our direction. If not, either we run in, try and do some damage, or literally just die to the spike. It's not going to be the end of the world. They are
smart
so
decision.
ridiculously far in the lead that they don't need to take any
Yeah, no, for they are doing good.
gambles.
They're doing very good. Oh, and hiding on the. He's hiding there. No, he's not.
Just sat in mid, lurking.
Oh, there.
What?
Oh no.
Oh, that is not
He
good.
shouldn't have been there. You shouldn't have expected him to be there, and he didn't. And oh no.
Okay.
That was
Right.
even the angle that he was
gonna-
aiming at on the way
I'm
out,
just
Tom.
going to make a plea. I know we like troll replays. I know, I understand.
Don't do it, please.
I
Come on.
understand production. We like troll replays.
It's always funny.
We like haha funnies. He missed.
All right, listen, there's people at 9:30 a.m. sitting in
Yeah.
Singapore cheering their hearts out. I do not
just
want to
this
see a
once.
replay of that, please.
Just this once.
That would be forsaken. I'll tell you that.
Let's just not. Okay.
I'm just waiting. They're going to do it.
All
I know
right.
they're going to do it.
They got the round.
In slow-mo as well.
Oh, yeah. Run it back a few times, little rewinds, little, oh, there's the first bullet again in case you missed it. We know how it goes. We're used to it by now. I'm just hoping for once.
No. Oh, we get it from the other.
Okay, you know what? That's
Unfortunate.
fine. That's good.
That
I
is
like
unfortunate.
that replay. That shows a good shot from Leaf, and we don't need to pretend we didn't see the first few bullets. All good. Great reaction. Great prediction. Whew. This has been not the game that I expected since round 16 of map number 1.
Forsaken as a judge.
Yes,
he's going to do the
he
same
does.
thing again. He's going to do exactly the same thing again. Now, they've put a lot of their killjoy utility a lot deeper.
Yeah, Gabriel.
So he's
It
likely
is a
gonna get hit by
super
quite
long
a
day
lot of
today.
it as he tries to
3
make his way
matches.
through. This is a pretty
Only a few days have 3
bold
matches.
attempt to
Luckily,
try and
because
do
it's
this one
it's
going
a
into this
very
sort of
long
round.
stream otherwise,
Flash in his hand.
and also a long time to play.
The contact of Leaf, there it is. The smoke goes up. It actually keeps Leaf fully able to see, and he's taken Forsaken down. Denial of that strategy that netted so much inside of that pistol. Nano,
Yeah,
push
you got it
Jing
back out
no
there.
clamp for now, but that wall has to be broken.
Yeah, they've done well already. Zephyr with another will take Divide. They're getting absolutely
Oh, no, no, no.
nothing. Cloud9 again.
Don't lose this,
It
guys.
almost just seems like a blip on their radar. The second they try and redo a strategy, it's already been figured out. It's already been countered. More Benkai, he at least has a rifle.
There's a Nano.
He might be able to steal the spike. Can just try
And they have
fall
2
away.
mollies there as well already.
The thing is, though, you can already see on the other side of the map, it's being patiently held by Vanity, so there's not anywhere to go back to, and they've only got 30 seconds.
Man's already got his Nanos down for post plant, but
Oh,
it
the
doesn't
double
look like
peek.
we're going to make it there.
That is
Cloud9
so
again
difficult to deal
have
with.
the answer. A beautiful response. You
Smoke
can see
there,
the
dude.
thought, and this is what I'm saying.
I
Paper
would
Rex, they
make
have ideas
Cypher
that catch
look
teams
crazy
off guard,
good.
But just look at that
I
round.
would actually
Cloud9
make
are
every pro player
adapting.
playing
They're
Cypher
so fluid.
have
They
to
were
change
so
how to play.
fluid on
Except
Lotus on their
Nats
defense.
Nasigeta.
The writing was on the wall there.
And Les.
But this is truly just an
And some
outrageously
more.
clean performance.
Yeah.
Even here. Did you see that? The last bullet that broke the wall, one more went through, and it killed the planter. Just...
Oh, a well-regimented, impressive team fighting the flames of Paper X. Now they need this orb. They need to get themselves that Blade Storm, something extra to play with. Give
Joffy,
Forsaken
the Valorant subreddit, just r/Valorant.
Okay, he has just
Or
tapped his way in.
r/competitive Valorant.
That's one way to do it, man. Just straight
See
through
if,
the wall.
make sure that you read the rules as well, because they might
There he
not
is, quick headshot.
accept
Does
clips
the
all the
business,
time.
C9. Man disadvantage to start with. Flash from Zelsis trying to catch them when they push up after
Or
the
you can make a
lockdown.
shorts video out of it too.
Trade, they're not fantastic. They keep going Paper
If you want to
Rex's
share it
way.
with people.
One return,
And
Mind Freak, Forsaken
a lot of
Jing
people
on
end
their
up watching
way
shorts too.
towards this site still with that lurk coming in. I don't... Oh, that's a great flash. That,
The no look,
nice
the
try.
no look. He's just flexing on him. And Zephyr now has a chance. Now the wall is going to be broken. A player on the other side, Forsaken, doesn't land the shot
2
immediately.
bullets.
Flash very far away from being back online, but Seekers
Holy
won't give it to
moly.
him. It is going to be
what
the
the
rest
rest is.
instead, but he's going to go swinging. Oh, man! What is that from Zappa? He just
What?
eliminates everyone! Basically sends Paper X home and puts 12 on the board for C9. How on earth does he win that?
That is one of the greatest clutches that I have ever seen. That man peeked
The
while
spray
reloading to
transfer
make sure
was
the player
crazy.
didn't walk back out of spawn. Swung in, knowing that the spawn player would be point of contact, and knowing that Sage was going to go for the res. That is just outrageous. He predicted
He could hear the
exactly
Sage
how
too.
they were going to play that. An ace to
And
close
he used the
it,
ulti there, I
12
think,
to 4.
also as a
They
shield.
have 8 chances to eliminate Paper X, the team that at international events they've been many a time. They have never lost an opening matchup. They've never lost to North America, rather.
Yeah, going in for a slow motion, just
2-0 in
smile
their
and he's like,
international record, and here we
I'm
go.
proud of you. Couldn't have done that better.
Records sometimes, they're made to be broken.
Yeah.
They're about to change the history
Good.
books, and unfortunately for Paper
Imagine
X,
this
it
is the
looks like they're on the wrong
opponents that
side
you're
of
going
it.
up against
We
in the
knew that
first
today was
match.
going to be a heartbreak. We knew that a team that have fans around the world hoping they're going to be the shining star of this event will be sent home in dead last. And C9, I'm going to be honest,
Paper X
a lot of
reverse
the time
with
I see a
this.
pause here, and I'm thinking they're making them
They have
stew in
to
it.
make a
I
movie.
don't think that's the case.
No.
I think it's the fact
Out
that
of this
if you
coaching
watch
talk at
Leaf's
least.
face
There's been
after
some,
the
but
clutch comes through from Zephyr,
definitely out of this
honestly,
one.
I think he
If the
almost fell
reverse
off his
whip.
chair. So
Yeah.
they're going to need a moment just to breathe.
What? Of course he did. I'm surprised the monitors are still standing. Oh, for every player. Damn near broke ours. 8 chances and a nearly impossible run back. Cloud9, they should feel relaxed. They should feel like it's in the bag, and they call the timeout for Paper X on the other side of that
Oh yeah, I'm
stage.
sure he is.
This is the biggest
gigant.
challenge they
I'm
have
sure he
ever
is.
faced, without a doubt.
He seems like a very
If
chill
they
guy.
weren't broken before, they definitely are now. I don't care how strong your mental fortitude is. I don't care
Can you check
how
your night
much
markets after this game?
experience you've got
Nah,
in
man, I'm gonna
FPS
hop
titles,
off
how much
stream.
your
I gotta go
coach has
grab some
trained
food
for
and
these
sleep.
Sort of moments. You lose a clutch like that puts your opponent on map and series point and sets you towards elimination. It's so hard to keep the mental strength up, even if, like we
I'll
see
check tomorrow though.
from Forsaken in interviews, where
What rank have you picked so far this act? Diamond 3 so far. I haven't played as much,
Cloud9 perform this well. You know,
but Diamond 3.
people at home might hear the surprise and think, well, how are you surprised C9 are this good? It's nothing to do with C9's ability. We didn't doubt that coming in. It's what's on the other side. It's the team that they are doing this to. Like we said, over 700 days together as a 4-man squad, they have reached some of the highest heights. And this might be where they finally fall early on in a tournament, their opening match, an elimination this time. And when it finally matters the most,
Yo, nice to have you here, MSCT.
it doesn't
My
look like
pleasure,
they've
by the way.
got the response. That wall up top, he's already down below.
I really
Yeah,
enjoy
he
watching
wanted to
these
take a shot,
matches.
but it's not
So I'm
given an
only happy
opportunity,
to
and now
watch them
he's
with you
starting
guys.
to rotate. Okay, I was expecting him to keep going
Is there
a
a
little bit
website
when I saw him move
you're
past
aware
the
of
box, but he's
where you
just
can
gonna tuck
compete in
here.
Valorant tournaments?
We're going to have a very slow round play out while Paper X
I'm not sure.
cautiously move through. They are worried about an operator at
You can find tournaments on Liquipedia. I can link you.
blame them at
1
this
second.
point. Vanity still jump spotting, just making sure that any information could be had, and Mind Freak is gone.
You horrible person.
Here,
There's that wall up,
these are like
and
all
you
the
see that they're
active and
immediately like, okay,
past
he's on top of the
tournaments
wall.
and
He's
so
going to peek from on top of the wall. He's going to
in
peek from on
Valorant.
top of the wall. And the dude just swings into
But
connect
I
and
don't
kills you.
know if they list all like online because there's lots of small tournaments.
Gonna get a heal.
It's going to be forced.
Yeah, Christox, he has a good suggestion there.
Orb taken as well from Zelsis. That's going to put the run it back online. They can literally just play retake on this B site. You're going to have so much space to be taken.
No
More
problem.
now, it will be an after plant. But other than that, there's not a lot to play with. Are they not going to give it? Not going to give it to Benkai? No, instead Forsaken is actually going to go aggressive. I was thinking maybe
almost.
he'd
I
go
thought he
and try and
would
get
get
that
some
lockdown
magic
into play.
with that
Zelsis already
updraft.
finding another. It's left all onto Ben.
Benkai.
This kill won't even
Do
grant him
this.
anything. He needs an instant
GG's.
shot and it's done. It is over. C9 have destroyed Paper X,
GG's.
sent them home packing in a couple of hours. And while Paper X, unfortunately, is going to be a long, long flight home. But for the American fans, Mitch, they look good.
They absolutely do. If you're a North American fan, this is the team whose flag you want to be waving
Yeah,
right
I don't
now.
like
We've
the
talked
waving
about
by.
El Diablo
I don't like that. That is BM like crazy.
the best
Well, not
and most
crazy, but
consistent player in the world.
that's why I don't like
He's not even
C9.
in the top 3 of his
That type
team.
of attitude.
He's not
But
even on
that's
the
just
top
me.
5 of the server. The depth that C9 are playing with here is
Christix.
unreal. And that means we have to say
Not really, no.
bye-bye to
It's either in my
Paper
head or
Rex.
on my
We are
YouTube.
sending them home. A feat normally reserved for teams towards the end of a tournament. We've barely even gotten to see them here.
Yeah,
they won 12 rounds total.
This is a team you hate to lose, be it for their personality, their play style, or even just Benkai's outfits. That alone can be enough to hope that they stay through, but I think they're a team that we know are going to be strong coming back into the Pacific League this year. They came up against the super team of C9, a squad that when they were formed was expected not only to win matches versus good teams, but to win titles.
Yep.
That is the goal that Cloud9
They
have come in
played
with this
really
year.
well.
And they have burst
Really
onto the
well.
scene, onto this stage, and they have obliterated PaperX.
MCE, the former guard coach, and
Who do you think would win?
it looks like this
I
might
think
be the new
Loud
guard.
probably are gonna be in the finals, but I don't know who they face or if they will win.
One of the strongest teams we have
Send it
on
to
the global
adrenaline.
scene.
I'll update my night market tomorrow. I'll go into the game before the stream.
But the fact that they
Actually,
have
we're gonna
managed
play
to
some
leave
ranked as well.
PaperX with not enough rounds to win a single map. If you compiled both of them together, I
All right,
did not expect
guys.
this at the start of the day. I think that's pretty clear for everyone at home. You expect
It is time to wrap it up. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. The matches before as well. The matches were rough today, but I don't mind losing rank points as much as before, so it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Try to make the most out of it. And we'll go again tomorrow with more ranked. And then on Thursday, I don't think there are any matches on Thursday. I'm just gonna double check because I might be missing. And in that case, I will be editing. So expect the video done. Aside from that, hope you have a great day, morning, night, whatever time it is. If it's a birthday, happy birthday. And thank you so much for watching. Love you all. Peace out and GG's.